Chapter 1. So, have I crossed over? Luo Tian awoke in a room adorned with ancient charm. It took him quite a while to comprehend the situation at hand. The Tianyuan realm, Northern Domain, Fenglin Continent, Yefeng Kingdom, the Luo family of Bian Beiqing, and the indolent, gluttonous heir Luo Tian. By heavens, this character is simply impeccable. Luo Tian excitedly slapped his thigh. A good for anything rich heir, this was the life he had aspired to in his previous existence. After all, having lost both parents at a young age, he had been plagued by financial woes. Otherwise, he would not have juggled school and part-time jobs to earn his living expenses, nor would he have been delivering takeout on a rainy night, only to be struck down by a truck that ran a red light. However, in a world where martial arts reign supreme, being a wealthy inept might be rather perilous, Luo Tian pondered. Fortunately, he had his biological father, Luo Feng, to shield him for the time being. Yet, what if his father were to pass away one day? With such wealth and his own incompetence, it was likely he would meet a woeful end. It seems that to live as a wealthy individual for a lifetime, one must possess some degree of strength. But why am I so inept in this life? Could it be? Suddenly, Luo Tian picked up his spatial ring and tapped it. Predecessor? Are you inside? The ring remained silent, offering no reply. Is the elder not within the ring? Could it be an ancestral pendant? The kind that recognizes its master through blood? Luo Tian promptly removed the pendant, bit his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Still, it remained eerily quiet. If it's not the pendant, could it be a finger stall? A jade pendant? A jade flute? A treasured sword? A vase? An ancient painting? A slipper? A spittoon? Or a urinal? Luo Tian dripped blood on every object in the room. Yet aside from the bloodstains, nothing changed. I am feeling a bit dizzy and cold. Luo Tian hastily wrapped himself in a quilt and sat up. This ritual of blood recognition had left him feeling anemic. Alas, it seems this is not a traditional fantasy. Where's the system? System, dear father, are you not to make your appearance? Silence reigned. System, my dear brother, I spoke harshly just now. Please, show yourself. Loneliness enveloped him. System, great ancestor, come meet your grandson. A gust of wind blew past, accompanied by the cawing of crows outside. Goodness, could it be true? Not even a system? Am I in a world of mere mortals? This is dire. Luo Tian shook his head in resignation. But just then, buzz, a sound reverberated through his mind. What is this? He felt a flicker before his eyes, and suddenly, 9 resplendent tomes appeared within his consciousness. 9 volumes of celestial scriptures. Luo Tian was taken aback. The 9 volumes, like 9 radiant suns, hung suspended within his awareness that, my word, is this my golden finger? How extraordinary! With a thought, the first volume of the celestial scripture floated before him. Summary of the Heavenly Tao Scripture. A treatise on cultivation techniques. Features: unmatched speed of cultivation, unparalleled accumulation of spiritual energy, and unrivaled density of cultivated spiritual energy. Is it really that straightforward? Luo Tian, following the momentum, turned to the first page. Buzz! A wealth of information instantly merged into Luo Tian's memory. The Heavenly Tao Breathing Method, Body Refinement Chapter. Luo Tian was taken aback. Although he had just learned this technique, it felt as if it had been ingrained in him since birth. Can't turn the second page? Desiring to delve deeper, he found the Heavenly Tao Scripture remained immovable. Understood. It appears I must reach a breakthrough before I can access the second page. Nodding, he returned the sacred tome and summoned the second volume. Heavenly Tao Body Refinement Technique. Summary. An invincible method of body refinement, characterized by rapid cultivation speed and unparalleled power. Goodness, another invincible technique? Let's see the details. Luo Tian turned a page. Bang! As before, the content of the first page seamlessly entered his mind. The Heavenly Tao Body Refinement Technique, Body Refinement Chapter. Still unable to view the second page, Luo Tian nodded and summoned the third volume. Heavenly Tao Visualization Method. Summary. The most potent soul refining technique, characterized as invincible, truly devoid of any distinctive features. After absorbing this content, he called forth the fourth book. Heavenly Tao Body Technique. Summary. The strongest body technique of all time, defying the chaos of the heavens, impervious to all arts. The fifth volume followed. Avant le Tao Sword Technique, Summary, Invincible. Avant le Tao Fist Technique, Summary, Invincible. Heavenly Tao Palm Technique. Summary. Invincible. Heavenly Tao Blade Technique. Summary. Invincible. Heavenly Tao Spear Technique. Summary. Invincible. The contents of the first pages from the 9 volumes of the Heavenly Tao Scripture had all integrated into Luo Tian's memory. The 9 volumes return to their original positions. Well, since my golden finger has activated, it's time to commence my cultivation. Luo Tian sat cross-legged, preparing to practice the heavenly Tao breathing method. The scripture boasts so highly of this, I am eager to see just how invincible this breathing method truly is. As he spoke, he began his cultivation. Exhale, inhale. With each rhythmic breath, the spiritual energy within 100 meters of his room surged towards him like a tsunami. The spiritual energy condensed repeatedly in the air, ultimately transforming into the purest white currents flowing into his body. Soon after, buzz, 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 a series of spiritual lights erupted from within him. Why can't I absorb anymore? Luo Tian opened his eyes to inspect himself. What the? Am I already at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm? 9th stage? Luo Tian was astonished. Just moments ago, he had only possessed the cultivation of the 1st stage of the body refinement realm. In the time it took to take a mere dozen breaths, he had ascended directly to the pinnacle of the 9th stage. This speed of cultivation is indeed invincible. Luo Tian was left in sheer It appears that the potency of my unique ability far surpasses my initial expectations. Something feels amiss. My realm is unstable, and my meridians ache slightly. Is it that my rapid advancement has outpaced the strength of my body and meridians? Luo Tian, drawing from his memories, recognized the perilous nature of this situation, that if not managed properly, he risked the complete severance of his meridians and the destruction of his cultivation. Let me practice the heavenly body refinement technique. Luo Tian was already aware of the benefits bestowed by the 9 scrolls of heavenly scripture, and thus approached his training with utmost seriousness. The first chapter of the heavenly body refinement technique consists of 24 movements, each one rather peculiar. Consequently, during his initial practice, Luo Tian executed the movements with some hesitancy. However, upon completing all 24 movements, the pain in his meridians and body had nearly vanished. After just 1 round of practice, has my physical strength reached the average level of the 9th stage of body refinement? What if I repeat it a few more times? Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he commenced his 2nd round of practice. During the 2nd iteration, he distinctly felt a significant reduction in pressure compared to the first. The movements flowed much more smoothly, and he completed this round in half the time it took for the first. Onward, he proceeded through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 10th round. Upon completing the final movement of the 10th round, a resonating hum filled the air, and a radiant golden light emanated from within Luo Tian, enveloping him entirely. A protective golden aura? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. The golden aura signified that his physical strength had attained a certain level, one that far exceeded that of an ordinary body refinement practitioner. I recall that the last person in the history of Yefeng Kingdom to manifest a golden aura was Master Tianan. That individual seemed to be the foremost body cultivator in Yefeng Kingdom, ranking among the top 10 practitioners. Luo Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Had he truly achieved a T0 level strength in the annals of Yefeng Kingdom's history after such a brief period of training? Shall I continue practicing? After some contemplation, Luo Tian decided to embark on the 11th round. However, following this session of training, he did not sense any further enhancement in his power. It was evident that he had reached his limit. Next, I shall practice the heavenly movement technique. Luo Tian commenced his training. Approximately half an hour later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Tian's figure flickered at various locations within the room, ultimately returning to his original position. That I have a general understanding now, the first chapter of the heavenly movement technique is, astonishingly, teleportation. Alas, the teleportation distance is merely 10 meters. Luo Tian remarked with a shake of his head. Such a statement seemed rather presumptuous. The ability to teleport even a single meter would be considered a rare treasure. Yet he found himself dissatisfied with a mere 10 meters. Next, I shall delve into the heavenly fist technique. Initially, he intended to practice the sword technique, but regrettably, there was no sword available in the room, so he opted to begin with the fist technique. The body refinement section of the heavenly fist technique comprises only 9 strikes, known as the 9 dragon forms. Each punch he threw was accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, the air itself howling in response. This was a result of his concern for the room's integrity, as he endeavored to temper the force of his strikes. Had he unleashed his full power, it would have been nothing short of spectacular. After another half hour, he had thoroughly mastered the first volume of the Celestial Path fist technique. Just as he prepared to delve into other celestial scriptures, a voice called from outside. "Young master, the head of the family requests your immediate presence in the front hall." What is it?" Luo Tian replied, somewhat displeased. He had only just begun his training, and now he was being summoned. There are guests visiting, and the head of the family asks you to come at once. The voice hesitated before continuing. Very well, I understand. I shall be there shortly, Luo Tian responded, reluctantly pausing his practice. After donning a fresh set of garments, he made his way to the front hall. Young master. Before he could enter, a youth awaited him. Luo Rome? What's the matter? Luo Tian inquired, noticing the troubled expression on his attendant's face. Though the Luo family was numerous, they were remarkably united, and Luo Tian, as a wealthy heir, was known for his generosity. Thus, despite his lack of martial prowess, his peers in the Luo family held him in high regard. Young master, they are being utterly unreasonable. You should see for yourself. Luo Rong's eyes flared with indignation. Let me see what's going on. Luo Tian strode purposefully into the hall. Inside, seated in the main position, was a man clad in white robes. Beside him sat a young woman in blue, who lounged with her legs crossed, casting a disdainful glance around the room. All members of the Luo family, including the patriarch, Luo Feng, stood obediently before the two, many faces betraying their outrage. Father, I have arrived. What is it you wish to discuss? Luo Tian queried as he entered. Upon seeing his son, Luo Feng's expression revealed a hint of shame. Tianer, this is Elder Ming Xian from the Sword Xian sect, and he is the master of Lan Xiao. Luo Feng spoke in a hushed tone. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling information about Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao? The betrothed of a Lan family from Yinshui City? My heavens, could it be? Before he could gather his thoughts, Lan Xiao had already risen from her seat. Luo Tian, to be brief, I broke through to the Qi gathering realm last month and awakened a spiritual manifestation, thus becoming a true disciple under my master. You are aware of the engagement arranged by our elders due to their folly. However, I am now a distinguished figure within the Sword Xian sect, and do you truly believe that a mere waste, incapable of even advancing beyond the first level of the body, refinement realm, is worthy of me? With that, she regarded Luo Tian with a mocking expression. The members of the Luo family, witnessing such humiliation towards Luo Tian, could not mask their outrage. Nevertheless, the protagonist, Luo Tian, wore an expression of indifference. Oh, you wish to annul the engagement? What a trivial matter. Very well. Do you require me to draft a written agreement? Moreover, how much do you seek for emotional and youthful compensation? Just name your figure, Luo Tian inquired. This left Lan Xiao utterly bewildered. She had come to sever their engagement, yet the tone of his words was so caustic. Surely, this should be a source of embarrassment for Luo Tian. How could he agree to it so nonchalantly? Little did she know that Luo Tian harbored the mindset of a modern citizen of Blue Star. In his view, arranged marriages were inherently unreasonable. Even if Lan Xiao had not sought to annul the engagement, he would have found a way to dissolve the contract himself. Her initiative to come forth and withdraw their engagement had, in fact, alleviated a considerable burden for him. At present, Luo Tian was focused on expediting the resolution of this matter and sending Lan Xiao on her way. He still had several scrolls of celestial scriptures left to cultivate. There was no time to engage in idle chatter with her. However, just then, the young master indeed possesses great composure. Such magnanimity is truly commendable. A voice emerged from the crowd, praising Luo Rong. Indeed, to be both yielding and resolute is the hallmark of a true gentleman. An elder from the Luo family nodded vigorously, stroking his beard. It is indeed a blessing for our Luo family to have such a young master. Someone else lamented. Luo Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He merely harbored a dislike for Lan Xiao and the notion of arranged marriages. What were these people conjuring in their minds? On the other hand, Lan Xiao, witnessing this, felt a flicker of indignation in her eyes. Master, she turned, casting a look of grievance toward Ming Xian, who sat nearby. Ming Xian narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Luo Tian, do you intend to bide your time, waiting until you have achieved mastery in your cultivation to exact revenge on my disciple, Xiao? He asked Luo Tian coldly. I haven't, Luo Tian replied. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have traversed the world for decades. I have encountered all manner of individuals. You may possess great patience, but your schemes have long since been unveiled before me, Ming Xian remarked. Luo Tian clarified. No, you're overthinking this. Ming Xian continued. You cannot be so naive as to indulge in dreams of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Such naivety is utterly ridiculous. Luo Tian raised his hands in surrender. I truly haven't. You are reading too much into this. Ming Xi interrupted. Let me inform you, Xiao'er is extraordinarily gifted, and with a master like me, her future achievements are beyond your reach, no matter how hard you strive. Luo Tian nodded. Oh, then I congratulate her. As Ming Xian spoke, he had already approached Luo Tian. However, I'm a person who values stability in my actions. Even if there exists a 9 million risk, I must eliminate it. Therefore, I shall have to eliminate you here. Ming Xian declared. Huh. Luo Tian was left utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Having already agreed to break off the engagement, how could the other party wish to annul me instead? What illusions has this individual conjured? Is he out his mind? Mingxin, what are you planning to do? Luo Feng bellowed. Silence. With a mere wave of his hand, a chilling aura enveloped Luo Feng in an instant. A Luo Feng's complexion turned pale, and he found himself trembling uncontrollably. You have attained the void realm? Luo Feng stammered. In martial arts cultivation, the 5 primary realms are body refinement, qi gathering, spirit transformation, void mastery, and profound understanding. Luo Feng, currently at the 3rd level of spirit transformation, ranks among the top 3 in the entirety of Bianbei City. It has been a century since a practitioner of the void realm has graced Bianbei City. Yet, before him stood Mingxin, who was indeed a master of the void realm. This implies that he alone possesses the strength to dominate the entire northern edge of the city. And Ming Xian disdainfully addressed Luo Feng. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Luo Tian and stated, Luo Tian, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. I present you with 2 choices. First, I shall release you, but at the cost of annihilating your entire clan. Second, you may kneel before me, allowing me to cripple your meridians, sever your limbs, and extract your eyes and tongue. Yet your family may live. Such choices are steeped in malice, are they not? Lan Xiao'er, our families have a long-standing friendship, even if the marriage agreement falls through. It should not come to this, should it? Luo Feng gazed at Lan Xiao'er in despair, hoping she might utter a word to dissuade her master. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of malice flickered in Lan Xiao'er's eyes as she coldly retorted, Friendship? What friendship? It was merely your father who saved my grandfather's life. Did my grandfather implore you for assistance? Was it not your Luo family seeking to uphold its reputation that prompted such an act? You saved my grandfather. Yet your family gained renown in return. Therefore, my Lan family owes you nothing. Rofeng was so enraged that he felt blood rising in his throat. His family had devoted generations to treating others with the utmost sincerity, yet they were met with such disdain. So, have you made your choice? Mingxin remarked with a sinister grin. Young master, you must flee and avenge me in the future. I, Luorong, am not afraid of death. He bellowed. An elder of the Luo family, his face ashen, added, Indeed, we of the Luo family are made of iron and will stand tall in death rather than live on our knees, and we shall never succumb to coercion. Luo Tian, let us depart. What is there to fear in death? The members of the Luo family all exhibited a fearless resolve. This is not right. Luo Tian was taken aback by the unwavering solidarity of his kin. Although he was aware of their unity from his memories, their level of cohesion was astonishing. Mingxin, beside him, harbored a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The Luo family was resolute. Their tenacity posed a considerable complication. To mitigate any potential risks, he had resolved to annihilate them today, no matter the cost. Yet, before he executed his plan, he wished to toy with Luo Tian. Come now, Luo Tian. Will you choose to live or die? The choice is yours. He regarded Luo Tian with mocking eyes. Should Luo Tian opt for survival, it would shatter the resolve of the others. The one they fought to protect would be revealed as a coward. To kill was not merely to extinguish life, but to strike at the very heart. At that moment, Luo Tian was utterly speechless. Mingxin and Lan Xiao'er before him were both repugnant in their demeanor. All he desired was to return to his chamber and cultivate. Yet they were intent on exterminating his family? Such cruelty. Choose? I choose your mother. Luo Tian spat defiantly. Seek death. A fierce killing intent erupted in Mingxin's eyes as he struck towards Luo Tian with a palm. Luo Tian remained utterly indifferent. The way of heaven inhaled deeply, golden light enveloping him entirely. The heavenly boxing technique, the first form of the dragon fist, thundered forth. Opposite him stood a formidable practitioner of the void flight realm. 3 major levels above himself, Luo Tian dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness and unleashed his full strength. With a roar, as Luo Tian made his move, a golden dragon silhouette manifested above his fist, surging towards Mingxin. Eh? Mingxin was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. However, with a resounding crack, His arm was struck by the dragon's shadow, instantly severing several segments. How could this be possible? Mingxin exclaimed in a panic, narrowly evading Long Ying by swiftly darting to the side. However, the way of heavenly movement. Luo Tian lightly tapped his toes, instantly teleporting beneath Ming Xian. How could this be? When did Ming Xian's complexion changed abruptly? The swiftness of Luo Tian was such that he could not discern it clearly. Go to hell, Luo Tian roared, delivering a powerful uppercut. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Ming Xian's body, sending him soaring into the air and crashing through the ceiling of the Luo family hall with a resounding bang. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing skyward through the canopy. After a full 10 breaths, a thunderous crash echoed as Ming Xian's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. At that moment, half of Ming Xian's form had been obliterated, his death a harrowing sight. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, as everyone struggled to comprehend the scene before their eyes. This was a formidable practitioner of the Skyward Realm, a being capable of annihilating the entire Bay North City. How could he have been felled by just 2 punches from Luo Tian? Was this truly their wayward young master? In truth, it was not only them. Luo Tian himself was equally bewildered. Had he truly, as a mere body refinement realm cultivator, effortlessly slain a Skyward Realm opponent? It seemed the invincible reputation of the 9 Scrolls of Heaven was not mere empty boast. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Luo Tian's gaze shifted to the side, landing upon Lan Xiao'er. He approached her with measured steps. At that moment, Lan Xiao'er was also in a state of shock. This spectacle had far exceeded her understanding. The once despised scion of the Luo family now appeared as formidable as a monster. As Luo Tian drew near, Lan Xiao'er trembled, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Husband, she stammered. What just transpired was merely a jest. The crowd collectively reacted. Luo Tian regarded her with contempt, his voice cold as ice. Shut your filthy mouth. Who on earth is your husband? Lan Xiao'er's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions upon receiving his scorn, before finally gritting her teeth and declaring, Luo Tian, I warn you, do not even think of laying a hand on me. I am not only a true disciple of the Sword Xian sect, but I am also the woman of the crown prince of the Shenwu kingdom. Even if you are powerful now, in the eyes of the Shenwu royal mansion, your strength amounts to nothing more than that of an ant. Should you dare to harm me in any way, I assure you, your Luo family will be utterly eradicated. As Lan Xiao'er concluded her declaration, her voice grew increasingly frantic. The members of the Luo family, upon hearing this, also changed their expressions dramatically. The Shenwu king? How did this become entangled with the Shenwu king? An elder of the Luo family trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't the Shenwu king one of the top 10 most powerful figures of the current era in the Night Wind Kingdom? Luo Feng's face, too, bore a grave expression. Have you finished speaking? Luo Tian gazed at Lan Xiao'er. The latter nodded slightly. Bang! Luo Tian delivered a powerful kick, striking directly at Lan Xiao'er's dantian. Poof! Lan Xiao'er coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her vital energy dissipating in all directions. You have destroyed my dantian? She uttered, her voice trembling. Crack! Luo Tian remained silent, advancing towards her and crushing her arm beneath his foot. Lan Xiao'er let out a tragic scream. Luo Tian, with an expressionless face, raised his foot and with a series of sharp cracks, crushed Lan Xiao'er's legs and another hand. How ruthless! The scene left the members of the Luo family astounded. Luo Tian extended his hand, lifting Lan Xiao'er as if she were a lifeless dog. You worthless wretch, I grant you the opportunity. Whether it be the Jian Xian sect or the Divine Martial King S Manor, feel free to summon them. Within 3 months, let them come seek vengeance on my behalf. After 3 months, I shall personally descend upon the Lan family and annihilate your entire clan. Begone. With that, he flung Lan Xiao'er aside. Outside, members of the Lan family awaited to escort her away. Tian, why did you let her go? Luo Feng questioned. Concern etched across his face as he watched Lan Xiao'er depart. In his view, Luo Tian had merely released a tiger back into the mountains. Yet, Luo Tian merely smiled and replied, given the magnitude of today's events, even if I had not let her go, those who ought to know would still be aware. If those individuals are lurking in the shadows, it would only complicate matters. By allowing her to leave, I hope she will draw out our enemies, enabling me to deal with them all at once, thereby saving time and effort. With my prowess, I am virtually invincible. Why should I cower? It is time to revel. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by Luo Tian's remarkable strength. How have you become so powerful, young master? Luo Rong asked, admiration evident in his gaze. The others, too, regarded him with curiosity. After all, Luo Tian was notorious within the Luo family for his perceived ineptitude. Yet, the prowess he exhibited now was undeniable. I encountered a fortuitous event and reaped substantial benefits, Luo Tian replied. Indeed, the 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures were a rare treasure, one of the highest order. But let us set that aside for now. I must enter seclusion. Upon my return, I will elucidate everything. Father, I shall take my leave, Luo Tian declared. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, you may proceed with your retreat. We shall handle the remaining matters. As they watched Luo Tian depart, Luo Feng turned to the other elders. Esteemed colleagues, what course of action shall we take now? The Luo family, being a significant clan, required collective deliberation rather than unilateral decisions from the patriarch. The eldest elder, Luo Tong, spoke first. The Sword Xian sect is a second-tier force within the Night Wind Kingdom, boasting numerous experts in the Sky Ascendant's realm. There are even whispers of an ancient ancestor within their ranks who has secluded himself for years. As for the Divine Martial King's mansion, that is a true first-rate power, rivaling even the royal family of the Night Wind Kingdom. Particularly, the current Divine Martial King is rumored to have surpassed the 9th level of the Sky Ascendant's realm, with 1 foot poised at the threshold of the legendary Returning Ruins realm. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, gasping in shock. What? The Returning Ruins realm? It has been 5 centuries since such a powerhouse has emerged in our Night Wind Kingdom. If the Divine Martial King truly ascends to that level, the kingdom may face unprecedented upheaval. The Divine Martial Guards are the foremost military force in the Night Wind Kingdom. Any engagement would be beyond our capabilities to withstand. Our only glimmer of hope lies with Luo Tian. The assembly nodded in agreement. Consider this. How formidable is Luo Tian at present? The eldest elder inquired. All eyes turned to Luo Feng, who hesitated momentarily before responding. With 2 moves, he vanquished Ming Xian, suggesting his strength is around the 5th level of the Sky Ascendant's realm. The others nodded in concurrence. If Luo Tian can achieve the strength of the Returning Ruins realm during his seclusion, then the crisis facing our Luo family may well be resolved, the eldest elder concluded. Is it the realm of Guishu? Upon hearing this phrase, everyone wore a wry smile. This state had not been attained by anyone in the Kingdom of Night Wind for 5 centuries. Perhaps Luo Tian could reach it. But who knows how many years that would take? Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Alas, during this period, let all the family members return to safeguard Luo Tian's seclusion. The Grand Elder proposed. Indeed, we must not allow Luo Tian's retreat to be disturbed in any way. Another elder remarked. We can only hope that Luo Tian will conclude his seclusion within a month. Any longer, and troubles may arise. Luo Feng furrowed his brow as he spoke. Just then, Luo Tian entered the room. Father, I am hungry, he said. You haven't begun your seclusion yet? Luo Feng was taken aback upon seeing Luo Tian. Seclusion? I have completed it. I have already emerged, Luo Tian replied. What? The crowd was taken aback. Had it truly been less than an hour since Luo Tian had entered seclusion? How could he emerge so swiftly? Among practitioners, a retreat typically lasted a minimum of 2 weeks. Yet, Luo Tian had concluded his meditation in under an hour. What kind of pace was this? Tian, there is no need for such haste. Your primary focus should be on cultivation, Luo Feng advised, perceiving that Luo Tian was perhaps anxious about external threats, prompting his premature exit. However, Luo Tian shook his head and replied, Cultivation? I have already reached the limits of my current capabilities. Further practice would yield no benefit. Indeed. Within that brief span of an hour, he had completely mastered the remaining volumes of the 9 scrolls of heavenly scripture. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. The elder squinted at Luo Tian for a while, feeling a subtle shift within. Indeed, this child emanated a significantly stronger aura than before. The others were once again astounded. Tian, what realm do you currently occupy? Luo Feng inquired with a grave expression. The rest of the assembly leaned in, eager to hear his response. Me? I am merely at the body refinement stage, Luo Tian replied. The crowd reacted with disbelief. Luo Tian, are you jesting? You are at the body refinement stage? Who at that level could defeat a skyward opponent with mere fists? We are all family here. Do not make light of such matters. The second elder protested, visibly displeased. Luo Tian met his gaze and asserted, I truly am at the body refinement stage. If you do not believe me, watch closely. With that, he clasped his hands together, revealing his true level of cultivation. Everyone was taken aback, for they could sense that Luo Tian's realm was indeed limited to the body refinement stage. Yet, This made it all the more terrifying. Tianer, what extraordinary fortune have you encountered? Luo Feng inquired. Among those present, he was the most suitable to pose such a question. I have acquired a technique, a body refinement manual, and several martial skills, Luo Tian replied. Is this it? The crowd was left in utter astonishment. They had anticipated that Luo Tian had acquired some formidable treasure. Instead, it was merely martial techniques and skills. Luo Tian nodded affirmatively, saying, yes, indeed. I am currently at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Once I reach the Qi gathering stage, slaying the profound will be as simple as dispatching a dog. And confronting the void should pose no challenge. His words rendered the members of the Luo family speechless. Had it been anyone else making such claims, they would have deemed that individual mad. However, having just witnessed Luo Tian's terrifying prowess, they understood the veracity of his statement. Luo Tian, what resources do you require to break through to the Qi gathering stage? The family will spare no effort to assist you, declared the Grand Elder. What a jest. After reaching the Qi gathering stage, the Luo family would gain a powerhouse comparable to the void. What does that imply? It signifies that within the Nightwind Kingdom, the Luo family would be regarded as a top-tier force. Consequently, their safety would be assured, and the influx of various resources would multiply exponentially. Yes, I do require certain items, and I must trouble the family for assistance. As he spoke, Luo Tian produced a list and handed it to Luo Feng. These are the materials I need for my Qi gathering breakthrough, he stated. In martial cultivation, minor breakthroughs merely require the consumption of spiritual energy. However, significant breakthroughs necessitate a considerable array of materials to assist the process. Moreover, the more powerful the individual, the more complex and precious the materials required for their breakthrough. Unfortunately, cultivation is inherently an expensive endeavor. This list was derived from the Heavenly Path scripture. Luo Feng scrutinized the list for quite some time before passing it to the Grand Elder. Upon reviewing it, the Elder's brow furrowed in concern. Most of these items are manageable, but there are several materials that the family lacks. Indeed, it is likely that not even the entirety of Beibei City possesses them. He remarked. Oh, which materials are those? Luo Tian inquired. The Grand Elder pointed out, the first is the blood of a divine beast. The second is the primordial spirit crystal, and the third is the millennium stalactite. The family is powerless to procure these three materials, but the others can be obtained. Luo Tian's brow creased. Is that so? These three materials are irreplaceable. Their absence would undoubtedly complicate his future cultivation. Just then, the fourth elder of the Luo family suddenly spoke up. I happen to have some information regarding the blood of a divine beast. Oh, Luo Tian turned to him. The fourth elder said, it is rumored that within the Tiandang mountain range, there exists a mystical beast, a descendant of divine creatures. I wonder if its blood could be of use. Luo Tian immediately responded with delight. There is no issue, as long as it possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Even if it is somewhat diluted, it will suffice. The fourth elder hesitated, stating, however, the Tiandang mountain range is the domain of these beasts. For humans, even a powerful figure of the void realm would face perilous odds. Luo Tian chuckled. That is easily said. I shall undertake the journey myself. The others nodded in agreement. For Luo Tian's strength far surpassed that of the void realm, ensuring a successful endeavor. The third elder then spoke, speaking of a millennium stalactite. I know of a place that might hold one. Oh, where? The crowd inquired. The Daiming sect, renowned for their mastery in the art of geomancy, possesses an abundance of mineral veins. I recall hearing several years ago that they had sold a millennium-old stalactite, remarked the third elder. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, excellent. That leaves us only with the innate spiritual crystal. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng exchanged glances with several elders. What is it? Luo Tian asked. Luo Feng replied, Tianer, we are aware of the location of the innate spiritual crystal, but acquiring it may prove to be somewhat troublesome. What troubles are we facing? Luo Feng replied, the innate spiritual crystal is a rare entity that can only form under specific conditions. Once removed from that environment, it rapidly loses its spiritual essence and disintegrates into dust. In our Nightwind Kingdom, there exist several secret realms that harbor these innate spiritual crystals. However, these realms can only be accessed during particular times, and each is fiercely guarded by powerful factions. The Luo family, despite its standing in Beibei City, is not deemed worthy to enter. Indeed, while the Luo family is considered a prominent clan locally, on a national scale, we barely rank among the fifth tier. The disparity is considerable. So, which secret realm is about to open soon? Luo Tian inquired. The Ziwei secret realm of the Guiyuan sect will commence on the first day of next month, Luo Feng stated. The Grand Elder interjected. The Guiyuan sect is a first-rate sect within our Nightwind Kingdom, boasting 3 formidable experts in the transcendental realm. They occupy the Ziwei secret realm, but they do not monopolize it. Each year, they release a limited number of spots, yet our Luo family lacks the qualification to obtain one. At this juncture, he paused and added, of course, this pertains to the former Luo family. Now, with a master like Nightwind among us, the Luo family has indeed reached the threshold of a second-tier family in terms of peak combat power. Luo Tian nodded. I understand. I will retrieve these 3 items myself. But for the other resources, I shall rely on my father and the esteemed elders. The Grand Elder chuckled. What are you saying? It is our family's honor to have a genius like you. We will do everything in our power to ensure your success. Luo Tian is indeed the hope for their family's resurgence. With a smile, Luo Tian suddenly turned to Luo Rong, who was gazing at him with admiration. Luo Rong, if I recall correctly, your dream is to become a body cultivator, is it not? Luo Tian asked him. Indeed, replied Luo Rong. Luo Tian nodded and said, very well. I shall impart to you the 3 methods of body refinement. A shiver coursed through Luo Rong's body. He understood that the techniques Luo Tian was about to share were far from ordinary. As Luo Tian had just mentioned, his remarkable strength was a direct result of his unique cultivation methods. Could it be that, before he could ponder further, Luo Tian had already risen to his feet? Let us excuse ourselves, suggested the Grand Elder. The transmission of martial arts is an exceedingly private affair, especially when it pertains to such rare and formidable techniques. The Grand Elder was naturally aware of the need to maintain discretion. However, Luo Tian interjected, there is no need. The esteemed elders may observe. If it were an ordinary individual, Luo Tian would never reveal his secrets. Yet, after recent events, he recognized that the elders were trustworthy, and thus felt no need to conceal his methods from them. In an instant, everyone returned to their seats, their attention riveted upon Luo Tian, eager not to miss a single moment. What a tremendous opportunity this was. With a deep breath, Luo Tian swiftly executed 3 intricate postures for body refinement. Do you understand? Luo Tian inquired, gazing at Luo Rong. Yes, I comprehend. Luo Rong fervently nodded in agreement. Give it a try, Luo Tian said. Luo Rong took a deep breath and, relying on his memory, began to practice the posture that Luo Tian had just imparted. However, as he was only halfway through the first posture, he suddenly felt an unbearable force pulling at him, as if he were to be torn apart. Bang! With a muffled thud, he was propelled away by this immense power, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his lips. Everyone was taken aback. What a domineering body refinement technique! The Grand Elder's beard trembled slightly. Though he had not practiced it, his experience was undeniable. Just a fleeting glance was enough for him to recognize the terrifying nature of this technique. Tiangu. I struggled to rise with great difficulty, feeling a profound sense of guilt as I looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? When he practiced this body refinement technique, it had been effortless and enjoyable. How could it be that Luo Rong merely assumed his stance and he was left spitting blood? By all accounts, Luo Rong's innate talent should have surpassed his own. Had he perhaps misremembered? I shall also give this body refinement technique a try, declared the second elder. The second elder was one of the few formidable body cultivators within the Luo family. Following the previous instructions from Luo Tian, he attempted to execute the first movement of the heavenly Tao body refinement technique. However, his movements were exceedingly sluggish, and his complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. As he neared the conclusion of the first movement, he could no longer endure it. Thud, thud, thud. He was propelled backward by the force, stumbling back several paces before finally coming to a halt, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he did not spit blood. Second elder? The Grand Elder was taken aback. The second elder gasped for breath for a long time before exclaiming in astonishment, indeed, what an extraordinary body refinement technique. Just a single movement, and its effects have surpassed our Luo family's most formidable body refinement arts. My mere 10 seconds of practice has yielded more results than an entire day of my previous training. This left everyone in awe once again. Although they had long anticipated the formidable nature of the body refining technique imparted by Luo Tian, they were still unprepared for its sheer magnitude. Remarkably, this was merely a single movement. Alas, the difficulty of mastering this body refining method is exceedingly high, and the process of cultivation is fraught with agony. Without immense willpower, It is utterly impossible to endure. The second elder spoke solemnly. The crowd, filled with solemnity, all turned their gazes towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian, though labeled a wastrel by the world, has demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for enduring humiliation and hardship. Just how much pain have you silently borne? The Grand Elder looked at Luo Tian, his eyes brimming with moisture. Indeed, to withstand such torment and cultivation without revealing a hint of it. Such resilience and determination. In all my decades of life, I have never encountered. Luo Feng, you have truly raised a remarkable son. The second elder also expressed admiration. The eyes of everyone present shifted to Luo Tian, now filled with respect. Only Luo Tian appeared somewhat embarrassed. These individuals possess an extraordinary talent for imagination. He thought to himself. However, he began to grasp certain truths. The power of the heavenly body refining technique is indeed formidable. Yet, apart from himself, it seems arduous for others to cultivate it. It appears that my fortunate encounter is far more profound than merely possessing the 9 volumes of celestial texts. Young master, rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall dedicate myself entirely to mastering this body refining technique. Luo Rong said, gazing at Luo Tian with gratitude. But Luo Tian waved his hand and said, no need to call me young master. It sounds peculiar. Just call me Brother Tian. At this moment, Luo Rong hesitated, casting a glance at Luo Feng. Upon receiving a nod from the latter, he knelt on one knee and declared, yes, Brother Tian. Furthermore, I vow to never disclose this body refining technique. However, Luo Tian shook his head and said, there is no need for that. From this moment forth, these few methods of body refinement shall be regarded as the ancestral techniques of the Luo family. What? Tianer, are you truly serious? Luo Feng exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. He had just been contemplating the immense enhancement in strength that the Luo family members would experience if this body refining technique were entrusted to them. Yet, this was fundamentally Luo Tian's skill. Even though Luo Tian was his own son, he felt he could not take such liberties. To his astonishment, Luo Tian had proposed it himself. With a smile, Luo Tian responded, indeed, I am completely sincere. Additionally, I possess a breathing technique, a visualization method, as well as techniques for body movement, fist fighting, swordsmanship, knife techniques, and spear techniques, all of which shall also be included as the ancestral practices of the Luo family. Upon hearing the words, the elders were all stirred, rising to their feet, their gazes towards Luo Tian imbued with a newfound reverence. Meanwhile, Luo Tian took a paper and pen, inscribing the techniques and methods before handing them to Luo Feng. Naturally, he imparted only a singular technique from each discipline. Although the performance of the Luo family had been commendable, Luo Tian was not so naive as to divulge everything at once. Moreover, through the recent displays by Luo Rong and the second elder, he grasped an important truth. The cultivation difficulties of the techniques inscribed in the 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures were on a different plane for him compared to others. One technique was indeed sufficient for them. Was this breathing technique truly so masterfully crafted? Such a sword technique, how exquisite it is. I have wasted half my life. The footwork I practiced before, what utter rubbish. Tears streamed down the faces of the elders. Luo Tian approached Luo Feng. Father, this technique can be taught to the family members, but only if the practitioners possess commendable character. Furthermore, it must not be passed on to outsiders, he asserted. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, my son. I shall carefully select those worthy of cultivation. Very well. I shall now seek the 3 materials. During my absence, instruct the clan to remain dormant and avoid rash actions. I will return swiftly. Fear not, I have my own arrangements. Luo Tian acknowledged before stepping out of the hall. Luo Feng. It appears our family is destined for greatness this time, the elder declared with deep satisfaction, as night fell in Yushui City at the Blue family residence. The head of the Blue family, Lan Ming, was aghast upon seeing his daughter, Lan Shou'er, severely injured with broken limbs. My child, what has happened to you? Who has done this? Dad, it was Luo Tian, Lan Shou'er replied weakly. Luo Tian? That wretched little scoundrel? How could a mere waste inflict such harm upon you? Could it be that the old geezers of the Luo family intervened? Indeed, it must be so. Just wait, my daughter. I shall gather my men and raze the Luo family to the ground, leaving none alive. Lan Ming bellowed in fury. Father, do not go. The Luo family is dangerous. Lan Shou'er warned. Dangerous? What danger could the Luo family possibly pose? Lan Ming scoffed, for he was well acquainted with their capabilities. Even the strongest among them, Luo Feng, was slightly inferior to himself. My master perished at the hands of the Luo family, Lan Xiu'er disclosed. What? This revelation left Lan Ming utterly stunned. Lan Xiu'er's master, Ming Xian, was a formidable presence in the realm of aerial mastery. How could such an esteemed individual perish at the hands of the Luo family? Could it be that the Luo family harbors secrets yet unknown to him? Father, please hand me the communication talisman. I must inform the sect and the divine martial palace. Only they can aid me in avenging this injustice. Hatred glimmered fiercely in Lan Xiu'er's eyes. At the Sword Xian sect's main peak, panic ensued. Senior brother Huinan. Something terrible has happened. A middle-aged man clad in gray rushed into the main hall, visibly flustered. The sect leader, Huinan, slowly opened his eyes and regarded the newcomer with a furrowed brow. Han Feng, despite your age, you remain as reckless as ever. What has transpired? He inquired with a measured tone. Han Feng's expression darkened as he replied, Senior brother, the Lan family has sent word. Ming Xian has fallen at the hands of the Luo family in Beijing. What? At that moment, Huinan's expression shifted dramatically. To elaborate, Huinan exclaimed eagerly. Lan Xiu'er conveyed that she had instructed Mingxin to withdraw from the marriage with the Luo family. However, the Luo family, known for their tyrannical and unreasonable nature, not only outright refused the annulment, but also launched a surprise attack, resulting in the death of Mingxin's junior disciple and the crippling of Lan Xiu'er's cultivation. Furthermore, Luo Tian, the heir of the Luo family, brazenly declared that 3 months hence, he would assault our Jianxian sect, annihilating our disciples and extinguishing our sect's lineage. Han Feng remarked. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Huinan's eyes before he ultimately reined it in. What this woman spoke of must surely be exaggerated. She likely aims to incite us into action for her own benefit, Huinan stated. Han Feng, taken aback, scratched his head and replied, Indeed, senior brother, your wisdom is commendable. I had not considered this angle. So, if that is the case, should we just ignore it? A spark of determination flickered in Huinan's eyes as he responded, Ignore it? How could that be possible? Even if her claims are unfounded, the death of junior disciple Mingxin is an undeniable truth. This vendetta must be avenged, Han Feng immediately asserted. Exactly, we must seek retribution for our junior. He then proposed, Shall I descend the mountain now and eradicate the Luo family? Huinan cast a disappointed glance at Han Feng. When will you ever think critically? Junior disciple Mingxin possessed the cultivation of the 5th stage of the Yukong realm, prowess comparable to your own. If he has perished, what good would it do for you to venture forth? You would merely be courting death. After pondering, Han Feng nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Perhaps I should gather a few fellow disciples of the Yukong realm to accompany me? Huinan shook his head. No. It is unwise to act rashly without fully gauging the enemy's strength. Moreover, our sect is currently preoccupied with an important matter and cannot spare many disciples of the Yukong realm. Han Feng protested, If that approach is unfeasible, then what do you suggest we do? Huinan's gaze fell upon a nearby token inscribed with the characters Shenwu. I recall that Lan Xiu'er seems to have caught the eye of the Shenwu prince, does she not? Huinan remarked. Han Feng nodded. Indeed, there is such a circumstance. Huinan scoffed. Then let us entrust this matter to the Shenwu royal house. We shall lend them our strength, and in return, they ought to assist us. Han Feng's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Senior brother, brilliant. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Night Wind Kingdom, within the Shenwu royal house. Ah, how delightful. The slender figure of the Shenwu prince emerged from behind the curtains. Behind him, one could faintly discern 7 or 8 women, drained of life. Oh, the technique of my master truly yields remarkable results. A single night's endeavor equates to half a month of arduous training. Alas, they are merely mortal women. If only they were spirit bodies. The Shenwu prince contemplated, a smile creeping onto his face. Lan Xiu'er, after another 6 months of cultivation. Once I have completely drained her, she ought to aid me in reaching the spirit transformation realm. He, at just 20 years of age in the spirit transformation realm. The younger generation of the Night Wind Kingdom pales in comparison to me. I am the true genius. He turned his head, gazing at his delicate visage reflected in the bronze mirror, indulging in a moment of self-pity. Report, Your Highness the young master. A message from the Lan family and the Jianxian sect. A servant approached, presenting a communication talisman with both hands. The crown prince of the divine martial king flicked his finger, and a message talisman leapt into his grasp. What? Lan Xiu'er has been rendered useless? Upon absorbing the contents of the talisman, the crown prince's countenance shifted dramatically. How infuriating. That was my supplement, and I had yet to savor it. yet it has been squandered so carelessly. He paced fervently within the confines of the chamber, his once refined visage contorting into a grimace. Summon forth Wu Lingfeng at once, commanding him to lead the divine martial guards to annihilate Bian Beiqing. The crown prince of the divine martial king erupted in hysteria. The servant stood dumbfounded, stammering, "Slaughter." "The city?" The crown prince halted abruptly, seizing the servant by the arm and demanding, "What? Do you intend to disregard my command?" The servant hastily prostrated himself, exclaiming, "No. I would never dare. I shall attend to it immediately. Begone." The crown prince of the divine martial kingdom spoke coldly. "Hold on." Just as the individual was about to descend, a voice resonated. Following this, a burly middle-aged man appeared outside the door. The man, with his long hair and rugged beard, presented a stark contrast to the delicate and effeminate Prince Xinwu. "Father," the crown prince of the divine martial king knelt immediately on one knee. The visitor was none other than the current divine martial king of the Night Wind Kingdom. Upon casting a glance at the corpse concealed within the drapery, a look of disgust crossed the king's countenance. "Once again, these unorthodox matters." The crown prince, upon hearing this, lowered his head slightly, too afraid to utter a word. The divine martial king gazed at his son, shaking his head in resignation. "Listen well, my boy, we are at a critical juncture in our divine martial residence. No unexpected occurrences must arise. Countless eyes are watching us from beyond the gates. Even the slightest dispatch of a divine martial guard could incite considerable trouble. And you dare to contemplate a city slaughter? Do you wish to thwart our family's century-long ambitions?" The crown prince trembled under his father's reprimand. "Father, I was wrong. I shall not dare again," he stammered. The divine martial king regarded him with a sigh. "For now, you must endure this matter in silence. Once everything is concluded, you may proceed with your plans for the city. I shall not stand in your way." With that, he waved his hand and strode away. Only after the divine martial king had distanced himself did the crown prince slowly rise. Watching his father's receding figure, he managed to mutter a few words from the corner of his mouth. "Old wretch." The following day, within the depths of the Tiandang mountain range, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a figure being propelled outward. "Uncle Wu," a young boy called out, his voice trembling. "You three, don't mind me, flee quickly." Uncle Wu, a middle-aged man, was hurled away, bloodied and gravely injured. How unfortunate, he cursed inwardly. They were merely at the outskirts of Tiandang Mountain. Why did a beast of the spirit transformation realm appear? Today, he had taken his two nephews and a niece into the mountains for a hunt. His intention was to procure some demon beasts to repay debts and allow the children to practice their combat skills. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would be targeted by a demon wolf shortly after entering the mountains? They fought while retreating, and upon reaching this valley, they were finally caught, leading to an eruption of conflict. Or rather, it could not be deemed a battle, for in the blink of an eye, Uncle Wu had sustained severe injuries. This was a one-sided massacre. The colossal wolf demon raised its head and let out a howl towards the heavens. "Go, you few. Scatter and flee. Save as many as you can. I shall hold it off." Uncle Wu took a deep breath, resolute in his willingness to face death. Yet at that very moment, a voice echoed from above the valley. What a massive dog." Excuse me? Excuse me? What? In the valley?" For individuals and a wolf were all taken aback. Such a large creature. Is this wolf demon what they refer to as a dog? Who has lost their mind? To call this thing a dog? Roar. In the next moment, the wolf demon let out a fierce howl. With that furious roar, a tempestuous gust of blood-chilling wind surged forth, cleaving several massive trees in half. How terrifying. Among the four in the valley, the only girl was on the verge of tears. "Damn it, this fellow is angry. You all must flee," Uncle Wu shouted, dragging his body with the intention of using his life to hold back the wolf demon. Just then, whoosh, the figure above the valley leaped down from the air. What? Jumping down from the valley? Could he possibly be a practitioner of aerial mastery? Uncle Wu was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of hope lighting up his face. If a master of aerial prowess had arrived, perhaps they still had a chance of survival. Wait? No. Why is he merely plummeting down? Is he attempting to commit suicide from such a height? Uncle Wu quickly sensed something was amiss. The individual showed no signs of slowing down as he descended, entirely unlike the graceful flight of an aerial master. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous sound echoed as the figure crashed heavily into the valley below, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the confusion, the crowd was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, it was even more exhilarating than bungee jumping. From the swirling smoke and dust, a voice emerged, followed by the appearance of a figure, none other than Luo Tian. What? He survived such a height? Uncle Wu was taken aback. Is this man's body forged from bronze and cast iron? Luo Tian brushed off the dust from his attire, glanced at Uncle Wu, and then at the wolf demon. Unable to restrain himself, it appears much larger up close. May I inquire, is this creature a divine beast? Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu replied, this is the Black Wind Wolf Demon, a beast of the demon realm, not a divine beast. Luo Tian's expression fell, disappointment washing over him. I thought my luck was extraordinary. Turns out it's merely a demon beast. Begone. He waved dismissively at the wolf demon. This left the four individuals and the wolf once more in a state of shock, particularly Uncle Wu. What is this nonsense? Even if it is not a divine beast, it is still a wolf demon of the spirit transformation realm. In the outside world, it would be enough to instill fear in an entire region. This young man truly regards it as a mere dog? The wolf demon, infuriated, glared at Luo Tian with murderous intent. Wait, it can speak. Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment. I will tear you apart. By heavens, it truly speaks. Did you all hear that? Luo Tian looked at Uncle Wu with excitement. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment. For a demon beast of the spirit transformation realm, having developed intelligence and the ability to speak is quite normal. But this is not the time for such discussions. I will hold this creature off. You all must flee. Young brother, you two should escape. With that, he stumbled towards Luo Tian. Meanwhile, the wolf demon had already raised its claws, preparing to strike at Luo Tian. Little brother, Uncle Wu exclaimed, unable to suppress his urge to turn away. Unable to bear the sight any longer. To be struck at such close range by a wolf demon of the transformation realm was a fate even the most skilled practitioners could hardly evade. Yet, as a gust of wind swept through, an unusual stillness enveloped the valley. Uncle Wu, look, the young girl suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. Uncle Wu was taken aback. Slowly turning his head to see Luo Tian standing in place, facing him, maintaining the same posture as before. However, now he bore a colossal wolf's claw upon him. The strike from the demon wolf had failed to budge him. In that moment, Uncle Wu was bewildered. It is known that the force of the demon wolf's strike could shatter stone and break monuments. Yet, despite being struck, Luo Tian not only remained unscathed, but didn't even flinch. Was he still human? At that moment, Luo Tian slowly turned his head towards the wolf demon, his expression growing increasingly cold. How dare you strike me? Luo Tian said in a chilling voice. Woof. The wolf demon was struck by the gaze of Luo Tian. It's for standing on end. Before it stood a mere human, devoid of any formidable aura. Yet, at that moment, the wolf demon was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. It felt as though it confronted not a human, but a towering, formidable fiend of unimaginable terror. Flee. This was the primal instinct that surged within. With that thought, the wolf demon wasted no time and turned to escape. At this moment, the others were utterly perplexed. They had just fled for their lives from the formidable wolf demon, with fifth uncle even contemplating sacrificing himself for the sake of the other's survival. Yet, how could such a powerful wolf demon be so utterly intimidated by a mere glance from this young man? Could it be that they had encountered an otherworldly master? Fifth uncle pondered inwardly. Meanwhile, as the wolf demon fled, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The Tao of Heaven's movement technique. In the next moment, he appeared before the wolf demon. The wolf demon jumped in fright, nearly losing control. What on earth? How did this being appear before him? And why was everything so unclear? Little did he know, it was the technique of the heavenly path, instantaneous movement. The first form of the dragon fist. Meanwhile, Luo Tian tightened his fist. Clang. A dragon's silhouette manifested upon his knuckles. Whoosh. A terrifying aura began to envelop the surroundings. Death. In that instant, the wolf demon envisioned its own tragic demise, utterly powerless to resist. Thud. In the next moment, the wolf demon crashed to the ground, its head striking the earth repeatedly. Senior, please spare me. Senior, I beg you. The wolf demon cried, its voice tinged with desperation. Witnessing this scene, the others stood in utter bewilderment. Uncle Wu, am I still dreaming? A young man remarked. No, that cannot be, Uncle Wu replied. A wolf demon at the transformation realm. Bowing and apologizing? I must be losing my mind, the youth exclaimed. On the other side, Luo Tian, observing the wolf demon's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. You do respond rather swiftly, he remarked, waving his hand to dismiss the dragon form. Whoosh. The wolf demon, Seeing this, finally exhaled in relief. The pressure from that dragon fist was overwhelmingly intense. Senior, I was in the wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please, grant me my life. The wolf demon continued to plead. Luo Tian glanced at him and inquired, Tell me, are you a local demon of Tianyang Mountain? Local demon? Uncle Wu and the others exchanged bewildered looks. This notion was rather novel. Yes, I was born here, the wolf demon hurriedly responded. Are there any divine beasts in Tianyang Mountain? Luo Tian asked. Divine beast? A flicker of wariness crossed the wolf demon's eyes. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, once again condensing his dragon-shaped fist. Ignorance should be met with dire consequences, he declared, preparing to strike. Wait, hold on. I know. The wolf demon hastily prostrated itself. Luo Tian's heart soared with joy. Excellent, then lead the way. With that, he leaped onto the wolf demon's back. Farewell, my friends, until we meet again by fate. Luo Tian waved goodbye while riding the wolf demon, leaving a few individuals in disarray amidst the wind. Is he a celestial being? The young girl murmured to herself. Luo Tian sat cross-legged atop the demon wolf, soaring at a remarkable speed toward the heart of Tianyang Mountain. By the way, what does that divine beast look like? Luo Tian inquired, gripping the wolf's fur. He is the king of the demon beasts of Tianyang Mountain, originally a 5-colored divine bull, born in the spirit transformation realm, and now has reached the 5th level of the profound realm, replied the wolf demon. Profound realm demon beasts? Luo Tian nodded slightly. Might I ask, esteemed elder, what business you have with him? The wolf demon cautiously probed. Oh, nothing of great importance, just a little matter to request of him, Luo Tian replied. Upon hearing this, the demon wolf breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. I must warn you, esteemed elder, the strength of the demon king is formidable, and his temperament is exceedingly volatile. Moreover, he possesses a particular disdain for humans. Exercise caution when you meet him, cautioned the wolf demon. Luo Tian nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I am a very amiable person. Amiable? The wolf demon silently cursed. It had nearly been crushed by a single punch from him, yet he still considered himself amiable? Nevertheless, such thoughts were not words the wolf dared to voice to Luo Tian, though the Tianyang mountain range was vast. The wolf demon was well acquainted with the route and moved swiftly. In the span of half a day's time, they arrived at the core region of Tianyang Mountain. Esteemed elder, just ahead lies the territory of the Demon King. Please, exercise utmost caution and do not provoke him. The consequences of his wrath can be quite severe. The wolf demon clearly held a deep-seated fear of the 5-colored divine bull. Understood. Luo Tian nodded and continued down the path. As he walked, he noticed the surrounding flora flourishing with exuberance. Occasionally, he caught sight of rare spiritual herbs and celestial fruits, naturally exuding spiritual energy. These treasures were collected by the Demon King. It is advisable to merely observe them and refrain from picking any. There was once a beast of the transcendence realm that attempted to steal from the celestial fruit tree, only to be discovered by the Demon King and met a gruesome fate. The wolf demon explained. Luo Tian was taken aback, expressing his astonishment. Oh, even a fellow of the transcendence realm can be slain? The wolf demon nodded affirmatively. Indeed. You must understand, the bloodline of divine beasts possesses an unparalleled power. In terms of the same realm, a divine beast can contend with 5 ordinary beasts, and this is considering the Demon King's bloodline is not pure. A pure-blooded 5-colored divine ox possesses even greater strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Just then, a resonant voice echoed, Who dares to intrude upon my territory? The wolf demon trembled slightly and promptly replied, My lord Demon King, I have a human elder who wishes to pay his respects and has matters to discuss. Humans? The voice deepened, instantly imbued with a hint of ire. The wolf demon trembled involuntarily, its body leaning slightly as it braced itself for a hasty retreat. Come in. Fortunately, the tone softened once more. Thankfully, the Demon King appeared to be in a rather good mood. The wolf demon exhaled, carrying Luo Tian to the dwelling of the Demon King. As Luo Tian surveyed the surroundings, he beheld a divine spring bubbling forth, surrounded by an abundance of celestial herbs. Perched upon the branches were 2 rows of elegant songbirds, serenely singing their melodies. Amidst the aquatic flora lay a massive white spirit stone, continuously exuding ethereal energy. Resting atop the stone was a magnificent multicolored divine bull, far larger than a locomotive, voraciously inhaling and exhaling spiritual essence. Senior, this is our Demon King. Remember, choose your words wisely. Utter not a single syllable that is inappropriate. The the wolf demon cautioned. His concern was not for Luo Tian, but rather for his own well-being. After all, he had witnessed the formidable power of the Demon King firsthand. Should that being unleash its wrath, he feared he would be reduced to mere ashes. Rest assured, Luo Tian replied with a nod. On the other side, the five-colored divine bull slowly raised its head, gazing at Luo Tian with astonishment. A human at the body refinement stage? You seek something from me? Luo Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The five-colored divine bull snorted, speak. The wolf demon was elated. It was well known that the five-colored divine bull had a notoriously irritable temperament and harbored a deep disdain for humans. The fact that it was so accommodating today was rather unexpected. It seemed that safety was assured, the wolf demon mused. I wish to draw some of your blood, Luo Tian stated. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the previously singing sparrow demon ceased its chirping. That was the Demon King, the divine beast, the absolute sovereign of the Tiandang mountain range. A mere human dares to enter and profess such intentions in its presence? Senior, have you lost your mind? Drawing blood from the Demon King? Do you think this is akin to purchasing soft tofu? The wolf demon whispered, filled with regret for having consented to bring Luo Tian inside. Meanwhile, the five-colored divine bull was taken aback. You wish to draw my blood? Luo Tian nodded and produced a vial from his spatial ring. Yes, just this amount will suffice. You even brought a vial? The wolf demon nearly fainted. Was this individual suffering from delusions? Hadn't he already warned him about the Demon King's foul temper? Yet, he still dared to utter such words? The Demon King, enraged yet amused, emitted a thunderous laugh. You wish to draw my blood, and you bring a vial? Very well. Human brat, if you possess the ability, come and take it. Luo Tian nodded. All right. He then lightly sprang from the wolf demon, landing before the five-colored divine bull. This fellow actually went. Is he truly foolish? The wolf demon stared in disbelief at Luo Tian. With a swift motion, Luo Tian unsheathed his sword, aiming directly at the back of the five-colored divine bull. The divine bull cast a cold glance at Luo Tian, a hint of derision flickering in its eyes. This reckless human dares to seek my divine blood. My body, fortified like bronze and iron, cannot be pierced even by divine weapons. If he dares to make a move, my protective aura will obliterate him. As the five-colored divine bull contemplated how Luo Tian would meet his demise, suddenly, Luo Tian plunged his sword through the protective aura and skin. In an instant, vibrant blood gushed forth from the wound. The wolf demon, along with the sparrow demon perched in the tree, was left in utter shock. Is the Lord in such a good mood today? He actually dissipated his aura, allowing the human to draw blood? Did he do it willingly? It seems to me that the human broke through the aura with his sword. Are you out of your mind? You know how immense the Lord's physical strength is. If it were not for his own initiative, how could anyone possibly harm him? A few sparrow demons chattered away. Meanwhile, the multicolored divine bull, pierced through its body, felt its aura surge violently. Damn human, you seek death. It bellowed, attempting to rise. However, on the other side, Luo Tian's vial had only collected a mere drop of blood. As he observed the multicolored divine bull preparing to stand, his brow furrowed. And with a flick of his hand, an enormous golden palm, even larger than the divine bull, materialized before him. The heavenly Tao palm technique. Don't move. Bang. A golden palm pressed down on the back of the multicolored divine ox. Boom. The multicolored divine ox had barely risen halfway when it was forcefully smacked back down. What? The five-colored divine ox was taken aback. As that palm descended, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon his back. This fellow was concealing his strength. It was only now that the five-colored divine ox realized something was amiss. Anger surged within his eyes. Damn human, get away from me. The five-colored divine ox let out a roar. With a sudden surge of energy, he stood up against the heavenly Tao palm technique of Luo Tian. I told you to remain still. Why are you still moving? Kneel down. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, golden light shimmering around him. Boom. In an instant, the golden palm swelled to twice its size. Crack. A sharp sound echoed from the five-colored divine ox's body, and his massive form crashed back to the ground. This actually broke my bones? The five-colored divine ox was astonished. With just one strike, he had sustained multiple fractures. To what terrifying extent did this human's power reach? It is known that the bodies of demonic beasts are inherently stronger than those of humans, and the physical strength of divine beasts surpasses that of demonic beasts by several folds. What kind of monster is this human who could shatter my bones with a single blow? What purpose does he have in coming here? In an instant, The five-colored divine ox dared not move any longer and obediently lay on the ground. Ah, isn't this much better? At this moment, Luo Tian had collected a vial of the five-colored divine beast's blood and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your divine blood. Luo Tian turned to leave. Is he leaving just like that? The five-colored divine ox was taken aback. He had assumed that Luo Tian came here for some ulterior motive. Yet who would have thought that after collecting the divine blood, he would simply walk away? Stop. The five-colored divine bull called out as he gazed at Luo Tian's retreating figure. What is it? Luo Tian turned around to face him. The five-colored divine bull stared at Luo Tian with a watchful expression. Who are you really? What is your true intention? Speak plainly. Do not toy with me any longer. Even if I must perish, I demand clarity, he declared, fixing his gaze upon Luo Tian. What? Perish? Did the esteemed one just mention death? Luo Tian thought, astonished. Indeed. Did the Great Barrier not just disperse the vital energy of the surroundings? Yet, how could this be? The esteemed one is a divine beast of the transcendence realm. Could it be that this human youth is of the returning ruins realm? Several sparrow demons looked at Luo Tian in shock. In response to the five-colored divine bull's words, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I am Luo Tian. I have already stated that I merely wish to borrow a drop of your divine blood. As for anything beyond that, I harbor no interest. Observing Luo Tian's demeanor, the five-colored divine bull sensed sincerity and felt somewhat reassured. However, a moment later, as he experienced an intense pain coursing through his body, he became furious once more. Borrow? Is there such a way to borrow? First, you shatter my protective energy. Then you break my bones. He gritted his teeth. Luo Tian shrugged and replied, I warned you not to move, yet you insisted on squirming. Is that my fault? You. The five-colored divine ox was momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Forget it. Forcibly taking your divine blood would indeed be unjust. Instead, consider this a favor owed to you. Should you require assistance, you may seek me at the Luo residence in the North Border City, and I shall lend my hand on your behalf. To extend his aid for the five-colored divine ox was no trivial matter, were it anyone else uttering such words. The five-colored divine ox would undoubtedly scoff at the notion. With his formidable strength, did he truly need assistance from another? Yet, Luo Tian's proposition sparked a glimmer of interest in the five-colored divine ox. Are you serious? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Luo Tian. Naturally, Luo Tian nodded. Very well. I shall now ask you to lend me your strength for once, the five-colored divine ox declared. Luo Tian was taken aback. So soon? What? Do you wish to reconsider? The five-colored divine bull snorted. Luo Tian shook his head and replied, Of course not. Speak. How shall we proceed? Follow me. The five-colored divine ox proclaimed, turning to depart. Soon, the man and the ox arrived at a desolate expanse. This place was unlike any other within the Tiandang Mountain. While the other areas of Tiandang Mountain brimmed with spiritual energy and were adorned with abundant spiritual herbs, here lay a barren wasteland, scorched earth devoid of any vegetation. Look over there. The five-colored divine bull pointed with a hoof. Luo Tian followed the gesture and beheld a solitary earthen mound rising amidst the scorched earth, upon which stood a rusted ancient sword. The five-colored divine bull inhaled deeply and approached the desolate grave, charging its horns toward the ancient blade. However, with a thunderous roar, a burst of flames erupted, sending the five-colored divine bull hurtling hundreds of feet away, crashing heavily against the rocky cliff, nearly fracturing the precipice itself. At this moment, Luo Tian was taken aback as he witnessed the multicolored divine ox approaching with unsteady steps. I implore you to either shatter that sword or extract it. Should you succeed, we shall be even, the multicolored divine ox declared. Luo Tian cast a glance at the solitary grave and the ancient sword, then turned his gaze back to the divine ox, inquiring, Whose sword is that? And who lies in the grave? The divine ox scoffed. That is of no concern to you. Simply state whether you will assist. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tian nodded. Very well, having given my word. It would be illogical to retract it. With that, he approached the ancient sword. It has rusted to such a state. Luo Tian observed for a moment before reaching out towards the ancient sword. However, in an instant, boom, a flash of fire erupted, and a formidable force surged towards Luo Tian. Bang! His hand was abruptly thrust back several feet, causing him to stagger half a step. The five-colored divine ox felt a tremor in his heart upon witnessing this scene. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the ancient sword, Each attempt he made to touch it resulted in being violently repelled. Yet, Luo Tian had only been pushed back a mere step. Just how powerful was this individual? Was he truly human? On the other side, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a marvel! Is this the essence of sword intent? Such might, even without a master to wield it? The owner of this sword must be extraordinarily powerful. He mused in astonishment. However, recognizing that it was indeed sword intent, he understood that forceful acquisition would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he silently activated the heavenly Tao sword technique. In an instant, his aura underwent a profound transformation. Why does this person suddenly exude such a fierce presence? The five-colored divine ox thought, becoming increasingly alarmed. He realized that this human before him seemed to harbor countless secrets. Bang! Meanwhile, Luo Tian's hand had already clasped the ancient sword. He had not been attacked. The five-colored divine ox's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed with excitement. This was the first time he had witnessed someone touch the ancient sword without facing repercussions. Come forth, Luo Tian commanded, exerting force to draw the sword. Clang! The ancient sword emitted a resounding cry as it was swiftly pulled from its resting place atop the solitary grave. Boom! As the sword was liberated, a terrifying blaze of sword intent surged skyward, instantly tinting the heavens crimson. Halt your reckless behavior, Luo Tian bellowed, reactivating the heavenly Tao sword technique. Buzz! In an instant, the fiery sword intent was forcefully repressed back into the ancient sword. Far beyond the distant Tiandang mountain, amidst a sea of white clouds, a disheveled middle-aged man, clutching a gourd, was indulging in a drunken spree. Suddenly, he paused, turning his gaze towards a distant point. Who has drawn my sword? Is this a lack of respect? He exclaimed, preparing to soar forward. However, he appeared to be inebriated to the point of incapacity, plummeting directly from the clouds to the ground with a heavy thud. Boom! The impact resembled that of a meteor striking the earth, creating a massive crater upon landing. Oh, it seems I truly overindulged. The divine brew of the Yaoqi is no trifling matter. Well, I concede defeat. The one who drew my sword may be impressive, but I shall take my rest now. With that, he collapsed into the pit, falling into a deep slumber. Beside the sleeping drunkard in the crater stood a dozen men dressed in black, adorned with embroidered serpent patterns. Master, this fellow has trespassed upon our domain. Should we expel him? One of the black-clad men ventured. Upon hearing this, the master shot him a fierce glare and retorted, Are you blind? Take a closer look at the sword in his hand. The black-clad man was taken aback, glancing at the sword once more, and felt a tremor run through him. The broken sky sword? He cast a fleeting glance at the man, his voice icy as he commanded, If you understand, then remain silent and refrain from courting trouble. The man in black immediately lowered his head. Inform all the disciples to refrain from approaching this place until he has sobered up, for if he succumbs to his drunken rage, no one but our leader will be able to rein him in, the master declared. Indeed, responded the figure cloaked in black. Meanwhile, in the Tiandang mountain range, the sword appeared to be an ordinary iron blade. However, the lingering sword intent was so potent that it endowed this mundane weapon with an astonishing power. Luo Tian contemplated the rusted sword in his grasp. Could the sword intent truly stain half the heavens? I wonder how my own sword intent measures up now. With this thought, Luo Tian unsheathed his personal sword, inhaled deeply, and struck upward toward the sky. The clash resonated. The sword energy surged forth, soaring into the heavens. Whoosh! The howling wind sliced through the clouds, cleaving them asunder. The five-colored divine bull, upon witnessing this sword, was utterly convinced. If just a moment ago, Luo Tian had used this very sword to draw blood from himself, he would likely be in a dire state now. It appears he truly showed mercy. Alas, it seems I am indeed too weak, Luo Tian sighed helplessly. By the heavens, the five-colored divine ox silently cursed in his heart. Is this truly weak? This rusted sword still harbors a considerable amount of sword intent. It is likely usable 3 times. I shall keep it for future purposes. As Luo Tian spoke, he stowed the rusted sword into his spatial ring. Just as he was about to converse with the five-colored divine ox, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Suddenly, from the desolate grave beneath his feet, a hand emerged. What is this? Luo Tian was startled and quickly leaped aside, preparing to strike. Wait, do not act. At that moment, the five-colored divine ox hurriedly approached and, with a thud, knelt before the grave. Mother, she exclaimed, and then broke into tears. However, why weep for your mother's demise? She is not yet departed from this world. From the grave emerged a woman's voice, and then a hand parted, as a figure crawled forth from within. This is. Luo Tian gazed at the woman before him, momentarily taken aback. The woman appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age. However, atop her head sprouted a pair of horns, and a large copper ring adorned her nose. Coupled with the fact that the five-colored divine ox referred to her as mother, it was evident that she was a cow demon in human form. Mother, after 500 years, I finally see you again, the five-colored divine ox exclaimed as it rushed towards her. Yet, with a resounding slap, the woman sent the five-colored divine ox flying. How dare you speak so brazenly? After 500 years, you finally come to rescue me. If you had delayed another century or so, I would have been sealed away for eternity. The woman bellowed in fury. I apologize, murmured the five-colored divine ox, appearing as innocent as a child. 500 years? Mother and child? Luo Tian gazed at the woman and the five-colored divine ox, his expression riddled with confusion. The five-colored divine ox cast a glance at Luo Tian and scoffed. Well, although you took a vial of my divine beast blood, you also rescued my mother, so we are even. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, a resounding slap echoed as the woman struck the five-colored divine ox away. Mother, why do you keep hitting me? The five-colored divine ox exclaimed. A look of grievance etched on its face. The woman retorted, hitting you? That is too lenient. Someone saved your old mother. And you think a mere vial of divine beast blood settles everything? Do you truly believe that a single vial is worth more than your mother? The five-colored divine ox fell silent, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, the woman swiftly approached Luo Tian, clasping his hands with fervor and shaking them incessantly. Through tears and snot, she lamented, Benefactor, I have been sealed in a grave for 500 years. I thought I would perish within. To my astonishment, you intervened and freed me, allowing me to see the light of day once more. This gratitude and affection I can never repay. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. I bow to you, dear brother. With that, she prostrated herself before him. Mother, why are you kneeling before this human? The five-colored divine ox exclaimed, a dark cloud of dismay upon its face. Yet again, a sharp slap landed on the head of the five-colored divine ox. Can you not speak? What do you mean by human? He is my esteemed uncle, the woman scolded. As the five-colored divine ox was about to speak, it caught sight of the glimmering cold light in the woman's gaze. Startled, the five-colored divine ox reluctantly uttered, Great uncle. Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words. What was this situation? He had casually drawn a sword, only to discover he had gained a sister and a nephew who was a bull, no less. Moreover, this woman had been sealed away for over 5 centuries, with her actual age likely even greater. Such a person dared to address him as big brother? What exactly is going on? Luo Tian inquired. The woman sighed and replied, Big brother, I have a name among the human race, Niu Tai Chui. And my son also bears a human name, Niu Wufang. Luo Tian's lips twitched slightly as he raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, What splendid names. These two truly were geniuses in the art of naming. Sister Tai Chui continued, Our clan, the five-colored divine cattle, originally resided in the southern region. In my youth, due to unforeseen circumstances, we fled to the northern region and settled in the Tiandang mountain range. Upon reaching adulthood, I became the demon king of the Tiandang mountain range, a time when our clan was at its zenith. Even the royal family of the Night Wind Kingdom had to show me some respect. However, this prosperity did not last long. 500 years ago, a drunken human sword immortal passed through Tiandang Mountain and coveted my divine beast bloodline, desiring to take me as his steed. When I refused, he carelessly sealed me in a grave with a single strike of his sword, claiming I would remain sealed for 1,000 years unless someone could pull out the sword. But, big brother, I have less than 700 years left to live. Had you not rescued me, I would surely have perished in that seal. You are my savior. Luo Tian nodded slightly, grasping the situation's context. Meanwhile, Niu Tai Chui wiped her tears and asked, By the way, dear brother, I still do not know your name or where your celestial abode lies. Luo Tian sighed. I hail from Bianbei City, and my name is Luo Tian. Niu Tai Chui slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Ah, no wonder you are my brother. Such a name exudes power. What is our father's name? Luo Tian placed a hand on his forehead, clarifying, Let me be clear, that is my father. His name is Luo Feng. Niu Tai Chui nodded. Oh, I shall remember. Now, dear brother, how did you come to Tiandang Mountain? With a sense of helplessness, Luo Tian recounted the matter concerning the materials he needed. Upon finishing, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Jinxian sect? What a pitiful faction, daring to provoke my brother. I have never heard of them. Wu Fong, do you know of this Jinxian sect? Luo Wu Fong lowered his head and replied, I have heard of them. They rose to prominence 400 years ago. Rather arrogant. A century ago, a newly enlightened individual came to Tiandang Mountain, intending to capture me as a battle pet, but I nearly beat him to death, forcing him to flee. Luo Tian scoffed, such audacity. Dear brother, shall I send your nephew to Jinxian sect to settle the score? Luo Tian paused, shaking his head. No, I shall handle this matter myself. He pondered for a moment, then an idea struck him. If you truly wish to assist, you could guard the Luo family in Bianbei City for a few days. I will be away for a short while, and I worry that some ill-fated individuals may trouble my family. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared, Rest assured, dear brother. I shall take full responsibility for the matters concerning our Luo family. Whoever dares to provoke us, I guarantee they shall meet a fate worse than death. Luo Tian, feeling exasperated, could only shake his head at his sister's audacity. By the way, dear brother, if you require the blood of a divine beast for your breakthrough, I must inform you that the divine bloodline of Luo Wu Fong is rather diluted. It would be wiser to utilize mine. As she spoke, she effortlessly sliced her wrist, and a copious amount of blood, shimmering with a five-colored radiance, flowed forth. Though Luo Wu Fong's divine blood appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to that of Luo Tian. Before long, a vial brimming with divine blood was presented to Luo Tian. Here you go, brother. Use this freely. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to call upon me. I can provide as much as you need. Luo Tian said earnestly. This act stirred something within Luo Tian. Very well. I shall not decline. I will accept this blood. He then stored the precious liquid within his spatial ring. Are you hungry, dear brother? I shall prepare a feast forthwith. Feel free to select any magical beast from the Tiandang mountain range. I will swiftly dispatch it to ensure your meal is ready. Or perhaps you would like to sample your beloved nephew. Luo Tian inquired enthusiastically. Mother, Luo Wu Fong exclaimed in a flustered manner. He could sense that if Luo Tian were to speak, Luo Tian might very well slice off a piece of him. Luo Tian's expression was equally grim. Luo Tian was being a tad too enthusiastic. No need for that. I am pressed for time and must head to the dimming sect, Luo Tian declared. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The dimming sect? That's easily arranged. I will summon a fire sparrow to take you there. The fire sparrow is the swiftest, and you should arrive at the dimming sect within half a day. Luo Tian's eyes brightened. Thank you so much. Before long, under Luo Wu Fong's command, a colossal fire sparrow soared into the sky, carrying Luo Tian with it. Safe travels, brother. Luo Tian called out as he waved. Once Luo Tian's figure had disappeared from sight, Luo Wu Fong huffed. Mother, even if that lad saved you, must it come to this extent? Luo Wu Fong was somewhat agitated. Luo Tian's smile gradually faded, replaced by a stern countenance. Do you think your mother inherently craves to call others brother? My actions are merely an attempt to secure a protector for both you and me, Luo Tian replied coldly. Huh, a protector? That lad. Luo Wu Fong was taken aback. Luo Tian glanced at his son and snorted, What do you think of his strength? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wu Fong replied, I believe he is stronger than me, but not as formidable as you were in your prime. However, unlike ordinary humans, this fellow possesses remarkable physical resilience. Luo Tian nodded. His current physical strength is such that you would need to reach the 9th level of the profound realm to even have a chance of matching him. Luo Wu Fong scoffed. That's still manageable. Once I attain the 9th level of the profound realm, I may not necessarily lose to him. Bang. Luo Tian struck his son down with a punch. Mother, why do you keep hitting me? Luo Wu Fong protested, feeling aggrieved. Luo Tian regarded him coldly. Because you are foolish. He is merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, yet his physical strength rivals that of your 9th level in the profound realm. And you still believe you would not lose to him? You are already at the 5th level of the profound realm, correct? Do you think your rate of advancement surpasses his in the body refinement realm? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Wu Fong was astounded. What? He truly is only at the 9th level of the body refinement realm? Is he not intentionally concealing his level? Previously, when Luo Tian had crushed his bones with a single strike, Luo Wu Fong had assumed that Luo Tian was hiding his true power. However, from his mother's tone, it seemed otherwise. Luo Tian remarked coldly, Can't you discern his realm? His physical strength is indeed terrifying. But the spiritual energy within him is dispersed throughout his body and has yet to converge into a sea of energy. Niu Wufang gasped in shock. He hasn't gathered his energy yet. Yet I feel that the density of his spiritual energy exceeds mine. How is that possible? Niu Tiechue sighed. It surpasses yours by more than just a margin. If we are to discuss the quality of spiritual energy alone, even I am slightly inferior to him. Niu Wufang's eyes widened in disbelief, scarcely able to believe his ears. It is worth noting that Niu Tiechue had achieved the realm of Guizhou 5 centuries ago. Could this fellow truly be a monster? If he possesses such prowess at the body refinement stage, what might he achieve upon reaching the profound understanding stage? Is there truly such a terrifying individual in this world? As a divine beast, Niu Wufang harbors a sense of pride. For both ordinary demon beasts and the human race pale in comparison to their innate talents. Yet, before Luo Tian, the title of divine beast seems utterly inconsequential. If I am not mistaken, he must be the fabled reincarnation of the martial emperor. Niu Tiechue proclaimed with an uplifted head. Reincarnation of the martial emperor? What does that mean? Niu Wufang inquired, astonished. Niu Tiechue cast a glance at him and chuckled. You are still young. It is only natural that you are unaware. Those are tales from the ancient era. It is said that several martial emperors, in their previous lives, were unrivaled in power. However, they either fell victim to betrayal from their brethren or were ambushed by their fiancés, leading to their untimely demise. Though their bodies perished, their souls remained undying, ultimately seizing control of the bodies of some useless human beings. These individuals, often rejected in marriage or bullied by their kin or peers, endure a period of tremendous humiliation. Yet, the more they suffer initially, the stronger they become later. They will experience a sudden surge in power and ultimately surpass their former selves. Not only do they achieve vengeance, but they also establish formidable sacred lands and dynasties. Niu Wufang, upon hearing this, murmured to himself, human race, useless, rejected in marriage, suddenly becoming powerful. Good heavens, it truly is the reincarnation of the martial emperor. Niu Tiechue glanced at his son, pride evident in his demeanor. Now you understand why I am so eager to cling to the thigh of greatness, don't you? Niu Wufang nodded earnestly. I understand. This is about securing the future martial emperor's support. Niu Tiechue sighed. Our 5-color divine bull clan has suffered greatly. Over the years, we have been hunted, enslaved, and treated as mere mounts. I have fled to this wretched place, only to be sealed for 5 centuries. I can no longer endure such a tragic existence. And he represents our sole opportunity to defy fate. Niu Wufang inhaled deeply and declared, I understand, mother. I shall go to the Luo family at once. No matter the cost, I will ensure that no harm befalls anyone from the Luo family. Niu Tiechue nodded. Indeed, this is the first task he has entrusted to us. We must not fail. Meanwhile, on the Yankei, Luo Tian involuntarily sneezed. The sneeze startled the Yankei, causing it to tremble. My lord, was I flying too swiftly? He asked tremulously. At this moment, Yankei felt an overwhelming fear towards Luo Tian. This fear was not solely due to the attitude of Niu Tiechue and his mother towards Luo Tian. More significantly, when Luo Tian sat upon him, Yankei sensed an extraordinary and terrifying pressure. It felt as though he were not merely carrying a human, but rather a formidable deity. With each breath Luo Tian took, it seemed to invoke some celestial laws, instilling in Yankei a feeling that he could be crushed at any moment. After all, he was a beast of the sky sovereign realm. It could only be said that Luo Tian was exceedingly powerful. Little did Luo Tian know that in his moment of boredom, as he silently practiced the heavenly breathing technique in midair, he had nearly frightened Yankei to death. How much longer until we arrive? Luo Tian inquired. Just a few dozen miles ahead lies the gate of the Daiming sect, my lord. The Daiming sect is somewhat intricate, and as a beast, it would be inconvenient for me to proceed, Yankei cautiously replied. Oh, very well, you may set me down, Luo Tian responded nonchalantly. Excellent, excellent, Yankei exclaimed with great joy. In truth, he harbored no fear of the Daiming sect. His words were merely a reflection of his deep reluctance to bear the burden of Luo Tian any longer. That fellow was far too intimidating. Whoosh. In no time, Yankei descended. Master, just ahead lies the entrance to the Daiming sect, unless instructed otherwise. I shall take my leave now, Yankei remarked. Well, let us proceed, Luo Tian said, waving his hand. Farewell. Yankei received the command and flew back with relentless fervor. Damn, I shall never undertake such a task again. It nearly frightened me to death. Yin Ke mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, guided by Yin Ke, swiftly arrived at the gate of the Di Ming sect. However, the entrance appeared somewhat unusual at this moment. A thick mist enveloped the mountain gate, as if an unseen force was hindering anyone from ascending. Observing this, Luo Tian furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "I am Luo Tian from Bianbei City, here to pay my respects to the Di Ming sect. I hope to be granted an audience." Yet, the mist did not disperse. Instead, a cold voice echoed from within the mountain gate, stating, "The Di Ming sect is closed to visitors. Please return after half a month if you have matters to discuss. Depart at once, or you shall bear the consequences." Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Despite his polite demeanor, the other party showed such blatant disrespect. Asking him to return in half a month? Did he possess that much leisure time? No matter. If they chose not to meet, he would simply state his purpose for visiting the Ming sect. He sought a millennia-old stalactite. Hand it over, and he would take his leave, Luo Tian declared. However, the crowd from the cloud and mist grew furious. "You insolent brat, are you deaf? You have 3 breaths to depart swiftly. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." One of them bellowed, "Kill without mercy?" A glint of cold light flashed in Luo Tian's eyes upon hearing this. He chuckled softly, realizing that he appeared too benign, leading others to perceive him as a Na'vi individual. With that thought, Luo Tian stepped forward, seeking death. The crowd of Yunwu was instantly incensed. With a clang, a sword aura sliced through the mist, aiming directly at Luo Tian. "Sword aura? They dare to employ such a feeble tactic against me?" Luo Tian scoffed softly, casting a glance at the oncoming blade of energy. In his eyes, the essence of the sword shimmered. In an instant, the sword aura evaporated into nothingness. "What?" The figure in the mist gasped, unable to suppress a shudder of apprehension. It became clear that the newcomer harbored malicious intent. "Henceforth, I shall not be held accountable. Activate the sword formation," the individual bellowed. With a resonant clang, the mist dispersed, revealing 6 silhouettes. Simultaneously, the 6 joined in a series of intricate hand seals. And above their heads, a colossal sword of energy materialized in an instant. Esteemed one. This is one of the 3 formidable sword formations of the Sword Xian sect, the Crescent Moon Sword formation. Even those of the Sky Sovereign realm can be vanquished by it. I offer you one final opportunity. Retreat at once. The leader spoke in a chilling tone. Jinxian sect? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that the sect of Lan Xiao? To think that the Di Ming sect actually had ties with them? One of the 3 great sword formations of the Jinxian sect? Very well, I am curious to witness its formidable power. With that thought, Luo Tian pressed forward. Seeking death, then strike. Several individuals simultaneously formed seals. Clang. In the next moment, a colossal sword energy descended upon Luo Tian from above. Not dodging. Several individuals gazed down at Luo Tian, who was leisurely ascending the mountain, seemingly unperturbed. They were momentarily taken aback. Had he lost his mind? Who could say? If he was so intent on courting death, so be it. As they spoke, a blade of energy had already reached Luo Tian. Yet, a radiant golden light materialized around him, enveloping his entire being in protection. Clang. With a sharp sound, the energy struck the golden barrier, unable to penetrate further. It appeared as though Luo Tian was oblivious to the oncoming threat, maintaining his pace as he continued his ascent up the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. With each step he took, the blade of energy shattered a segment. After traversing a mere dozen steps, the immense energy had completely disintegrated, dissipating into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Gush, gush. The 6 individuals atop the mountain, affected by the residual energy, simultaneously spat blood and collapsed to the ground. The leader, in particular, turned ashen. In an instant, Luo Tian stood before him. "You were the one who declared that you would show no mercy, weren't you?" Luo Tian seized him by the throat. In that moment, terror filled the eyes of the man. Initially, he merely sought to display his authority, but unexpectedly, he had kicked against an iron wall. "Esteemed friend, I implore you to show mercy." Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and 3 figures descended before the mountain gate. Elder Huang, Elder Yi, and Elder Wu. The group of young individuals outside the mountain gate exclaimed in unison upon witnessing the scene. Elder Huang, leading the group, landed and cast a glance at Luo Tian, clasping his hands in salute. "Esteemed friend, you have traveled a great distance, and it is a lapse in hospitality on the part of the Di Ming sect. We sincerely apologize. Might we request that you temporarily release our disciple?" Luo Tian furrowed his brow and loosened his grip on the man's neck. However, before the man could touch the ground, Luo Tian swiftly delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the man was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Behind Elder Huang stood two individuals, both seething with rage. Your actions are utterly excessive, are they not? Elder Yi spoke coldly. Next to him, Elder Wu's aura surged, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Excessive? Your disciples lack basic civility, and I merely sought to teach them a lesson. If I were truly excessive, he would have perished long ago, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Teach. You presume to be worthy? At such a tender age, your heart is already so malevolent. Allow me to impart a lesson on your behalf, Elder Yi declared, stepping forward and forming a seal with his hands, exclaiming, full moon sword formation. A solitary crow soared overhead. Beyond that, nothing transpired. What is happening? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Elder Yi, the full moon sword formation has been destroyed. A disciple murmured. What? How could that be? We only just heard the sound and rushed here. When did it get destroyed? Elder Yi was taken aback. Just a moment ago, the sword energy from the full moon sword formation struck him, but it was directly severed, the disciple replied. Elder Yi was taken aback. The Hao Yue sword formation had been meticulously arranged by their Ming sect at considerable expense, involving the assistance of the Sword Xian sect, specifically to fend off external threats. This formation wielded formidable power, capable of slaying those in the Sky Sovereign realm. Even an ordinary practitioner in the Profound realm would meet a bloody end if they dared to enter. Who could have anticipated its destruction today? Could this individual before him possibly possess cultivation beyond the Profound realm? As Elder Yi gazed at Luo Tian, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. What is your intention? Luo Tian inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. It's nothing. My arm is just a bit fatigued. I merely wish to stretch. Elder Yi hastily altered his demeanor. What a jest. Elder Yi had only attained the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm and could only fly with the aid of magical artifacts. To challenge a practitioner in the Profound realm? Was he courting death? Sighing, Elder Huang gestured for the others to withdraw. He then approached Luo Tian. Clasping his hands in a respectful manner, esteemed friend, I must apologize for our Ming sect's lack of hospitality. I hope for your understanding. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I did not come to your esteemed sect to cause trouble. I merely seek a piece of millennium stalactite. Once I acquire it, I shall take my leave immediately. Elder Huang, upon hearing the words, displayed a countenance of distress. Is it possible that the earthly enlightenment sect possesses none? Luo Tian furrowed his brow and inquired. Elder Huang let out a bitter laugh and replied, though the millennia-old stalactites are indeed precious, our earthly enlightenment sect does have some. It is merely that we are unable to present them to you at this moment. Why? Luo Tian inquired, astonished. Elder Huang sighed and replied, Our sect is facing a dire situation, and I would prefer not to disclose it to outsiders. However, since you have graced us with your presence, it would be inappropriate to conceal the truth. You should be aware that our Di Ming sect excels in the art of geomancy, adept at locating dragon veins and extracting spiritual minerals. Yet, the practice of geomancy can disturb the balance of nature and easily attract malevolent entities. Several months ago, a few of our esteemed elders inadvertently summoned a sinister spirit while conducting geomantic practices, which has since taken residence in our largest mine. As a result, we are unable to extract either the millennium stalactites or other spiritual minerals. The malevolent spirit is formidable, and we have already suffered the loss of several elders. To exorcise this spirit, we have expended considerable resources to enlist the aid of a soul master. The soul master has prepared an intricate formation for the exorcism, and today marks the final day of the 49-day endeavor, leaving no room for disturbance. Thus, we have sealed our mountain gate and are not receiving visitors. I sincerely apologize for the offense caused by my inexperienced disciples. Elder Huang spoke with utmost courtesy, a demeanor not afforded to just anyone. Had it been someone else, he would have deemed it unnecessary to speak so extensively. However, having witnessed Luo Tian's formidable prowess, he dared not be discourteous. Luo Tian nodded. So, there is a possibility of eliminating the malevolent spirit today? Elder Huang hesitated. Indeed, there is a possibility, though it remains uncertain given the spirit's strength. He then glanced at Luo Tian and continued, If you do not mind, you may accompany us to the mine. Should we succeed in dispelling the spirit today, the Di Ming sect would gladly present a millennium stalactite as a token of gratitude. Elder Huang was acutely aware that the Diming sect was not renowned for its martial prowess, but rather for its considerable wealth. To survive in this world, one must secure a powerful ally. Luo Tian's recently displayed strength had already qualified him as a potential ally. Therefore, despite the value of the Millennium Stalactite, he was willing to offer it. Very well, lead me there, Luo Tian responded. Please, fellow cultivator, Elder Huang proclaimed, gracefully ascending with his magical artifact. Simultaneously, Luo Tian vanished from his original position, reappearing atop Elder Ye's flying apparatus. What are you doing? Elder Ye exclaimed, startled and gazing at Luo Tian in astonishment. I cannot fly. Please take me for a while, Luo Tian replied. Can you not fly? Elder Ye, however, was entirely unconvinced by Luo Tian's words. How could a formidable figure at the profound realm be incapable of flight? It was preposterous. This fellow must surely be deliberately provoking him, despite his deep reluctance. Elder Yi understood that he could not afford to offend Luo Tian. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and accompany him as they soared towards the sect. Before long, they arrived at the back mountain, amidst a cluster of mines. My friend, below resides a third-rank soul master who presides over the expulsion of malevolent spirits. I kindly urge you to tread carefully in your words and actions, for you are undoubtedly aware of the peculiar temperaments of soul masters, Elder Huang cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware, Luo Tian replied casually. As they spoke, the group descended. However, upon landing, they were greeted by the sight of a gaunt old man on the altar, his eyes flashing with irritation. How many times must I reiterate? During the preparation period, silence is paramount. You dare to flit about as you please? Do you wish to abandon the expulsion of this malevolent spirit? The old man admonished angrily. Elder Huang, upon witnessing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment and bowed, saying, Old Master Su, I apologize, it was my error. Old Master Su scoffed, step aside. Should this happen again, I shall simply turn and leave. Indeed, Elder Huang exclaimed, his expression filled with resentment as he stepped aside. At that moment, Elder Su took a deep breath and approached one end of the altar. 5 soul formation arise. With Elder Su's thunderous command, the braziers surrounding the altar abruptly transformed into a vibrant green. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a formidable force field began to radiate outward. Anathema, why do you not reveal yourself? Elder Su bellowed. Well. In the next instant, a chilling howl echoed from the distant mountains. Following that, dark mist swirled through the forest, and a shadowy, humanoid spirit slowly emerged. Be cautious, do not let that dark mist touch you. It is soul poison and extremely dangerous. Someone warned loudly. All members of the Diming sect appeared as though they were facing a formidable foe. Only Luo Tian wore a look of bewilderment. An evil spirit? Is this it? He mused inwardly. Friend, do not underestimate that evil spirit. Though it may seem weak, it is exceedingly perilous. Elder Huang seemed to perceive Luo Tian's thoughts and cautioned him. Everyone, silence. Do not disturb my master while he casts his spell. A young man chastised Elder Huang. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be in his 20s. Yet Elder Huang dared not retort. After all, he was a disciple of the Soul Master. On the altar, Soul Master Su ignited a bundle of yellow paper money. In an instant, vibrant green flames soared into the air, the surroundings filled with the sounds of ghostly wails and howls. Hundreds of soul shadows began to converge above him. Soul-subduing nail appear, Su commanded. Clang. In the next moment, a 1-foot-long soul-subduing nail floated above his head. Is that the manifestation of soul power? How formidable! Is this a jest? The manifestation of soul power truly has such a powerful master? The members of Diming sect all displayed expressions of astonishment. Only Luo Tian remained speechless. Is it really necessary to be like this? He inquired. Elder Huang, upon hearing this, whispered, It is natural for a friend who is not a soul cultivator to be unaware. Cultivating soul power is exceedingly challenging. Only a few powerful individuals can achieve the manifestation of soul power. Luo Tian smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he was merely here to seek the Millennium Stalactite. There was no need for excessive words. Kill. On the other side, old Su waved his hand, and the soul-stabilizing nail in the air fiercely charged towards the malevolent spirit, colliding with a resounding impact. Ack! The malevolent spirit let out a chilling howl as it charged towards the soul-restraining nail. With a resounding crash, it pierced through the very essence of the soul. Several young disciples, lacking sufficient cultivation, were directly knocked unconscious, frothing at the mouth. The fluctuation of soul energy caused Elder Huang to furrow his brow, turning to gaze at Luo Tian. Yet, the latter remained expressionless, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Such composure, Elder Huang could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Elder Su wielded the soul-subduing nail, relentlessly striking at the malevolent spirit, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Excellent. Master, exert more strength and vanquish this evil, cheered Elder Su's disciple from the sidelines. Even the members of the Earth Enlightenment sect breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the malevolent spirit could finally be dealt with. However, only Luo Tian's brow began to furrow with concern. Elder Huang, please urge Elder Su to cease his efforts, or else his life may be in jeopardy, Luo Tian implored. Elder Huang was taken aback. At present, Old Su held all the advantages. How could Luo Tian claim that his life was in peril? Who do you think you are to audaciously speak ill of my master? Are you tired of living? Luo Tian's words were overheard by Old Su's disciple, who immediately turned around and rebuked him angrily. Friend, one must choose their words wisely. Old Su is a soul master, and you have witnessed the power of the soul-restraining nail. He is not someone you can afford to offend. It would be wise for you to apologize promptly. Elder Huang, realizing the gravity of the situation, quietly advised from the side. However, Luo Tian sighed and said, indeed, the soul-restraining nail can counteract malevolent spirits, but regrettably, this Old Su's nail is not a genuine soul-restraining nail. Not a genuine soul-restraining nail. What do you mean? Elder Huang was left in a state of confusion. Luo Tian pointed towards the flickering lights around the law platform and the souls entwined around Old Su. His soul power is insufficient to solidify a true soul-restraining nail, so he has set up a formation and employed secret techniques to burn wandering souls, forcibly creating a nail. However, this soul-restraining nail lacks a stable foundation and cannot be sustained for long. If he can pin down the malevolent spirit within 3 moves, he will surely triumph. Yet, if it drags on beyond 5 moves, his chance of victory dwindles to merely 50%. And now, he has already exceeded 10 moves, with his depleting soul power. Defeat is inevitable. Elder Huang was taken aback by Luo Tian's articulate explanation. Meanwhile, Old Su's disciple felt a pang of anxiety but stubbornly retorted, nonsense. What do you know of soul techniques? How dare you speak so brazenly here? Before he could finish, Luo Tian turned to him and said, this is the 2nd time you have spoken disrespectfully to me. Do you believe that if you utter another word, I shall twist your head from your shoulders? Luo Tian's voice was cold and menacing. As my disciple Su wished to articulate further, the moment his gaze met with Luo Tian's, an icy chill pierced through him to the very core. He harbored no doubt that should he utter another word, Luo Tian would indeed take his life. He gritted his teeth, turning his head to one side, refusing to speak any further. At that moment, look, someone shouted. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in midair. The previously overpowering soul-restraining nails began to falter, retreating repeatedly, and on several occasions, they nearly crumbled. What is happening? It was not like this just moments ago. A voice of astonishment echoed. The soul-restraining nails have weakened. Someone discerned the truth. Look at Elder Su. At that moment, another pointed towards the altar. The green flames surrounding the altar gradually faded, revealing their original color. Elder Su appeared on the verge of collapse, barely able to maintain his stance. Finally, with a cough, Elder Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and the surrounding green flames vanished abruptly. The soul-restraining nails in the air dissipated into nothingness. Elder Su has been defeated. A profound silence enveloped the Daiming sect. The only sound was the howling of the malevolent spirit above, as if taunting them. Not even Elder Su can prevail? Surely, our Nightwind Kingdom has no stronger soul masters left? The members of the Daiming sect looked ashen-faced, resigned to the possibility of abandoning their ancestral grounds. Elder Huang, equally helpless, turned to Luo Tian and said, my friend, you have seen it. The malevolent spirit remains unbanished, and thus, the Millennium Stalactite cannot be yours. Luo Tian glanced at Elder Huang and replied, so, if we eliminate this malevolent spirit, you will grant me the Millennium Stalactite, correct? Elder Huang paused, then nodded, indeed. But as you have seen, even Elder Su could not succeed. Luo Tian smiled and said, very well, let us make a pact. I shall vanquish the malevolent spirit, and you prepare the Millennium Stalactite. The members of the Daiming sect were utterly bewildered. What is this? To vanquish an evil spirit? Even the currently present Elder Su wore an expression of perplexity. Young man, From which esteemed family do you hail? You seem to hold soul techniques in contempt. Do you not? Even I, an elder, find myself powerless in such matters. How could you possibly manage to confront it? Elder Su wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke coldly. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, "That is merely a reflection of your lack of skill." Upon hearing this, Elder Su's anger intensified. Who was he? He was the most formidable soul master of the Night Wind Kingdom. When had he ever endured such humiliation? A lack of skill? Huh. This is the first time someone has dared to utter such words to me. Is this how you treat your guests in the Daiming sect? Very well. I shall observe how you intend to confront this malevolent spirit. As he spoke, he regarded Luo Tian with a mocking expression. Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, "The soul-subduing nails, is it?" "Yes, it seems to be that way." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, for soul-subduing nails materialized above his head. What? Those are the soul-subduing nails? This must be a trick. How could four appear all at once? Is it some form of martial technique? In that moment, everyone present wore expressions of shock. Only a few elders and those of higher rank began to sense that something was amiss, especially Elder Su on the platform. He stared blankly at the soul-subduing nails hovering above Luo Tian's head, feeling as though his very soul might shatter. After preparing for over a month, relying on formations and the burning of wandering souls, he had only managed to briefly condense a single soul-subduing nail. Yet this young man had effortlessly conjured four at once. Elder Su was profoundly astonished. With his prowess, he instantly recognized that Luo Tian's soul-subduing nails were genuine and significantly more powerful than his own hastily assembled version. At that moment, the malevolent spirit in the sky also became aware of the presence of the soul-binding nails. The spirit, being a purely ethereal entity, was impervious to ordinary attacks. However, the soul-binding nails, which manifested from soul energy, posed a completely different threat. In an instant, it felt as though it were facing a formidable adversary. "Spirit, I offer you a chance. Leave the earthly sect and do not return, and I shall spare your life," Luo Tian declared, gazing at the spirit above him. With a fierce glint in its crimson eyes, the spirit lunged forward, baring its fangs and claws. How audacious! Luo Tian frowned, raising his hand with a swift motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For soul-binding nails soared through the air, pursuing the spirit. Boom! The two forces collided midair, and the spirit's form was instantly pierced by four gaping holes. What? Elder Su felt a tremor in his heart upon witnessing this scene. His own soul-pacifying nail could merely serve to temporarily suppress the malevolent spirit. However, Luo Tian's soul-pacifying nail pierced through the malevolent spirit's body in an instant. The disparity was profound, and Elder Su felt it acutely. At this moment, the way he looked at Luo Tian was devoid of any condescension. On the contrary, all that remained was profound respect. Strong. Incredibly strong. The malevolent spirit in the sky, for the first time, experienced such a devastating blow, emitting a piercing wail. Whoosh. At that moment, the soul-binding nails returned swiftly and lunged towards the spirit once more. This time, the spirit dared not confront it head-on. With a shriek, it turned to flee. "My friend, do not allow this beast to escape into the earth's veins. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome to force it out again," Elder Huang cautioned. In truth, Luo Tian had already sensed the impending danger. With a swift motion of his right hand, he directed two soul-binding nails to seal off the spirit's escape route, while the remaining two relentlessly pursued it. The malevolent spirit let out a shriek and fled in another direction, pursued relentlessly by the soul-binding nails trailing behind. The creature's agility was exceedingly perplexing. The four soul-binding nails could not catch up to it. If only there were one more nail, the leader of the Deming sect thought, his brow furrowed in concern. He had discerned that in a direct confrontation, the malevolent spirit was destined to meet a gruesome fate at the hands of Luo Tian. However, if this wretched being was intent on escape, the four soul-binding nails posed a significant challenge. "Prepare a soul-reviving elixir for me. I shall lend this esteemed individual my assistance," Elder Su declared. What? The members of the Daiming sect were all taken aback. Su Lao had been with the Daiming sect for quite some time. Even in the presence of the sect master, he would still appear somewhat diminished. Yet now, he actually addressed Luo Tian as Lord. How astonishing! Elder Huang silently lamented. "Master, your soul force has been compromised. You must not exert yourself any further," Su Lao's disciple urged from the side. However, Su Lao shook his head resolutely and replied, no. If I cannot eliminate this fellow, even with 4 soul-anchoring nails, I must lend this esteemed individual my assistance to atone for my earlier discourtesy. Even if my soul force remains irreparably damaged, it is a price I am willing to pay. The crowd was once again taken aback. When did the eccentric Su Lao become so noble and upright? Even Luo Tian could not help but cast a lingering glance at this old fellow. This man is rather intriguing. There is no need for further intervention. Since the 4 soul-restraining nails could not subdue this vile creature, another 4 shall suffice. With a smile, Luo Tian activated his soul power, and 4 more soul-restraining nails materialized above his head. What? The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. The previous 4 soul-anchoring nails had already seemed immensely terrifying to them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Luo Tian had conjured another 4. To what extent had his soul power reached? Perish! With a wave of his hand, Luo Tian summoned the 4 soul-piercing nails once more, propelling them toward the malevolent spirit in relentless pursuit. Act! The malevolent spirit sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and desperately attempted to flee. Yet, the 8 soul-binding nails obstructed all avenues of escape, forcing it to dart back and forth in place. Within mere breaths, it was struck several times by Luo Tian's soul nails, causing its aura to wane. What a formidable evil spirit! How could it withstand the assault of 8 soul-binding nails for so long? No wonder we suffered such significant losses among our peers. The members of the Di Ming sect marveled in disbelief, while Elder Su's complexion paled. He was astonished by the spirit's tenacity. How foolish of me to boast about exorcising such a being. Elder Su now understood the vast disparity between his own spiritual power and that of the malevolent spirit. Were it not for Luo Tian's presence, he might have met his demise today. It seemed he had underestimated Luo Tian's capabilities. The fact that he could wield 8 soul-binding nails was terrifying, truly terrifying. However, Luo Tian, growing impatient as the soul nails failed to subdue the spirit, declared, "So you think you can evade me, little pest? Very well, let us see how well you can dodge this." With a fierce determination in his eyes, he spread his arms apart, and in an instant, the soul-binding nails flew towards the malevolent spirit as if they were mere trifles. Everyone was taken aback. 8, 16, 20, 30 countless soul-fixing nails densely populated the area, leaving the crowd in a daze. Were these truly soul-fixing nails? Previously, Elder Su had exerted considerable effort to produce just one. Yet now, my lord, it is done. The evil spirit has been utterly vanquished. Elder Su was the first to regain his composure, reminding Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian had already hurled over 100 soul-fixing nails into the air, creating a dense array that sealed off an entire space. The evil spirit was not merely pinned down by the nails, but had been obliterated by the sheer weight of them. Is it over? Luo Tian, hearing the voice, finally ceased his actions. What a troublesome adversary, he thought, waving his hand to retract all his spiritual energy. The crowd was left in disbelief. Such a method, yet he dares to call others troublesome? Thank you, my lord, for ridding our sect of this great menace. May I inquire your name? The Di Ming sect shall forever be grateful. The sect master of the Di Ming sect, now alert, shouted loudly. What a joke! Not only has Luo Tian rendered immense assistance to our sect, but with the display of his power, I cannot afford to overlook such a formidable ally. Sect master, this esteemed friend was brought here by me. Elder Huang chimed in with a grin, eager to claim the credit. However, a sharp slap resounded as the sect master struck Elder Huang's head. What do you mean, esteemed friend? Do you possess any self-awareness? Address him as my lord. He bellowed. Ah, yes, my lord. Elder Huang promptly bowed to Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian was also at a loss for words. No need for such formality, Elder Huang. Our agreement still stands, does it not? Luo Tian inquired. Indeed. Of course it stands. Elder Huang nodded vigorously. Agreement? What agreement? The sect master looked utterly bewildered. Elder Huang hastily explained Luo Tian's intentions. So, sect master, may I receive the 1,000-year stalactite? Luo Tian asked with a smile. The sect master trembled and bowed. How could I dare to have you call me my lord? I am Wei Su, the sect master of the Di Ming sect, and I will present the 1,000-year stalactite at once. However, may I know your honored name? Before Luo Tian could respond, Elder Su, the soul master, knelt before him. My lord, I am Su Ping, an elder of the Night Wind Kingdom's Soul Master Association. May I inquire which esteemed master you are? A soul master from the Tianyang Empire? or perhaps a dignitary from the Soul Master Association's headquarters. He spoke with utmost reverence. Even his blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, not daring to lose his composure. The others, upon hearing his words, were instantly astounded. The Tianyang Empire? One of the three great empires of the Fenglan continent? Indeed, it seems that only in such places could one encounter such formidable soul masters. The crowd collectively nodded in agreement. However, amidst the throng, Luo Tian was utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? I am Luo Tian, hailing from the northern border city. He stated nonchalantly, showing no inclination to conceal his identity. Is it Bianbei City? The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. After much contemplation, they could not recall which formidable power Bianbei City belonged to. Only an elderly man, with great caution, inquired, could it be the Bianbei City, located to the north of our Nightwind Kingdom? Luo Tian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is. The crowd exchanged glances. Beibeiqing, a small town in the Nightwind Kingdom, had for centuries been devoid of any formidable forces, let alone a renowned powerhouse. Yet, here stood Lord Luo Tian, hailing from that very place, wielding such formidable soul techniques. My Lord Luo Tian, you cannot possibly have yet joined the Soul Master Guild, can you? Elder Su cautiously inquired, having discerned the implications within Luo Tian's words. Not at all. What is the Soul Master Guild? Luo Tian genuinely did not know. Elder Su shuddered, exclaiming, My lord, how can a soul master of your caliber be unaware of the Soul Master Guild? It was established 8,000 years ago by the esteemed 9th-level Soul Master, Li Tianxiao, with the purpose of uniting all soul masters across the realm. The guild provides level certification for soul practitioners. Once recognized as a certified soul master, one is entitled to the guild stipend, which increases with one's rank. Of course, as a member of the guild, one must also fulfill certain responsibilities, such as completing at least one commission from the guild each year. However, upon successful completion, there are additional rewards. With that, he raised his head and tentatively asked, Lord Luo Tian, since you have not yet joined the Soul Master Guild, would you be interested in doing so? Elder Su had already perceived the immense strength of Luo Tian's soul power. If they could enlist him into the guild, not only would it significantly bolster the strength of the Nightwind Kingdom's Soul Master Guild, but as the one who recommended him, he would also reap considerable benefits. Well, what does the stipend for joining the guild entail? Is it merely spirit stones? Luo Tian queried. Elder Su was taken aback and quickly replied, it is not limited to spirit stones. Anything you require, be it martial arts techniques, celestial herbs, spirit elixirs, or other cultivation materials, can be provided. I assure you, our Soul Master Guild is quite powerful. There is very little we cannot procure. Oh, then it is settled, I shall join, Luo Tian declared decisively. After all, it was merely a guild, and there was no harm in joining. More importantly, it would grant him access to cultivation materials. The complexity of materials required for refining the body to the gathering of qi was already quite daunting. What about in the future? It would be impractical to traverse vast distances for each breakthrough. Having a guild to assist in gathering materials would certainly alleviate much of his burden. Really? Su Ping could hardly believe his ears. Had he truly managed to win over such a powerful figure so effortlessly? Is there anything else? Luo Tian inquired. No, none at all. Please wait a moment. Su Ping, fearing that Luo might change his mind, quickly retrieved a token from his bosom and inscribed his mark upon it using his soul power. My lord, please also mark it with your soul power, he implored. Holding the token with both hands, Luo Tian complied, marking the token with his soul power. Only then did Su Ping let out a long sigh of relief. My lord, my authority is limited. I can only issue you a level 1 Soul Master token. If you find the time, you might consider visiting the Soul Master Association branch in the capital of Nightwind Kingdom for a reassessment. With your prowess, you are certain to become a level 4 or even level 5 Soul Master. The thought of being the one to recommend someone to attain level 5 filled Su Ping with excitement. All right, I shall visit when the opportunity arises, Luo Tian nodded, stowing away the token. Master, we have procured the 1,000-year stalactite. At that moment, a disciple of the Earth Illumination sect approached Wei Su. Haha, Lord Luo Tian. Here's the 1,000-year stalactite you requested. Additionally, the Earth Illumination sect wishes to express its gratitude with 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Please accept, Wei Su said with a smile. Oh, then I shall not refuse, Luo Tian replied without further ado, accepting the stalactite and spirit stones. My lord, might I request that you grace us with your presence at the Earth Illumination sect for a few more days? It would be beneficial for us to seek your guidance whenever necessary, Wei Su proposed. In truth, he was apprehensive about potential further anomalies in the mind, which motivated his request. However, Luo Tian shook his head, saying, "No, I have matters to attend to and am pressed for time. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." With that, he turned to glance at Elder Wu, who had long been rendered speechless by fear. "Ah, brother, you led me into the mountains. I would appreciate it if you could escort me back down," Luo Tian remarked. "Ah, indeed." Elder Wu mechanically nodded. If he had previously harbored some trepidation towards Luo Tian, he was now utterly rendered speechless by fear. As they watched Luo Tian and Elder Wu depart, the members of the Di Ming sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Our sect master, a millennium-old stalactite, is already a rare treasure. Yet you offered him 50 million low-grade spirit stones for merely one soul master. Is that truly necessary? An elite disciple of the Di Ming sect, standing beside Wei Su, inquired with a disgruntled expression. Smack! Wei Su delivered a sharp slap to the back of the disciple's head, nearly knocking him unconscious. "Fool! Can't you see how formidable he is?" Wei Su spoke coldly. "How formidable?" the elite disciple asked in astonishment. Wei Su took a deep breath and replied, "Those soul-binding nails he just displayed, if aimed at us, could obliterate our Di Ming sect entirely." The elite disciple was taken aback. "Is it truly that exaggerated?" Wei Su continued, 100 times. In Yunshui City, at the Lan residence, the injured Lan Xiu'er lay on a couch, her expression dark and brooding as she fixated on the ceiling, cursing Luo Tian repeatedly in her mind. "Xiu'er, how are you feeling?" Lan Ming entered hastily. Lan Xiu'er turned her head to look at him and asked, "Has the Luo family been destroyed?" Lan Ming paused slightly and shook his head. "What? The Jianxian sect, in the Divine Martial King's manner, cannot eliminate them?" Lan Xiu'er exclaimed in shock. It was known that both the Jianxian sect and the Divine Martial King's manner were immensely powerful entities. How could these two formidable forces fail to eradicate a mere Luo family? Neither the Jianxian sect nor the Divine Martial King's manner intervened, Lan Ming explained. "What? How is that possible?" Lan Xiu'er found it hard to believe. "The Jianxian sect might be excusable, but I am the beloved of the Divine Martial Prince, the future consort of the Divine Martial Prince. How could they not exact vengeance for me?" Lan Xiu'er cried out in hysteria. The Jianxian sect mentioned they are preoccupied with a significant matter and cannot allocate personnel, asking you to wait a few more months. The Divine Martial King's manner stated that the Divine Martial Guards cannot leave the capital nor act directly. Lan Ming sighed. "What? How can this be?" Lan Xiu'er was stunned. She thought that, as the woman of the Divine Martial Prince, having suffered injuries in Bianbei City, both the Jianxian sect and the Divine Martial King's manner would do everything in their power to avenge her. However, to her surprise, both factions displayed such indifference. "Xiu'er, do not fret. While the Jianxian sect may not act directly, they have informed a friend of your master, who has agreed to visit the Luo family in Bianbei City," Lan Ming reassured her. Lan Xiu'er was furious. "A friend of my master? What does that have to do with avenging my master? Father, I want Luo Tian dead. I want the Luo family exterminated. I want all the people of Bianbei City to perish." Lan Xiu'er shouted in a frenzy. Lan Ming gritted his teeth and declared, "Xiu'er, rest assured. Father will certainly seek justice for you. Father has spent a considerable sum to enlist a killer from the Ghost Slaughter Hall to eradicate the Luo family. This assassin possesses an 8th-tier cultivation in the Void Realm, surpassing even your master." Lan Xiu'er narrowed her eyes and remarked, "2 practitioners of the Void Realm are still insufficient. Father, the Crown Prince of the Divine Martial Kingdom once bestowed upon me a Divine Martial token, which allows me to command a guest elder of the Divine Martial Mansion at the Void Realm level. You may make use of it." Lan Ming's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" With 3 Void Realm experts launching an assault simultaneously, that brat Luo Tian, regardless of his extraordinary talents, is undoubtedly doomed. I shall take care of this at once." With that, Lan Ming seized the token and turned to depart. Observing Lan Ming's retreating figure, a chilling intent flickered in Lan Xiu'er's eyes. "Luo Tian, dare you challenge me? I shall see you perish. I want your entire family to perish," Lan Xiu'er uttered through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, at a location thousands of miles away, achoo, on the thoroughfare, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneeze. "What is happening? Am I coming down with a cold?" Luo Tian examined his body and found no signs of ailment whatsoever. "How peculiar," he murmured, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon the map. After departing from the Ming Zone, he had set his sights on his next destination, the Guiyuan Zone. However, lacking the ability to soar through the skies, his pace remained frustratingly sluggish. Alas, what a miscalculation. Had he known better, he would have refrained from releasing that bird. Luo Tian sighed. At this rate, it seemed he would not reach the Guanzong for several days, which would undoubtedly delay his plans. Ah, how foolish of me. Why not employ the Tao of Heaven's movement technique to hasten my journey? As he mused, Luo Tian initiated his technique of instant teleportation. Though each leap covered a mere 10 meters, his abundant spiritual energy allowed him to continue teleporting. Thus, he traversed the distance of 100 miles in a relatively short time. Does teleporting 100 miles truly deplete my entire energy? Instant teleportation does consume quite a bit of spiritual essence. Luo Tian couldn't help but jest. Nevertheless, he recalled the Tao of Heaven's breathing technique. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Standing still, he activated the breathing method. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards his body. After approximately 7 breaths, he felt rejuvenated and ready to continue his journey. With a smile, Luo Tian teleported to a spot 10 meters ahead. Shortly after his departure, several figures descended from the sky with swift movements. Master Uncle, what was that recent surge of spiritual energy? A young disciple inquired. The middle-aged Taoist at the forefront wore a grave expression. I am uncertain. Perhaps a powerful figure is cultivating nearby? A powerful figure? How formidable could they be? Could they possibly surpass you, Master Uncle? The young man retorted, eliciting laughter from his companions. The Taoist's demeanor remained serious as he replied. They are likely far stronger than I. What? The young men were all taken aback. This middle-aged Taoist was a formidable practitioner at the first level of the transcendence realm. Could there be someone even more powerful than him? The middle-aged Taoist surveyed his surroundings and cupped his hands, inquiring, May I ask which esteemed elder is cultivating here? Might I have the honor of meeting you? However, he waited for a considerable time, yet the surroundings remained silent, devoid of any response. Little did he know. At that very moment, Luo Tian had already teleported several dozen miles away. With a furrowed brow, the Taoist remarked, Since my fellow cultivator is unwilling to meet, I shall take my leave without further ado. A profound sense of regret filled his heart. Based on the recent fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was evident that a top-tier powerhouse had been present. If only he could have made their acquaintance. Perhaps he could have secured their assistance to avert a calamity looming over their sect. Alas, it appeared that the Guiyuan sect was destined to face this tribulation. The Taoist shook his head, muttering to himself. He then turned to the others and said, Let us depart. We must return to the sect before tomorrow. Indeed. Several disciples ceased their light-hearted demeanor, lifted by the Taoist's magical artifact, ascending into the heavens. Meanwhile, in a remote mountainous area, a colossal tree was abruptly severed with a resounding crash. Alas, Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, realizing he had miscalculated his teleportation, inadvertently colliding with an ancient tree. It seems teleportation carries its own risks. I must exercise greater caution. Most crucially, he picked up a map and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover he had lost his way. Which direction is the Guiyuan sect? Should it be towards that way? As he pondered, Luo Tian vanished in a flash, teleporting once more. However, his trajectory diverged entirely from that of the middle-aged Taoist and his companions. Hours later, at a den of demonic beasts, a thunderous crash ensued as the lair crumbled, sending dozens of spirit-transforming beasts cowering in fright, huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the human who had shattered their abode. Curse it, have I erred again? Where on earth is the Guiyuan sect? Luo Tian bellowed in frustration. In the midnight hours, on the outskirts of the Guiyuan mountain range, a group paused to rest within a grove. With a resounding clap, a young man in his early 20s struck a pile of wood, igniting a bonfire. Hey, Elder He, what do you think of my fiery palm technique? The young man inquired with a grin. The stooped Elder He smiled faintly and replied, at merely 21, and possessing the second layer of Qi gathering. To wield such formidable power in your fiery palm, Du Xiaoyuan, you truly are a youthful hero. Flattered by Elder He's praise, Du Xiaoyuan beamed with pride. Meanwhile, Elder He turned his gaze to a beautiful young woman beside him, whose expression was clouded with concern. My dear, there is no need for distress. The Guiyuan sect has sealed the mountain for the night, and come dawn, we shall ascend, Elder He reassured her. The young woman sighed. Elder He, do you believe the Guiyuan sect will assist us? Elder He pondered for a moment before responding. The Guiyuan sect has maintained a close relationship with your family. Not to mention the prior sect master's commitment. I believe they will indeed extend their help. The young woman sighed once more, though that may be true. The former sect master has passed, and with him, the warmth of camaraderie has faded. Elder He chose not to respond further, for he too recognized the validity of her sentiments. This matter is exceedingly challenging. Just then, alas, beside the young girl, a pure white fox suddenly sprang up, baring its teeth and growling at a dense thicket. Little May, what is the matter? The girl was momentarily taken aback. However, Old Crane's expression turned grave, and he commanded in a loud voice, "Stand guard." Instantly, dozens of attendants by the campfire seized their weapons, encircling the girl protectively. Is it Crane Elder? The young girl was taken aback. Crane Elder explained in a low voice, "My dear, Little May is a star-eyed white fox, one of the most perceptive creatures among the demon beasts. Its vigilance indicates that a formidable foe is indeed lurking nearby." Upon finishing, he called out loudly towards the dense forest, "Your Excellency, there is no need to conceal yourself. Please step forward and reveal yourself." All eyes turned in that direction. How unexpected. It seems even a mere beast has detected my presence. It appears my cultivation is still lacking. As he spoke, a tall man with flowing red hair emerged slowly from the shadows. "Who might you be, sir?" "Master," he inquired in a solemn tone as he gazed at him. The red-haired man, however, offered no response. His gaze swept across the crowd before finally resting upon the young maiden. Oh, a glimmer of light flickered in the man's eyes. "Ha, exquisite. Truly exquisite. Who would have thought that in the humble Night Wind Nation, there would exist someone of such remarkable beauty and poise? It seems that when I have my turn to toy with you, I must exercise caution. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous pity if I were to inadvertently end your life." As he spoke, he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. The young girl, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of embarrassment and anger wash over her, yet she dared not speak a word. "You seek your own demise." Beside him, Du Xiaoyuan's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing these words, and he prepared to take action. "Wait, Elder He," exclaimed, abruptly restraining Du Xiaoyuan. "Elder He, why are you stopping me? This insolent fellow deserves my wrath." Du Xiaoyuan retorted angrily. However, Elder He merely shook his head, saying, "You are no match for him. His realm surpasses mine." "What?" Du Xiaoyuan's body stiffened. He was acutely aware that Elder He was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Void Realm. If someone were to surpass him, then this red-haired individual must possess at least the profound cultivation of the Transcendence Realm. Such prowess would grant one considerable respect within the Nightwind Kingdom. Could it be that this man before him was one of those esteemed individuals? "This esteemed friend, we hail from the Guiyuan sect. I implore you, on behalf of our sect, to refrain from making things difficult for us." Elder He spoke, lowering his stance in an effort to avoid provoking the opponent. He invoked the name of the Guiyuan sect, a premier sect in the Nightwind Kingdom, which boasted 3 experts of the Transcendence Realm. In the Nightwind Kingdom, respect was typically afforded to such a name. However, upon hearing the words Guiyuan sect, the smile on the red-haired man's face abruptly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming coldness. "So you are disciples of the Guiyuan sect? How delightful. I was rather bored since I couldn't enter your mountain gate due to the sect's nighttime closure. But now, I shall take my time to enjoy extinguishing your lives. Once I have finished with you, the Guiyuan sect will surely reopen its gates." With that, he stepped forward, and in an instant, an icy aura of murderous intent radiated from him, almost palpable in its intensity. Everyone present, including Elder He, found themselves instinctively taking a step back, overwhelmed by the oppressive force emanating from the man. Even Elder He, with his extensive experience, could not help but feel a wave of despair wash over him. This red-haired man was far too powerful. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the dense forest. "This must be the place. Up ahead is dangerous. Everyone, step back." The crimson-haired man turned to look, but in the next moment, the figure had seamlessly shifted to overlap with him. Before he could utter a single word, a tremendous force struck him with devastating impact. Crack, crack. Countless bones in his body splintered, contorting his form grotesquely. Boom. In an instant, the figure settled into place, while the left side of the crimson-haired man's body lay utterly shattered. Blood, mangled flesh, and broken bones were strewn across the ground. Thud. The remnants of the crimson-haired man collapsed to the earth, motionless. The sudden and unprecedented turn of events left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Just a moment ago, a seemingly invincible powerhouse had threatened to annihilate them all, Yet in the next instant, he was fatally struck down. Moreover, the manner of his demise was nothing short of gruesome. Simultaneously, all eyes turned towards the individual who had teleported onto the scene. Naturally, it was Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian himself was somewhat dazed. After wandering aimlessly for much of the day, his mood was rather irritable. Thus, when he had hastily employed the heavenly Tao body technique to hasten his journey, he had been somewhat distracted. By the time he realized there was someone in his path, it was already too late to alter his course. Gazing down at the half-reduced corpse, Luo Tian tentatively checked for any sign of breath. Had he really killed someone? Brother, I had no intention of taking your life. Would you believe me if I said this was merely an unfortunate accident? Luo Tian murmured to himself. Since arriving in this world, he had indeed taken lives, but that had been justified. It was a matter of necessity. This situation, however, was entirely different. He had no acquaintance with the individual before him, yet he had inadvertently caused his demise. As an educated youth of the new era, he found this hard to reconcile. Am I one of your companions? Did you all witness that? I merely happened to strike him. It was not my intention to kill him. Luo Tian looked up at Elder He and the others, questioning them earnestly. The crowd fell silent once more. What was the situation with this young man before them? Elder He, being a seasoned veteran, was the first to regain his composure and hastily remarked, "My friend, there is no need for you to feel guilty. This individual is not one of our companions. On the contrary, he was just about to take our lives when you inadvertently caused his demise." As he spoke, Elder He felt a sense of bewilderment. This red-haired man was indeed a master of the transcendence realm. To claim he was killed by accident seemed unbelievable. And had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have accepted such a notion. Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Tian shook his head resolutely. His intent to harm you is a matter between you and him. It bears no relevance to me. With that, he knelt beside the red-haired figure, a look of genuine remorse on his face. Brother, as you have observed, this predicament is indeed my fault, though it was unintentional. Allow me to gather your remains, and when the opportunity arises, I shall find you a fitting resting place, and seek a venerable monk to perform a rite for your soul's journey into a better life. As he spoke, he clasped his hands in reverence, muttering incantations. Watching the scene unfold, Du Xiaoyuan wore an expression of skepticism. Elder He, could it be that you misjudged? Was that red-haired man truly a master of the transcendence realm? He turned to Elder He for clarification. Elder He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. It is impossible. The aura emanating from him is unmistakable. Du Xiaoyuan pointed at the lifeless body. But have you ever heard of a master of the transcendence realm being struck down in such a manner? Elder He found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, masters of the transcendence realm were regarded as formidable forces within the Night Wind Kingdom. While there had been instances of such powerful beings falling over the years, none had met their end in this fashion. Perhaps this friend possesses even greater strength, Elder He suggested to Luo Tian, though he himself struggled to believe it. After all, even with immense strength, it was hard to fathom one could kill a master of the transcendence realm without sustaining a scratch. Du Xiaoyuan frowned. You think he is strong? I find that hard to believe. Did you not notice that when the red-haired man appeared, Xiao Wuyue called out twice? Yet there was no sound from her when this fellow emerged. Elder He paused, realizing the validity of this observation. The star-eyed white fox was particularly attuned to the presence of powerful beings. Indeed, upon Luo Tian's arrival, Xiao Wuyue had remained silent. At that moment, several individuals turned their gazes towards Xiao Mei. They beheld her lying on the ground, her body convulsing violently, with her limbs flailing in the air. While white foam continuously escaped from her mouth, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Little Mei, the young girl, was the first to rush over. Embracing the little fox and shaking it gently, with a soft sigh, Little Mei slowly opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed. Little Mei, take a look at that fellow. Do you think he possesses great strength? Du Xiaoyuan inquired as he leaned closer. He still found it hard to believe that Luo Tian, a youth who appeared even younger than himself, could possess such formidable prowess. Following the direction of his finger, Little Mei turned her gaze and caught sight of Luo Tian. Ah! With a kick of her forelegs, she foamed at the mouth and fainted again. Xiao Wuyue, wake up. The young girl was nearly in tears. Bang! Elder He smacked Du Xiaoyuan on the back of his head. Look at the terrible idea you came up with. Elder He scoffed. Du Xiaoyuan stuck out his tongue. Xiao Wuyue was particularly sensitive to the aura of powerful beings. She fainted from fear, which meant this individual was indeed extraordinarily strong. But how old could he possibly be? Du Xiaoyuan found it hard to accept. It should be noted that he was quite formidable among his peers, even if there were those stronger than him. There remained a chance to catch up. However, the presence of Luo Tian before him was so overwhelming that he couldn't even comprehend it. This was simply excessive. Perhaps he merely possessed a youthful appearance. His actual age might be greater than mine. Elder, he speculated from the side. Oh, that must be it. Du Xiaoyuan finally exhaled in relief. Yes, if he was surpassed by an ancient monster, then it would be understandable. Senior, you need not concern yourself. This person is undoubtedly a great villain. To slay him would be merely to act on behalf of justice. Elder, he stepped forward and addressed Luo Tian. Luo Tian turned to look at him and asked, do you know him? Elder, he shook his head and replied, I do not. Luo Tian continued, then how can you be so certain he is a great villain? Elder, he stammered, Elder, he was at a loss for words. Luo Tian sighed and said, forget it. The matter has transpired. We shall discuss it later. I ask you, how far is it to the Guiyuan sect from here? Elder, he promptly responded, we are already at the Guiyuan sect mountain range. However, the sect seals its gates at night, and the entrance is concealed within an array. It will only reveal itself at dawn. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Good. At last, I have taken the right path. He had already wandered countless unnecessary routes during the day, leading to this moment. Even with the celestial body technique, the fatigue endured along the way was unbearable. So, Senior, are you also heading to the Guiyuan sect? On the other side, the young girl, while shaking Xiaowu Yue, inquired after hearing Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian turned towards the sound and was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, if Lan Xiu'er is a score of 70, then this girl must be 98. Remarkable. Senior? The girl inquired once more. Luo Tian regained his composure and cleared his throat, responding, indeed. Are you affiliated with the Guiyuan sect? The girl shook her head and replied, no, but my family has some connections with the Guiyuan sect. We are here on business for them. Since you are traveling the same path, why not rest with us here and proceed to the Guiyuan sect together tomorrow? My lord, this may not be appropriate, Du Xiaoyuan interjected with a furrowed brow, attempting to dissuade her. Yet the girl shook her head and said, what is inappropriate about it? Without your assistance, we might have perished. Furthermore, having you with us would ensure our safety, wouldn't it? Elder, he nodded in agreement, adding, what the young master says holds merit. But we wonder if the senior would mind? All eyes turned to Luo Tian. He initially wished to decline the interaction, but just then, his stomach growled audibly, followed by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. He glanced over to see several mountain chickens and wild rabbits roasting over the campfire beside the girl. After a day of rushing down the mountain from the Ming sect without sustenance, he could no longer resist the sight of such food. Since you have so graciously invited me to dine, I shall stay, Luo Tian said, his gaze fixated on the roasted meat, wiping away drool. Oh, the meat is freshly cooked. Please enjoy, Senior. The girl responded, realizing the situation and gesturing for him to partake. Without hesitation, Luo Tian sat down and feasted heartily, astonishing everyone with his voracious appetite. Elder He, do you truly believe he is a senior expert? His manner of eating does not suggest as much, Du Xiaoyuan whispered, perplexed. Elder He shot him a glare and retorted, what do you know? A true expert's every word and action is imbued with meaning. What may appear as mere eating to you could indeed be a form of cultivation. As they spoke, Luo Tian let out a long belch of satisfaction. Du Xiaoyuan turned to Elder He and asked, so, is this also considered cultivation? Elder He appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding perhaps. May I inquire your name, Senior? What business do you have at the Guiyuan sect? Elder He stepped forward to ask Luo Tian. After swallowing his food, Luo Tian replied, my name is Luo Tian. I am going to the Guiyuan sect regarding matters of the Ziwei secret realm. Also, please do not call me Senior. I am merely 18 years old. With that, he continued to enjoy his meal. However, his words left everyone present in a state of shock, especially Du Xiaoyuan. 18? He is only 18? Younger than me by a few years? Is this some kind of joke? Du Xiaoyuan felt as though his worldview was collapsing. How could an 18-year-old possess the strength to challenge a Xianjing realm expert? Elder He shared a similar expression of disbelief. No, Luo Gongzi, are you serious? Luo Tian shot him a glance and replied, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Elder He was momentarily taken aback and then nodded silently. Indeed, there was no reason for Luo Tian to deceive him. However, this revelation left him even more astonished. A mere 18-year-old youth possessed strength that far exceeded his own. What could this imply? Young Master Luo, you must be the scion of some powerful faction in Zhongzhou. Elder, he conjectured, voicing his thoughts. It was said that the great sanctuaries of Zhongzhou harbored unimaginable strength. Such places could indeed nurture formidable prodigies over millennia of heritage and abundant resources. Yet, while continuing to savor his roasted meat, Luo Tian replied, "No, I am simply from Beicheng of the Night Wind Kingdom." "What? You hail from the Night Wind Kingdom?" Elder, he was once again taken aback. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the young woman, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Clearly, neither had anticipated Luo Tian's true identity. "Young Master Luo, what is your current level of cultivation?" The young woman inquired seriously, momentarily forgetting about the small Mei in her hands. "Me? I am at the 9th level of body refinement." Luo Tian answered candidly. "I understand now. My inquiries were presumptuous. It is entirely reasonable if you prefer not to divulge further." She nodded, though in her mind, it was evident that she believed he was not being truthful. Could someone at the body refinement level really possess such prowess? Who was he trying to fool? Noticing her skepticism, Luo Tian comprehended her sentiments, but was disinclined to elaborate. Ultimately, whether she chose to believe the truth he had shared was her prerogative. I am quite fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Please wake me at dawn." Luo Tian yawned and then reclined beside the bonfire, quickly succumbing to slumber, his rhythmic snores soon filling the air. "My lord, you two should retire early. We have a mountain to climb tomorrow." Elder, he suggested to the young woman. She nodded, gently caressing little Mei, and soon laid down beside him, fully clothed. Nearby, a dozen guards had divided their duties and were taking turns standing watch. The night passed without incident, and soon the dawn broke. Elder, he was the first to awaken, only to discover that Du Xiaoyuan beside him had bloodshot eyes, fixated intently on Luo Tian in the distance. "Have you not slept a wink?" Elder, he inquired, observing him. Du Xiaoyuan mechanically nodded and replied, "I cannot comprehend." Elder, he glanced at the still slumbering Luo Tian and sighed, saying, "There is nothing to fathom. You must understand that there exist certain prodigies in this world that cannot be measured by ordinary standards. As long as you remain true to your heart and diligently cultivate your skills." Du Xiaoyuan interjected, "I will surpass him?" Elder, he paused for a moment and replied, "It seems that may not be the case." Du Xiaoyuan forced a bitter smile, "Then isn't it all the same?" Elder, he shook his head and said, "It is certainly not the same. As long as you persist in your training, even if you do not surpass him, you will inevitably become stronger than your former self. Xiaoyuan, you must understand that the essence of martial cultivation is not to surpass others, but to transcend the self within your heart." Du Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes at Elder He and remarked, "All right, Elder He, I shall gladly consume your bowl of wisdom." Elder He chuckled awkwardly, aware that although Du Xiaoyuan had yet to fully overcome his inner turmoil, he had at least gained some insight. Is dawn breaking? Meanwhile, Luo Tian opened his eyes and stretched leisurely. "Young Master Luo, please prepare yourself. We shall set forth at once." Elder He announced. "Very well." Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Alas! At that moment, a soft whimper emerged beside the young girl. The starry-eyed white fox, Xiao Wuyue, slowly opened her eyes. "How intriguing this fox appears." Luo Tian also noticed Xiao Wuyue and leaned in to observe her closely. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuyue, still drowsy, gradually awakened. The previous day had been exceedingly unfortunate for her. The long journey was one thing, but encountering formidable opponents consecutively was another. It is well known that the starry-eyed white fox is highly sensitive to the presence of strong beings, particularly the young man she had last encountered. The mere thought of him sent a shiver down her spine. However, she felt relieved that upon waking today, she would no longer have to see him. Yet, as she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Luo Tian's face right before her. With a piercing scream, she fainted once more. "Little Mei," the young girl exclaimed, immediately beginning her rescue efforts. What is happening? Is this little creature truly so timid? What could have frightened her?" Luo Tian gazed on in confusion. The others present looked at him, their expressions a mix of incredulity and silence. What could have scared her? Naturally, it was you who frightened her. "Let us depart, esteemed elder," He Lao said with a hint of resignation. The girl nodded, shaking little Mei as she proceeded onward. Meanwhile, within the Guiyuan sect, an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the entire sect. Countless disciples stood firm, weapons in hand, each positioned according to the formation, exuding an air of impending conflict. On the jade steps before the main hall, 5 individuals stood side by side, each radiating a formidable aura. Below the steps, a young disciple covertly peered towards the main hall and then inquired softly, Senior brother, who are those individuals besides sect master Ling Shuzi? The senior brother glanced at him and replied, you've only been on the mountain for 3 years, so it's understandable that you don't recognize them. The middle-aged Taoist beside the sect master is Taoist Ling Fei. He has been leading elite disciples on expeditions outside the sect these past few years, which is why you haven't seen him. The young disciple gasped, Uncle Master Ling Fei? I've heard of him. He is one of the 3 eminent cultivators of our Guiyuan sect. The senior brother nodded, indeed. The other elder by the sect master's side is Elder Ling Yu. However, she resides on the sect's back mountain, devoted to the study of our sect's secret arts, rarely venturing out. Even I, after being on the mountain for over a decade, have only encountered her 3 or 5 times. The young disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. Uncle Master Ling Yu? The other of the 3 eminent cultivators? With the sect master, all 3 of our sect's eminent figures are present. The senior brother scoffed. It's not just that. Do you see the scholar on the left? He is known as the Ghost Calculator, a master of divination, and also possesses the first level of eminent cultivation. He continued. And that great monk is Master Yuan Tong, the head of the Fumo Temple, boasting at least the 3rd level of eminent cultivation. Upon hearing his senior brother's words, the young disciple's face lit up with excitement. 5 eminent cultivators standing guard? Surely, the enemy that dares to invade today is doomed to perish. The senior brother, brimming with pride, declared, that is certainly the case. The remaining disciples around them also displayed expressions of relief. However, on the jade steps above, Ling Yu wore a troubled expression. Do you all truly believe that we 5 can withstand that demon? She asked hesitantly. Ling Shuzi sighed. It will be difficult. That demon had already reached the 6th level of eminent cultivation in his heyday. Moreover, his cultivation technique is exceedingly peculiar, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. To eliminate him back then, our master gathered 6 eminent cultivators to ambush him, yet not only did he kill 3 of them on the spot, but our master was also gravely injured and succumbed 6 months later. As a result, even so, the fiend merely sustained grave injuries and ultimately fled from the kingdom of Nightwind. Reflecting upon the events of yore, a complex expression emerged in Ling Shuzi's eyes. Half a month prior, this demon unexpectedly sent word to our sect, announcing his intention to return to the Guiyuan sect today to avenge the humiliation of years past. Having no alternative, I summoned you all back and even troubled the 2 of you to lend your strength. Gue Swansea waved his hand and remarked, Brother Ling, you are too courteous. My elder brother also perished at the hands of that demon. My presence here at the Guiyuan sect is solely to avenge him. Monkey Wantong joined his palms together and intoned, Amaba. That demon cultivates through the lives of others. Should he return to the kingdom of Nightwind as he did before, it would surely result in a massacre, claiming countless innocent lives. I have come to save the multitude of innocents in Nightwind. There is no need for the sect master to express gratitude. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuzi bowed deeply to the 2, saying, Your noble intentions are truly commendable, and I hold you both in high esteem. However, that demon is exceedingly terrifying. Should he regain his former strength, our odds of victory with just the 5 of us would not exceed 30%. 3%. A deeper shade of worry clouded Ling Yu's countenance. Ling Fei let out a sigh, expressing his resignation. It is truly unfortunate that we could not meet that mysterious senior on our journey back to the sect yesterday. Otherwise, he could not help but recall the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from the previous day. Yet, evidently, all of this was now rendered meaningless. At that moment, a disciple approached, exclaiming, reporting to the sect master, He Yunsing from the capital has come to pay his respects. The disciple presented a formal invitation to Ling Shuzi with both hands. He Yunsing? What brings him here? Ling Shuzi was momentarily taken aback before reaching out to accept the invitation. After reading the invitation, Ling Shuzi furrowed his brows and passed it on to Ling Yu and Ling Fei. Upon finishing, both of them wore similarly troubled expressions. Senior brother, what is your perspective? Ling Yu inquired. Ling Shuzi sighed and replied, The presence of Yi Yunxing matters little, yet the arrival of that young girl cannot be overlooked. Neglecting her would bring too many troubles. Ling Fei remarked, However, with the impending battle upon us, we can scarcely attend to our own affairs, let alone assist her family. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Shuzi concluded, Very well, let us first allow them to rest in the side hall. Should we survive this calamity, we may then discuss what lies ahead. Indeed, the disciple responded and turned to leave. Moments later, outside the mountain gate, an elder crane announced, The sect master has issued an order. please proceed to the side hall to rest. A disciple of the Guiyuan sect stated. Elder He was momentarily taken aback. The disciple nodded and replied, indeed, our sect is currently facing some matters. Once resolved, the sect leader will naturally come to meet you. Elder He turned to glance at the young lady, who slightly nodded and said, I understand. Let us wait in the side hall, shall we, young Master Luo? Luo Tian responded affirmatively, of course. Having arrived at the Guiyuan sect, he felt no urgency. The group swiftly made their way to the side hall, where a disciple of the Guiyuan sect served tea before promptly departing. Elder He, why do I sense an unusual atmosphere? The young lady inquired, cradling the now-awakened Xiao Wuyue in her arms. However, Xiao Wuyue still dared not look at Luo Tian, hiding timidly and trembling in the young lady's embrace. There are indeed some issues, but it is understandable, considering the numerous affairs of a large sect like Guiyuan, Elder He remarked. Thus, the group quietly sipped their tea. And after several hours had passed, the sect leader had yet to summon them. Elder He, could it be that the Guiyuan sect is intentionally neglecting us, hoping we will retreat in despair? Du Shaoyuan finally could no longer remain seated and stood to inquire. Not only he, but the young lady nearby also wore an expression of doubt. Elder He furrowed his brow and said, though I do not have much interaction with Taoist Lingxiu, from my understanding of his character, he should not behave in such a manner. Then why? Du Shaoyuan questioned, perplexed. Elder He pondered aloud. Let us find a member of the Guiyuan sect to clarify this. At that moment, a disciple of the Guiyuan sect passed before them. Young sir, please pause. May I inquire what troubles have befallen the Guiyuan sect? Why has Taoist Lingxiu yet to meet us? Elder He called out to the disciple. Although the disciple did not recognize Elder He was aware of his esteemed status. Thus, upon hearing the inquiry, he immediately saluted and replied, Esteemed Elder, it is not that our sect leader refuses to meet you. Rather, the Guiyuan sect is facing a grave calamity today. Oh, could you elaborate? Elder He pressed for more information. The others in the room also perked up their ears. The disciple glanced around at the group, sighed, and said, well, it is no secret, so it matters not to share. Given your advanced age, have you heard of the title Crimson Blood Scorpion? Crimson Blood Scorpion? Elder He contemplated for a moment, his expression suddenly shifting dramatically. Could it be that infamous fiend from a century ago? The disciple nodded, confirming, indeed. This person sent word a month ago, stating they would come to the Guiyuan sect today. Now you understand why our sect leader is preoccupied, correct? Elder He collapsed into his chair with a thud, his countenance pale and troubled. Nearby, Du Shaoyuan observed with astonishment, Elder He, what has happened to you? What is this Crimson Blood Scorpion? The others all turned their gaze toward Elder He, awaiting his explanation. Taking a deep breath, Elder He replied, the Crimson Blood Scorpion is a moniker for an individual from a century ago. This individual, whose true name is Guyan Zhao, was originally an unremarkable disciple of a second-rate sect, leading an ordinary life. However, he later acquired a sinister cultivation technique from an unknown source, which he practiced through sacrificial rites and the lives of others. In just a short span of 3 to 5 years, he committed heinous acts throughout the Night Wind Kingdom, with the innocent lives lost at his hands numbering no fewer than 200,000. What? Several individuals exclaimed in astonishment. Such heinous acts truly merit the title of demon. Elder He continued. Later, when the truth came to light, his sect sought to cleanse their ranks. Yet, when they finally located him, it was already too late. At that time, the blood-red scorpion, Guyan Zhao, had grown to an unimaginable level of power, even turning against his own sect and conducting a blood sacrifice of thousands. Out of that sect of thousands, only 3 managed to escape by sheer luck. He further advanced in cultivation by exploiting the lives of his fellow disciples. During that period, the entire Night Wind Kingdom lived in fear. In an effort to subdue him, nearly all factions within the Night Wind Kingdom dispatched individuals to hunt him down. Eventually, a group of Transcendence Realm experts, led by the former sect leader of the Return to Origin sect, Xianfeng, successfully ambushed him, incurring great losses, yet still allowing him to escape. Initially, I believed he might have perished from the injuries sustained in that battle, yet unexpectedly, he still survives. It appears we are in for great trouble, not just for the Return to Origin sect, but for the entire Night Wind Kingdom. The young woman's expression darkened significantly. She turned to the disciple of the Return to Origin sect and asked, which formidable figures currently preside over the sect? The disciple replied, Almost all disciples of the Return to Origin sect within the Night Wind Kingdom have been summoned back. At the helm are our 3 greatest Transcendence Realm practitioners. Additionally, we have invited Lord Ghost Calculator and Master Yuan Tong of the Demon Subduing Temple. The young woman's eyes brightened as she said, Ghost Calculator and Master Yuan Tong are also present? That makes 5 Transcendence Realm experts. Do you think Elder He believes we can prevail? Elder He pondered for a moment before stating, if the blood-red scorpion possesses the same level of cultivation as in those years, I fear it may not be sufficient. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a brief contemplation, the young lady lifted her head and said, Elder Crane, let us proceed to the Grand Hall. Elder Crane was taken aback. The young girl said, the Crimson Blood Scorpion not only concerns the safety of the Return to Origin sect, but also the lives and deaths of countless citizens of the Night Wind Kingdom. How can I stand idly by? Elder Crane hesitated and replied, but, my lady, against the Crimson Blood Scorpion, even with my assistance, it would be like a drop in the ocean. The young girl grasped her left arm with her right hand and declared, I possess this. Elder Crane gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, my lady, you must not. The young girl waved her hand dismissively, saying, Elder Crane, this item was created for the sake of the people, to safeguard their lives, and thus is the righteous path. Upon hearing this, Elder Crane fell into silence. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly spoke up, Brother, you mentioned that Master Yuan Tong is at your mountain, correct? The nearby disciple nodded and confirmed, indeed. Elder Crane's heart stirred. Young Master Luo, do you know Master Yuan Tong? Luo Tian shook his head. I do not know him at all. I merely wish to inquire if this Master Yuan Tong is a monk. Elder Crane nodded, certainly. Luo Tian continued, then, as a monk, would he not perform rites for the deceased? Elder Crane paused for a moment and replied, the abbot of the Demon Subduing Temple primarily practices the Vajra Fury. Yet being a disciple of the Buddha, he is likely to understand the compassion of the Bodhisattva and would indeed perform such rites. Luo Tian clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Excellent. I shall accompany you to the mountain. I must ask this master to perform rites for the soul of the person I accidentally killed. The crowd reacted in surprise. However, Elder Crane quickly regained his composure and said, very well. If young Master Luo is willing to join us, that would be wonderful. This young man from the Return to Origin sect, please lead us to meet Taoist Lingxiu. As we are also eager to lend our strength to the Return to Origin sect. That is agreeable, since you all have such intentions. I must express my gratitude in advance. Please follow me. With that, he turned and walked away. Luo Tian and the others automatically followed. Along the way, the young girl glanced at Luo Tian and then addressed Elder Crane. Elder Crane, I almost forgot that young Master Luo also possesses the strength of the Transcendent Realm. With his addition, the Return to Origin sect now has 6 powerful Transcendent Realm warriors. Surely, we should have a chance of victory now? Elder Crane pondered for a moment but still shook his head, saying, though I have never encountered the Crimson Blood Scorpion, I have heard far too many rumors about it. By my estimation, even with young Master Luo, our odds of victory remain slim. The young girl's expression dimmed instantly, murmuring, is that so? Meanwhile, before the Grand Hall, the sun was gradually setting in the west, yet the figure of the Crimson Blood Scorpion remained unseen. Anxiety was etched on every face. Brother, has that fiend truly returned? Could someone be playing tricks on us? Lingyu was the first to lose her composure and asked. Ling Su shook his head, saying, I would never forget that creature's aura. The messenger is undoubtedly him. Then why has he not shown up yet? Even though the agreed-upon time has already passed for half an hour? Lingyu remarked. Ling Su Zi coldly stated, though this rogue is full of cunning schemes, he is a man of his word. If he claims he shall arrive today, then he undoubtedly will. Lingyu shook her head, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Gue Xuanzi furrowed his brow and said, Friend Lingyu's concerns are not unfounded. Perhaps I should divine a fortune to ascertain the current whereabouts of this fiend. With that, he formed a hand gesture with his left hand, continually performing calculations. The other 4 individuals fixated their gazes upon him. Moments later, Gue Xuanzi's expression suddenly changed dramatically. What is this? He exclaimed. Brother, what is the matter? Ling Fei asked in surprise. Gue Xuanzi inhaled sharply. The divination I conducted reveals that this fiend has already ascended the mountain. What? Everyone was astonished. If the Crimson Blood Scorpion had indeed ascended the mountain without their notice, it would pose an extreme danger to the Guiyuan sect. Can you ascertain the precise location of this fiend? Ling Fei inquired. The ghost calculator remained silent, continuing his calculations. However, after a while, he shook his head repeatedly. Strange, strange. I was making progress, but then I lost my train of thought. As if a colossal mountain stood before me, and no matter how I attempted to scale it, I could not see the end, the ghost calculator murmured. If he was unable to deduce the situation, the others had even less hope. At that moment, the voice of a young girl echoed from below the jade steps. The sect master Ling Shuzi and Miss Yi Yuning from the Night Wind Kingdom have come to pay their respects. Following this, Luo Tian and the others ascended the steps and soon stood before the five. Ling Shuzi's gaze swept over Old Crane's face before settling on the young girl's visage, instantly breaking into a smile. It is indeed an honor to receive the esteemed princess's presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Ling Shuzi said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Princess? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the young lady, Yi Yuning. What a revelation! She is indeed the princess of the Night Wind Kingdom. No wonder her beauty is so striking, Luo Tian mused inwardly. Yi Yuning turned her head and offered Luo Tian a faintly apologetic smile. Subsequently, she addressed Ling Shuzi, saying, Respected sect master, you are too kind. I have heard of the malevolent demon, the blood scorpion, which attempted to invade the Guiyuan sect a century ago. I, Yi Yuning, wish to offer my modest assistance to the Guiyuan sect. Ling Shuzi smiled gently and replied, Your Highness is most considerate. While the two were conversing, Luo Tian had approached Master Yuan Tong. Excuse me, are you Master Yuan Tong? Luo Tian inquired. Master Yuan Tong was taken aback, unsure why this young man beside Yi Yuning sought him out, but he nodded and said, Indeed, I am Yuan Tong. How may I assist you? Luo Tian acknowledged. There is a matter I need assistance with. I have inadvertently caused the death of a person and wish for you to conduct a rite for their peace, thus alleviating my own burden. Master Yuan Tong furrowed his brow and replied, Ba, what a grave sin. It is indeed inappropriate to take a life in such a manner. However, since our meeting is fated, I shall assist you in resolving this karmic debt. May I inquire as to the identity and resting place of the individual you mistakenly killed? Luo Tian promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your compassion, Master. I have brought the body with me. It is within my spatial ring. Please, take a look. As he spoke, he retrieved the unfortunate soul's lifeless body from his spatial ring. Master Yuan Tong merely glanced at the corpse before leaping back in shock, exclaiming, What on earth? All eyes in the vicinity turned towards Master Yuan Tong. He was the esteemed head of the Demon Suppression Temple, a formidable practitioner of the Transcendence realm. Such a prominent figure typically remained unflappable, yet here he was, so suddenly losing his composure. Master Yuan Tong, what is the matter? Ling Shuzi inquired with concern. Master Yuan Tong took several deep breaths to regain his composure and, pointing at the corpse before him, said, You ought to see for yourself. Ling Shuzi was momentarily stunned before lowering his gaze. Upon doing so, he too was startled, jumping back in fright. By heavens! Ling Shuzi also let out a curse. At this moment, everyone was even more bewildered. It was one thing for a Master Yuan Tong to curse, but how could Ling Shuzi, the leader of a sect, also exhibit such a lack of composure? Gue Swanzi furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, Two of you. What has caused such an uproar? This is rather unbecoming of your status. To his astonishment, Gue Swanzi had intended to reprimand the two, but upon witnessing the corpse on the ground, he too jumped in shock. The reactions of these three prominent figures left the others utterly dumbfounded. Luo Tian surveyed the trio with confusion. Are you three truly such significant figures? He inquired. Simultaneously, Gu Yu and Elder He were equally perplexed. Senior brother, what is happening? Asked Ling Fei and Ling Yu as they approached, unable to discern the situation. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Master Yuan Tong who spoke first. Esteemed one. Did you kill this person? Luo Tian responded, It was an accidental death. I did not do it intentionally. Ling Shuzi wore a peculiar expression and asked, Accidental death? Are you certain? Luo Tian exclaimed, Of course I'm certain. What? Is he someone you know? I truly did not intend to kill him. They can all testify. He gestured towards Elder He and the others. Elder He quickly nodded and affirmed, Yes, we can attest. It was indeed an accidental death. At this, Ling Shuzi and the others looked even more bewildered. Senior brother, what on earth is going on? Ling Fei queried, equally confused. Ling Shuzi took a deep breath and asked, What are we doing here? Ling Fei was taken aback. Was his senior brother truly confused? Why pose such a question? We are, of course, here to confront the great demon, the Crimson Blood Scorpion. Ling Fei replied. Ling Shuzi pointed at the severed corpse on the ground and said, "This is." A gust of wind swept through, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. After an indeterminate amount of time, everyone collectively took a step back and exclaimed, "What? The Crimson Blood Scorpion? The infamous demon from a century ago? A figure responsible for countless atrocities. A formidable adversary that Gu Yuan's sect had nearly gathered all disciples to confront? This was it." In that moment, disbelief washed over the crowd. The very being that inspired such despair was already dead? Could this truly be the Crimson Blood Scorpion? Ling Fei's face reflected sheer incredulity. Ling Shuzi sighed, "Junior brother. Junior sister, a century ago, your cultivation was insufficient. You were not qualified to participate in the siege against this demon. However, I had just broken through to the Tongxian realm and accompanied my master to that battle. To this day, I still awaken in terror from dreams of that night. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him without fail." Ling Fei and Ling Yu were left even more bewildered. The ghostly calculator pondered for quite some time before finally shaking his head with a sigh. "No wonder I deduced that he had ascended the mountain. Even if I could not ascertain anything else, it appears that his corpse has indeed reached the summit." The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. "Mr. Crane, Your Highness, might I inquire how this fiend was mistakenly slain?" Ling Shuzi asked the two. Yet, even now, he found himself unaccustomed to such terminology. Was it conceivable that a being of such formidable strength could fall victim to a miscalculation? Meanwhile, Elder Crane was also taken aback. Only upon hearing Ling Shuzi's inquiry did he regain his composure, responding, "To answer your question, esteemed one, we arrived at the foot of Guiyuan's sect last night and happened upon this villain. He intended to plot against us, yet before he could make a move, he was accidentally struck down by this young master, Luo Tian." As he recounted the tale, even he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Struck down by a mere collision? Who would believe such a claim? Indeed, upon exchanging glances, Ling Shuzi and the others were filled with skepticism. Struck down? How could that possibly occur? Ghostly calculator inquired. "Just a sudden collision, and he was gone," Elder Crane replied. "A sudden collision? Just like that?" Yuan Tong asked, bewildered. "Ah, it's over," said Elder Crane. Swiftly, everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Yuning, hoping for a different answer. However, Gu Yuning nodded and replied, "Indeed, it was a sudden blow, and then this fellow perished." Was he truly the Crimson Blood Scorpion? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, perplexed. "Esteemed guests, please follow me to the Grand Hall," Ling Shuzi invited, ushering everyone inside while instructing the remaining disciples to disperse and attend to their duties. Half an hour later, within the Grand Hall. "So, this is the so-called immensely powerful Crimson Blood Scorpion?" Luo Tian finally grasped the situation after numerous explanations from the others. "It should be," Ling Shuzi nodded. Yet, he felt a peculiar sense of doubt. Immensely powerful? Just half an hour ago, he had been certain, but now, uncertainty crept in. "Young Master Luo, regardless of the circumstances, this fiend's demise today relies solely on you. You have single-handedly saved countless citizens of the Night Wind Kingdom. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a bow." Ling Shuzi bowed deeply. "Please allow me to bow in gratitude to young Master Luo." The others followed suit, paying their respects. Luo Tian looked at them and remarked, "So, it means that my colliding with this fellow was not a bad deed, correct?" Master Yuantong chuckled, "Of course. It was not only not a bad deed, but rather an immense merit." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. He cared little for taking lives as long as his conscience remained clear. "Young Master Luo, I have heard from the princess that you have come to our Guiyuan sect seeking entry into the Ziwei secret realm?" Ling Shuzi inquired. Luo Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I seek a qualification to enter the Ziwei secret realm." Ling Shuzi smiled. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. Saying this, he retrieved a purple crystal from his robes and handed it to Luo Tian. "Young Master Luo, this is the supreme key to enter the Ziwei secret realm. With this, you may bring up to 100 people with you." Luo Tian's eyes brightened upon receiving the key. "Excellent. I am profoundly grateful, Sect Master." 100 spots meant not only could Luo Tian enter, but the entire younger generation of the Luo family could join as well. Ling Shuzi quickly waved his hand. "Young Master Luo, you are our Guiyuan sect's benefactor. Your gratitude is far too generous. From this day forth, should young Master Luo require assistance from our Guiyuan sect, we would not hesitate to brave any danger, even at the cost of our lives. For the Guiyuan sect, Luo Tian was their savior, making Ling Shuzi's words entirely reasonable. Young Master Luo, I also express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of the Night Wind Kingdom. Should you require assistance in the future, my Fumo Temple will never decline. Master Yuantong added his thanks. And I too. Young Master Luo, my brother fell to this fiend's hands. You have avenged him. Thus I owe you a life. The ghostly calculator spoke, and the individuals began to vie for the favor of Luo Tian. Is this truly necessary? Luo Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Young Master Luo Tian, this is merely the goodwill of the esteemed elders. Should you decline, it may weigh heavily on their hearts. Guiyuning clarified from the side. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian ceased to refuse. At that moment, Ling Suzi turned to Guiyuning and inquired, Your Highness, I almost forgot to ask, what brings you to my Guiyuan sect? Guiyuning's expression stiffened, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, Esteemed Master, I have come to seek assistance from you and the Guiyuan sect. Seeking help? Ling Shuzi was taken aback. Guiyuning, with tearful eyes, said, Master, my father, the emperor, has been gravely ill and bedridden for 6 months. Treachery runs rampant in the court, and that villain has allied with various noble families, preparing to usurp the throne at any moment. Master, our royal family and the Guiyuan sect have been on friendly terms for generations. I implore you to assist my father out of our past connections. Upon finishing her plea, she knelt before Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi immediately rose to support her, saying, Your Highness, please rise. This is not appropriate. The Guiyuan sect has a pact with the royal family. We are duty-bound to act, as long as you request it. The Guiyuan sect will spare no effort. Guiyuning's eyes brightened. Thank you, Master. However, Ling Shuzi's brow remained furrowed as he replied, But Your Highness, forgive my bluntness. I discerned that villain's ambition decades ago. He possesses formidable strength and has been preparing for years. I fear that our Guiyuan sect alone may not be able to dislodge him. Guiyuning gritted her teeth. I am aware of that, but I will not give up. Ling Shuzi gazed at her and subtly gestured towards Luo Tian. Guiyuning paused for a moment, then instantly comprehended. With a thud, she knelt before Luo Tian, saying, Young Master Luo Tian, I am Guiyuning, the princess of the Night Wind Kingdom. There are traitors in the court, and I dare to seek your assistance in eliminating them. However, upon hearing her words, Luo Tian stood up and said, Sorry, I'm not interested. He turned to leave. Luo Tian was very clear in his thoughts. Such royal struggles were merely conflicts among the ruling class. Who prevailed or perished had no bearing on him. Just because Guiyuning was beautiful, he wouldn't recklessly wade into such murky waters. He was no sycophant. Without any benefit, why entangle himself in this mess? Guiyuning seemed taken aback by Luo Tian's refusal, her eyes filled with despair. Very well, I was presumptuous. Nevertheless, I shall not forget your kindness in saving my life. If we manage to overthrow the divine martial king, I will personally come to express my gratitude to you, she declared, bowing. Luo Tian had originally prepared to depart, but upon hearing her words, he halted. Wait a moment. Who did you say you want to overthrow? He turned back to ask. Guiyuning was momentarily stunned, responding, The divine martial king. The divine martial king was known for his formidable strength and had a powerful army at his command. For years, he had dominated the Night Wind Kingdom, and his ambition was well recognized. Guiyuning had assumed Luo Tian understood whom she referred to, but it seemed that was not the case. Luo Tian faced her again, asking, So the usurper you speak of is also the divine martial king? Guiyuning nodded, Indeed. Luo Tian coldly replied, All right then, I shall assist you with this endeavor. Huh. Guiyuning was even more bewildered. What is happening? Young Master Luo, may I inquire as to why? Guiyuning asked in astonishment. She found it difficult to comprehend the events that had transpired today. Luo Tian replied coolly, I have enmity with the godly martial king's manner. If you do not seek me out, I will inevitably pursue them myself. Although there were no romantic feelings between Luo Tian and Lan Xiao'er, the actions of Lan Xiao'er had indeed repulsed Luo Tian. The reason for that woman's arrogance ultimately stemmed from the backing of the godly martial king. Thus, he had long since established animosity with the godly martial king. One could only wonder how the godly martial king would feel upon discovering that a mere Lan Xiao'er had drawn such a formidable adversary. Thank you, young Master Luo. Guiyuning exclaimed with immense excitement. She had personally witnessed Luo Tian's prowess, a master capable of obliterating the crimson blood scorpion with a single strike. With him by her side, she would undoubtedly possess a powerful ally in confronting the godly martial king. When do you plan to take action? Luo Tian inquired. Gu Yuning hastily replied, according to my intelligence network, on the 15th of next month, the godly martial king will instigate a rebellion during the heaven sacrifice ceremony. Luo Tian nodded and stated, very well, I shall journey to the capital before the 15th of next month. Gu Yuning was overjoyed and took out a communication talisman from her bosom, presenting it to Luo Tian with both hands. Young Master Luo, please use this talisman to contact me at that time. Luo Tian nodded, accepting the talisman with care. Ba, Your Highness, the godly martial king is ruthless and merciless. Allowing him to become the ruler of a nation would be a great misfortune for the common people. Count me among those who oppose the godly martial king. Master Yuan Tong interjected. Thank you, Master. Gu Yuning exclaimed with great joy. And as for me, with 500,000 inferior spirit stones, Your Highness, I could also sell my life once. The ghost calculator added. Of course, thank you, Senior, for your generous assistance. Gu Yuning was overwhelmed with excitement. It is worth noting that under normal circumstances, 500,000 inferior spirit stones would not be sufficient to invite the ghost calculator to take action. Clearly, he was extending a favor to Luo Tian. Master Lingxiu, I have another matter to trouble you with. Luo Tian spoke again. Please, young master, command me. Master Lingxiu replied with a bow. I have been away from home for several days and need to return. However, I cannot fly and am not well acquainted with the route. Does your sect have any flying mounts that could take me? Luo Tian stated, expressing his desire to avoid wandering aimlessly like a headless fly due to getting lost. Master Lingxiu was taken aback and replied, of course, we have. Someone, go and fetch the finest dragon steed. Soon, a top-tier dragon steed was led into the grand hall. Young master, our Gui Yuan sect's dragon steeds are intelligent spirit beasts. Simply inform it of your destination, and it will take you there at the fastest speed. Master Lingxiu explained. Oh, this is excellent. Luo Tian's eyes brightened. With this, he could spare himself considerable trouble. Everyone, I have been away from home for several days and feel a bit uneasy, so I will take my leave for now. We shall meet again on the first day of next month in the Ziwei secret realm. As Luo Tian spoke, he mounted the dragon steed and soared into the sky. Watching Luo Tian's departing figure, Master Lingxiu wore a puzzled expression. What cultivation method does this young master Luo Tian practice? How is it that a strong figure in the Tongshan realm cannot fly? He wondered, given that Luo Tian could slay the crimson blood demon scorpion. Master Lingxiu subconsciously regarded him as a Tongshan realm expert. Nearby, Elder he cleared his throat and remarked, Master, young Master Luo Tian is merely at the body refinement stage. What? Lingxiuzi was taken aback. Are you certain that his cultivation level is merely at the body refining stage? He inquired. Elder he sighed wryly and replied, I had my doubts as well, but after careful observation, it is evident that the spiritual energy within young Master Luo has not converged in the Dantian. All of his spiritual energy is merely dispersed throughout his meridians, which is a distinctive characteristic of the body refining stage. At this moment, Lingxiuzi inhaled sharply, profoundly shaken by the news. Beside him, Gue Xuanzi suddenly spoke. I surmise that young Master Luo is emulating certain ancient powerhouses, is he not? What do you mean? The crowd inquired. Gue Xuanzi stroked his beard thoughtfully. In some ancient texts, I have encountered accounts of a time when the paths of cultivation were not yet unified. There existed unique practitioners who forsook the gathering of qi to solely refine their bodies. They lacked bizarre techniques, focusing instead on honing their physical form to perfection, wielding sheer strength to overcome myriad obstacles. Such formidable beings have indeed emerged in history. However, this path is exceedingly arduous. Among millions, one may not even arise, leading to its gradual abandonment by cultivators. Yuan Tong nodded in agreement. I have also heard of this notion. Moreover, the esteemed Master Tianin once aspired to pursue this path, yet ultimately met with failure. Ling Fei exclaimed in astonishment, Master Tianin failed? He is one of the 10 strongest in the Nightwind Kingdom, surpassing even my senior brother. Yuan Tong sighed. I once sought counsel from Master Tianin, who remarked that this path is fraught with difficulties, nearly impassable. Yet, in my estimation, young Master Luo is likely traversing this very road, and has perhaps ventured further than Master Tianin ever did. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison, regardless of the outcome. Even if young Master Luo were to fail, his current prowess is already immensely formidable. Lingxiuzi remarked, indeed, with him present, there is at least a chance of victory against the God Martial King. A spirit of determination emerged on the faces of the group. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Beiching, a red-haired middle-aged man, wielding a towering blade that stood taller than himself, strode in with an air of menace. Halt. If you wish to enter the city, you must first sheath your weapon, a guard commanded sternly. However, in the next instant, a chilling wave of blade energy surged forth, instantly slaying the guard. What? In an instant, chaos erupted near the city gates. A dozen guards swiftly drew their weapons, surrounding the red-haired middle-aged man. Do you all wish to obstruct me? Then perish. The red-haired man declared. Hold on. At that moment, a leader of the city defense forces shouted from a distance. Yet, it was too late. With a swift motion, the heads of a dozen guards soared into the air without the crimson-haired middle-aged man making any discernible gesture. Witnessing this, the onlookers immediately fled in terror. Is the mere release of blade energy truly capable of such devastation? By the time the leader of the city defense arrived, he realized he was already too late. This crimson-haired man was far more formidable than he had anticipated. What could possibly bring such an individual to the northern border city? Do you wish to impede my path as well? The crimson-haired man inquired, turning to face the leader of the city defense. The petty person dares not. The leader of the city defense army immediately lowered his head. What a jest! The opposing force was formidable, surpassing his comprehension. He certainly did not wish to meet an inexplicable demise. Very well, let me inquire. Is there a Luo family in the northern city? Asked the crimson-haired middle-aged man. Is the Luo family present? In which direction? Over there. Thank you, said the red-haired middle-aged man, nodding as he prepared to head towards the Luo family. However, at that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Who would have thought that the red-haired ghost Tang Jin from the Ghost Killing Hall would venture to Bianbei City? An old man, hunched over and leaning on a cane, stepped in front of Tang Jin, blocking his path. Do you intend to stop me? Inquired the crimson-haired demon Tang Jin, his expression devoid of emotion. Just as the old man was about to speak, he suddenly saw the red-haired demon Tang Jin fiercely swing a knife towards him. What? The old man's expression shifted slightly as he immediately raised his cane. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, radiating in all directions from the two individuals. In an instant, the structures within a 100-meter radius were obliterated. Could this immense power belong to a practitioner of the Skyward Realm? How could such beings possibly appear here? Alas, it seems that today, the northern border city is destined to face a cataclysm. Panic gripped the hearts of those nearby. Meanwhile, the crimson-haired specter, Tang Jin, furrowed his brow in deep concern amidst the crowd's attention. He lowered his gaze to his bored door knife, astonished that the elderly man with a cane had actually parried his strike. Indeed, as expected of someone from the Ghost Killing Hall, their strength is truly formidable. The old man spoke coldly. The red-haired demon snorted coldly, raising his blade for a second strike. Wait, hold on. We are on the same side. The old man's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. The red-haired demon's blade paused in midair, casting a cold glance at him. Are you here on someone else's orders to eliminate the Luo family? My intentions align with yours. I am a guest of the divine Martial King's residence. Also here to eradicate the Luo family. We are allies. There is no need for conflict. The old man hastily explained. Oh, the red-haired demon remarked upon hearing the sound, sheathing his blade. The elder, witnessing this, finally exhaled in relief. Are all the individuals from the ghost-killing palace such peculiar beings? I say, the one lurking nearby. Have you been observing for so long without revealing yourself? The elder spoke while brushing off the dust from his attire. Clang. As his words fell, a resonant sound of a sword echoed. From behind the ruins, a man bearing 12 swords emerged. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, the red-haired demon, Tang Jin, swung his sword directly at him. Clang. The sword-bearing man swiftly unsheathed 6 long swords, positioning them before him. However, he was still forced back several dozen feet by the impact of the blow. Such formidable strength. The sword-bearing man's expression darkened as he unsheathed 3 more swords. Wait. Red-haired demon, we are allies. Brother, please introduce yourself. The elder quickly interjected. The red-haired demon furrowed his brow, remaining silent while fixating on the sword-bearing man. The latter coldly declared, Dingchen, my friend Ming Xin was treacherously slain by the Luo family in Bianbei City. I am here on behalf of the Sword Xian sect to eradicate the Luo family. The elder chuckled. See, all 3 of us aim to destroy the Luo family. We are comrades, so why engage in internal strife? The red-haired demon remained taciturn, merely sheathing his sword and striding towards the Luo family's direction. The ominous figure. Ding Chun sheathed all his swords, his expression filled with indignation. Heh, individuals from the ghost-killing palace all exhibit such behavior. Yet their strength is undeniably terrifying. The elder remarked with a grin. Ding Chun replied coldly, "Fine, I will refrain from conflict with them this time. My sole desire is to avenge my friend by annihilating the Luo family." As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Bianbei City was in a state of disarray. Have you heard? 3 experts from the Void Realm have arrived in our Bianbei City. Void Realm? Are you joking? What business would such prominent figures have in our Bianbei City? I wouldn't deceive you. My uncle witnessed it with his own eyes. One of them is said to be an assassin from the Ghost-Killing Palace. What? The Ghost-Killing Palace? The very same that once obliterated 3 second-rate sects? Indeed. That's them. Are you jesting? What could that powerful faction possibly want in our Bianbei City? They can't be planning to raise the city, can they? No. My uncle said their target seems to be the Luo family. The Luo family? Can they withstand such an attack? Haha. Are you serious? The strongest among the Luo family barely reaches the spirit transformation realm. A single expert from the Void Realm could easily eradicate them, let alone 3. Does that mean the Luo family is doomed? What do you think? 3 Void Realm experts could easily decimate Bianbei City, let alone just the Luo family. Inside a tavern, a few individuals whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, in the Li family of Bianbei City, what? 3 experts from the Void Realm are going to annihilate the Luo family? The head of the Li family, Li Chengxi, suddenly stood up and declared, "Indeed, I see it quite clearly. They are targeting the Luo family and have even proclaimed their intent to annihilate them." An elderly man responded, "Huh, excellent. Luo Feng, you have kept our Li family under your thumb for so many years, and now it is your turn to face the consequences. Inform the clan that once the assault on the Luo family commences, we shall promptly seize control of all their assets." Li Chengxi proclaimed. In truth, it was not just the Li family. Nearly all the prominent families in Bianbei City were stirring with anticipation. When a great whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. The Luo family, being a colossal entity within Bianbei City, was certainly a formidable force. Now that this behemoth was on the brink of destruction, countless individuals were eager to feast upon its remains. Meanwhile, within the Luo family, 12 long swords hovered in the air, completely enveloping the estate. Above, Ding Chen cast a cold gaze downwards. The Luo family is sealed off. Not even a fly can escape, he stated indifferently. Heh. Brother Ding indeed leaves no room for error. An old man chuckled ominously. Boom. At that moment, the red-haired demon raised his blade, preparing to strike. Brother Red-haired, hold on. The elder hastily interjected. Do you intend to stop me? The red-haired demon inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The elder was acutely aware of the man's impulsiveness. He could easily resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Thus, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "No, I am not trying to impede you. However, I believe that although the Luo family appears weak, they seem to possess considerable wealth. If you strike now, you may destroy many valuable items. In my opinion, let us compel the Luo family to surrender all their valuables before we eliminate them, and then we can divide the spoils among the 3 of us. What do you say?" He then looked up at the 2 men. Ding Chen frowned and replied, "Isn't this a bit underhanded?" The elder retorted, "If you find it distasteful, then I shall split the loot with the red-haired demon." Ding Chen's expression changed immediately. On what grounds? The elder chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Never mind. You 2 need not speak. I shall handle this. Once it is over, you will simply be responsible for silencing any witnesses. Ding Chen snorted and fell silent, while the red-haired demon lowered his hand from the blade. Members of the Luo family stepped forward. The elder commanded from the air. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of the Luo family, the arrival of the 3 had not gone unnoticed. However, when the Luo family members attempted to flee, they discovered that the area surrounding the estate had been sealed off by Ding Chen's swords. Just then, the elder's voice echoed through the air. Leading the charge was Luo Feng, accompanied by over a dozen elders from the Luo family, who made their way into the courtyard. May I inquire which esteemed elder graces our Luo family with their presence? Please, take a seat in the hall, Luo Feng greeted with a smile. The elder sneered. There is no need for seating. Are you the head of the Luo family? Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, I am. The elder surveyed the courtyard and inquired. Where is that wretched scoundrel, Luo Tian? Old fool, mind your language. roared Luo Rong as he stepped forward. Are you Luo Tian? Go to hell. The elder pointed a finger at him. Oh no. Luo Feng and the others exclaimed in shock. When they attempted to intervene, they realized it was already too late. Whoosh. A powerful gust of wind struck Luo Rong, sending him flying through the air. Luo Rong. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Even at this moment. He dares to be arrogant before me. He should learn to be wiser in the next life, the old man scoffed. But little did he know, I'm fine. Luo Rong struggled to rise from the ground, his chest stained with blood, yet it was merely a superficial injury. How is this possible? The old man was taken aback. Just now, his finger, although not exerted with full force, was sufficient to kill someone in the transformation realm. Yet, to merely inflict a surface wound on a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm? How could this be? Luo Rong, are you certain you are unscathed? The Grand Elder inquired. Luo Rong rubbed his wound and replied, I truly am fine. This fellow's attack seems rather weak. Unbeknownst to him, it was not that the old man's attack lacked strength, but rather that after cultivating the heavenly Tao body refinement technique, his physical resilience had significantly increased. Though it did not reach the level of Luo Tian, it was nonetheless formidable compared to others. The elderly man's expression shifted erratically. What on earth are you doing? Ding Chun inquired impatiently. The old man cleared his throat, masking his embarrassment, and then, with a cold demeanor, declared, that was merely a lesson for you. Speak again in my presence, and I shall end your life without hesitation. Luo Feng inhaled deeply and asked, Pray tell, who might you be? How has my Luo family offended you? Why would you resort to violence against a junior? The old man cast a glance at Luo Feng and coldly replied, Whom you have offended? It matters not. Allow me to enlighten you. I am a guest elder of the Divine Martial King's manor. I have come, under the Divine Martial Edict, to obliterate your Luo family. What? The Divine Martial Edict? The Divine Martial King's manor? Luo Feng's countenance paled considerably. As the head of the Luo family, he was acutely aware of what the Divine Martial King's manor signified, a colossal force against which the Luo family could not possibly contend. To think that this elderly man was a guest elder of the Divine Martial King's manor. It seemed that the situation regarding Lan Shoer had indeed escalated dramatically. Seeing Luo Feng's alarmed expression, the old man felt a surge of satisfaction. It's not just me. Do you see those two individuals? One is a killer from the Ghost Fiend Hall, known as the Crimson-Haired Ghost, Tang Jin. The other is the sword cultivator, Ding Chun, boasted the old man. The Crimson-Haired Ghost from the Ghost Fiend Hall, Ding Chun. Luo Feng trembled at the mention of these names. He had heard of them both, particularly the notorious reputation of the Ghost Fiend Hall, which was known throughout the Nightwind Kingdom. Who would have imagined such figures had come to the Luo family? It appeared that calamity was indeed imminent for the Luo family. As the old man observed Luo Feng's expression, his pride swelled further. Junior. We do not desire to shed unnecessary blood. We are aware that the true instigator against the Divine Martial King's manor is that wretched creature named Luo Tian. If you hand over Luo Tian's head and surrender all the assets of your Luo family to us three, we shall spare the rest of your kin. As he spoke, he glanced back. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from both Ding Chen and the Crimson-Haired Ghost, forcing the members of the Luo family to retreat repeatedly. Come now. You have a quarter of an hour to deliberate. Choose life or death at your own discretion, the old man proclaimed, his expression one of smug satisfaction. In his view, the Luo family would inevitably choose to submit. After all, it was a matter of sacrificing one Luo Tian or the entire clan. The calculation was straightforward. However, old fool, do you take my Luo family for fools? Do not think for a moment that we would offer Luo Tian, our young master. Even if it were an 80-year-old matron or a humble janitor, as long as they belong to my Luo family, we would never use them as bargaining chips. The Grand Elder scoffed. Indeed, the Luo family stands resolute. If death is our fate, then so be it. To think we would betray our own kin is a delusion. Another elder echoed. Old ghost, abandon your hopes. We shall never yield. In a moment, the members of the Luo family unleashed a torrent of vile insults upon the elderly man. Stunned by the sudden outburst, the old man found himself at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. What manner of people were these Luo family members? Though his life was firmly in their grasp, instead of pleading for mercy, they resorted to curses. The obscenity of their language was astonishing. Truly, the Luo family was akin to the most despicable of creatures. Hey, old man, is this what you meant by leaving it to you? In my opinion, it would be better to take direct action. After all, whatever we seek, we can simply retrieve after their demise, Ding Chen remarked, rolling his eyes. The old man's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Very well, I shall heed your words." With a thunderous step forward, he revealed a chilling demeanor. "Luo family, since you wish for death, I shall oblige," he proclaimed. A mere swarm of ants daring to offend the divine martial king's estate. What utter foolishness! Observing the three figures before him, the grand elder's face turned ashen. "Luo Feng, have all the young ones of the family evacuated?" he inquired in a hushed tone. "They have already departed, led by the sixth elder through the secret passage. As long as they remain, hope for the Luo family persists. Moreover, we still have Tianer. Indeed, we still have Luo Tian." The assembly of elders, faced with the specter of death, exhibited a demeanor of fearless resolve. Boom! Above the skies, dark clouds loomed ominously, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. "Oh, how tragic yet heroic! It seems the heavens themselves mourn your impending demise," the elder declared, raising his staff. With a resounding clang, a terrifying surge of energy coalesced around the staff, poised to strike down at any moment. Just then, Luo Rong looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" The crowd collectively lifted their gazes. Above them, dark clouds parted, and a figure slowly descended from between the swirling mists. Wherever this figure passed, the clouds churned and shattered into fragments. Even from hundreds of paces away, an oppressive sensation enveloped the hearts of all present. Gulp. In the northern street of Beibei City, at a shop that once belonged to the Luo family, Li Qingxi, the head of the Li family, looked up at the figure, his throat tightening as his body trembled. Is this yet another being of the Sky Sovereign Realm? What a terrifying aura! No, my lord. A being of the Sky Sovereign Realm does not possess such formidable energy. This individual must be of the Profound Transformation Realm. The Profound Transformation Realm? The Luo family has actually provoked such a fearsome existence? Ha ha, it seems this time the Luo family is undoubtedly doomed. Li Qingxi's heart swelled with delight. Meanwhile, within the Luo family estate, Luo Feng and others gazed at the figure, despair creeping into their hearts. When faced with three beings of the Sky Sovereign Realm, he had thought there might still be a chance to fight for survival. But now, a being of the Sky Sovereign Realm had suddenly appeared before them. How could they possibly contend with this? On the opposite side, the three members of the red-haired ghost stared at the figure in the sky, their pupils constricting. Such a terrifying presence. This being is not an ordinary Profound Transformation Realm individual. The elder inhaled deeply. Indeed, none of the Profound Transformation Realm experts I have encountered possess such overwhelming power. Is he from your divine martial king's manor, or the ghost slaughter hall? Ding Chen inquired. Not from the ghost slaughter hall. A rare solemn expression crossed the face of the red-haired ghost. Nor is he from the divine martial king's manor. I am familiar with all the Profound Transformation Realm practitioners affiliated with them. Wait a moment. Look at that creature. It is not human. It is a beast. The elder exclaimed, fixating on the figure in the sky. The others followed his gaze and soon realized the truth in his words. The figure in the air stood over 30 feet tall, with the body of a man but the head of an ox, remarkably robust, wielding a spiked club. I recognize this aura. This is the beast king of Tiandang Mountain. Ding Chen gasped. Tiandang Mountain? Yes, it is the five-colored divine bull of Tiandang Mountain. How did this creature come to be here? The elder expressed his astonishment. The five-colored divine bull of Tiandang Mountain is immensely powerful, but harbors a deep aversion to humans. In the Night Wind Kingdom, several Profound Transformation Realm experts have attempted to challenge him, but all either perished or were gravely injured. Thus, the core region of Tiandang Mountain is almost considered a forbidden zone for humans. This five-colored divine bull is the sovereign of that forbidden territory. To think that such a formidable being has suddenly descended upon Beibei City. Why has he come here? Brother Tang, do you and the Ghost Slaughter Hall have any connections with Tiandang Mountain? Ding Chen asked. The red-haired ghost shook his head. No connections, only enmity. We have lost two Profound Transformation Realm assassins to Tiandang Mountain. Ding Chen furrowed his brows, looking towards the elder. What about the divine martial king's manor? The elder stroked his beard and remarked, I am uncertain. Yet I have heard that the divine martial king indeed plans to ally with several formidable demons from the Nightwind Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Ding Chen's furrowed brow relaxed. And he smiled as he replied, that must be the case. The divine martial king has surely persuaded the demon king to lend his assistance. The elder, filled with skepticism, inquired, is that so? Ding Chen chuckled. What else could it be? Do you suppose the Demon King came here out of respect for the Luo family? The elder, upon reflection, could not help but chuckle in disbelief. The Luo family? The Demon King of Tiandang Mountain? He racked his brain, yet could not fathom a connection between these two names. Undoubtedly, this Demon King's visit to Beibei City was likely to curry favor with the Divine Martial King. Apart from the Divine Martial King, who else in the Nightwind Kingdom could possibly warrant such attention? With this thought, a smile returned to the elder's face. We humbly welcome the esteemed Demon King, he proclaimed, cupping his hands in respect. The words of welcome caused the hearts of the Luo family members to sink. Indeed, this fellow was also from the Divine Martial King's estate. Luo Feng's complexion turned pale. The Divine Martial King was undeniably formidable. Did the Luo family still have hope? The third elder was lost in thought. The first elder clenched his fists and declared, "Fear not. With Luo Tian's talent, given time, perhaps even just 20 or 30 years, he shall surely restore the Luo family to greatness. Our sacrifices shall not be in vain. Indeed, let our demise serve as motivation for Luo Tian," he continued, though a tinge of regret crept in as he gazed at Luo Rong. Originally, he could have left with the sixth elder, yet Luo Rong resolutely declined, insisting on remaining with everyone to face the situation together. Head of the family, esteemed elders, please cease your discourse. This is my own decision, he proclaimed with pride. As the young master, just like my elder brother, how could I stand idly by and watch my brother's father sacrifice for me? I am also a son of the Luo family. How could I fear death? Luo Rong declared boldly. Good lad. Several elders nodded in approval. Meanwhile, in midair, Niu Wufang's gaze rested upon the old man. At this moment, the elder still wore a fawning expression directed at him. Do you recognize me? Niu Wufang inquired. Indeed, I am a guest official of the Divine Martial King's manor. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Demon King, and today I am fortunate to witness it in person. Your Excellency, the Demon King radiates an extraordinary brilliance and exudes a heroic aura. The old man lavished compliments. However, Niu Wufang merely snorted in response and asked, Divine Martial King's manor? I have heard of it. Tell me, is this Bianbei City? The old man promptly lowered his head and replied, Yes, this is indeed Bianbei City. Niu Wufang continued, Then you are aware of the Luo family residing in Bianbei City, are you not? The old man's heart leaped with joy. The fact that the other party inquired about the Luo family undoubtedly indicated an intention to annihilate them. Returning to the Demon King, this is indeed the Luo family. And those below are members of the Luo family, the old man stated. Oh, Niu Wufang's eyes sparkled as he suddenly descended towards the ground. Behind him, the three elders exchanged glances and followed suit, for they dared not display arrogance before a formidable opponent, the Demon King of the Transcendence Realm. Watching Niu Wufang approach, the members of the Luo family clenched their fists in anxiety, yet each strove to maintain their composure. Even in the face of death, they resolved to meet it with dignity. Niu Wufang surveyed the assembly and then clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, May I ask who among you is the head of the Luo family? Why such courtesy? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. I am Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family, he declared proudly, though fear lingered within him. He could not afford to show it at this moment. Oh, then I have another question. What relation is Luo Tian to you? Niu Wufang cautiously probed. Luo Tian. He is my son, Luo Feng proclaimed with pride. Speaking of his son Luo Tian filled him with immense satisfaction. This fool is still in such a state. If the Demon King discovers I am Luo Tian's father, won't he reduce me to a mere pulp? The elder mused silently. But at that moment, Niu Wufang suddenly knelt before Luo Feng, bowing deeply. Grandfather, your grandson Niu Wufang pays his respects, he exclaimed as he bowed, causing the entire Luo family ancestral residence to tremble with each gesture. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Grandfather? Grandson? Who? The Demon King is Luo Feng's grandson? But this fellow is a bull-headed creature. And as for Luo Feng, head of the family, when did this happen? The Grand Elder inquired, tugging at Luo Feng's sleeve. When did what happen? Luo Feng responded, equally perplexed. The head of the family is impressive, truly admirable. The second elder glanced at Niu Wufang and gave Luo Feng a thumbs up, though his gaze was somewhat peculiar. What do you mean by that, elders? Luo Feng questioned the second elder. Head of the family, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Who would have thought you were so indiscriminate? The third elder remarked. Astonished. At last, Luo Feng began to comprehend the situation. Elders, you have misunderstood. Who exactly are you, and why do you call me grandfather? He found himself at a loss for how to address Niu Wufang. Niu Wufang quickly raised his head and said, Luo Tian is your son, correct? Luo Feng nodded, affirming. That is indeed true. Niu Wufang continued. Then there is no mistake. Luo Tian is my maternal uncle, my mother's biological brother, which makes you my grandfather. I cannot explain this fully. Please rise and speak slowly, Luo Feng said, his expression darkening. Niu Wufang gradually stood and recounted his connection to Luo Tian. Upon hearing his tale, the Luo family members finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. However, they were left even more astounded. Luo Tian was capable of subduing a divine beast of the transcendence realm. Could it be that a demon king from 5 centuries ago is recognized as a brother? It appears that Luo Tian is even more formidable than they had anticipated. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, are these 3 individuals also from your residence? I can't shake the feeling that they exude hostility. Niu Wufang turned to the 3 beings of the Sky Sovereign Realm and inquired. Luo Feng hurriedly interjected, No. They have come to annihilate my Luo family. What? Niu Wufang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as a surge of power emanated from him. You dare to threaten my grandfather's family? You 3 possess an audacity most extraordinary. Rising to his full height, he looked down upon the trio before him. The 3 were utterly astonished. They could scarcely fathom that this demon king from Tiandang Mountain would align himself with the Luo family. Even more absurd was the fact that he referred to Luo Feng as grandfather. This individual appeared to be significantly older than Luo Feng himself. Let us flee. The eldest among the trio reacted swiftly, attempting to turn and escape. However, bang! Niu Wufang extended his hand and seized him without hesitation. My lord, the demon king, I beseech you to show mercy. I serve the divine martial royal manor, the old man implored, seeking clemency. The divine martial royal manor? Ha! How audacious to provoke my grandfather. Even if the divine martial king himself were to arrive, I would crush him without a second thought. As Niu Wufang spoke, he tightened his grip. Bang! The old man's body disintegrated into a mist of blood, meeting an instant demise. In that fleeting moment, the remaining 2 were utterly terrified, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. How could a formidable expert of the void realm be so effortlessly crushed? It was simply preposterous. On the other side, the red-haired demon realized there was no escaping and swung his blade towards Niu Wufang. Beware! Luo Feng and the others exclaimed in unison. However, when the crimson-haired demon's cleaver struck Niu Wufang's head, it failed to penetrate even his protective aura. Instead, it shattered the demon's palm, blood gushing forth. Niu Wufang, with an expression of indifference, regarded him coldly. You have struck me once. It is only fair that I return the favor. He raised his wolf-toothed club high. Boom. With a single blow, the crimson-haired demon was reduced to a pulpy mass. Whoosh. Observing this, Ding Shen immediately turned to flee. Accompanying him, the 12 swords that had ensnared the Luo family soared into the sky. Infuriated, he thought, the Sword Xian sect deceived me. They claimed it would be an effortless task. Is this truly what they call easy? Ding Shen cursed inwardly. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have never come. Now, all he desired was to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Yet, a colossal figure abruptly blocked his path. Thinking of fleeing? Did you really believe I would allow that? Niu Wufang spoke coldly. What? So soon? Ding Chen gasped in horror. The opponent's speed far surpassed his own. Faced with such an adversary, despair enveloped him entirely. Die! Niu Wufang raised his wolf-toothed club, ready to strike. However, at that very moment, a buzzing sound emanated from the communication crystal at his neck, illuminating brightly. Why now? Niu Wufang furrowed his brow. Yet one hand restrained Ding Chen, while the other directed a stream of spiritual energy into the communication crystal. In the next instant, the crystal flickered with brilliance, projecting a phantom image. To his astonishment, it was none other than Niu Tietue. Mother! Niu Wufang bowed respectfully. Niu Wufang turned and shot him a glance, slightly nodding. In this manner, it is still somewhat acceptable. Have you arrived at your grandfather's home? Niu Wufang nodded. Yes, I just arrived. Is everything well at your grandfather's house? Niu Tietue inquired. There was a minor incident, Niu Wufang replied, recounting the previous events. Upon finishing, Niu Wufang's expression shifted. What? There truly was an incident? Were there any casualties in the Luo family? Niu Tietue asked. It seems there were none, Niu Wufang responded. Niu Tietue's face turned ashen. You, who departed yesterday. How could you arrive so late from Beijing? If there were no incidents, How would your uncle perceive this? Niu Tietue scolded him furiously, causing Niu Wufang to lower his head in trepidation. Mother, did you not say that I should not come in my true form? It has been many years since I transformed, and it took quite some time to succeed, which is why I was delayed. Niu Tietue's demeanor grew stern. Enough of that for now. What about those 3 fools who attacked the Luo family? Niu Wufang replied, I killed 2 of them. This is the last one. I shall crush him now. As he said this, he prepared to strike. Dingchen, who was suppressed by Niu Wufang, turned pale. Yet at that moment, Niu Tietue coldly interjected, Wait, are you really going to kill him just like that? Huh? What else should I do? Niu Wufang was momentarily taken aback. Niu Tietue's expression was one of exasperation. You are truly foolish. If you simply crush him, how will you take credit in front of your uncle and grandfather? Niu Wufang scratched his head in confusion. Mother, I do not understand. Niu Tietue huffed. Listen to me. You must feign a fierce battle, sustaining significant injuries. And then with great effort, eliminate your opponent, so that the Luo family will regard you highly. Niu Wufang glanced at Dingchen, but these fellows are too weak. They die with a single blow. How can I pretend to fight fiercely? Niu Tietue sighed. How do I have such a foolish son? They cannot defeat you. Why not stand still and let them hit you? As long as you get injured, it will suffice. Niu Wufang paused, then nodded. Very well. With that, he casually released Ding Chun. With newfound freedom, Ding Chun exhaled deeply. Yet, simultaneously, he grew increasingly wary of Niu Wufang. Hey, kid, use your sword and strike me. Niu Wufang declared proudly. I dare not. Please spare me. Demon King, Ding Chun hastily replied. Dare not. If you do not strike me, I shall kill you. Niu Wufang threatened. Ding Chun's expression darkened. What on earth is going on in this Demon King's mind? Come, unleash your most formidable attack upon me. If you prevail, perhaps you shall live. This is your sole opportunity, declared Niu Wufang. Upon hearing this, a glint of ferocity flashed in Ding Chun's eyes. Very well, you have spoken, he proclaimed. 12 swords, draw. Clang, clang, clang. 12 swords simultaneously emerged from their sheaths, converging behind him. Demon King, this is of your own making. I do not boast. My strongest sword technique is derived from the true teachings of a master swordsman. The might of this strike transcends realms. Even if you are a Demon King, you cannot withstand it. Ding Chun shouted. Is that so? Niu Wufang gazed at him, his expression brimming with anticipation. Humph, you have brought this upon yourself. 12 swords converging as one. Clang. In an instant, 12 swords coalesced behind him into a colossal sword shadow. The sword of annihilation, strike. With a thunderous shout from Ding Chun, the massive sword shadow descended upon Niu Wufang. Boom. In that fleeting moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The formidable sword shadow, upon meeting Niu Wufang's protective aura, advanced only slightly before fracturing into countless shards. In the blink of an eye, all 12 swords had splintered into mere scraps of metal, yet they failed to breach Niu Wufang's protective barrier. Niu Wufang lowered his head, staring in astonishment at the sight of Ding Chun's attack. The Sword of Annihilation? Such an ostentatious name, and yet this is the extent of its power? He found himself utterly perplexed. It is worth noting that Luo Tian had effortlessly shattered his protective aura with a mere flick of his wrist. How could this individual, after gathering energy for so long, produce such feeble force? Ding Chun was also taken aback. He had always possessed great confidence in his own offensive capabilities. Just moments ago, he believed that even if he could not vanquish Niu Wufang, his strike should have been sufficient to inflict significant damage. Yet, at this moment, perish you! Niu Wufang exclaimed with disdain as he swung a wolf fang club toward him. Damn it, block it! Ding Chun roared, attempting to withstand the blow. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Thud. Unsurprisingly, Ding Chun was crushed. Fool! How can you hope to endure the battle now that you've slain him? The phantom of Niu Tietue observed nearby, his face contorted with anger. Forgive me, mother. I momentarily lost control. It was only then that Niu Wufang realized the gravity of the situation. With a gloomy expression, Niu Tietue remarked, since he is dead, you must find a way to draw some blood yourself. Only then can you earn merit. Do you understand? We are both outsiders, and to gain your maternal grandfather's approval, you must shed blood for the Luo family. Shed blood for the Luo family? Niu Wufang lowered his gaze to his wolf fang club. In the next instant, he seemed to make a resolute decision as he raised the club and struck it against his own head with great force. Boom. The sound resonated like distant thunder. Thud. Blood gushed forth from the top of Niu Wufang's head. Mother, is this sufficient? Niu Wufang, dazed from his blow, struggled to maintain his flight. Yes, splendid. Now you may descend. Remember, from this day forth, you must steadfastly guard the Luo family. As he spoke, the phantom dissipated. Boom. Niu Wufang, bloodied and battered, plummeted into the ancestral home of the Luo family. The members of the Luo family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. How did you sustain such severe injuries? The Grand Elder gazed at Niu Wufang, momentarily at a loss for words. It was important to note that he was the demon king of Tiandong Mountain, a divine beast of the transcendence realm. In days gone by, he would have been an unapproachable entity for them. Yet now, he claimed to be the grandson of Luo Feng. The title felt rather awkward. The enemy was too formidable. I sustained some injuries, grandfather. I bled for our Luo family. You must clarify this with my uncle later, Niu Wufang said, clutching his wound. Luo Feng immediately replied with gravity, rest assured. I will ensure that Tianer is informed of this matter. That is good. Please find me a room, for I must recuperate. Niu Wufang's words were genuine. That last strike had been excessively forceful, resulting in serious injuries. Quickly, prepare a spacious courtyard, Luo Feng commanded, personally arranging for Niu Wufang to have a residence. Once everything was settled, the elders exchanged glances. Master, what should we do next? The Grand Elder asked first. Luo Feng pondered for a moment before responding, I am uncertain. Let us wait for Tiana to return and hear his thoughts. However, with this Transcendence Realm Demon King presiding, our Luo family will at least be secure from this point onward. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. It is important to note that in the entirety of Bianbei City, not a single practitioner of the Void Realm could be found. Yet, within their own household, they now harbored an adept of the Profound Realm. This was not merely a matter of Bianbei City, viewed through the lens of the entire Yefeng Kingdom. They could be considered a force of considerable influence. At that moment, a subordinate from the Luo family rushed in, exclaiming, Master, our family shop is in dire need of assistance. The Li family is attempting to seize our Luo family's assets. What? The Li family? They seek their own demise. Luo Feng instantly grasped the situation. Clearly, the Li family was aware of the intrusion by a powerful Void Realm expert and assumed the Luo family was utterly finished, emboldening them to act. However, they were gravely mistaken, as they remained oblivious to the presence of Niu Wufang. Everyone, follow me at once. We must take action to instill fear in these ruffians during this tumultuous time, Luo Feng declared. Meanwhile, at the Luo family shop, a loud crash echoed as a Luo family man was slammed against the wall, blood gushing forth. Opposite him stood the formidable head of the Li family, Li Qingxi. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the warehouse key, and I shall spare your life, Li Qingxi proclaimed, looking down upon the man with disdain. Li Qingxi, you seek your own death. Our master will not let you go unpunished. The Luo family man retorted defiantly, bloodied yet unyielding. The Luo family? Ha! Fool! Do you not realize? There is no longer a Luo family in Bianbei City. Li Qingxi laughed maniacally. As the head of the Li family, he had long been overshadowed by the Luo family, harboring a deep-seated hatred towards them. With the Luo family now purportedly vanquished, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. You speak nonsense, the Luo man shouted vehemently. Nonsense? Are you blind? Have you not seen those 3 Void Realm Masters dispatched to annihilate the Luo family? Do you genuinely believe that your meager strength can withstand 3 Void Realm experts? Li Qingxi continued, eliciting laughter from those behind him. Indeed, in a small place like Bianbei City, a single Void Realm expert was akin to a deity. The simultaneous assault by 3 such masters left them unable to conceive of any possibility for the Luo family's survival. Master, do you not understand the Luo family? They are all thick-headed fools. Compelling them to submit is nearly impossible. We should simply kill him and then search for the key at our leisure, suggested a disciple from the Li family. Li Qingxi nodded in agreement, saying, You make a valid point. In that case, let us first dispose of you. With that, he drew his weapon, poised to strike down upon the Luo family man's head. Die! Li Qingxi exclaimed with a smile. However, before his blade could even graze his opponent, it was forcefully repelled by a surge of energy. Who dares? Li Qingxi furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend who would be bold enough to obstruct him at this moment in Bianbei City. You must be tired of living, Li Qingxi, came a cold voice from behind the crowd. The onlookers of Bianbei City quickly dispersed. There, standing ominously among the throng, was Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family, accompanied by a dozen elders, their expressions dark and foreboding. What is happening? Why have the Luo family members appeared? Was it not said that the Luo family had been exterminated? Indeed, I witnessed with my own eyes the three reapers approach the Luo residence, so how could they? The crowd exchanged perplexed glances. Master, the manager of the Luo family store greeted Luo Feng with evident delight. I knew you would be safe, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Luo Feng glanced at him and nodded, saying, You have worked hard. Do not worry, I shall seek justice for you. With that, he strode towards Li Qingxi. Li Qingxi, you seek death. Luo Feng's voice was icy. Upon seeing Luo Feng's arrival, Li Qingxi was initially flustered. But he quickly regained his composure. Luo Feng, what audacity. I do not know how you have survived, but with just a few of you. Do you think you can bring about my demise? Have you lost your senses? Li Qingxi retorted coldly. He had brought nearly all the elite members of the Li family with him, while Luo Feng had merely a handful of companions. By any measure, the odds were in his favor. Clang. Without further ado, Luo Feng drew his sword. Li Qingxi, prepare to die, he shouted. In an instant, all eyes turned to Li Qingxi. His lips twitched before he sneered, Very well. Luo Feng, if you desire battle, I shall grant you that opportunity. Today, I will slay you outright and erase your Luo family from the Beibeiqing. With that, he lunged toward Luo Feng. The cold light of his sword flashed as he shouted. Slash! The sword energy surged forward like a rainbow towards Luo Feng. However, with a resounding boom, Luo Feng retaliated with his own strike. The two energies clashing violently and sending Li Qingxi flying. Puff! Before he even hit the ground, Li Qingxi found himself with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. Boom! The next moment, he crashed to the ground, struggling to rise for a long while. Everyone present was taken aback. It was well known that Li Qingxi and Luo Feng had battled for decades, their strengths evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As they prepared for combat, everyone assumed it would be a protracted struggle. Who could have anticipated that Li Qingxi would be defeated in a single blow by Luo Feng? Not only the others, but even Luo Feng himself was somewhat astonished. Although he had long known of the sword techniques imparted by Tanner, he had not expected their potency to be so extraordinary. He murmured to himself. Indeed, the technique he had just employed was the first move of the heavenly Tao sword technique taught by Luo Tian. Ever since Luo Tian's departure, Luo Feng had diligently practiced. Yet, regrettably, even now, he had only scratched the surface of this technique. The path to mastery was still a distant prospect. Nevertheless, the fact that he could vanquish an opponent who was once his equal in a single stroke spoke volumes of the heavenly Tao sword technique's might. Master, the Li family members are still present. How shall we proceed? At that moment, the second elder alerted Luo Feng from behind. Luo Feng instantly regained his focus and commanded the other members of the Luo family beside him. Kill. The Li family had previously dealt ruthless blows to the Luo family, and thus, the Luo family could not possibly relent so easily. Indeed, in an instant, the entire Luo family surged forward. What followed was a cacophony of anguished cries. Within just a few moments, every member of the Li family present was ruthlessly slain, with not a single soul escaping. Gazing upon the blood-soaked battlefield, all in Bianbei City understood, a transformation had occurred. The Luo family not only survived the crisis, but, more crucially, had significantly enhanced their strength. In confronting the Li family, they dispatched their foes with a mere flick of their wrist. Against overwhelming odds, they achieved a resounding victory. It was difficult to fathom that not long ago, these two families were evenly matched forces. That day, news of the Luo family spread like wildfire throughout Bianbei City. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Luo Tian soared through the skies on a dragon steed. Indeed, having a mount is far more convenient. Luo Tian surveyed the rapidly receding landscape below, feeling quite content. At this pace, he should return to the Luo family before nightfall. Just then, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the ground, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. By the time Luo Tian realized, it was already too late. Boom. The shockwave struck directly at Luo Tian and Long Ma. Long Ma was pierced through by the shockwave, blood gushing profusely. Hey, Luo Tian had just reached out to grasp when he plummeted to the ground alongside the dragon horse. Boom. Moments later, both man and beast crashed onto the earth, creating a substantial crater. Cursed creature. From within the pit, Luo Tian struggled to emerge. Though he was unscathed, he was thoroughly smeared with the dragon horse's blood and the dirt from the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the dragon horse was beyond salvation. Who dares to ambush me? Fury surged in Luo Tian's eyes. His gaze flickered, and he noticed a glimmering light in a nearby valley, precisely where the shockwave had originated. "Are you there?" Luo Tian inquired, his toes barely touching the ground as he flickered towards that direction. Meanwhile, in the valley, a colossal bird was ensnared by hundreds of chains, a massive cauldron pressing down upon it, rendering it immobile. Surrounding the giant bird were dozens of figures clad in gray, murmuring incessantly as if reciting sacred texts. The captive bird struggled relentlessly, its visage contorted in apparent agony. Truly, it was a semi-divine beast of the fifth realm of the profound realm, and after 3 days and nights, it had yet to submit. Just moments ago. Had it not evaded swiftly, I would have surely been obliterated by its fiery breath. A man in armor bore a look of trepidation. "Haha, General Wu. If this beast were of a lesser caliber, how could it possibly qualify as the steed of our esteemed Lord Shenwu?" A white-haired elder remarked, grasping a chain while chuckling. General Wu glanced at the giant bird, his brow furrowed. "Is it truly possible to tame this creature?" The elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed, General Wu, rest assured. The spirit-subduing sutra of our 100-beast sect is an unparalleled method of taming beasts. By sunset today at the latest, this creature shall be reduced to a mere automaton." Obedient to commands, General Wu acknowledged with a nod. "I see. Then I must trouble you, Master Bai." Master Bai replied, "It is an honor for our 100-beast sect to serve Lord Shenwu." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the valley, Luo Tian declared, "This is the place. I shall uncover who dares to attack me." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he prepared to advance. But at that moment, "Stop!" A voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, 4 figures appeared before Luo Tian, blocking his path. "This valley is sealed. Uninvited guests, leave at once," declared the leading young man clad in white. "Step aside." Luo Tian dismissed him with indifference. What did you say?" A glint of coldness flickered in the young man's eyes. "You insolent brat. This is a matter concerning the beast sect and the divine martial prince's manor. How dare you speak to me in such a disrespectful manner?" Very well. You need not leave. Once the demonic beast is tamed, it will need to be fed. So you shall remain here as its meal." As he spoke, he reached out toward Luo Tian, intending to subdue him. However, bang. His hand was seized by Luo Tian. "You dare to fight back? Release me, or the beast sect and the divine martial prince's manor will ensure the annihilation of your entire family." The young man in white exclaimed fiercely. Luo Tian turned his head, casting a cold gaze upon him. "Even at this juncture, you still dare to utter such threats?" Luo Tian inquired icily. Why should I not? I am acting on behalf of the divine martial prince's manor. You think you can kill me?" He called out to his fellow disciples. "Brothers, take action." Clang, clang. The remaining 3 drew their swords, pointing them menacingly at Luo Tian. "Brat, if you have any sense, quickly release my senior brother. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." One of them warned coldly. "What are the consequences?" Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at him, exerting force in his hand. With a splatter, a cloud of crimson mist erupted as the man in his grasp was crushed to death. "What? You dare? You reckless brat. You seek your own demise." Anger flared in the eyes of the 3. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh. Luo Tian's figure vanished from before them, only to reappear behind the trio. Has this brat succumbed to fear? One disciple pondered, bewildered. "I don't know, but we must not allow him to enter the valley, if matters are delayed. We shall face punishment." "Indeed, brat, return to us." The 3 hastily turned to pursue Luo Tian. However, as they pivoted, a series of splatters echoed, and blood gushed forth from their bodies simultaneously. "When did you?" Their eyes widened with disbelief, utterly perplexed by Luo Tian's sudden assault. Meanwhile, anger surged within Luo Tian. In his right hand, he clutched a withered blade of grass, from which drops of blood continually dripped. A single blade of withered grass had dispatched them all. Luo Tian gazed into the depths of the valley, where flickering lights shimmered, his fury unabated. "There it is," he exclaimed, swiftly darting in that direction. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, the Golden Pung King pondered his fate. Why resist further? To become a mere slave to the divine martial king is your destiny. Master Bai, hands clasped behind his back, observed the ensnared giant bird with a smirk. "Despicable wretch. Perish." The Golden Pung King roared, preparing to launch an assault on Master Bai. However, a resounding hum filled the air as the colossal cauldron above emitted a brilliant light, instantly forcing the Golden Pung King down by 3 feet, with his entire head buried into the earth. That last strike was merely a lapse in my vigilance. Did you truly believe I would grant you a second chance to attack? Master Bai declared triumphantly. Yet, the Golden Pink King's once golden eyes now blazed a furious crimson, glaring at him with malevolence. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Master Bai. Did that bird just spit at the sky? Both Master Bai and General Wu were momentarily taken aback, then turned around. They beheld Luo Tian, who was holding a piece of withered grass, gazing intently at the Golden Pink King. How did this other person manage to sneak in? Are the guards outside utterly incompetent? Master Bai furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, General Wu interjected, Master Bai, relax. He is merely a fledgling at the body refinement stage. What harm could he possibly cause? He discerned at a glance that Luo Tian had yet to gather qi into a sea, remaining simply at the body refinement stage. Thus, he did not take the matter to heart. Master Bai's expression softened slightly as he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Luo Tian lowered his head and addressed the two. Hey, did that guy just spit into the air? General Wu chuckled. Indeed, he did. What of it? Luo Tian's face darkened as he retorted. What of it? He killed my dragon horse. What do you think? Are you its masters? Master Bai and General Wu exchanged glances, simultaneously bursting into laughter. They had initially speculated the commotion, only to realize that the Golden Pink King had not attacked them, but had instead struck this unfortunate fellow. They shook their heads, chuckling. Luo Tian coldly insisted. What are you laughing at? I ask you, is this creature yours? The two exchanged another look, and General Wu replied, what if it is? What if it is not? With the Golden Pink King subdued, General Wu's spirits were high, prompting him to tease Luo Tian. Under normal circumstances, given their temperaments, both he and Master Bai would have swiftly dealt with Luo Tian. Luo Tian's voice turned icy. If it belongs to you, then you must compensate for my dragon horse. If it does not, step aside. I will settle the score with that creature myself. Master Bai narrowed his eyes. Oh, if it is not ours, feel free to pursue him. Luo Tian nodded. Very well, that cauldron is in my way. Remove it, or I shall not be responsible for any damage. Master Bai laughed heartily. If you possess the skill, then by all means, go ahead and take it. Should you break it, you shall not be held accountable. Master Bai found the situation amusing. That cauldron was a 5th-tier magical artifact, incredibly powerful. It was precisely this item that enabled them to keep the Golden Pink King in check. The oppressive aura emanating from the cauldron was enough to instill fear even in Master Bai and General Wu. As for Luo Tian, at the body refinement stage, he would not only fail to damage it, even a mere touch could lead to his demise. Very well, you have said it yourselves, Luo Tian declared, striding towards the Golden Pink King. Higi, Master Bai, you are quite the rascal, General Wu remarked with a smile. Master Bai stroked his beard. Having spent so many days here, it has grown quite dull. With this audacious young lad, wouldn't it be entertaining to witness a performance of self-destruction? General Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite amusing. This fellow is truly beyond foolish. Amidst the mockery of the two, Luo Tian approached the Golden Pink King. The human boy, the Golden Pink King's head was largely suppressed into the earth, leaving only one eye visible, which could still see Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian did not pay him any heed. Instead, he stepped over his body and made his way towards the colossal cauldron. In the eyes of the Golden Pink King, anger surged even more, yet the immense power of the cauldron rendered him utterly immobile. Hee, what a spectacle we are about to witness, Master Bai remarked with a smile as he observed Luo Tian. To him, the moment Luo Tian made contact with the cauldron, he would surely be obliterated into a mere puddle of flesh by its might. However, with a resounding bang, Luo Tian grasped one of the cauldron's legs and forcefully hurled it backward. Whoosh boom. To everyone's astonishment, he flung the cauldron into the air, where it crashed heavily into the mountain cliff behind, embedding itself deeply within, leaving no trace of its shadow. What? This scene left everyone in utter shock. A colossal cauldron capable of subduing a formidable quasi-divine beast was casually discarded like refuse? Am I still dreaming? Master Bai murmured. This is dire, the Golden Rock King. General Wu was the first to regain his senses. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from beneath the valley. Crack, crack. The chains that bound the Golden Rock King shattered instantaneously. All of you from the Beast Sect and the Divine Martial King's manor, prepare to meet your doom. The Golden Rock King unfurled his wings and ascended from the ground. This is disastrous. The two of them, Master Bai and General Wu, were left dumbfounded. The Golden Rock King's strength was exceedingly formidable. Their previous ability to contain him had relied on cunning schemes, and the aid of a powerful artifact like the colossal cauldron. Now that the cauldron had been discarded, who could possibly restrain this behemoth? Die. The Golden Pung King flapped his wings, stirring the winds. In an instant, all the disciples of the beast sect chanting the Extinction Sutra were obliterated. In the next moment, the Golden Pung King flashed towards the two, Master Bai and his companion. Damn it, perish! General Wu roared, striking with his palm. The gust of his palm howled like a mountain collapsing, raising a storm of dust. Yet, in the following instant, the Golden Pung King's massive claws shattered the force of the palm and appeared directly before General Wu. With a swift motion, the Golden Pung King retracted his claws, tearing General Wu into several pieces, leading to his immediate demise. Meanwhile, Master Bai, sensing the impending doom, turned and fled. He understood that this time, they had been utterly defeated. However, even now, he could not comprehend the reason for their loss. Why was it that fellow Luo Tian could so effortlessly discard the colossal cauldron? Yet, all of this was now irrelevant to him. Roar! The King of Golden Eagles bellowed behind him. The roar transformed into a pillar of white light, hurtling towards him. With a swift motion, the White Master was shattered into fragments by the sound. Humph! A bunch of despicable scoundrels. The King of Golden Eagles, evidently still seething with rage, unleashed another barrage upon the corpse of the military general. After a considerable duration, he finally ceased his onslaught. Following these actions, he turned to face Luo Tian. Young man, though I know not who you are, I am grateful for your timely intervention, the King of Golden Eagles expressed. However, Luo Tian responded with an icy demeanor. No need for thanks. You may have vented your frustration, but my anger remains unaddressed. Luo Tian retorted coldly. What do you mean? The King of Golden Eagles was taken aback. Luo Tian continued, before I entered, did you not roar towards the heavens? After a moment's contemplation, the king replied, indeed. I believe that occurred. Why do you ask? With a frosty tone, Luo Tian replied, why do I ask? That roar of yours killed my steed and sent me plummeting from the sky. What do you have to say about that? The King of Golden Eagles was momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he admitted, I intended to attack those two individuals. The death of your steed was merely collateral damage. Luo Tian glared at him, stating, I care not whether it was collateral damage. Recognizing his fault, the King of Golden Eagles lowered his head and asked, what do you propose we do? Luo Tian regarded him and replied, it's quite simple. You have slain my steed, thus you must compensate me with another. The King of Golden Eagles chuckled, that is easily arranged. In the realm of night wind, I am the King of Birds. I shall procure for you a splendid flying mount. Leave me your address. And in 7 days, a beast will come to acknowledge you as its master. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian shook his head. No, I cannot wait that long. What do you mean? The king inquired. Luo Tian fixed him with a stare, declaring, it is you, since you have taken my steed. You shall serve as my mount until I reach the realm of sky sovereignty. In the eyes of the Golden Pung King, a glint of cold light flashed. Kid. Are you mistaken? You want me to be your steed? Even the powerful God Martial King of your human race couldn't compel me to serve him. What makes you think you can? Luo Tian rolled his eyes and retorted, what is that God Martial King to me? I don't care. The Golden Pung King was taken aback, not expecting Luo Tian to dismiss even the God Martial King. Had it been anyone else, merely suggesting he become their mount would have prompted immediate action. However, given that Luo Tian was also his savior, it seemed inappropriate to act so hastily. After pondering for a moment, the Golden Pung King suddenly conceived a plan. Kid, if you wish for me to be your steed, it is not impossible. However, I once swore that anyone who desires to be my master must withstand 3 of my attacks. Otherwise, I would rather die than submit. The Golden Pung King's intention was straightforward. He hoped to deter Luo Tian with this challenge. After all, the strength he had just displayed was formidable. But to his astonishment, Luo Tian responded, 3 attacks? Fine, bring it on. This left the Golden Pung King bewildered. Hey, kid, did you hear me correctly? It's me attacking you, not the other way around. I heard you loud and clear. Hurry up and strike. Once you're done, we'll be on our way. Luo Tian replied, growing impatient. The Golden Pung King fell silent, taken aback by Luo Tian's lack of understanding. Fine, I'll teach this fellow a small lesson. As long as I do not take his life, I can find a way to repay him later. With that thought, the Golden Pung King said, very well. For my next strike, I shall use only 1/10 of my strength, and I will aim for your left arm. If you sense something amiss, just dodge, and you will avoid disaster. Yet, Luo Tian dismissed this, saying, "No need. Just unleash your full power." Full power? The Golden Pung King chuckled inwardly. "All right, prepare yourself." Taking a deep breath, the Golden Pung King opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful blast. Boom. A beam of light shot forth, targeting Luo Tian's left arm. "Now you realize my might, don't you?" The Golden Pung King thought to himself. However, to his astonishment, Luo Tian merely raised his hand to grasp the beam. Oh no. His hand is ruined. The Golden Pung King panicked internally. But in the next moment, the golden light struck Luo Tian's palm and, instead of shattering it, the beam began to disintegrate, vanishing entirely within his grasp. Remarkably, Luo Tian's hand bore no scars, save for a slight smudge. "This is 1/10 of your strength? You are so weak." Luo Tian glanced at his palm, then at the Golden Pung King, his disappointment unmistakable. The face of King Jinping turned a shade of green. What is happening? Although he had not exerted his full strength, the outcome should not have been so meager, especially after he had boasted so loudly, only to find that he had merely dirted his opponent's palm. Upon observing Luo Tian's expression, King Jinping felt a scorching heat on his own face. "Humph. It seems I underestimated you. I initially thought you were a genius well-versed in magical artifacts, capable of discerning the usage of that massive cauldron, thus effortlessly moving it aside. To my surprise, your strength is formidable indeed, yet you feign the appearance of a mere body refinement realm practitioner. You are quite adept at concealing your true abilities." King Jinping remarked with a piercing gaze. "Enough of the pleasantries. Let us commence the second strike," Luo Tian declared. "Humph. Very well. Let me make myself clear. Although you are my savior, I shall not hold back this time. I will unleash 80% of my power upon you. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to evade," King Jinping asserted. "Bring it on," Luo Tian declared. The Golden Pung King narrowed his eyes. He was acutely aware of Luo Tian's formidable strength. To emerge victorious, he could no longer afford to hold back. With a divine breath, the Golden Ping roared. The Golden Pung King unleashed another furious cry. In an instant, a beam of light, magnified several times in power, entwined with lightning, surged toward Luo Tian. This strike was even more terrifying than the one that had previously vanquished the White Sect leader. Boom. The beam struck Luo Tian head-on, instantly generating a mushroom cloud in the valley. "Oh no, that was too much force. I hope that boy isn't in danger." The Golden Pung King gazed at his attack, unable to suppress a growing concern. If he were to inadvertently annihilate his life-saving benefactor, it would be utterly unacceptable. However, cough, 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 this is choking me. From amidst the dust, Luo Tian's coughing echoed. Moments later, he emerged from the haze. Good heavens, is this technique meant to suffocate with dust? Such a devious tactic. Luo Tian regarded the Golden Pung King with a look of deep grievance. King Jinping was rendered speechless. His signature skill, which had gained him fame, failed to harm his opponent. Instead, the dust it stirred had choked Luo Tian. If word of this spread, it would surely tarnish his reputation for a lifetime. "Hey, there's still one final move left. Hurry up," urged Luo Tian from the other side. Upon the head of the Golden Rock King, beads of sweat began to form. The previous strike had been executed with utmost seriousness, yet Luo Tian had barely acknowledged it. The strength of this individual was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Could it be that he was destined to become this person's steed? The mere thought filled the Golden Rock King with a sense of profound resistance. After all, he was a demon beast of the Transcendence realm, bestowed with the title of Demon King. The idea of being treated as a mount by a mere human was unbearable. As this image crossed his mind, his resolve solidified. "Young man, allow me to make myself clear. My next strike will be unprecedentedly powerful. Even your esteemed human race's divine martial king would not withstand it. Furthermore, once I unleash my attack, there will be no possibility of retraction. Are you certain you wish to endure it?" The Golden Rock King declared with gravity. Luo Tian, growing impatient, replied, "Enough with the idle chatter. Simply unleash your attack." A flicker of determination passed through the eyes of the Golden Rock King as he silently concluded, "Very well, I have offered my warnings. If you perish, it shall be your ill fate." With that, he flapped his wings and ascended into the sky. "If you can withstand this strike, then perhaps I shall consider you as my mount," he proclaimed, channeling his energy. Heavenly might, divine breath. Boom. In the next moment, the Golden Rock King unleashed a terrifying beam of crimson light. Unlike the previous beam, this one was blood red, its power overwhelmingly fearsome. As it emerged, it stirred the very heavens. One moment the sky was clear, and the next it was shrouded in dark clouds. It resembled a celestial thunderbolt, hurtling towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian lifted his gaze to observe the impending strike, his brow furrowing. The last attack raised so much dust. Should this one strike the ground, I would surely choke. No, I cannot allow it to descend. I must take the initiative. Resolutely, he prepared himself. Heavenly Tao Fist, Dragon Form Fist, 4th style. Roar. In the next instant, as Luo Tian launched his fist, a dragon-shaped silhouette materialized from his fist, colliding with the Golden Rock King's beam. Rumbling, the two forces met in midair, momentarily locked in a fierce struggle, before the dragon form fist shattered the beam, surging forth towards the Golden Rock King. What? The Golden Rock King in the sky was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. His full-force strike had been utterly defeated in direct confrontation. As he observed the impending dragon fist, he dared not linger and swiftly evaded. Whoosh! The dragon fist grazed past the Golden Rock King's head, soaring into the heavens. Although it did not strike him, the overwhelming pressure nearly rendered him unconscious. Boom! The fist's power ascended, scattering the dark clouds above, revealing a radiant sunny sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the Golden Rock King was left in a state of disbelief. Was this a jest? Could such might emanate from someone of the returning ruins realm? He understood clearly that had he been struck by that punch, survival would be a grim fortune. It was merely a single blow. In an instant, he turned to Luo Tian, his eyes filled with reverence. Well, 3 moves have passed. What do you say now? Luo Tian inquired. The Golden Rock King's eyes twitched several times before he laughed heartily. All right. I concede. To serve as a mount for a strong being of the returning ruins realm is not a loss. With that, he descended before Luo Tian, bowing his head and proclaiming, I am the Golden Rock King, willing to serve as your steed. May I know how to address you, my master? Beibei City, Luo Tian. Luo Tian introduced himself. Luo Tian, I shall remember that. The Golden Rock King nodded. Now, I am pressed for time. Take me back to Beibei City. Luo Tian mounted the Golden Rock King's back, declaring, though he had lost a dragon steed, acquiring a profound beast as a mount seemed a fair trade to Luo Tian. With a mighty flap of his wings, the Golden Rock soared into the sky, his speed far surpassing that of a dragon steed. Master, may I inquire about your current realm? The Golden Rock King asked during their flight. Me? Haven't you already discerned it? Body refinement. Luo Tian reclined on his back, responding. Body refinement? Are you jesting? The Golden Rock King was bewildered. He had always assumed that Luo Tian's cultivation far exceeded his own, allowing him to conceal his true strength. But from Luo Tian's words, it seemed otherwise. Do you think I have the leisure for jesting? Would I seek a mount if my realm were sufficient? I am merely at the body refinement stage, incapable of flight. Otherwise, would I not have been struck by your attack in the sky? Luo Tian retorted. Indeed, as a being of only body refinement, he possessed the celestial way body technique, sufficient for combat. However, for travel, it posed considerable inconvenience. It necessitated constant expenditure of spiritual energy for instantaneous movement. More critically, it increased the risk of accidents. The last time, he had unintentionally struck down a formidable demon. What if next he were to collide with an innocent old lady? Would he be able to justify that? Yet, upon absorbing this information, the Golden Rock King grew increasingly astonished. Was this a jest? Could someone at the body refinement stage possess such terrifying power? He turned to glance at Luo Tian, his heart filled with indescribable astonishment. Master, are you perhaps emulating the ancient powerful beings, solely cultivating the physical realm? Jinping Wang inquired once more. Yet, Luo Tian replied, bewildered, cultivating only the physical realm? No, I should be condensing energy by next month. Condensing energy next month? Jinping Wang astutely grasped this information. Not dedicated to solely cultivating the physical realm, yet possessing such formidable strength. What might he achieve upon reaching the energy condensation stage? Would he not become even more powerful? A prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy. If, prior to this moment, Jinping Wang had harbored any doubts about becoming Luo Tian's mount, he was now completely convinced. To be the steed of such an extraordinary being was not merely a burden, but a fortuitous opportunity. As they conversed, Bianbei City came into view. Jinping Wang's colossal figure had barely approached when the guards of Bianbei City spotted him. Heavens! A demon beast! What? Such a gigantic demon beast, and that terrifying aura must surely belong to one above the void flight realm. What on earth is happening in Bianbei City today? First, 3 from the void flight realm causing a ruckus, then the Luo family rampaging, and now a demon beast has appeared? Could it be that Bianbei City is to be annihilated today? I do not wish to perish. In an instant, panic engulfed the entire Bianbei City. Wait, look. It seems there is someone atop that demon beast. Someone. Could it be that this demon beast serves as a mount for a person? If the aura of the mount is so terrifying, how powerful must the person atop it be? The demon beast appeared to be heading towards the Luo family. The Luo family. Once again the Luo family? What on earth is going on with them? People speculated wildly, yet no one truly understood what was transpiring. Meanwhile, as Jin Peng Wang approached the Luo family, he suddenly felt a shiver run through him. This aura. Simultaneously, in a certain area of the Luo family, Niu Wufang abruptly opened his eyes wide. This breath, he exclaimed. In an instant, he dashed into the courtyard and looked up. There, he beheld a colossal golden bird, obscuring the sun as it circled in the sky. King of Golden Eagles? Niu Wufang? Upon encountering each other, the two formidable demons exchanged a piercing glance. The Golden Rock King. Is this audacious creature also intent on striking against the Luo family? This troublesome adversary, in my current weakened state, I may not be able to thwart him. Niu Wufang fixed his gaze upon the Golden Rock King, his wolf Fang club gripped tightly in hand. As a creature of the five-colored divine ox, his bloodline is even more potent than mine. It seems an epic battle is imminent. The Golden Rock King, too, appeared to brace himself for confrontation. At that moment, Luo Tian, emerging from the back of the Golden Rock King, suddenly poked his head out. Stand down, there is no malice. We are comrades, declared Luo Tian. Uncle? Niu Wufang's eyes lit up upon seeing Luo Tian, while Luo Tian, hearing this title, wore an expression of helplessness. In contrast, King Jinping stared at Niu Wufang and Luo Tian in astonishment, utterly perplexed. Uncle? What kind of title is that? Under Luo Tian's guidance, King Jinping set Luo Tian down in the courtyard. He then transformed from a colossal bird into a figure with a bird's head and a human body, sprouting two wings. Despite this metamorphosis, he still stood over 2 zhang tall, nearly matching Niu Wufang's height. Wait here. I shall visit my father, Luo Tian commanded before departing. In the courtyard, only Niu Wufang and King Jinping remained. Hey, King Jinping, how could you possibly be with my uncle? Niu Wufang questioned suspiciously, eyeing King Jinping. The latter looked up and replied nonchalantly, I have chosen to follow my master. Master? You can't mean you've become my uncle's steed, can you? That is impossible. Aren't you the one who despises restraint the most? Niu Wufang exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at King Jinping. As fellow beasts, they had been friends for many years, and he understood King Jinping's temperament well. It was known that this creature had an indomitable spirit. King Jinping cast him a glance and stated, This matter is rather lengthy to explain, but tell me, why do you refer to your master as uncle? Niu Wufang chuckled awkwardly and replied, It was at my mother's behest. Your mother? King Jinpu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, Your mother has emerged from the seal? That seal was so robust, how could that be possible? Years ago, King Jinpeng had been invited by Niu Wufang to Tiandang Mountain to break the seal together. However, with a single strike, King Jinping was nearly overwhelmed by the sword intent emanating from the ancient sword. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of that seal. After a brief pause, King Jinping regained his composure and exclaimed, Could it be the master? Niu Wufang, brimming with pride, replied, Indeed. My uncle effortlessly drew forth the ancient sword and rescued my mother. Subsequently, she recognized him as her brother, and he became my uncle. King Jinpeng rolled his eyes at Niu Wufang and remarked, Your circle is truly chaotic. So your mother has been unsealed? What realm is she in now? What is her opinion of the master? King Jinpeng, unable to discern Luo Tian's cultivation level, sought to corroborate through Niu Tietue. Niu Wufang, absent-mindedly picking his nose, stated, I inquired, and my mother is still in the Guishi realm, albeit her state is unstable, so she can only be regarded as at the first level of the Guishi realm. She mentioned that, at present, she is no match for my uncle. However, if she fully recovers her strength, she should be able to surpass him. King Jinping's pupils dilated in astonishment. The first level of the Guishi realm is not even a match for the master? He murmured, Well, that is merely the current situation, as my mother said. If my uncle were to break through to the next realm, then even if she regained her peak strength, she would likely still not be a match for him. Once again, Jin Peng Wang found himself astounded. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the members of the Luo family gathered upon receiving the news of Luo Tian's return. Tianer, was everything smooth? Luo Feng inquired. Indeed, All the other materials have been secured. But we must wait for the opening of the Ziwei secret realm in a few days to obtain the innate spiritual crystal. However, I have already acquired the qualification to enter the Ziwei secret realm, Luo Tian replied. Luo Feng rejoiced, exclaiming, "Excellent. Splendid. We have also completed the procurement of the other materials. Once the Ziwei secret realm opens, you shall be able to break through to the Qi-gathering realm." A Luo Tian at the body refinement realm was already formidable. The thought of him advancing to the Qi-gathering realm left Luo Feng in awe. "By the way, father, when I arrived, I noticed smoke rising throughout the city. What is the situation?" Luo Tian asked. Luo Feng chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. Merely the various prominent families in Bianbei City attempting to encroach upon our Luo family's assets. However, those short-sighted individuals have all been eradicated." Luo Tian was taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. They dared to strike against the Luo family? How could that be? The Luo family's strength is unparalleled in Bianbei City. Over the years, only the Li family has been able to contend with us. Have these fools lost their senses to challenge the Luo family? They believe that our Luo family might have been annihilated, Luo Feng explained, recounting the incident involving the 3 experts from the Void Realm who had invaded the Luo family. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that Luo Tian, with his head slightly lowered, was enveloped by an aura of palpable killing intent. "Is it you, Tian?" At this moment, Luo Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought upon witnessing the scene before him. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have recognized Luo Tian. Annihilation of a clan? Who were these assailants? What was their origin? Luo Tian's voice carried an icy chill. He had not anticipated that, due to the affair concerning Lan Shower, they would resort to such extreme measures as clan extermination. Had it not been for Niu Wufang, the Luo family might have truly faced obliteration. The mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver of dread through Luo Tian's heart. Although he had long been aware of the world's cruelty, he now realized how naively optimistic he had been. "Young master, the investigation has been completed. The 3 assailants include Qi Fa Gui, an assassin from the Ghost-Killing Hall, hired by the Lan family, Ding Chun, a sword cultivator of the Skyward Realm, engaged by the Sword Shin sect, and lastly, a guest elder from the Divine Martial King's Manor, reported the 3rd elder." He too sensed Luo Tian's unusual demeanor and spoke with utmost respect, an attitude befitting a superior addressing a junior. "The Lan family, Ghost-Killing Hall, Sword Shin sect, and Divine Martial King's Manor? Understood. You all wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, Luo Tian made his way to the courtyard. As the formidable Niu Wufang attempted to greet Luo Tian, he found himself paralyzed midway through his words, overwhelmed by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Luo Tian. Niu Wufang, the steadfast guardian of the Luo family, had been resolute in his duty. Anyone daring to cause trouble at the Luo residence would be met with immediate and ruthless retribution, devoid of any hesitation. Luo Tian spoke in a chilling tone. "Indeed." Niu Wufang replied with his head bowed. As his gaze averted from Luo Tian, Niu Wufang felt as though his very being was on the verge of collapse. In that fleeting moment, a chill swept through his heart. Merely looking at Luo Tian instilled within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although he had always known of Luo Tian's formidable prowess, it was only now that he truly comprehended the extent of that power. It dawned on him that when Luo Tian had once casually fractured his bones with a single slap, it had merely been a jest. Had he been earnest, he could have easily taken his life. "King Jinping, follow me," Luo Tian commanded. Indeed, King Jinping felt a chill in his heart. It was the first time he had witnessed Luo Tian in such a state. He dared not utter a word and directly transformed into his true form. Whoosh! Luo Tian soared onto King Jinping, ascending into the heavens. "Grandfather, uncle, what are they up to?" Only after Luo Tian had departed did Niu Wufang, with a look of lingering trepidation, inquire. "He is likely seeking trouble," Luo Feng murmured. Meanwhile, in Yunshui City, at the Lan family residence, "Father, have there been any updates?" Lan Xiao'er lay weakly in bed, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Lan Meng gazed at his daughter and replied with a smile, "Fear not, my child." With the combined efforts of the 3 formidable practitioners of the Void Realm, the Luo family is destined for annihilation. Lan Xiao'er nodded, falling silent thereafter. In another part of Yunshui City, within the city lord's mansion, Lord Longmin, "Thank you immensely for your assistance. You have fortified our city's protective array." Wu Wendian, the city lord, spoke with a beaming smile. He was elated, for before him stood the September sect leader, Long Yingqiu, a superlative master of the Tongxian realm. This was indeed his first encounter with such a formidable figure. There is no need for such formality, City Lord Wu. My intervention was solely in consideration of your third young lady, Wu Yurua. Long Yingxiu remarked, turning to a young woman beside him, his gaze filled with warmth. City Lord Wu, how is it that someone of your spirit transformation realm could raise such an exceptional child? She is merely 17. Yet she has already surpassed the spirit transformation realm. To my knowledge, even the heir of the divine martial king has not yet attained this stage. She is undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of our Nightwind Kingdom. Given time, she will assuredly break into the Tongxian realm. Indeed, I would not be surprised if she aspired to the Guizhou realm. At that point, she would truly become the foremost figure of our Nightwind Kingdom. Wu Wentian glanced at his daughter, pride shining in his eyes. Yet he humbly replied, "You flatter me, sect leader. My daughter's achievements are entirely attributable to your exceptional guidance. Had it not been for your extraordinary decision to accept her as a closed-door disciple, she would not have reached such heights." Flattered by Wu Wantian's praise, Long Yingxiu's spirits soared, and he erupted into laughter. However, at that moment, a hum resonated. Before everyone, the heart of the Yinshui City Protective Array began to glow. This radiance indicates that a practitioner of the Tongxian realm is approaching. Long Yingxiu exclaimed, glancing at the array's core. What? A Tongxian realm practitioner? Wu Wentian's expression shifted subtly. Long Yingxiu glanced at him, chuckling, "City Lord Wu, there is no need for concern. The array I just laid out cannot be breached by brute force, even by a master of the Tongxian realm. Besides, I am here as well." Wu Wentian immediately clasped his hands and said, "Then we shall rely entirely on Lord Longman." Long Yingxiu nodded. "Very well, let us proceed to the city walls to ascertain the identity of this esteemed visitor. Yurua, you shall accompany me as well. Meeting a powerful figure will also serve to refine your temperament." Indeed, Wu Yuru murmured, a hint of anxiety flickering in her eyes. Long Yingxiu, observing her demeanor, shook his head slightly. His prized disciple possessed many commendable qualities, yet her overly gentle and timid nature was a significant vulnerability. It was imperative that she undergo rigorous training to strengthen her resolve. Before long, the group arrived atop the walls of Yinshui City. Shortly after, a colossal figure appeared in the distant sky. Upon sighting this silhouette, Long Yingxiu's brow furrowed in concern. The Golden Rock King? How could it be him? He muttered to himself. "Master Long, who is the Golden Rock King?" Wu Wentian inquired, unaware of the significance. Long Yingxiu's gaze intensified as he replied, "The Golden Rock King, a quasi-divine beast of the profound realm, is known for his solitary nature. It is indeed unusual for him to approach a human city." Quasi-divine beast? Wu Wentian gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the Golden Peng King had arrived before Yinshui City. "Golden Peng King, after many days of absence, I, Long Yingxiu, the Lord of the 9th September sect, extend my greetings from afar." Long Yingxiu called out loudly. The Golden Peng King also noticed Long Yingxiu, glanced at the great protective formation of Yinshui City, and declared in a clear voice, "Lord Long, did this formation originate from your handiwork? I kindly request that you dismantle the formation to allow me entry into the city." Long Yingxiu regarded him with a wry smile and replied, "If it were merely your desire to enter, I would not dare to impede you. However, the murderous aura emanating from you is palpable, piercing my face with pain even from a distance of 1,000 feet. How could I possibly permit your entrance? If you were to enter the city, it would surely result in calamity for its inhabitants." The Golden Peng King, upon hearing this, retorted coldly, "Lord Long, you are mistaken. This murderous aura is not mine, but that of my master." "Master?" Upon hearing the words of the Golden Peng King, Long Yingxiu suddenly realized that Luo Tian was seated upon the back of the Golden Peng King. In that moment, Luo Tian's eyes were slightly closed, seemingly in the midst of gathering strength. The source of the terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. Witnessing this scene, Long Yingxiu's heart began to race violently. The Golden Peng King has a master? Given this creature's temperament, how could it possibly acquiesce to being another steed? Could the one who commands him possibly be an entity of the returning ruins realm? The mere thought of this possibility caused beads of sweat to form upon Long Yingxiu's forehead. He believed that with the support of the formation, he could withstand the majority of those from the returning ruins realm. Even against the quasi-divine beast, the Golden Peng King, he felt confident in a confrontation. However, if it were indeed the case of the returning ruins realm, "Golden Peng King, may I inquire about the purpose of your master's entrance into the city?" Long Yingxiu asked. Before the Golden Peng King could respond, Luo Tian abruptly opened his eyes. At the moment he did, two piercing beams of light struck the city wall, leaving behind two deep scars. Wu Yuro merely exchanged a fleeting glance with Luo Tian, only to feel her legs weaken, causing her to collapse onto the ground. I shall dismantle the formation. I have come on behalf of the Lan family and wish not to commit further acts of slaughter. However, should you seek to defend the Lan family, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well, Luo Tian stated coldly. Long Yingxiu, as the leader of a sect, was certainly no fool. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of who the Lan family was. How could he possibly take a stand for them? Please wait a moment. I shall dismantle the formation at once. Why provoke someone beyond one's capability to confront? Long Yingxiu's rise to the position of sect leader surely required a modicum of discernment. With a deep breath, Long Yingxiu began to form the seals, and a corner of the grand array was set in motion. Thank you, King Jinping exclaimed before soaring into the city of clouds and waters. As he gazed in the direction of King Jinping's departure, Wu Tian felt the veins on his forehead throb with fury. The Lan family? Have they lost their senses? How could they provoke such a formidable figure? Long Yingxiu sighed and remarked, none of that matters now. The Lan family is destined to become a footnote in history. With a suspected expert of the returning ruins realm taking action, it's not just the minor clans of the city of clouds and waters that are at risk. Even our Jiuyu sect, a second-tier power in the Night Wind Kingdom, is equally vulnerable to annihilation. Master, at this moment, Wu Yuyo's voice trembled as she spoke. What is it? Long Yingxiu inquired. Master, did you not say that my talent is quite remarkable? Yet, why is it that that boy, who appears to be of a similar age to mine, is so much stronger than I? After exchanging a glance with Luo Tian, Wu Yuyo felt her heart begin to crumble. Despite her exceptional talent, her overly gentle nature led her to constantly doubt herself. In that fleeting moment, she even began to question whether she was worthless. Long Yingxiu cast a glance at his disciple and reprimanded, "You foolish child. Do you truly believe that boy is of the same age as you?" Wu Yuyo was taken aback, replying, "Is he not?" Long Yingxiu retorted, "Have you ever encountered anyone of that age possessing such formidable strength? That fellow merely has a technique for maintaining his youth. I suspect he is much older than I." Wu Yuyo gasped in astonishment. "Really?" Long Yingxiu scoffed. "What else would you think? A person in their early 20s, stronger than me? Do you find that plausible?" Wu Yuyo nodded. "It seems that is indeed the case." Observing her renewed confidence, Long Yingxiu continued, "Regardless of his age, his strength is indisputable. Remember, when traversing the martial world, should you ever encounter him, you must not lose your manners. Such ancient beings can be truly terrifying when provoked." Wu Yuyo promptly responded, "Yes, I shall heed your teachings, master." Meanwhile, at the Lan family estate, a thunderous boom echoed through the air, startling the entire household. What is that? Such a large bird. A beast. It is a beast. How did it come here? Quickly, inform the family head. In truth, there was no need for notification. Lan Ming was among the first to sense the anomaly and rushed into the courtyard. However, upon seeing the enormous figure of the golden rock, he stood in stunned silence. "Esteemed senior, I am Lan Ming, head of the Lan family. I am unaware of your visit to our humble abode. What brings you here? Whatever your desires may be, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Lan Ming, unsure of the golden rock's intentions, sought to lower his posture as much as possible. Although he was unaware of the golden rock's strength, he understood that if the creature wished to end his life, it would be but a trivial task. Just then, a voice boomed from atop the golden rock. "Lan Ming, how audacious you are." Luo Tian looked down upon Lan Ming as if he were an insignificant insect. Upon hearing this, Lan Ming raised his gaze to Luo Tian, his pupils widening in shock. Luo Tian? You are not dead?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Then realizing his indiscretion, he quickly plastered on a smile. "Nephew, what is it that you are doing?" Luo Tian's expression was cold as he replied, "Nephew? I am your ancestor. Lan Ming, your life is a gift from the Luo family. It was you who willingly offered your daughter to me. However, you later had a change of heart and instructed Lan Xiu'er to annul the engagement, to which I readily acquiesced without hesitation. I have done all that is just and benevolent, but what of your family, the Lan clan? First, your daughter, seeking to annihilate my Luo family by the hand of her master. After I rendered her powerless, not only did she fail to repent, but she also escalated her aggression, even hiring assassins to eradicate my Luo family. Lan Ming, oh Lan Ming, I have granted you opportunities, and not just once. Yet why do you insist on courting your own demise?" Listening to Luo Tian's accusations, Lan Meng felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, regardless of any excuses he might conjure, the fault lay squarely with him. Luo Tian, regarding past grievances, even if my Lan family has wronged your Luo family, I implore you to remain calm. My daughter Xiu'er is now with the crown prince of the Divine Martial Kingdom. Should you take action against us, the Divine Martial Prince's residence will not spare you. Let us do this. Let us each take a step back. You depart, and we shall refrain from inciting the wrath of the Divine Martial Prince's residence against you. What say you? Lan Meng gazed at Luo Tian, hoping to intimidate him with the name of the Divine Martial Princess residence. However, the Divine Martial Princess residence? What a trifling entity. Not even the heavenly realm nor the underworld could save your Lan family today. As Luo Tian spoke, he casually summoned a long spear. Clang! The weapon fell effortlessly into his grasp. The Lan family is to be annihilated. With that, Luo Tian unleashed the heavenly Tao spear technique. Boom! In an instant, a surge akin to 1,000 galloping steeds erupted from the tip of his spear, hurtling toward the Lan family. Ro Tian, Lan Meng bellowed. But before he could finish his words, he was torn into fragments by a surge of energy. Not only him, but also the other members of the Lan family behind him were brutally shredded. In an instant, the house collapsed, the earth trembled, resembling the apocalypse. Amidst the chaos, Ro Tian caught a glimpse of Lan Xiu'er, whose face was etched with panic. Yet, with her limbs severed, she was unable to escape. She glared fiercely at Ro Tian and exclaimed, "Ro Tian, I will not spare you even as a ghost." However, in the next moment, she was obliterated by the intent of a gun. Moments later, the once vast Lan family estate was utterly annihilated. Will you not spare me as a ghost? When you could not even measure up in life, what can you possibly achieve in death? Ro Tian remarked, casting aside his long spear with a flick of his wrist. The Golden Rock King, witnessing this scene, was struck with astonishment. Indeed, the master's power is undeniably that of the returning ruins realm. He mused inwardly. Golden Rock King. We must depart. Ro Tian urged from behind him. Yes, where shall we go next? The Golden Rock King inquired. Jinshin sect. Luo Tian spoke with a frigid gaze. Indeed, let us depart. The King of Golden Punk spread his wings and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the main peak of Jinshin sect, Sect Master, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion, exclaimed a disciple of Jinshin sect, his face alight with joy. Oh, has he emerged so swiftly? The sect master, Huinan, gazed at him with anticipation. The ancestor has succeeded, the disciple proclaimed with elation. Have we succeeded? The usually composed Huinan, upon hearing these words, sprang to his feet. Aha, this is splendid. With our ancestor having fully mastered that artifact, a single individual can rival 3 practitioners of the profound realm, coupled with the formations of our Sword Shin sect. We have officially entered the ranks of the first-rate powers of the Night Wind Nation today. Excitement shone unabashedly in Huinan's eyes. After all, the resources possessed by a second-rate sect and those of a first-rate sect differ immensely. He was confident that with the strength of the ancestor and his own cunning, given time, they would undoubtedly become the true strongest sect in the Night Wind Nation. However, at that moment, a tremendous roar interrupted his reverie. Sect Master, we face a grave situation. An elder of the Sword Shin sect rushed in, panic evident on his face. What is going on? Huinan inquired. The Golden Ping King. That fiend has destroyed our mountain gate, replied an elder. Huinan was taken aback and exclaimed, The Golden Ping King? That monstrous beast? We have no grievances with him. Why would he destroy our mountain gate? The elder shook his head, saying, I do not know, but the Golden Ping King is notorious for his ferocity. If he truly loses his mind, it could spell disaster. Huinan suddenly let out a cold laugh, declaring, in the past, this might have indeed posed a problem. However, we, the Jinshin sect, are now distinct from before. As he spoke, he soared to a picturesque location within the Jinshin sect, kneeling on one knee. Ancestor, the Jinshin sect is in peril. I beseech you to emerge. Huinan called out loudly. Creak. The door of a distant thatched cottage swung open on its own, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a transcendent aura, who stepped forth with measured grace. Alas, these ungrateful descendants cannot handle their own affairs. Must I resolve everything? The elder lamented. This man was none other than Gutong, the revered ancestor of the Jinshin sect. Ancestor, if it were not absolutely necessary, I would not disturb your secluded cultivation. Yet the situation is dire. I have no choice but to request your intervention. Huinan implored. Gutong, however, responded nonchalantly. Dire? Is it merely a bird demon? Why the commotion? Allow me to capture him and make him our guardian beast." With that, he began to walk away. Behind him, Queen Anne felt a surge of disbelief. A bird demon? A guardian beast? Just a year ago, Gutong advised me not to provoke powerful demons, advocating for patience and restraint. Yet now, after acquiring that artifact, he has transformed entirely. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, Gutong had already ascended to the mountain gate. At this moment, the Jianxian sect's mountain gate lay in ruins. In midair, the Golden Peng King hovered above, surveying the devastation. "Little Golden Peng, you possess quite the audacity to destroy my mountain gate," Gutong shouted from a distance. His voice, infused with the power of the Tongxian realm, reverberated like thunder. Is that our Jianxian sect's ancestor emerging? Ancestor? Is he not the one who has been secluded on the back mountain? Indeed, I had the fortune of meeting him years ago. There is no mistaking it. But can the ancestor withstand the Golden Peng King? Did you not hear what the ancestor called him? He referred to that fellow as Little Golden Peng. Either our ancestor holds a higher lineage, or his strength surpasses that of the beast. Whichever it may be, it signifies the prowess of our ancestor. The members of the Jianxian sect, initially filled with trepidation, found solace in Gutong's words, which restored their composure. The Golden Peng King, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. "Little Golden Peng? I have no acquaintance with this individual. In the realm of the Swordxian sect, the venerable ancestor Gutong, despite possessing the cultivation of the Transcendence realm, found himself ranked among the weaker practitioners within the Nightwind Kingdom. Such a character exhibited such arrogance? Are you the spokesperson for the Swordxian sect?" At that moment, Luo Tian, standing behind King Jinping, suddenly interjected. Are there others present?" Gutong was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. "Indeed, I possess the authority over matters concerning the Swordxian sect." "Who are you?" Gutong inquired. "I am Luo Tian, the one who will annihilate your Swordxian sect," Luo Tian declared. "Annihilate my Swordxian sect?" Gutong was momentarily stunned before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Even Huinan wore a smile of amusement. "Luo Tian? The one from Beibeiqing? You used despicable means to bring about the demise of my junior brother, Luo Tian. I once believed you to be a clever individual. Hence I cautiously entrusted others to take action. But now I see you are nothing but a fool." Huinan shook his head repeatedly. "To think I used Ding Chun as a pawn to test you. It appears I have been overly cautious, for your trump card is merely King Jinping. In light of this, it seems I have underestimated my own prudence." Luo Tian paid no heed to the two, instead standing atop King Jinping, proclaiming loudly, "Do not say I do not grant you opportunities, within 30 breaths. Those who swear to withdraw from the Swordxian sect and depart from the sect shall be spared, while the rest shall face merciless slaughter." Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of uproarious laughter erupted from below. "What? Swear to withdraw from the Swordxian sect? Who do you think you are? I have never encountered such a dullard, who, supported by a mere King Jinping, dares to make such grandiose declarations. King Jinping must be regretting having such a foolish ally. Fool, your King Jinping is hardly a match for our ancestor, so cease your pretense." With Gutong as their backing, the members of the Swordxian sect grew increasingly brazen in their words, completely disregarding Luo Tian's pronouncement. Gutong, shaking his head in amusement, declared, "King Jinping, I extend to you an opportunity as well. Slay the young man upon your back, and become the guardian beast of my Swordxian sect, and I shall spare your life." This statement was met with another round of ridicule from the Swordxian sect members. "Great bird, kneel and pay your respects. The ancestor has promised to spare your life. Little Jinping, if you do not surrender, we shall soon feast upon roasted wings." Faced with the scornful jeers of the crowd, King Jinping's eyes blazed with fury. "You young brats, seeking death." With a mighty roar, King Jinping unleashed a brilliant beam of light directed towards the ground. The terrifying aura sliced through the fabric of space, instantly causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. The ordinary disciples of the Swordxian sect, witnessing this, turned pale with fear. Is this the strength of a Transcendence realm expert? For many, it was their first encounter with such power. Mere trifles. Gutong scoffed coldly, leaping into the air to meet King Jinping's breath with a single, decisive stroke of his sword. Clang! The sword chi whistled through the air, colliding head-on with the breath of King Jinping. Boom! Two forces collided in the air, causing a tremor throughout the heavens and the earth. The ancestor held firm. No, the power of the ancestor seemed to pale in comparison to that of the other. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gutong's sword energy was gradually suppressed by the breath of the Golden Punk King. Is this the might of a quasi-divine beast? Though my realm is comparable to his power surpasses mine significantly. Had this been any other day, I might have faced defeat. However, I am no longer the same as I once was. Gutong mused, wielding his sword to contend against the Golden Punk King. With his other hand, he retrieved an object from his robes. It was a copper seal, inscribed with the words, "Turning the river." Huh. Golden Punk King, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Turning the river seal, attack. In the next moment, the seal flew from his hand, hurtling toward the breath of the Golden Punk King. Bang! The breath of the Golden Punk King, which had been firmly suppressing Gutong, instantly shattered upon contact with the Turning the River seal. What? A flicker of astonishment passed through King Jinping's eyes. The title seal evoked an overwhelming sense of helplessness within him. Since you refused to submit to me and face your demise, with a single strike shattering the breath. Gutong's expression turned icy as he continued to wield the title seal, hurling it towards King Jinping. Curse it! King Jinping's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly dodged. However, under Gutong's manipulation, the Jiangyin seal veered sharply, pursuing King Jinping at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this scene, Queen Anne's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, as a sixth-tier magical artifact, its power, while not quite reaching that of a genuine Goeishu realm practitioner, was not far off. With such an item in hand, the venerable ancestor would likely find few challengers within the vast Night Wind Kingdom. Queen Anne flattered. Yet, Gutong merely curled her lip and remarked, "Without this artifact, how many in the Night Wind Kingdom could stand against me?" Queen Anne inwardly scoffed. Hadn't he just been suppressed by King Jinping when lacking the artifact? How quickly she forgot. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jianxian sect, seeing Gutong gain the upper hand, resumed their mocking. Little Jinping, weren't you so arrogant? How did you end up like a stray dog? Not a stray dog, but a stray bird. Haha, what a foolish bird. And you up there, you just declared you would show no mercy to us, yet now you've fallen silent? Indeed. The one who threatened to annihilate our Jianxian sect. Why don't you continue barking? A fresh wave of insults erupted. On the other side, King Jinping, realizing he was about to be caught by the Jiangyin seal, wore a look of desperation. Master, what should we do? He inquired of Luo Tian. Stop, Luo Tian said coolly. Huh, stop? But he glanced back at the raging Jiangyin pursuing them. No matter, stopping is fine. Luo Tian continued calmly. Jinping Wang gritted his teeth and indeed halted in midair. Have you given up? Perhaps it is for the best. After all, we are destined for death. And everything will come to an end. Gutong laughed, continuing to urge Jiangyin forward towards them. However, at that moment, Luo Tian extended his hand from Jinping Wang's back, and a colossal golden hand materialized before him. It was none other than the heavenly Dao Palm technique. On the other side, Jiangyin was nearly upon the two of them. Suddenly, Luo Tian's golden hand curled its thumb against its middle finger, aiming it towards Jiangyin. What is that fellow doing? Condensing energy into a palm? Indeed a clever tactic, but alas, before the ancestor, it amounts to nothing. Several elders of the Jianxian sect stroked their beards and spoke with amused expressions. To them, Luo Tian's demise seemed a foregone conclusion. Yet, just as Jiangyin was about to descend, Luo Tian's golden hand flicked its finger, striking Jiangyin directly. Astonishingly, what had seemed almost insurmountable was sent flying as if it were merely a fragile glass orb, propelled away by Luo Tian's single gesture. Whoosh! In the next instant, Jiangyin soared into the sky and, after a flash, vanished like a star, leaving no trace behind. Old ancestor? Upon witnessing the scene, Queen Anne swiftly turned to gaze at Gutong, only to find Gutong frozen in place. Old ancestor, what is the matter? Where is the title seal? Queen Anne inquired. Gutong swallowed hard and replied, I can no longer sense it. Queen Anne, taken aback, questioned, why? Gutong's lips twitched slightly as he explained. One possibility is that the title seal has been propelled to an exceedingly distant location. The second possibility is that it has been damaged by that last strike. What? Queen Anne was taken aback. The two possibilities proposed by Gutong seemed utterly implausible. After all, it was a sixth-tier magical artifact. Its power, once activated, could nearly reach the level of the quasi-Goeishu realm. The thought that such an object could be effortlessly flicked away or even obliterated was terrifying. If this were indeed the case, then what did it imply about Luo Tian's strength? Queen Anne abruptly turned to Luo Tian, a foreboding feeling swelling within him. Could it be that Luo Tian, rather than relying on the Golden Pink King, was capable of slaying Mingxin and subsequently annihilating Dingxin all on his own? The mere notion of this caused Huinen's heart to plummet. He had miscalculated. He had truly miscalculated. Was it possible that the illustrious legacy of the Jianxian sect, which had flourished for centuries, was coming to an end? Meanwhile, Luo Tian withdrew his hand and gazed down at the members of the Jianxian sect. 30 breaths had passed, and no one had chosen to withdraw? Excellent. It appeared that you were all resolute in accompanying the Jianxian sect to its demise. Very well, I shall grant you that. As Luo Tian spoke, he casually summoned the blade of the crimson blood demon scorpion from his spatial ring. Tao of Heaven's blade, for phases slash, Luo Tian proclaimed, executing 4 successive slashes in all directions. The terrifying blade energy traversed dozens of miles, forming a shape that enveloped the Jianxian sect within its confines. What has he done? Did he miss? No, this fellow was capable of effortlessly flicking away the ancestral flipping river seal. It couldn't possibly be mere coincidence, could it? Several elders of the Jianxian sect wore expressions of skepticism. Meanwhile, Luo Tian turned to the Golden Peng King and said, "Let us depart." King Jinping was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Luo Tian had chosen to depart. The 4 strikes just moments ago had clearly failed to inflict any harm. Nevertheless, King Jinping felt compelled to obey Luo Tian's command. With a powerful flap of his wings, he turned to leave. Why did that fellow leave? Confusion ensued. Could it be that he harbors some cunning plot? Perhaps he was merely bluffing. Or maybe his power has certain limitations, allowing him to strike only once, fearing exposure. He chose to flee. This speculation found some agreement among the members of the Jianxian sect, who voiced their thoughts. Even Gutong wore a puzzled expression. Though he could not fathom Luo Tian's reasoning behind such a decision, he nonetheless felt a sense of relief at his departure. After all, that individual's strength was exceedingly enigmatic. "Master, will you not eliminate them?" King Jinping inquired, also filled with doubt as he bore Luo Tian on his back. It was evident that Luo Tian's earlier murderous intent was no mere jest. Such a hasty exit seemed uncharacteristic of him. Yet, Luo Tian replied coldly, "I have already killed." King Jinping was taken aback, instinctively turning his gaze backward. Buzz, right behind him, at the spot where Luo Tian's blade aura had just descended. A fierce blade light erupted from the ground. Following that, enormous blade lights burst forth from 3 other locations, soaring into the sky and enveloping the Sword Xian sect within their radiant embrace. The eyes of Jin Pengwang widened in astonishment. Even from a considerable distance, he could perceive the terrifying threat emanating from the blades of light. He harbored a chilling premonition that even he would meet certain death if touched by these lethal rays. What is happening? What is this? Is this fiend attempting to imprison us here? Look, the blades seem to have shattered. Amidst the gasps of shock from the disciples of the Jianxian sect, the colossal blades encircling them abruptly exploded into countless minuscule shards, which then surged towards the members of the sect. "Curse be it! Break for me!" An elder of the Jianxian sect unsheathed his sword in defiance, launching a strike against one of the blade rays. Yet, in an instant, his sword was utterly shattered. The tiny shards then pierced through his body, resulting in instant demise. "This is dire. Everyone, flee." In an instant, despair engulfed the Jianxian sect. However, amidst the relentless onslaught of the blade rays, escape was utterly futile. "It is over. It is all my fault. My misjudgment has led to this calamity." Upon witnessing the blades, Huinen comprehended that both he and the Jianxian sect were doomed. In that moment, regret consumed him. Why did he provoke Luo Tian? Why did he not investigate Luo Tian's strength more thoroughly before taking action? Yet, it was all too late. "Sectmaster, do not give up. Fight with all your might." An elder cried out. "Do not give up? What purpose does that serve? Cannot you see the overwhelming might of these blade energies?" Huinen let out a bitter laugh as a blade ray pierced through his chest. "Damn it. I cannot perish here." Gutong roared, soaring into the sky. "Ancestor, is he attempting to flee? Ancestor, take me with you." A throng of Jianxian sect disciples shouted. However, before they could finish their plea, they beheld Gutong in the air, surrounded by thousands of blade rays. "Give me a break," Gutong roared, brandishing his sword with a fierce slash, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Yet, in an instant, it was extinguished by the onslaught of blades. After a flurry of thousands of blade strikes, Gutong's body stiffened and plummeted from the sky, only to be pierced by even more blades, blood cascading through the air. Gutong fell in battle. In that fleeting moment, the Sword Xian sect was enveloped in utter despair. Within just a few breaths, the entire sect was nearly obliterated. Such terrifying power! The king of the Golden Rock, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp. The Sword Shin sect, after all, was a second-tier force in the Night Wind Kingdom, formidable in its own right. However, such strength appeared as fragile as paper before Luo Tian. Nonetheless, the King of the Golden Rock understood that this was their own doing. Had they not made repeated attempts to annihilate the Luo family, Luo Tian would not have resorted to such ruthless measures. Master, where shall we go next? The King of the Golden Rock, regaining his composure, inquired of Luo Tian. Do you know where the Ghost-Killing Hall is? Luo Tian asked. Ghost-Killing Hall? King Jinping's pupils narrowed. Master, the Ghost-Killing Hall is a loosely organized assassin group, nearly omnipresent across the realm. No one knows the location of their headquarters. The one in the Night Wind Kingdom is merely a small branch of the Ghost-Killing Hall. King Jinping elucidated. Luo Tian nodded and inquired, is that so? Then do you know the locations of the branches of the Ghost-Killing Hall? King Jinping replied, I know of one. Take me there. Luo Tian commanded. Without a word, King Jinping accelerated abruptly. In a secluded mountain village, there stood a dilapidated grocery store. Inside, an elderly man with a pipe sat engrossed in a list in his hand. This month, he had accepted a total of 360 assassination missions. Yet 9 of them had failed. The old man scrutinized the list, his brow furrowing deeply as he fixated on those 9 failed tasks. 6 of them involved the assassination of the Divine Martial King, one the assassination of Master Tian, and another the assassination of the Lord of the Divine Moon sect. For these individuals, our Ghost Fiend Hall has likely lost hundreds of assassins over the years. Truly, they are difficult to kill. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the last entry. The Luo family of Bianbei City and their young master, Luo Tian, also failed? How could this be? The elder was taken aback. He held the mission list, repeatedly confirming its contents before he was satisfied. Yet, even after confirming, disbelief still clouded his expression. Bianbei City? That remote little town, which seemingly lacks even a strong practitioner of the sky-soaring realm. That red-haired devil, he is considered one of our elite assassins in the Nightwind Kingdom. How could he fail? Is the intelligence accurate? He wondered aloud. From the shadows behind him, a voice slowly emerged. It is indeed accurate. We have investigated thoroughly. The red-haired devil perished in Bianbei City, and he was killed instantly. Instantly? Who could have killed him so swiftly? The elder was astonished. The demon king of the Tiandang Mountains, the divine beast, the 5-colored divine bull, came the reply from the shadows. The old man's expression shifted to one of understanding. Is it that fellow? That is not surprising. In terms of brute strength, that bull ranks among the top 3 among all humans and demons in the Nightwind Kingdom. However, how could that fellow be connected to the Luo family? This point eluded him. A small family from Bianbei City and the demon king of Tiandang Mountain, how could they possibly be linked? The specifics are unclear, but the facts remain, the shadowy figure stated. The elder sighed. To lose a red-haired devil for a mere 500,000 low-grade spirit stones is quite a loss. Just as the two conversed, a figure strolled in leisurely. Oh, a guest, what brings you here? The elder looked up, smiling as he addressed the newcomer. By a life, the newcomer exclaimed. The old man immediately donned a smiling face and replied, Pray tell, whose life does the esteemed guest wish to purchase? Lord Luo, the visitor announced. Luo Tian. Is it truly this Luo Tian? The elder inquired. What sum do you offer? 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, replied the visitor. What? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. It is important to recognize that such a price constitutes a significant transaction. Do you have any special requests, esteemed guest? The elder asked. Indeed, I do. You may only kill 1 person. Do not harm anyone else nearby, or the payment will not be rendered, the visitor stated. The elder chuckled. That is easily arranged. However, esteemed guest, engaging the assassins of our Ghost-Killing Hall requires a brief registration, lest we complete the task and be unable to locate you for payment. May I inquire your esteemed surname? The visitor lifted his gaze and replied, Luo Tian. The old man's smile froze instantly. Luo Tian? Is this the same Luo Tian from Beibeiqing? Isn't he the target I am supposed to eliminate? Sir, who might you be? The old man inquired once more. Luo Tian. I intend to pay to have myself killed. If successful, I can use my head to collect money from the Luo family. Do you understand? The other party replied. Indeed. The person before him was Luo Tian. On his way here, he had initially contemplated annihilating the Ghost-Killing Hall directly. However, after being introduced by King Jinping, Luo Tian realized that eradicating the Ghost-Killing Hall would be exceedingly challenging. This organization is spread across the globe. More critically, it operates in a remarkably loose manner. allowing members to join or leave at will. In other words, the Ghost Killing Hall resembles a network of assassins, ubiquitous in nature. Attempting to obliterate them through sheer force within a short span of time is nearly impossible. Thus, he opted to come here to issue a task to kill himself. Sir, are you jesting? The old man squinted his eyes. Do you possess the standing to question my jesting? Luo Tian retorted. The old man then smiled slightly and declared, Very well, we at the Ghost Killing Hall shall accept this task. As he spoke, he gestured with his finger, inputting a message into a jade slip. Our brothers are indeed fortunate. We originally planned to rest here, yet unexpectedly, a bounty of 10 billion low-grade spirit stones has come knocking. A voice from the shadows chuckled. As he spoke, two identical, emaciated men emerged from the shadows. Mo Fei, Mo Xiang, such a juicy piece of meat. You two brothers cannot hope to consume it alone. I will take Luo Tian's life. A burly figure stepped out from another direction outside the room. Feng, what do you mean? The Mo brothers exclaimed angrily. What? Who says this task can only be accomplished by you? Feng sneered. Fine, then we shall see who possesses the greater skill. Whoever seizes it first. It belongs to them. Mo Fei declared. Feng nodded, agreed. Let us see who is quicker. With that, the three turned their gaze toward Luo Tian, preparing to strike. Yet at that moment, a chilling aura enveloped everyone in the room. Feng and the others were taken aback simultaneously, turning to glance towards the shadows. Emerging from the dimness was a figure. I am currently in dire need of funds. This young man's head shall be mine, the person proclaimed. As he spoke, he stepped closer to the group. The individual appeared to be a disheveled middle-aged man, his hair unkempt and his attire tattered. Upon his arrival, Feng and the others instinctively took a few steps back, their faces reflecting palpable fear. Shihuaguang, how can it be you? Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Shihuaguang, what are the three elusive killers from the Ghost Killing Hall of the Night Wind Kingdom? Mo Fei remarked. Weren't you suppressed by Master Tian? How could you possibly be here? Mo Xiang added, equally taken aback. Shihuaguang, however, responded nonchalantly. Of course, I escaped. That detestable bald monk captured me after my assassination attempt failed. For over a decade, I was forced to endure his incessant chanting, driving me nearly insane. Recently, I finally seized the opportunity to flee. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Luo Tian, stating, I had amassed some savings, but they are all gone now. To my surprise, it seems someone has come to offer me money. His eyes then shifted to the other three. This young man's head is mine. You have no objections. Do you? None at all, absolutely not. The three replied, almost in unison. What a joke. These three were merely at the Void Flight realm. While their strength was commendable, the Shihuaguang before them was a master of the Profound realm. Although he was only at the first level of the Profound realm, it would still be a trivial matter for him to annihilate all three of them. That's good to hear. Young man, your head now belongs to me. Shihuaguang laughed heartily as he reached out toward Luo Tian. Yet, in the next instant, Guanghua suddenly felt as if the world had turned upside down. Immediately, he beheld a headless corpse standing before him. The appearance of the body seemed oddly familiar. Wait a moment. Wasn't that his own corpse? His own head? It was only then that he realized his head had been severed from his body. But who had done this? A fleeting glance revealed the last scene he witnessed, Luo Tian sheathing his blade. Could it be this boy? But how could that be? I refused to accept this. I had just attained my freedom. Amidst Guanghua's resentment, his consciousness gradually faded away, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Next, it is your turn, the three of you. Meanwhile, Luo Tian turned to face Feng and the others. A master assassin of the Tongxian realm had perished just like that. The few individuals present had scarcely perceived how Luo Tian had executed the strike. At that moment, Luo Tian's gaze shifted to the other three assassins who had been eager to attack him. In an instant, the trio felt as though they were plummeting into an abyss. Flee! It was unclear who shouted, but the three individuals simultaneously turned to escape. However, as they did, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from each of them, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, 3 lives were extinguished. The room fell into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, the elder finally swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. What does this mean, my lord? Hearing the voice, Luo Tian turned to face him, a cold smile playing upon his lips. What? Is it permissible for your Ghost Killing Hall to take lives while others are forbidden from retaliating? Their demise was merely a consequence of their inadequacy. If you wish to eliminate me, send stronger assassins. I await them at any moment. With that, He clasped his hands behind his back and departed the chamber. Outside, the Golden Eagle King had long been waiting, transforming into his true form to escort Luo Tian away. Once Luo Tian had left, the elder finally regained his composure. This fellow is provoking the ghost-killing hall. Does he not comprehend the extent of their power? The elder's expression darkened. Humph, young man, you shall undoubtedly regret your decision, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, high above, the Golden Eagle King inquired, Master, where shall we go next? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tian replied, to the imperial capital. How long will it take? The Golden Eagle King considered for a moment before responding, flying at full speed. The round trip will take approximately 6 days. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Is it truly going to take that long? If we depart now, it will surely delay matters concerning the Ziwei secret realm. Let us allow the Divine Martial King's mansion a few more days of existence. Take me home, Luo Tian commanded. Indeed, replied King Jinping. Under the swift flight of King Jinping, Luo Tian soon returned to the city of Bianbei. Upon reaching the Luo residence, King Jinping transformed into a bird-like figure with dual wings and went to reminisce with Niu Wufang. Meanwhile, Luo Tian returned to the Grand Hall, where the members of the Luo family had yet to disperse. Tianer, where have you just been? Could it be that you visited the Sword Xian sect? Luo Feng inquired eagerly upon seeing Luo Tian's return. Young master, although the Sword Xian sect has been excessively arrogant this time, they are after all a prestigious sect with a history spanning several centuries. If we seek vengeance, we must proceed with caution and not act hastily, the Grand Elder advised. Indeed, young master. In any case, our family has not suffered any losses. Let the Sword Xian sect revel for a time. As long as we have 50 years, no, 30 years, our Luo family shall not be outmatched by the Sword Xian sect. At that time, we will confront the Sword Xian sect and annihilate them completely, the third elder asserted with conviction. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the entire Luo family was filled with a sense of hope. The Sword Xian sect had once been an unattainable existence for the Luo family, but now, the prospect of catching up to them seemed plausible. According to the third elder, the Luo family could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sword Xian sect in 30 years. This thought ignited a fervor within everyone. However, Luo Tian shook his head and said, there is no need for that. The third elder was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Luo Tian lacked confidence. He chuckled, it's all right. If 30 years is insufficient, 50 years will suffice. Our Luo family shall always repay our grievances. Luo Tian smiled and clarified, what I mean is, there is no need for vengeance. Both the Lan family and the Sword Xian sect have been eradicated by me. What? The crowd was taken aback, unable to believe their ears. Who had been annihilated? The Sword Xian sect? Luo Feng rose, astonished. The destruction of the Lan family did not surprise him. But the Sword Xian sect was an entirely different matter. Luo Tian chuckled and recounted the previous events in a nutshell. The Sword Xian sect had been dealt with, and the ghost-killing palace would unlikely make a move against the Luo family in the near future. At most, they would send someone to assassinate me. As for the Divine Martial Royal Mansion, I could easily eliminate them after the Ziwei secret realm during my visit to the capital. Luo Tian spoke as casually as if discussing mundane matters. However, the members of the Luo family gaped in disbelief, unable to close their mouths. One person had vanquished the Sword Xian sect, then dared to provoke the ghost-killing palace, slaying 4 formidable experts, and now claimed he would effortlessly annihilate the Divine Martial Royal Mansion? What was the Divine Martial Royal Mansion? It was undoubtedly a top-tier force within the Night Wind Kingdom. Excluding the loosely organized royal family, it would not be an exaggeration to call them the most powerful in the Night Wind Kingdom. Ordinary people spoke of the Divine Martial Royal Mansion with deep reverence. Yet, Luo Tian claimed he would destroy them, effortlessly at that. Just how formidable have you become? Luo Tian. Luo Feng inhaled deeply and inquired. At his question, all eyes turned curiously towards him. Luo Tian rested his chin on his hand and replied, I can't say for certain, but I have encountered several Transcendence Realm practitioners in the past few days, and it feels as if I could slay them at will. I have yet to meet anyone from the Goeishu realm. I wonder if I could defeat them. If I do encounter one, I shall give it a try. Transcendence. To slay them at will. Upon hearing this, the Luo family members felt their minds spin in confusion. What audacious declarations. By the way, how has your training in the techniques I imparted been progressing? Luo Tian asked. The second elder immediately responded with a smile. Remarkably well. I have been practicing the first stance of your body refinement technique for these past few days and can now maintain it for a quarter of an hour. Although I have yet to learn the second movement, my physical strength has doubled compared to before. Luo Feng added, I am practicing the sword technique, but unfortunately, I have only grasped a rudimentary understanding of the first stance. Yet, with this alone, I could easily eliminate the head of the Li family, who is my equal. The elder stroked his beard and said, in recent days, I have been diligently practicing your breathing technique and have made significant progress. I have been stuck at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm for years, believing I would never advance. However, just yesterday, I sensed a slight loosening in my realm. I estimate that within a few more days, I shall break through to the skyward realm. Congratulations, Elder, the crowd exclaimed. Young Master, I have begun practicing the second stance of your body refinement technique. Although I nearly perished while attempting the first stance, I persevered. Ro Rong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Luo Feng smiled and replied, Indeed, Ro Rong possesses both exceptional talent and unwavering determination. He is the first to master the first form of the body refinement technique. Luo Tian glanced at Ro Rong, nodded in approval, and encouraged, Well done, continue to strive. He then turned to Luo Feng and inquired, How is the training of the younger generation in the family progressing? He understood that the cultivation of the youth was crucial for the family's ascent to strength. As per your previous instructions, we have made your techniques and martial arts accessible to all family members. However, these techniques remain somewhat advanced for them. Currently, only 3 among the younger generation have managed to fully learn a single form, and merely 12 have begun to grasp the rudiments. The rest are still entrenched in arduous training, Luo Feng sighed. Is this all? Luo Tian furrowed his brows. The Grand Elder chuckled and replied, Young Master, this is already quite substantial. After all, the techniques you impart are exceedingly challenging. To achieve such progress in such a short span of time is no small feat. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, even a mere glimpse of understanding can lead to a significant enhancement in their capabilities. The 12 individuals who have just begun to scratch the surface of their potential are nearly invincible within their realm. As for Luo Rong and the other 2, although they are merely in the body refinement stage, they possess the strength to contend against formidable opponents in the nascent spirit transformation realm. Engaging in battle across such vast realms is a feat reserved for true prodigies. Even among first-rate powers, they are considered exceptional talents. In a place like the Luo family, the emergence of such prodigious individuals would typically warrant great reverence. Yet, due to Luo Tian's extraordinary prowess, these talents seem rather ordinary by comparison. The individuals themselves even feel a tinge of embarrassment. There is little they could do, as Luo Tian's brilliance is simply unparalleled. Let us proceed with our training. Anyone who reaches the initial threshold of understanding may accompany me to the upcoming Ziwei secret realm, proclaimed Luo Tian. The purple microcosm? Upon hearing these 4 words, the members of the Luo family erupted into a flurry of excitement. It is well known that this is a renowned secret realm within the Nightwind Kingdom, brimming with various opportunities. However, such places have always been accessible only to the elite forces. For the Luo family, it has been a lifelong aspiration. Yet now, this dream is within their grasp. How could they not be thrilled? After we annihilated the Li family and several other smaller clans that had previously ambushed us, we seized over 8 million low-grade spirit stones, Luo Feng remarked. You can decide the distribution, Luo Tian replied. I have no need for it. Indeed. Apart from the materials required for breaking through major realms, Luo Tian had little use for other resources. Spirit stones held negligible value for him. After discussing a few more matters, the meeting adjourned, and everyone departed. In the corridor, the young members of the Luo family gazed at Luo Tian's retreating figure, their hearts racing with excitement. The young master is incredibly powerful. He is my goal, exclaimed one youth. Hey, Luo Yu, what are you daydreaming about again? With your meager cultivation, you are worlds apart from the young master. You haven't even mastered a single technique he taught, another Luo youth chided. Luo Yu's face flushed as he retorted, Not having learned it now doesn't mean I won't in the future. We have 5 days until we depart for the purple microcosm. 5 days. At this rate, even 5 years wouldn't suffice for you. Someone scoffed. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yu declared, Just wait and see. The old Luo Yu is gone. From now on, I will never allow myself to be lazy again. In 5 days, I will definitely go to the purple microcosm. With that, he turned and left, preparing for an intense period of training. Watching his departing figure, the others exchanged glances. Even this slacker is putting in effort? Looks like I need to step up my game. A young woman murmured to herself. Indeed, if he surpasses me, it would be quite embarrassing. I cannot allow that to happen. Another young man nodded in agreement. Everyone, you chat amongst yourselves. I will also enter seclusion. See you in 5 days. With that, the remaining youths departed as well. It appears that the Luo family is truly on the verge of rising. Luo Feng and several elders watched the young ones leave with expressions of satisfaction. We old fellows need to exert ourselves as well. If we are left behind by these youngsters, it won't reflect well on us, one of them remarked. After exchanging knowing glances, they too retreated into their own seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The day of departure for the purple microcosm had finally arrived. On that morning, the Luo ancestral home was bustling with activity. Everyone gathered to bid farewell to the Luo descendants who were about to embark on their journey to the purple microcosm. Patriarch Luo Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, observed the younger generation with a series of approving nods. Elder, how many individuals have qualified? He inquired, and the Grand Elder chuckled. These past 5 days have yielded significant rewards. In addition to the original trio of Luo Rong, 3 more individuals have fully mastered a technique. Moreover, the number of those who have begun to grasp the fundamentals has increased by 21. Luo Feng's eyes brightened with delight as he exclaimed, so, we now have 6 individuals who have mastered the complete technique, and an additional 33 who are on the verge of comprehension, poised to seize the technique at any moment? The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, precisely. Furthermore, there are actually over a dozen disciples who have shown promising signs. However, I deemed the journey to the Ziwei secret realm too perilous, hence their absence. Luo Feng could not help but express his admiration. This is more than sufficient. Once this generation of youth matures, the strength of our Luo family will undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, by my estimation, these dozens of disciples will, in the future, all achieve the void realm. At the mere mention of this term, Luo Feng felt a tremor course through him. This was a height that had been unattainable for the Luo family, and even the entire Beibei city, in the past. Yet now, the prospect of so many from the Luo family breaking through to this realm filled him with exhilaration. At that moment, a stir arose within the crowd. Luo Feng turned to see Luo Tian approaching, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The members of the Luo family, young and old alike, could not contain their excitement at the sight of Luo Tian, especially the younger generation, whose gazes were filled with reverence. Why are you up so early? I was hoping to sleep a bit longer, Luo Tian remarked, stretching lazily, displaying none of the demeanor of a master. Tianer, given the rarity of the opportunity to venture into the Ziwei secret realm, it would be wise to prepare ahead, Luo Feng advised. Oh, it's merely the Ziwei secret realm, not a matter of great significance. I'll simply make a request, and from now on, our Luo family will always have a share every time the Ziwei secret realm opens, Luo Tian replied. Is that truly the case? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. He understood the benefits of the Ziwei secret realm. If the Luo family were to secure a place every time it opened in the future, it would be a monumental boon indeed. It is absolutely true. Father, now that everyone has arrived, let us prepare to depart, Luo Tian declared. As he spoke, the Golden Peng King revealed his true form, descending upon the Luo family's ancestral residence. Many were witnessing the Golden Peng King's true form for the first time. Their excitement palpable. The Golden Peng King himself is escorting us. My goodness, it is quite an honor to be carried by a master of the Xian realm. The younger members of the Luo family became increasingly animated. Let us go, quickly mount up. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return, Luo Tian called out. At this, the young members of the Luo family began to clamber onto the Golden Peng King's back. At the back of the crowd, a few young individuals kept glancing back. Sigh, has Luo Yu really not come? A young man furrowed his brow and remarked, Humph, that fellow, who once spoke so fiercely, is now reduced to this, isn't he? Another responded, Alas, my father once told me that, in terms of talent, Luo Yu is undoubtedly among the top of our generation, excluding the young master, of course. However, he is rather indolent, which relegates his abilities to a mediocre level. A young woman sighed and added, Indeed, it seems that this time he will merely be all talk once again. Amidst their discussions, the group prepared for departure. Yet, at that very moment, wait a moment. A voice resounded from outside. Following that, a blood-soaked youth staggered into the room. Is that Luo Yu? How did he end up like this? The crowd was taken aback upon seeing him. At this moment, Luo Yu appeared quite tragic. It is worth noting that the Luo family now stands as the undisputed ruler of Bianbei City. As a member of the Luo family, who would dare to harm him? Luo Yu? What on earth happened? Luo Feng furrowed his brows and questioned him, initially thinking that Luo Yu had been attacked. Yet, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Head of the family, count me in for this expedition to the Ziwei secret realm." The Grand Elder, standing nearby, frowned deeply and remarked, "Luo Yu, you should be aware of the rules for this trip to the Ziwei secret realm, right? The techniques and martial skills imparted by the young master require at least a preliminary grasp. If I recall correctly, you haven't achieved that yet, have you?" Luo Yu merely smiled and immediately unleashed a punch. Roar. In an instant, a dragon's head phantom coalesced above his fist. What? Is that the dragon form fist? He actually... The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Luo Tian couldn't help but cast a more attentive glance at him. This fellow has remarkably begun to grasp the essence of the dragon form fist. Although there remains a vast chasm between him and Luo Tian, the elder nodded appreciatively. "Well done, young man. I never expected you would accomplish this. Head of the family, Grand Elder, may I proceed to the Ziwei secret realm?" Luo Yu inquired with a smile. "Of course, you may go," replied Luo Feng. "Thank you," Luo Yu exclaimed as he gracefully leaped onto the back of the Golden Rock King. The members of the Luo family instinctively cleared a substantial space for him. Everyone was aware that at this moment, Luo Yu had become one of the 7 strongest among the younger generation of the Luo family, not counting Luo Tian. "Yo Wufang, look after the home. We shall set forth now," Luo Tian declared. Indeed, King Jinping and Yo Wufang accepted the command. In the blink of an eye, Jinping, accompanied by dozens of young members of the Luo family, soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Hopefully, this time they will gain something," Luo Feng remarked softly as he watched their departing figures. "Rest assured, with the young master present, there will be no issues," the Grand Elder reassured him. Hearing this, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, before the Ziwei secret realm, the imminent opening had drawn the qualifying forces who had already secured their positions, eagerly awaiting to rush in and seize their fortunes once the gates opened. Boom! The sound of a bell resonated as an elder monk, accompanied by several young monks, descended from the distant sky, landing upon a hillside. Is that Elder Chanshin from the Fumo Temple? He is leading the group himself? From the Fumo Temple, you say? I wonder what prodigies this generation holds. Prodigies? Surely it must be him. Monk Ruoming, aged 22, at the 9th level of the Qi Gathering realm. Moreover, it is said he practices the indestructible Vajra technique, inheriting the legacy of the legendary Master Tianin. Rumor has it that his indestructible body surpasses even that of Master Tianin in his youth. Oh, such might. Clang. Another sound of swords resonated. As dozens of flying swords pierced through the air, the members of the Sword Rain sect have arrived. That is the Little Sword Immortal, Shaolin, regarded as a contender for the title of the foremost youth in the Night Wind Kingdom. Gasps filled the air. Is he truly the Little Sword Immortal, Shaolin? I heard he mastered the Sword Rain sect's sword control technique at the age of 6, capable of flying through the skies on his sword. Earlier this year, he even personally slayed a beast at the transformation realm. What? He is only at the 9th level of Qi Gathering. Yet he could slay a beast of the transformation realm? That is astonishing. The crowd marveled at Shaolin. At that moment, whoosh! The sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of another pair, an elder and a youth. The Qin family from Star City, one of the most prominent families in the Night Wind Kingdom, has sent only 2 individuals? Hey, do not be deceived by their small number. That young man is a remarkable talent. He is a genius in blade mastery, and it is said that he is on the cusp of forming the embryonic essence of blade intent. Is that the nascent intent of the blade? The crowd gasped once more. Over there, the disciples of the Guiyuan sect have arrived. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and indeed beheld a young man clad in the attire of the Guiyuan sect, gracefully descending upon a mount resembling a dragon, alighting on a peak with an ethereal presence. I recognize him. He is Luo Tian, the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Guiyuan sect. It is said that he possesses an eccentric nature. Eccentric? In what manner? Well, to put it simply, his cultivation appears unremarkable, seemingly lacking any particular expertise. However, over the years, he has engaged in battles with many prodigies from various sects, and the outcomes have invariably resulted in draws. A draw with prodigies? Does that not imply he possesses formidable strength? You misunderstand my intent. What I mean is that regardless of his opponent's prowess, he remains evenly matched. This is truly astonishing. Could it be that he deliberately conceals his strength? It is a possibility, yet I consulted a senior brother who has sparred with him, and he asserted that Luo Chen exerted himself fully, with no intention of hiding his abilities. Indeed, This is quite peculiar. The crowd nodded in agreement. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Following that, an enormous palanquin, drawn by 72 dragon steeds, descended from the heavens. Which sect do they belong to? 72 dragon steeds, such extravagance. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the palanquin gradually made its way towards a mountain peak. On that peak, two sects had already established their positions. Upon noticing the arrival of the other party, an elder from one of the sects immediately clasped his hands in greeting and said, "May I inquire which esteemed sect you hail from? We have already claimed this territory. I kindly request that you find another place to settle. However, begone." A voice, cold as ice, emanated from the grand palanquin. The elder on the hillside furrowed his brow. He had already spoken with considerable restraint. Yet the other party showed him such blatant disrespect. "I am unaware of your identity, but I am the Grand Elder of Heilong Men. Although our sect holds a modest standing in the Kingdom of Nightwind, we are not to be trifled with." The Elder of Heilong Men intended to utter further words, but at that moment, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the opulent palanquin, crashing down upon him with a thunderous force. Before the elder of the Heilong sect could utter a word, he was struck down in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Such mastery in the transcendental realm? Moreover, one could deduce he was at least at the 5th level of the transcendental realm. Who could it be? Regardless of their power, does one have the right to take a life so indiscriminately? The members of the Heilong sect had committed no egregious acts. Is such wanton slaughter not excessive? I wish to discern who possesses such audacity. The actions of those within the palanquin had evidently incited public outrage. Almost immediately, 3 formidable individuals of the transcendental realm soared into the air, positioning themselves before the palanquin. Yet, at that moment, a cold, mocking laughter emanated from within. Are the ants of the Nightwind Kingdom truly so oblivious to their impending doom? As he spoke, a young man approached the edge of the palanquin, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the crowd. While he appeared unbothered, the presence of several companions beside him elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. Standing next to the young man were 4 individuals of varying heights and builds, all exuding a palpable aura, each one a master of the transcendental realm. 4 of them, and at least all were above the 5th level. What manner of situation is this? It is common knowledge that within the Nightwind Kingdom, possessing a single individual in the transcendental realm qualifies one as a second-rate power. 3 such masters elevate one to the status of a first-rate force. Yet here, within this palanquin, 4 individuals of the transcendental realm appeared simultaneously. Moreover, the respect displayed by these 4 towards the young man suggested a master-servant dynamic. To have 4 masters as servants? Surely, even the royal family lacks such power. "Are you not a citizen of the Nightwind Kingdom?" inquired an elder of the transcendental realm. "The Nightwind Kingdom? What a pathetic nation! I am certainly not one of its ilk. I am Wei Tianyi, the young master of the Wei family from the Yulong Kingdom," proclaimed Wei Tianyi with pride. The Yulong Kingdom? He hails from the Yulong Kingdom? The realization struck. The Yulong Kingdom's strength far surpassed that of the Nightwind Kingdom by several folds. How could they have ventured into our realm? Furthermore, I have heard tales of the Wei family. It is said their ancestor is a 7th-level master of the Returning Ruins realm. A 7th-level master of the Returning Ruins realm? How absurd. It has been many years since such a figure graced the Nightwind Kingdom. Yet, here stands an opponent whose lineage boasts a 7th-level ancestor. The disparity is staggering. Must my Wei family commandeer a mere location, and yet you seek to impede us? Wei Tianyi reveled in the astonishment of the Nightwind Kingdom's populace, his gaze sweeping over them with a provocative air. The 3 previously assertive masters of the Returning Ruins realm now found themselves in a most uncomfortable predicament. They were acutely aware of the Wei family's reputation, a force not to be trifled with. One by one, they could only swallow their anger and retreat. Wei Shaoan had been rather heavy-handed. After all, it was an honor for Wei Shao to visit our Gui Yuan sect's territory. Who would dare to obstruct him? They simply did not understand the prestige of Wei Shao. As the host, Luo Tian smiled and spoke up. I doubt the country bumpkins from the Nightwind Nation would dare. Wei Tianyi retorted dismissively, signaling for his palanquin to descend. Observing his arrogant demeanor, the people from the Nightwind Nation gritted their teeth in frustration. This fellow was truly infuriating. Luo Tian approached the palanquin and clasped his hands respectfully. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Wei Shao?" Wei Tianyi glanced down at him and replied, "Nothing much. I merely traveled here upon hearing that some so-called secret realm has opened, and that many prodigies from your Nightwind Nation would be attending. I came to see for myself." I am quite curious about what treasures could possibly emerge from such a wretched place, claiming to boast geniuses. As he spoke, he stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I heard there's a monk from the Demon Suppression Temple who is being hailed as a genius. Let him come forth and show himself. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the few monks from the Demon Suppression Temple. The individual Wei Tianyi referred to as naturally the monk Ruoming. However, Ruoming maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to Wei Tianyi's provocation. Yet, the young monk beside him could not suppress his anger. Wei, has your brain switched places with your rear? Why do you speak such filth? He exclaimed sharply. At this utterance, the surroundings fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Ruoming slightly raised his head to glance at his junior disciple, reproaching him softly. Junior brother Ruohui, have you forgotten the precepts of the discipline hall? Must you speak so recklessly? Ruohui scratched his head and retorted, this is not reckless. It's simply the truth. This fellow is too overbearing. Ruoming shook his head at his disciple, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyi, taken aback by Ruohui's outburst, was astonished. He had not anticipated that after revealing his identity, someone from the Night Wind Nation would dare to insult him. Haha, very well. The bold monk should step forward for a duel. Wei Tianyi challenged. Ruohui scoffed. Do you think I fear you? With a swift motion, he leaped in front of Wei Tianyi. I am Ruohui from the Demon Suppression Temple, here to accept your challenge. Ruohui declared. Ruohui? Not Ruoming. Wei Tianyi furrowed his brow. Ruohui smirked. If you can defeat me, my senior brother will naturally step in, but I believe I can handle you on my own. However, I must clarify something beforehand. During our match, will those four behind you interfere? He was still wary of the four individuals at the Transcendence Realm. Wei Tianyi turned to glance back and sneered, of course not. This is a duel between our younger generations. Upon hearing these words, Ruohui felt a profound sense of reassurance. Very well, young lad from the Yulong Kingdom. Prepare to witness the might of the youthful generation from the Yifeng Kingdom. With a fierce roar, Ruohui unleashed a powerful punch. A resonating hum filled the air as a golden light coalesced behind him. Oh, indestructible Vajra? It appears that Ruohui has also mastered such a technique. This is one of the three paramount skills of the Fumo Temple. It is astonishing to discover that, aside from Ruoming, there is another capable individual among the younger generation of Fumo Temple. No wonder he dares to issue a challenge. The spectators from Yifeng Kingdom eagerly anticipated the clash, all yearning to see Wei Tianyi face adversity. After all, this individual had just verbally berated everyone from Yifeng Kingdom. However, in a swift motion, before Ruohui's fist could reach Wei Tianyi, it was effortlessly seized by Wei Tianyi with a single hand. Ruohui was taken aback for a moment, immediately channeling all his strength in an attempt to free himself from Wei Tianyi's grasp. However, Wei Tianyi's hand was as unyielding as if it were forged from bronze and iron. No matter how fiercely Ruohui struggled, he could not budge an inch. The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. It is crucial to note that Ruohui's cultivated technique is renowned for its brute strength. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly overpowered. Wei Tianyi appeared to be far stronger than anyone had anticipated. A cold smirk crept across Wei Tianyi's face as he observed Rui struggling in his grasp. You pitiful wretch, how dare you challenge me? He taunted, preparing to impart a lesson. With that, he exerted force, and with a sharp crack, Ruohui's wrist shattered, before being discarded like refuse. Ruohui let out a wretched cry, falling to the ground and struggling for a moment, yet remaining unable to rise. Junior brother. The members of the demon subduing temple rushed over upon witnessing the scene. Among them, Ruoming moved with remarkable swiftness, being the first to reach Ruohui's side. Brother Ruoming, my hand, my meridians. Ruohui managed to utter a few words before succumbing to the excruciating pain and losing consciousness. Ruoming was taken aback as he lowered his gaze. He realized that not only had Ruohui's wrist been fractured, but there also coursed a formidable force along Ruohui's meridians, wreaking havoc wherever it traveled. The meridians lay utterly severed. Astonished, Ruoming realized that the meridians in Ruohui's arm had been irreparably damaged. Even if the bone injuries healed, this arm would never again be capable of cultivation. Amiba, the benefactor is indeed excessively cruel. Ruoming suddenly lifted his gaze, his previous indifference replaced by an intense focus on Wei Tianyi. So, you are Ruoming, are you? Since my arrival in the Night Wind Kingdom, I have heard much of your illustrious name. Are you seeking vengeance for your junior disciple? If so, come forth. Wei Tianyi taunted, his expression brimming with provocation. Ruo Ming gestured for his fellow disciples to carry Ruo Hui away, stepping forward alone to confront Wei Tianyi. Very well, since you desire a battle, I shall oblige. As he spoke, he pressed his palms together. A resplendent golden swastika symbol materialized behind him. Oh, it appears you possess some intrigue. Wei Tianyi narrowed his eyes. Subdue the demons. Ruo Ming roared, delivering a powerful punch. Wei Tianyi raised his hand to meet it. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, echoing like a resounding bell. The sound waves reverberating far and wide. Observing the two combatants, the youthful spectators from the Night Wind Kingdom wore expressions of amusement. Wei Tianyi, are you not arrogant? Before Master Ruo Ming, what do you amount to? They taunted. Indeed, those who were so boastful moments ago are now being subdued. The crowd seemed to relish in the release of pent-up frustration. On the other side, however, after exchanging dozens of blows with Ruo Ming, disappointment flickered in Wei Tianyi's eyes. Is this all you possess? It seems I have overestimated you. Let us conclude this. Black water raging. As he spoke, Wei Tianyi formed a hand seal. Boom. In an instant. Dark energy surged behind him, rising like tumultuous waves of black water. With each palm strike he unleashed, the dark waves crashed down powerfully. His strength soared to unprecedented heights. Ruo Ming, who had previously held his ground, now found himself at a distinct disadvantage. With each blow he received, Ruo Ming was forced to retreat several paces. When Wei Tianyi delivered his seventh strike, the golden swastika behind Ruo Ming suddenly shattered. Uffed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Ruo Ming. The old monk of the Fumo Temple swiftly extended his hand and caught Ruo Ming, preventing any unfortunate incident. Master, Ruo Ming struggled. Do not speak. Focus on healing. The old monk instructed. With his eyes tightly shut, Ruo Ming ceased his words. Meanwhile, Wei Tian laughed heartily at the fallen Wei Tian. Oh, is this the so-called top talent of the Night Wind Kingdom? How utterly pathetic. You dare to treasure such mediocrity? It appears that the youth of your Night Wind Kingdom are all equally worthless. Wei Tian mocked. The people of the Night Wind Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation. Yet none dared to speak out further. Alas, the circumstances were overwhelming. At that moment, someone shouted sharply, Wei Tian, do not be arrogant. I shall challenge you. As the voice faded, a young man soared in on a flying sword, landing upon the hillside. Little sword immortal, Shaolin. Has he truly decided to intervene? Indeed. The swordsmanship of the Sword Rain sect is formidable. Even at the Gathering Chi stage, one can fly with a sword. Shaolin had once slain a spirit transformation beast. Perhaps he could claim victory in this battle. The crowd from the Night Wind Kingdom rallied below, cheering for Shaolin. Wei Tian turned to glance at Shaolin, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Swordsmanship? Merely a trivial pursuit, Wei Tian declared. Shaolin raised his head, stating, whether it is trivial or not. One must test it to know. Martial arts rely not on mere words. Upon landing, he wielded his sword with one hand, forming a sword technique before shouting, swordsmanship. Sword energy surging. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, dozens of sword energies coalesced behind him and struck toward Wei Tian. Wei Tian, observing the approaching sword energies, smirked and formed his own sword technique, responding calmly, black water sword technique, strangulation. Clang, clang, clang. In that moment, the tumultuous black water behind him transformed into sword-like forms, colliding with Shaolin's sword energies. With mere breaths passing, Shaolin's sword energies were utterly shattered by the black water sword. Moreover, the momentum of the black water sword did not cease, relentlessly pursuing Shaolin. What? Shaolin exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his sword energy could be so utterly defeated. As he witnessed the black water sword approaching, he realized he could not withstand it, and thus he soared into the sky on his sword, attempting to create some distance from his opponent. After striking at me, he still wishes to escape? How naive. A flicker of malevolence passed through Wei Tian's eyes, and the speed of the black water sword suddenly surged. Startled, Shaolin turned his head, only to realize it was too late to evade. In an instant, several dark water swords pierced through his body, sending him plummeting from the sky. Shaolin. The elder of the Sword Rain sect's countenance changed abruptly as he hurriedly flew over and embraced Shaolin. However, upon closer inspection, Shaolin was in a dire state, with a gaping wound in his dantian, rendering him unconscious. The elder staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky. This was the foremost talent of their young generation. How could he have suffered such a devastating blow to his dantian? It is well known that a destroyed dantian spells the end of one's life in cultivation. Wei Jia turned his gaze towards Wei Tianyi, who, wiping his hands, chuckled and said, "What is the matter? Have you beaten the young one? And the old one is unwilling to accept it? You are free to strike me and avenge him. However, I must forewarn you, should you choose to attack, the four behind me will not remain idle. Not only will you perish, but your entire sect shall face annihilation as well." The elder of the Sword Rain sect clenched his fists tightly, ultimately choosing to swallow his anger and turn away. There was no choice. The Wei family of the Jade Dragon Kingdom was not to be trifled with. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The Night Wind Kingdom had fought 3 battles, all resulting in defeat. One had lost an arm, another had been rendered incapable by a shattered body, and the last had been left without a dantian. It is important to note that the 3 who had fought were all distinguished members of the younger generation. With their losses, could anyone else emerge victorious? Alas, why did no one come forth? Is it true that this generation of the Night Wind Kingdom is composed of useless individuals? Wei Tian's gaze swept across the crowd, dripping with mockery. Meanwhile, the people of the Night Wind Kingdom could only grit their teeth in silence, with no other recourse. Just then, from the back of the crowd, 2 individuals exchanged words. One singing praises and the other chiming in. "Ha, Brother Wei single-handedly dominates an entire kingdom. How imposing. Humph. Such feats can only be accomplished in a wretched nation like the Night Wind Kingdom. It hardly counts as a skill." Who? The dialogue between these 2 individuals elicited expressions of displeasure from both the people of Night Wind Nation and Wei Tianyi on the hillside. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, where at the rear of the crowd stood 2 young men, one seated and one standing, both wearing expressions of mockery. The seated young man was tall, measuring 7 feet, adorned in splendid attire while idly fanning himself with a folding fan. The standing young man towered nearly 2 yards, his muscles rippling as if they might burst forth, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. The onlookers from Night Wind Nation regarded the pair with skepticism, none recognizing them. However, Wei Tianyi felt a jolt of realization. Han Wenzhou and Tang Diaolong of the Heavenly River sect from the Jade Dragon Kingdom. "Why are you here?" he inquired, squinting his eyes. Upon hearing this, the people of Night Wind Nation finally understood that these individuals hailed from the Jade Dragon Kingdom. An elder gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "So they are from the Heavenly River sect of the Jade Dragon Kingdom? That is a faction with formidable experts in the return to the Void Realm. Return to the Abyss." A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd. Meanwhile, Han Wenzhou, fanning himself with a paper fan, rose to his feet and addressed Wei Tiandao. "Why are you here?" "It is the same reason I am here. You all." Wei Tianyi fixed his gaze upon the 2, his expression grave. Han Wenzhou chuckled. "Young Wei, do not be anxious. It is merely the legacy of the ZY Taoist. Let us rely on our own abilities." The mention of the ZY Taoist legacy was akin to casting a stone into still waters, stirring countless ripples. "Master, what does he mean by the legacy of the ZY Taoist?" A young man, perplexed, inquired of the elder beside him. The elder's breath appeared heavy, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "The ZY Taoist was a formidable figure from our Yefeng nation 3,000 years ago and the sovereign of the ZY secret realm. It is said that the ZY Taoist cultivation transcended the Guishu realm, reaching the even higher tribulation realm. However, in his later years, while striving to ascend to an even loftier level, he tragically perished. There have long been rumors that he left his legacy within the ZY secret realm. Yet, over the course of 3 millennia, the realm has been opened countless times, with numerous powerful individuals searching for it, yet no clues have ever surfaced. Thus, the world has deemed this matter merely an ethereal legend. Could it be that this rumor is indeed true? No wonder the Wei family has arrived." Upon hearing the explanation, the crowd erupted in excitement. After all, it was the legacy of a tribulation realm powerhouse. The prospect of obtaining such a legacy sent some into flights of fancy. "You," Wei Tianyi said, looking at the 2 with a piercing gaze, anger flickering in his eyes. Han Wenzhou chuckled. "Brother Wei, surely you do not believe that only your Wei family has received this news? Though it may merely be a rumor, I suspect that all the influential powers are already aware of it, whether you choose to believe it or not. There are certainly other forces from not only our Yulong kingdom, but also neighboring nations that have arrived, albeit with far less audacity than yours." The countenance of Wei Tianyi grew increasingly grim. Initially, he had believed that by stealthily arriving in the Night Wind Kingdom, he could easily overpower the local peasants and effortlessly seize the legacy of the ZY Taoist. However, upon hearing Han Wenzhou's words, he realized that matters were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Observing Wei Tian's expression, Han Wenzhou remarked, "Nevertheless, I must commend your recent approach, Wei brother. The Jiwei secret realm today is indeed unsuitable for universal access. After all, if the rumors hold true, and you or any other formidable individual were to acquire the Jiwei Daoist inheritance, I would have no objections." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd from the Night Wind Kingdom, before adding, "However, it is unacceptable for these worthless individuals to obtain such a legacy. In a struggle for prey, how can we allow the common mutts to benefit? Today, the Jiwei secret realm shall admit neither the people of the Night Wind Kingdom nor their dogs. The people of Night Wind Nation all wore expressions of anger. This fellow's words were even more unpleasant than Wei Tian's. Beside him, Luo Tian also furrowed his brow. "Esteemed friend, the Jiwei secret realm is, after all, a domain of our Guiyuan sect in Night Wind Nation. It seems rather inappropriate for you to prohibit our entry," Luo Tian said, maintaining a composed demeanor. However, before he could finish, Han Wenzhou's companion, Tang Diaolong, suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, he was at Han Wenzhou's side. His fist, sized like a large fan, smashed directly toward Luo Tian. "Who do you think you are? You have no place to speak here," Tang Diaolong declared, delivering a powerful blow. Bang! With one strike, Luo Tian was sent flying. "What? This fellow's aura is actually at the spirit transformation level?" Someone discerned Tang Diaolong's realm and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Given Tang Diaolong's age, he appeared to be only around 25 or 26. Yet he had already achieved such a level? Meanwhile, Luo Tian was merely at the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm. At this distance, being struck directly on the head by someone of a higher realm could spell disaster. "Heh, the mutt refuses to submit," Han Wenzhou remarked with a smile, observing the scene. However, Luo Tian's body, akin to a fallen leaf, drifted in the air for a moment before finally landing steadily. "Gentlemen, surely we can discuss this amicably," Luo Tian spoke up. The crowd was taken aback, having assumed that Luo Tian was doomed. To their astonishment, not only was he alive, but his face bore no signs of injury whatsoever. "Diaolong?" Han Wenzhou cast a dubious glance at Tang Diaolong, suspecting that the latter had shown mercy. To his surprise, Tang Diaolong appeared equally bewildered. "I did not hold back," he stated. Han Wenzhou squinted at Luo Tian and nodded, saying, "Your technique possesses a certain intrigue. Very well. In light of your presence, I shall grant you an opportunity. If any one of you young individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom can defeat one among us three, I shall permit your entry into the Jiwei secret realm." Upon finishing his words, both Han Wenzhou and Tang Diaolong simultaneously emanated their respective auras. These two are both at the 3rd level of the transformation realm? The onlookers from the Night Wind Kingdom exchanged glances, astonished. As for Wei Tian, he cast a sidelong glance at his companions. A cold smile gracing his lips as he released his own aura. A powerful pressure surged forth, rivaling that of the other two. The crowd's expressions shifted once more. What? This Wei Tian is also at the 3rd level of the transformation realm? Yet, when he had previously made his move at that moment, the monk roaming from the Fumo temple had awakened, watching Wei Tian with twitching lips. "When he defeated me, he merely utilized the strength of the gathering Qi realm. This means he had not been earnest in our duel?" This revelation struck Ruoming with profound dismay, as he realized just how feeble his own strength truly was. "Esteemed individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom, the opportunity has been extended to you. Do not claim we are bullying you," Han Wenzhou said with a smile. The members of the Night Wind Kingdom exchanged uneasy glances. The 3 individuals before them possessed overwhelming strength. Ruoming and Shaolin had already been considered top-tier warriors. Yet they had suffered a disheartening defeat before these opponents. Who then could possibly emerge victorious? Was this the moment to concede the opportunity of the Jiwei secret realm entirely? "Luo Tian, do you think anyone can stand against them?" Someone inquired, glancing at Luo Tian. After all, he had just endured a strike from Tang Diaolong. Perhaps he could? However, Luo Tian shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "My technique is unique. It can mitigate the opponent's attacks. However, after taking that punch from Tang Diaolong, I have already expended 30% of my spiritual energy. If I were to engage further, I could withstand at most 3 more blows before succumbing." Despair enveloped the atmosphere. Observing this scene, Wu Yuro from the Jiuyue sect clenched her fists tightly. "Master, I wish to give it a try," she declared. A prodigy of the Jiuyue sect, she had now attained the transformation realm. "No, Yuro, your strength is far inferior to theirs." Her master, Longingqiu, shook his head. Not only was Yuro's realm lower than the three, but the disparity in techniques and martial skills was even greater. Should she take the stage, the outcome would scarcely differ from that of Shaolin. This was their hope for the 9th gate in September that could not allow her to be discarded here. Just as the people of the Night Wind Kingdom were engulfed in a profound despair, a sudden gust of wind howled through the air. Is there someone else? The crowd looked up, and their eyes beheld a colossal bird descending from the heavens. Is that the Golden Pung King? Longing Chio recognized the figure in the crowd at first glance. The arrival was indeed the Golden Pung King, bearing the members of the Luo family. Look, there are people on top. A great demon of the Tongshin realm is a mount? Which formidable faction do they belong to? No. The Golden Pung King is the Demon King of our Night Wind Kingdom. Could it be that they represent our Night Wind Kingdom? Many in the crowd recognized the identity of the Golden Pung King, and a glimmer of hope blossomed within them. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the Golden Pung King gracefully descended onto a hillside. Master, we have arrived, the Golden Pung King announced. We have finally reached. Let us disembark, said Luo Tian, who, along with the members of the Luo family, leapt down from the back of the Golden Pung King. Once they landed, the people of the Night Wind Kingdom felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Darn it, I thought they were from some superpower in our Night Wind Kingdom. But it turns out they are merely a group of refining body realm practitioners, with only 2 at the Gathering Chi realm. Sigh. Their strength is even inferior to our sect. They lamented, shaking their heads in dismay. However, on the other side, upon spotting Luo Tian, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly rushed over. Luo Chen of the Guiyuan sect greets Senior Luo Tian, he exclaimed, bowing respectfully. A member of the Guiyuan sect? Where is your sect master? Luo Tian asked, stretching lazily. The sect master is currently planning a visit to the capital. And since the Ziwei secret realm is not a major affair, I, the chief disciple, am overseeing it, Luo Chen explained. Luo Tian nodded in understanding. I see. Then let us open the secret realm now. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Chen's expression shifted uneasily. Luo Tian noticed the change and furrowed his brow. What is it? Is there a problem? With a sigh, Luo Chen recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Luo Tian's brow furrowed deeper as he glanced at Wei Tian and his 2 companions. So, defeating these 3 individuals will grant us access to the Ziwei secret realm, correct? Luo Chen affirmed. Indeed, not only that, but we may also obtain the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist. Luo Tian snorted. Very well, I shall send these 3 flying. As he spoke, he prepared to advance. Just then, one of the disciples from the Luo family stepped forward. Young master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? They are merely 3 braggarts. Allow me to relieve you of your burden, he proclaimed loudly. Luo Tian turned to regard him, then glanced at Wei Tian and his companions, pondering briefly before nodding in agreement. All right, go ahead, and do not hold back, Luo Tian instructed. He also wished to use this opportunity to hone the skills of his family's disciples. The 3 young men of the transformation spirit realm would serve as excellent sharpening stones. Thank you, young master. The young disciple's eyes sparkled as he boldly strode towards the trio amidst the envious gazes of his clan members. The spectators were momentarily stunned by this audacious display. What is this kid thinking? He appears to be at the body refinement stage. How dare he approach them? He certainly seems to be a novice. This is beyond reckless. He is merely unaware of the formidable strength possessed by those 3. Just wait. A spectacle is about to unfold. Whispers circulated among the gathered crowd from the Night Wind Kingdom. On the other side, Wei Tianyi and his companions were equally perplexed. The previous challengers, such as Ruo Ming and Xiao Lin, were formidable practitioners at the Gathering Chi stage. Yet here's to this body refinement stage youth. What was he thinking? While the group was still in a daze, the young man had already arrived before the trio. With his head held high, he declared, I am Luo from the Luo family of Beiqing. I come to challenge you. Han Wenzhou, filled with rage, responded with a sardonic smile. Very well. You may challenge any one of us 3. If you manage to defeat just one, we shall no longer impede your entry into the Ziwei secret realm. Luo Da's gaze swept across the faces of the 3 before finally settling on Tang Dialong. You, the tall one. It's you I choose. Step forward, he proclaimed. Tang Dialong's forehead throbbed with veins, for he perceived Luo Da's choice as an implication that he considered himself the weakest among the trio. How could he possibly tolerate such an insult? With a fierce glint in his eyes, he advanced towards Luo Da. Noticing his expression, Han Wenzhou chuckled while fanning himself. Oh dear, that fellow named Luo is in for a rough time. Even I must temporarily avoid the storm unleashed by the furious Tang Daolong, he remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Tang Daolong stood before Luo De. Boy. Do you have any final words? He inquired. Final words? Speak yours, Luo De replied. Tang Daolong's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets, overwhelmed with fury. This fellow was infuriating beyond measure. In light of this, let him perish. With a furious roar, Tang Daolong swung his fist towards Luo De. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, and in an instant, dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. All is lost. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, averted their eyes in horror. A practitioner at the transformation realm had delivered a direct punch to someone at the body refinement realm. The outcome was undeniable. Without a doubt, Luo De would be utterly crushed by the opponent. Not even a complete corpse would remain. Yet, it hurts. The voice of Rhoda resonated from the heart of the battlefield. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where Tang Daolong remained poised in a striking position at the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Luo De had retreated 7 or 8 steps, massaging his fist and exclaiming in pain. Amidst the throng, Luo Tian observed the unfolding scene, his heart reverberating with astonishment. That recent strike had evidently demonstrated Tang Daolong's superiority. Yet, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. It is crucial to note that Tang Daolong was a practitioner of the transformation realm. Luo Tian had first-hand experience of the formidable strength of his fists. The might of this individual's blow could effortlessly annihilate an ordinary practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm. How, then, could he merely inflict such a minor effect on a body refinement practitioner like Luo De? Tang Daolong, what mischief are you up to? Han Wenzhou furrowed his brow in concern. However, Tang Daolong paid him no heed, fixated instead on Luo De. What was the secret behind this young man's fists? At that moment, Tang Daolong himself felt a twinge of confusion. He had not held back during that strike. His intention was to crush Luo De with a single blow and establish his dominance. Yet, the outcome was merely to inflict discomfort upon his opponent? It must be some extraordinary technique. I refuse to believe your physical resilience can reach such levels. With this thought, Tang Daolong roared in fury and charged at Luo De once more. That detestable fellow. Seeing this, Luo De gritted his teeth and met him head-on, the two exchanging blows for several rounds. Although Luo De was consistently repelled by Tang Daolong, his cries of pain were his only response. This alone was profoundly astonishing. Pray tell, who is that Luo De? A mere body refinement practitioner managing to endure against a transformation realm expert for so long. Could it be that Tang Daolong is simply too weak? That is indeed a possibility. Meanwhile, on another front, after receiving timely aid, Master Ruoming had also regained consciousness. He surveyed the combatants with trembling pupils. No, the strength of Tang Daolong is undoubtedly formidable. His physical prowess is nothing short of terrifying. If I were in his place, I would barely withstand 5 of his strikes before succumbing. Even having ascended to the transformation realm, I could not perform better than Luo De. Master Ruoming's words swiftly spread like wildfire. What? Even Master Ruoming has stated this? Then, who exactly is this Luo De? Heavens! Luo De. When did our Night Wind Nation produce such a prodigy? I was completely unaware. Just imagine the strength he would possess upon reaching the Qi, gathering, and transformation realms. The crowd gazed at Luo De, their eyes filled with reverence. At that moment, Luo De had endured several more strikes from Tang Daolong and was finally nearing his limit. Wait. I cannot match you. I concede. Luo De shouted, cradling his hands. As Tang Daolong gazed at Luo De, his eyes burned with ire. Meanwhile, the members of the Luo family cast discontented glances at Luo De. Hey, Luo De, what on earth are you doing? Was that fellow's punch truly so painful? Surely you aren't afraid. Are you? Don't disgrace the Luo family. Listening to the derision from his kin, the others from the Night Wind Kingdom exchanged bewildered looks. If Luo De were affiliated with their faction, based on his recent performance, he would undoubtedly be exalted. Yet, these members of the Luo family claimed he brought shame upon them? What convoluted logic was this? Turning to face his relative's mockery, Luo De's expression mirrored his dissatisfaction. How dare you speak as if I deceived you? That individual is inherently formidable. If I cannot triumph, then let anyone who doubts come forth and challenge him. With that, Luo De returned to Luo Tian's side. I apologize, young master. I have brought disgrace upon you, Luo De murmured, lowering his head. Luo Tian regarded him with a measured glance and nodded. Recognize your shame and strive for improvement. Return and train diligently. Next time, you shall reclaim victory. Indeed. Rhoda returned to her side. Beside her, Luo Tian wore a grim expression. To know shame and then strive for courage? With the strength of the body refinement realm, he had withstood so many punches from Tang Jiaolong and still faced defeat. Did he consider this shame? For a moment, he felt as though his worldview was shattering. Humph. I refuse to believe this giant is so formidable. Young master, allow me to confront him. From the crowd, another young man from the Luo family stepped forward. Luo Fei? Then go ahead and give it a try. Luo Tian nodded. Luo Fei agreed and turned to face Tang Jiaolong. Giant, I shall spar with you. Luo Fei declared. Another one. Tang Jiaolong's forehead veins throbbed as he struck with a powerful fist. Boom. With the force of his blow, earth trembled and mountains shook. To the astonishment of the spectators, Luo Fei was sent staggering back several paces. Yet, akin to Luo-Da, he remained unscathed, bearing no visible injuries. Who is this extraordinary talent? What is the true origin of the Luo family? A lineage boasting two prodigies. The crowd was thrown into disarray. How infuriating. What is happening? How could this individual provoke Tang Jiaolong to the brink of madness? One Luo-Da had already brought him enough humiliation, and now another, Luo Fei, emerged. Exhibiting such formidable prowess? Is this fellow truly at the body refinement stage? Whose body refinement practitioner possesses such astounding strength? My goodness, this is truly painful. This individual is indeed impressive, Luo Fei exclaimed amidst the pressure from Tang Jiaolong. After exchanging several more blows, he eventually conceded defeat. Young master, I have embarrassed you. I am no match for him, Luo Fei lamented, his head hung low. Well, just strive to improve in the future, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, nodding. Luo Fei returned to the ranks. Young master, allow me to give it a try. Young master, let me take my turn. My body refinement techniques are superior to those two fools. I am stronger than them. I have comprehended more than they have. They are no match for me. Come on. Stop bragging. You are at best on par with Luo Fei. Well, you are not any better than me. How about we settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins takes the stage. I believe this method is quite effective. The disciples of the Luo family began to prepare for the game. This left Luo Tian utterly bewildered. What is going on? Those three individuals at the transformation stage had previously dominated the youth of the Night Wind Kingdom. Yet now, the Luo family members are clamoring to engage in combat. It is as if they are vying for some precious treasure. What is the true nature of this Luo family? It was not only Luo Tian who was perplexed. At that moment, Tang Jiaolong was also twitching at the corners of his mouth. A group of body refinement practitioners eager to challenge him? He, after all, was a once esteemed prodigy. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Damn it! A bunch of worthless mutts. Come at me together. Tang Jiaolong roared. Suddenly, the Luo family members fell silent, turning their gazes toward Tang Jiaolong. Whom do you call a mutt? And which of us do you deem worthless? So you wish for us to come at you together? Fulfill your destiny. The young members of the Luo family roared as they charged forward, brandishing their fists and claws. Humph! I refuse to believe that each one of you possesses such strength. Tang Jiaolong seethed inwardly, raising his fist to strike. As he spoke, he plunged into the throng of the Luo family. Just a few seconds later, he found himself on the ground. How dare you insult the Luo family? Huh? You think you're invincible? You want to take us all on? Who do you think you are? Just a pile of trash. Do you believe I want to crush you? One of the assailants declared. Those in front. If you've had enough, step aside. I haven't even begun to fight. In the heart of the fray, Tang Jiaolong lay defeated, surrounded by the members of the Luo family who unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Those on the periphery struggled to break through the crowd. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a contest of champions? When did it devolve into a raucous brawl? Where had the semblance of skilled fighters gone? Luo Tian stood beside Luo Tian, the atmosphere around him shifting dramatically. Although the Luo family was outnumbering their opponent, the young assailants were all at the body refinement stage. In any other scenario, facing a master like Tang Jiaolong, even 1,000 at the body refinement stage would merely serve as his targets. Yet, these young members of the Luo family had managed to bring Tang Jiaolong to such a state. Each of those who had joined the fray possessed strength that rivaled Luo-Da and Luo Fei. What was truly happening within the Luo family? Meanwhile, Han Wenzhou also regained his composure. Stop it at once, he bellowed, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he plunged into the crowd, seizing Tang Jiaolong from within. At this moment, Tang Jiaolong's face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head, and he had lost consciousness. He looked utterly miserable. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. What is the meaning of this? Han Wenzhou seethed, glaring at the members of the Luo family. What are you implying? One retorted. He asked us to join in. Indeed, another chimed in. It was his own request. Everyone heard it. Exactly. Had he not suggested it, would we have ganged up on him? Is it my fault? The members of the Luo family gazed at Han Wenzhou, questioning him. Your presence, Han Wenzhou seethed, is infuriating beyond measure. Yet, he found himself at a loss, for it was indeed Tang Jialong who had called for their collective engagement. Fine. Even if it was his request, we had previously agreed that one must individually defeat any of us three for the privilege to enter the Ziwei secret realm. Therefore, this battle does not count. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of boos erupted from the assembled crowd of the Nightwind Nation. Very well, if it does not count. We shall engage in another battle. Allow me to take the lead this time. Step aside. I shall go first. Shall we resume rock, paper, scissors instead? The members of the Luo family began their bickering anew, leaving everyone else at a loss for words. The Luo family was truly peculiar. At that moment, Luo Rong, standing beside Luo Tian, interjected, Enough. Everyone, stand down. Do you not see? The three of them are formidable cultivators at the transformation realm. Against such strength, you half-baked individuals might stand a chance in a brawl, but in a one-on-one duel, you would be utterly outmatched. Luo Chun, listening nearby, was on the verge of exclaiming in disbelief. To label the Luo family oddities as half-baked was absurd. What did that make him? Luo Rong then addressed Luo Tian. Young master, permit me to take part. Among the myriad martial arts and techniques imparted to the Luo family by Luo Tian, Luo Rong had assimilated the most and had delved the deepest into his training. It could be said that among the younger generation of the Luo family, he was second only to Luo Tian. Thus, his eagerness to volunteer for battle was entirely reasonable. Luo Tian glanced at Luo Rong and nodded. Very well. Proceed swiftly and decisively. Indeed, a look of joy illuminated Luo Rong's face as he cupped his hands in farewell to Luo Tian, before promptly turning to leave. His gaze swept over Wei Tianyi and Han Wenzhou's faces, ultimately settling on Wei Tianyi. I shall challenge you, Luo Rong declared. A challenge, you say? Excellent. A glint of ferocity flashed in Wei Tianyi's eyes. Amidst the tumultuous black waters, he chose to strike decisively. In an instant, a surge of energy roiled behind him. Unlike before, he no longer concealed his strength. Instead, he openly exhibited his prowess at the spirit transformation realm. Consequently, the intensity of his spiritual energy was significantly augmented compared to earlier. Even before he made a move, those present sensed an overwhelming pressure. Not only the youth, but even a group of middle-aged individuals found themselves deeply moved. 18 layers of waves. Wei Tian bellowed, propelling the tumultuous black waters towards Luo Rong. Block for me. Luo Rong commanded with a solemn expression, striking back with a powerful punch. Boom. The two forces collided, as Wei Tianyi's 18-layered waves surged forward relentlessly. Such formidable strength. It surpasses even my own. A middle-aged man in the transformation realm gasped at the sight of this strike. Damn, I feel as though I have wasted my life. This blow is stronger than that of a 50-year-old man like me. Can that fellow from the Luo family withstand it? Concern began to brew among the onlookers. Yet, at the heart of the battlefield, Luo Rong remained steadfast, unyielding. As Wei Tianyi's 18 waves of energy crashed upon him, he stood firm, without faltering. The first wave shattered before his might, followed by the second and third. In the blink of an eye, as the 18-layered waves were unleashed, Luo Rong had not retreated a single step. In the midst of the fierce battle, the monk Ruo Ming observed with trembling pupils. He fixated on Luo Rong, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by Wei Tianyi. Even when Wei Tianyi suppressed his own realm to attack, Ruo Ming could not withstand it. Yet, astonishingly, this Luo Rong managed to fend off Wei Tianyi's full-force strike. How could he not be astounded? Simultaneously, Wu Yuru, amidst the crowd, appeared pale, her eyes reddening as she gazed at her master, Long Yingqiu. With a quivering voice, she implored, Master, did you not say that I am the foremost talent of the younger generation in the Nightwind Kingdom? She had always been a person of little confidence. After witnessing the trio from the Jade Dragon Kingdom, her resolve had already begun to waver. However, the thought that they were not from the Nightwind Kingdom, coupled with their superior realm, was something she could somewhat accept. Yet now, the members of the Luo family were a different matter altogether. These young members of the Luo family were primarily at the body refinement stage, 2 realms beneath her. Yet, judging by the previous skirmish, every Luo family member who had previously engaged was no weaker than she. Now, witnessing Luo Rong in combat, she felt as though he towered far above her. Moreover, Luo Rong was also at the body refinement stage. In an instant, she was engulfed by a sense of worthlessness, her resolve shaken to its core. At that moment, Long Yingxiu stood nearby, equally at a loss for words. He yearned to offer his disciple some comfort and explanation, yet he found himself bereft of any reassuring rationale. What on earth was happening with this Luo family? It was not unusual for a family to possess a single prodigious talent. But was it not rather extraordinary for each member to be so exceptionally gifted? Long Yingxiu was left with a mind full of questions. On the battlefield, after unleashing his 18 overlapping waves, Wei Tianyi found himself in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Luo Rong looked at him coldly and declared, "You have finished your turn. Now it is mine." With that, he stepped forward. "Behold the fist." Luo Rong bellowed. This punch was none other than the heavenly fist technique of Luo Tian. However, since Luo Rong primarily practiced physical techniques, his comprehension of the heavenly fist was rather limited. Nevertheless, with the formidable strength of his physique, it proved to be sufficiently potent. In an instant, waves of energy surged, coalescing around his fist. Although it did not fully take the form of a dragon, it nevertheless emanated an aura of terrifying Tao. Block this. Wei Tian's complexion turned pale as he immediately summoned all his energy. In an instant, dark waters surged and gathered before him. Yet, with a resounding crash, Luo Rong's fist struck the dark waters, shattering Wei Tian's defenses in a heartbeat. Furthermore, the force of the punch continued unabated, landing squarely on Wei Tian's body. With a spurt of blood, Wei Tian was sent flying, tumbling through the air for several rotations before barely regaining his composure, landing heavily on the ground. As Wei Tianyi attempted to rise, he struggled twice, ultimately failing. In an instant, he fixed his gaze on Luo Rong, disbelief filling his eyes. One punch. How could a single strike leave him gravely injured? What manner of monster was this fellow? Simultaneously, the onlookers from the Night Wind Kingdom were first engulfed in silence, only to erupt into thunderous cheers. Luo Rong was undeniably formidable. He had defeated Wei Tianyi with a mere punch. "Ha, people from the Yulong Kingdom. Did you not call us worthless country dogs? What do you call this now? Useless Wei Tianyi is nothing. How audacious you are." The mocking voices surrounding him rendered Wei Tianyi's expression exceedingly grim. "Well then, do you concede?" Luo Rong inquired, observing Wei Tianyi's reaction. Wei Tianyi rolled his eyes a few times before managing a thin smile and cupping his hands in respect, declaring, "Brother Luo, your talents are extraordinary. I am in awe. In this battle, I admit my defeat." Luo Rong nodded. "As long as you concede, we can now enter the Ziwei secret realm, correct?" Wei Tianyi smiled, "Of course. But may I pose a few questions to Brother Luo? At the very least, I wish to understand the nature of my defeat." Luo Rong replied, "Very well, ask away." Wei Tianyi continued, "May I inquire what sort of family the Luo family is?" Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell into a hush. Indeed, what was the nature of the Luo family? How had so many extraordinary individuals emerged in such a short span? This was exceedingly unusual. Everyone was keenly interested in this query. Without hesitation, Luo Rong responded, "Our Luo family has resided in Bianbei City for generations. We are the people of the Night Wind Kingdom." Bianbei City? The crowd took mental notes, planning to investigate further after the Ziwei secret realm. Wei Tianyi pressed on. "I see. Then may I ask, Brother Luo, is your cultivation method passed down from your ancestors? What realm is your ancestor currently in? I have some questions regarding cultivation that I would like to consult about." Luo Rong answered without a second thought, "My Luo family's ancestor? He passed away long ago. There is no realm to speak of. As for cultivation levels, the strongest in our family now is our head, Luo Feng, who is merely at the 9th level of the transformation realm. We do not even have anyone at the void flight realm, so perhaps you should refrain from seeking guidance." "What?" Wei Tianyi was taken aback, as were the others. A family without even a transcendent expert? What does that signify? Even in the Night Wind Kingdom, it is merely a second-rate clan. It may fare well in smaller towns, but among the prominent factions present, annihilating such a family would be a trivial task. "Brother Luo, are you jesting?" Wei Tianyi inquired, fixating his gaze on Luo Rong. Clearly, he believed Luo Rong was mocking him. However, Luo Rong retorted, "Do I have any reason to jest with you? Our Luo family indeed lacks a transcendent expert, yet the cultivation techniques we practice are all imparted by our young master, Luo Tian." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Not far away, Luo Tian listened, feeling utterly speechless. This fellow, Luo Rong, was undoubtedly loyal. But his naivety was alarming. revealing their family's secrets so easily could lead to dire consequences. It seemed necessary to provide some earnest guidance to the clan members in the future. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyi, staring into Luo Rong's eyes, was convinced he spoke the truth. A glimmer of malevolence flickered in his gaze as he smiled and said, "So it is, without an ancestor, without a backing." Suddenly, he turned to the four transcendent experts beside the carriage and commanded, "Elder Yu, let us act together. Incapacitate this fellow and their young master, while exterminating the rest." The utterance left everyone around in a state of shock. How could this fellow suddenly incite those behind him to take action? Was he truly so petty? No, it was not mere pettiness. Among the crowd, Longingxiu quickly grasped Wei Tianyi's intent. Through his conversation with Luo Rong, he had formed a rough understanding of the Luo family's circumstances. This was a small clan lacking in heritage, previously devoid of formidable figures. The current strength of the younger generation from the Luo family had emerged abruptly. The source of this rise was their young master, Luo Tian. There was no doubt that Luo Tian had acquired some extraordinary opportunity, one potent enough to forge such a prodigy in a short span of time. How remarkable was that? Even the legendary inheritance of the ZY Taoist could scarcely compare. Thus, before the Luo family amassed sufficient strength to safeguard themselves, choosing to eradicate them and seize the opportunity could be deemed a remarkably wise course of action. Indeed, on the other side, behind the palanquin, formidable experts from the profound realm comprehended Wei Tianyi's intentions and simultaneously took action. After all, the powerful secrets of the Luo family held immense allure for them. Boom! The four unleashed their auras in unison, and the terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the mountains and forests. Countless ancient trees were uprooted by the shock waves, and rocks were sent flying. Many young practitioners, lacking sufficient cultivation, were directly injured or even killed by this overwhelming force. The power of the profound realm experts was indeed astounding. "You brat, I shall first sever your limbs," a Wei family elder coldly declared, eyeing Luo Rong. "Despicable, get away from me." Luo Rong roared, launching a punch forward. However, bang! His fist was effortlessly neutralized by the opponent with a single hand. There was no recourse. The disparity in their realms was simply too great. Luo Rong's strength was utterly insignificant in their presence. Let me do the severing," the Wei family elder sneered. Uft. In the next instant, a muffled thud echoed. Blood splattered, and an arm soared into the air. With a heart-wrenching scream, the citizens of the Nightwind Kingdom all shut their eyes. Alas, the Luo family has met a tragic fate. There is little to be done. Their strength was insufficient, and they remained unaware of how to conceal their shortcomings. It is a pity that a family on the brink of rising has been so abruptly extinguished. Several elders shook their heads in sorrow. However, at that moment, a young man beside them stammered, "Elders, what are you looking at? Are you lamenting the misfortunes of Luo Rong?" The elders replied. The young man shook his head and said, "No, it is not that. It is that person from the Yulong Kingdom," his hand. Several elders sensed something amiss and simultaneously looked up. Upon doing so, they were left utterly dumbfounded. In the center of the battlefield, Luo Rong stood unscathed, while the elder from the Wei family who had attacked him was left with one arm severed, blood gushing forth. How could this be? Was it Luo Rong who struck? One elder exclaimed in astonishment. No, it wasn't Luo Rong, it was that individual. The young man pointed with his hand. The elders focused their gaze, and indeed, beside Luo Rong stood another young man, Luo Tian. Could it be that he was the one who acted? One elder inquired. Precisely, it was he. With a mere flick of his hand, the Wei elder's arm was severed. The young man proclaimed. The elder was utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, in the heart of the battlefield, the Wei family elder, with his severed arm, had temporarily staunched the flow of blood. He glared at the young man before him. His face twisted in fury. "You scoundrel," he gritted through clenched teeth. Luo Tian regarded him with indifference, replying coldly, "You obstructed our entry into the Ziwei secret realm, and I said nothing. I adhered to your rules. Yet, after our victory, you resort to threats and violence against us. Do you truly regard us as soft persimmons?" The Wei elder scoffed. "Fortune is predetermined by heaven. The virtuous shall prevail. What are you, the Luo family, to seize such opportunities? It is a gross waste. Our attack on you is in accordance with divine will. Do not be complacent, for had I not been careless and overlooked your ambush, you would never have inflicted harm upon me." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian, enraged, laughed in mockery. "Well, it has been a long time since I encountered such shameless rhetoric. You wish to annihilate my Luo family and usurp our fortunes, is that so? Come forth, all four of you. I shall welcome you. The Wei elder turned to the other three, declaring, let us strike together and eliminate this scoundrel. Good. The other three echoed in unison. They were incredulous. With their combined prowess in the transcendence realm, could they not subdue a single Luo Tian? In an instant, the four of them surged forward from different directions, attacking Luo Tian simultaneously. Their auras swelled, transcending the heavens and the earth, resembling four formidable demigods, poised to vanquish Luo Tian in one fell swoop. Senior Luo Tian, be cautious, Luo Chen called out from a distance, his face etched with concern. It was essential to note that Luo Tian was a distinguished guest of their Guyuan sect. Although he understood that Luo Tian was immensely powerful, the odds seemed insurmountable for one man facing four experts of the transcendence realm. However, the heavenly Tao Palm, Luo Tian, with one hand tucked into his pocket and the other raised high, summoned forth a colossal golden hand that materialized above his head. With a resounding clap, the golden hand struck out 4 times, reducing 4 formidable experts of the transcendence realm into mere puddles of flesh. Such was the ease of it. As if he had swatted 4 flies. Their original forms were utterly unrecognizable. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. Had 4 experts of the transcendence realm truly perished in such a manner? In the midst of this, Wei Tianyi maintained his earlier arrogance, though the smug grin that once adorned his face had now turned to stone. The abruptness of the event left him utterly flabbergasted. Did you not just declare your intent to annihilate the Luo family? Luo Tian approached Wei Tianyi, hands behind his back. With a gulp, the latter retreated several steps, stammering. Senior, there has been a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian delivered a resounding slap. Crack! Wei Tianyi spun several times on the spot, blood and teeth spraying from his mouth. You dare strike me? He gasped in shock, clutching his injured face as he stared at Luo Tian. Strike you? I intend to kill you, Luo Tian declared, stepping forward as the heavenly Tao Palm re-emerged. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Tianyi was paralyzed with fear. Having just witnessed the sheer might of Luo Tian's strike, he realized that should it land upon him, he too would be reduced to a mere smear of flesh. Wait, you cannot kill me. If you do, my ancestor possesses the power of the 7th layer of the returning ruins realm. I am his direct great-grandson, his most cherished descendant. As he spoke, Wei Tianyi brandished a jade pendant, gritting his teeth. This is a protective talisman gifted by my ancestor. It can summon a manifestation of his essence to this place. If you dare to strike again, I will activate it. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Wei family's ancestor was not only of the returning ruins realm, but at its 7th layer? While they were aware of the Wei family's strength, they had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary degree. The people of the Night Wind Kingdom were astounded. Even Han Wenzhou gasped in disbelief. It was known that Han Wenzhou had brought along several protectors of the transcendence realm, unlike Wei Tianyi, whose protectors had been covertly safeguarding him. Yet, he had never imagined that Wei Tianyi could summon a manifestation of his ancestor. Sensing the astonishment around him, Wei Tianyi regained some confidence. Clutching the protective talisman in his hand, and addressed Luo Tian, surely, you do not wish for me to call upon my ancestor? On the other side, Luo Tian, who was initially ready to take action, immediately withdrew his heavenly Tao Palm technique upon hearing Wei Tianyi's words. Wait a moment. Are you saying that you have brought a fragment of your family's ancestor? Luo Tian inquired, gazing at Wei Tianyi. Indeed, Wei Tianyi replied. You mean to say that your ancestor possesses the cultivation of the returning ruins realm? Luo Tian inquired, his tone noticeably altered. A smile graced Wei Tianyi's lips as he affirmed, absolutely. Observing Luo Tian's demeanor, Wei Tianyi comprehended the underlying fear. Given the absence of a powerful cultivator in the returning ruins realm in the Night Wind Kingdom for centuries, it was only natural for Luo Tian to be intimidated upon learning of his ancestor's prowess. In that moment, Wei Tianyi felt as though the skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. He felt invigorated. Now do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Release me, and perhaps you may still salvage your fate. However, should you dare to show me even a hint of disrespect again, beware. Wei Tianyi intended to utter a few more menacing words. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Luo Tian struck him again, sending the remaining fragments of his teeth flying. How dare you strike me again? Wei Tianyi exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, his words slurred. The onlookers were equally astonished. What was happening with Luo Tian? Knowing his adversary possessed such formidable backing, why did he still dare to act? Luo Tian, however, appeared exhilarated as he addressed Wei Tianyi. Come, summon your ancestor. If you cannot, I shall carve you into pieces. Do you believe me? Huh? Wei Tianyi was taken aback. Was this fellow insane? Knowing full well the formidable prowess of his ancestor, he still dared to speak such words? Are you all right? Little did Wei Tianyi comprehend the turmoil within Luo Tian. Ever since Luo Feng inquired about his true strength, Luo Tian had been tormented by this very question daily. He yearned to discern who was superior between himself and the formidable beings of the return to Void Realm. This obsession had cost him several sleepless nights. However, with the vast expanse of the Night Wind Kingdom, where could he possibly seek out a practitioner of the return to Void? At that moment, Wei Tianyi's assertion regarding his ancestor's capabilities piqued Luo Tian's interest. Hurry, if you do not summon your ancestor forth, I shall sever your limbs first. Luo Tian bellowed. Wei Tianyi's face turned pale with fright, and he promptly activated the protective talisman in his possession. Buzz! In an instant, a spiritual energy surged. A brilliant light emanated from his hand, nearly blinding to behold. Following that, a tremendous aura began to stir throughout the mountainous terrain. When the light dimmed, the figure of an elder materialized before Wei Tianyi. Han Wenzhou gazed intently at the elderly figure, his heart quaking. Indeed, it was him. The ancestral figure of the Wei family, the titan of the Jade Dragon Kingdom, Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of spiritual light erupted from his gaze, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Tianyi, did you not venture to the Night Wind Kingdom to seize the inheritance of the ZY Taoist? Why have you summoned my avatar? Wei Baidao inquired. In the next moment, he noticed Wei Tianyi, bloodied from head to toe, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. What transpired? Who has harmed you? Where are your guards? Why did they not come to your aid? If they cannot even handle such a trivial matter, do they not fear being slain by me? Wei Baidao roared, his voice saturated with murderous intent, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. The surrounding individuals were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure, too terrified to even breathe. The aura of a return to Void expert was simply too terrifying. Ancestor, there is no need to slay them. They are already dead. Wei Tianyi lamented with a wry smile. What? Dead? Who in the Night Wind Kingdom possesses the audacity to kill them? Is it that little brat, the divine martial king? Or the bald monk from the demon-subduing temple? Do they not fear the annihilation of their clan for daring to harm my Wei family? Wei Baidao's voice turned icy. The Wei family was among the most prestigious clans in the Jade Dragon Kingdom. How could they have suffered such a loss? Neither, ancestor. It was this fellow who killed them. Furthermore, I have matters to report to you, Wei Tianyi replied, proceeding to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Wei Tianyi's account, Wei Baidao turned to Luo Tian and the members of the Luo family behind him, astonished. Tianyi, are you not fabricating a tale of vengeance to deceive me? You claim these body refinement realm youths could defeat Tang Dialong and you? And this fellow named Luo Tian has slain 4 of your enlightenment realm guards? Wei Baidao expressed skepticism regarding Wei Tianyi's narrative. With a face full of sorrow, Wei Tianyi replied, Ancestor, how could I ever dare deceive you? What I say is the truth. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Han Wenzhou. Wei Baidao's gaze locked onto Han Wenzhou, who instantly felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. Elder Wei, what Wei Tianyi has said is indeed not a word of falsehood. Han Wenzhou immediately replied. Before Wei Baidao, Han Wenzhou dared not exhibit the slightest disrespect. Upon receiving this affirming response, a glimmer of joy flickered in Wei Baidao's eyes. Oh, to empower a mere cultivator of the body refinement realm to such strength. This opportunity is more valuable than the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist. Tianyi, your judgment is not mistaken, Wei Baidao remarked with a smile. Having lived for many years, Wei Baidao had never encountered such a formidable body refinement technique. If he could seize this opportunity, not only would it elevate the strength of his family significantly, but it could also advance his own cultivation. It is worth noting that Wei Baidao had been stagnating at the 7th level of the returning ruins realm for nearly a century. Although he still had some time left to live, if this pace continued, he might never transcend his tribulation in his lifetime. This was his greatest anxiety over the past 100 years. Thus, upon hearing Wei Tianyi's words, he was now filled with immense joy. A man of considerable experience, he understood that such an opportunity, which could strengthen the Luo family, was indeed extraordinary. Approaching Luo Tian, he smiled and said, Young one, How dare you slay a member of the Wei family and injure my great-grandson to such an extent? This matter cannot simply be resolved. However, I possess a benevolent heart and cannot bear to see such talent extinguished. How about this? You and your kin accompany me to the Yulong Kingdom, and I shall take you as a recognized disciple. You will serve my Wei family for a century to atone for your transgressions today. What say you? Upon hearing Wei Baidao's words, those who were unaware of the context were taken aback. They had presumed the Wei family to be unreasonable. But it seemed that Wei Baidao was not so bad after all. It appeared that the Wei family's strength was not without reason. Such magnanimity was indeed remarkable. Several young individuals expressed their approval. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. What a cunning old fox Wei Baidao is, Long Yingqiu remarked, shaking his head as he observed Wei Baidao. Master, what is wrong? Is not what Wei Baidao is doing fair? Wu Yuro was perplexed. Long Yingqiu glanced at his naive disciple and sighed. You, my dear, have too little experience in the martial world. The reason Wei Baidao speaks thus is far from fairness. He has two primary motives. Firstly, he does not wish to earn the reputation of bullying the weak, which could lead to future ridicule. Secondly, he aims to thwart other factions who might use the guise of justice to aid the Luo family and seize their opportunity. Once Luo Tian becomes his disciple, he has countless ways to extract opportunities from the Luo family. At that point, the members of the Luo family may find it not so easy to wish for death. Wu Yuro was astonished. What? How can he be so malicious? Master, should we remind him? Long Yingqiu shook his head and replied, My dear, the affairs of the Wei family are beyond the reach of individuals like us. Wu Yuru glanced at Luo Tian, her expression tinged with concern. What should Luo Tian do then? Long Yingqiu sighed. His only rational course of action now is to temporarily acquiesce to the Wei family and seek an opportunity to extricate himself. With that, he exhaled deeply, lamenting the impending doom that threatened this suddenly ascendant noble family. Meanwhile, Wei Baidao scrutinized Luo Tian, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, Young man, did you hear my words? At that moment, Luo Tian was appraising Wei Baidao from head to toe. Are you at the Guishu realm? Luo Tian asked. Wei Baidao paused for a moment before responding with a chuckle. Indeed, I possess the cultivation of the 7th level of the Guishu realm. This avatar's strength pales in comparison to my true form, yet in terms of combat prowess, it is at the 1st level of the Guishu realm. Why do you inquire? Young lad, Luo Tian sighed. The 1st level of the Guishu realm, is it? Admittedly lacking in strength, but it will suffice. Old man, I am going to give you a thrashing. Wei Baidao, originally stroking his beard, was contemplating whether Luo Tian, engulfed in despair, would yield for the safety of his kin. To his surprise, the lad proclaimed that he was somewhat weak and intended to strike himself. Was this young man a fool? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he witnessed Luo Tian launching a punch. The first form of the dragon fist, strike, roar. In an instant, the might of the punch transformed into a dragon's shadow, surging forth from Luo Tian's fist towards Wei Baidao. What? Wei Baidao exclaimed in astonishment, raising a single hand in defense. He had intended to effortlessly deflect the blow, yet to his surprise, the moment he made contact with the dragon shadow, he was overwhelmed by an unimaginable force. With a resounding crash, Wei Baidao was sent flying several dozen yards by the impact of a single punch. With a swift turn, Wei Baidao steadied himself from a distance, managing to avoid a fall and preserving his dignity. However, he sensed that one of his hands had been nearly numbed by a powerful punch from Luo Tian. What immense strength! Wei Baidao turned his head, gazing at Luo Tian in astonishment. What? On the other side, Long Yingqiu was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to act so boldly. Moreover, in his initial assault, he managed to gain the upper hand. This fellow is utterly reckless. Meanwhile, Luo Tian exclaimed loudly, Old man, I have returned. With that, he propelled himself forward, his toes barely touching the ground, and in a series of swift movements, he appeared right before Wei Baidao. What kind of movement technique is this? Wei Baidao was once again taken aback. With his keen eyesight, he could not discern Luo Tian's trajectory at all. Little did he know that Luo Tian's heavenly Tao movement technique was akin to teleportation. The way of heaven's palm. Without a second thought, Luo Tian struck down with another palm. Boom. A colossal golden hand reached out. The surging black waters. Wei Baidao, not daring to underestimate the situation, immediately began to channel his energy. This technique had been employed by Wei Tianyi before. However, now, when wielded by Wei Baidao, its power and momentum were magnified beyond measure. In an instant, it seemed as though an entire ocean had been summoned by Wei Baidao, crashing forward to meet the heavenly Dao Palm technique. Yet, the outcome was startling. Boom. The heavenly Dao Palm descended with a force that shattered his tumultuous black waters. What? Wei Baidao exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly forming a hand seal to forcibly gather the dispersing spiritual energy. However, at that very moment, Luo Tian had already teleported behind him and casually plucked a branch from a tree. With the heavenly Dao sword technique, he struck with a single blow. As Luo Tian declared, he swung his sword. How dare you underestimate me? Wei Baidao's forehead bulged with veins as he summoned Wei Tian's treasured sword, delivering a powerful slash in response. The two waves of sword energy clashed, holding their ground for merely a breath's time before Wei Baidao's energy shattered. While Luo Tian's sword energy surged forward with unabated momentum, advancing towards Wei Baidao. What? Wei Baidao exclaimed in astonishment. He wielded a sword, while his opponent brandished a mere staff. Yet, he had suffered a complete defeat. This clearly indicated that the other's sword intent far surpassed his own. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed a blur before his eyes, and Luo Tian had vanished. Elder Ancestor, behind you. Wei Tian, from a distance, shouted frantically to alert him. Eh? Wei Baidao suddenly turned around, only to discover that Luo Tian had somehow appeared behind him. He still held the grass stick in his hand, but unlike before, he had shifted from a sword-holding stance to one resembling that of a gun. So formidable, truly worthy of the Guishu realm. Receive another move of the heavenly Dao spear technique, Luo Tian declared, as he thrust the grass stick forward. In an instant, the grass stick transformed into a streak of radiant light. Wei Baidao's face turned pale. Luo Tian's speed was too swift. He had no chance to evade. Boom. In the next instant, a long rainbow pierced through his chest, directly impaling Wei Baidao. Ancestor. Wei Tian, standing beside, felt a wave of darkness wash over his eyes. His greatest reliance had unexpectedly faltered. What a jest! Although it was merely a clone, its power was undeniably that of true transcendence. At this moment, Wei Baidao gazed down at the wound on his chest, his body gradually transforming into shimmering specks of light, beginning to vanish. This incarnation had met its demise. He had never anticipated that his avatar would perish in the Night Wind Kingdom. Luo Tian, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Hey, don't die on me. I still have several moves left to try. Can you endure just 2 more hits before you go? No more than that. Even one will suffice, Luo Tian implored. Hearing this, Wei Baidao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, his true self, thousands of miles away, was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. What nonsense is this? This brat is actually using me as a test subject? What have I become? Noticing Wei Baidao's lack of response, Luo Tian approached Wei Tian and landed 2 heavy punches, nearly knocking him unconscious. Do you have any more jade pendants? Summon another incarnation for me, quickly. I haven't finished my fight yet, Luo Tian demanded angrily. I don't have any left. Wei Tian was on the verge of tears. What is going on here? In both the Night Wind Kingdom and the Jade Dragon Kingdom, who wouldn't be terrified upon discovering that they possessed an ancestor's incarnation? Yet here stands Luo Tian, demanding to know if I have one. None. Not even an ancestor's incarnation? How utterly useless you are. Luo Tian fumed. Meanwhile, the soon-to-be dissipated Wei Baidao seethed with rage upon witnessing this. Brat, release my grandson. Otherwise, I shall ensure the complete destruction of your Luo family. Wei Baidao thundered. The Luo family to be buried with you? Luo Tian abruptly halted, casting a cold glance in his direction. Wei Baidao replied icily, my true self shall soon arrive in the Night Wind Kingdom. And should I find my grandson even slightly harmed, I will annihilate your Luo family. Luo Tian's gaze locked onto Wei Baidao, while his other hand swept toward Wei Tian. Bang! In the next instant, Wei Tian's head exploded. Ah! Wei Baidao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to make a move. One after another, threatening to annihilate my entire family. Have I given you too much face? Wei Baidao, if you have the courage, come and kill me. If you do not dare to come, I shall eradicate your Wei family. Luo Tian replied coldly. Just wait. Wei Baidao's eyes blazed red as he uttered his final words before vanishing completely, dissipating into thin air. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in shock, grappling with the enormity of what had just transpired. The realm of Guishu. It had been 5 centuries since such a formidable being had appeared in the Kingdom of Nightwind. Now, A mere fragment of Wei-Bai-Dao had been eradicated by Luo Tian. Did this imply that Luo Tian was also from the realm of Guishu? As this notion dawned upon them, the expressions of the crowd towards the Luo family shifted dramatically. In the kingdom of Night Wind, possessing 3 beings of the profound realm was the threshold for becoming a first-rate power. What, then, of a being from the realm of Guishu? Undoubtedly, the Luo family now stood as the foremost power in the kingdom of Night Wind, far surpassing all others. Yet, at this moment, Luo Tian appeared despondent. Damn it! After such difficulty in encountering a being from the realm of Guishu, he had anticipated a more arduous test of his skills, only to find it ended so swiftly. I have no real sense of my own strength now. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Han Wenzhou, who was not far away, cradling the unconscious Tang Daolong, preparing to make a discreet escape. However, upon locking eyes with Luo Tian, Han Wenzhou felt a surge of dread wash over him. Senior, I beg your forgiveness for my impudence. I was unaware of the gravity of my actions against you in the kingdom of Night Wind. What a joke. This Luo Tian had just vanquished even a fragment of Wei-Bai-Dao. Han Wenzhou felt a sense of relief. Previously, when Wei Tianyi had instructed his subordinates of the profound realm to confront Luo Tian, he had also contemplated sending his own profound realm guardian to seize that opportunity. After all, such a chance was too enticing to resist. But due to a moment's hesitation, he witnessed several experts from the Wei family perish. He was grateful for that delay. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be facing death now. As Han Wenzhou pondered, Luo Tian leisurely approached him. With each step, Han Wenzhou felt as though bolts of lightning struck him, soon drenched in perspiration. Hey, do you have an ancestral fragment or something? Summon it for me. I want to give it a beating, Luo Tian declared. Huh? Han Wenzhou was taken aback. What kind of demand was this? Luo Tian frowned and coldly remarked. What do you mean, huh? Summon it immediately. Han Wenzhou quickly lowered his head, saying, Senior, I truly do not have it. Instantly, the temperature around them dropped significantly. Han Wenzhou trembled all over, insisting, Senior, I am not deceiving you. Wei Tianyi is the young master of the Wei family, and Tang Daolong and I are merely true disciples of the Tianhe sect in Yulong country. In terms of strength, we may not be inferior to him. But when it comes to status within our factions, we cannot compare to him. How could we possibly carry an ancestral avatar with us? Seeing his earnestness, Luo Tian ceased his interrogation. As the pressure on him lessened, Han Wenzhou finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Luo Tian turned to Luo Chun and said, All right, now that the matter is resolved, let us open the Ziwei secret realm. Oh right. Luo Chun had been momentarily stunned, only regaining his senses at that moment. He then retrieved a token from his bosom and infused it with a stream of spiritual energy. Buzz! In an instant, radiant light flickered among the mountains and rivers, with luminous points surging from all directions. Ultimately, these points coalesced before Luo Chun into the shape of a door, which was the entrance to the Ziwei secret realm. Senior Luo Tian, the Ziwei secret realm has been opened. The realm will remain open for 3 days, after which it will close, and everyone will be teleported out. Within the realm, there are various treasures, the majority of which are suitable for those at the Gathering Chi stage, with only a few belonging to the Transformation Spirit and Sky Dominant stages. The realm also harbors numerous perilous entities, such as demonic beasts and various spirits, though these pose no threat to you. By the way, the innate spiritual crystals you sought are located in several areas, which I have marked on the map for you. As Luo Chen spoke, he handed a map of the Ziwei secret realm to Luo Tian. Upon reviewing it, Luo Tian nodded, saying, Well done. Luo Chen smiled. Senior, you flatter me. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Luo Tian shook his head. No, members of the Luo family, follow me. With that, he was the first to step into the Ziwei secret realm. The surroundings fell silent, no one daring to make a move. Only after all the members of the Luo family had entered the realm did the crowd erupt into chaos. Get out of the way, I want to go in first. Damn it, why are you pushing? Why didn't you push just now? Nonsense, weren't you too afraid to take a step in front of Luo Tian? Who are you talking about? The crowd rushed eagerly toward the entrance of the secret realm. Han Wenzhou, what shall we do? At that moment, Han Wenzhou's protector finally dared to reveal himself. Holding the unconscious Tang Daolong, Han Wenzhou pondered briefly before saying, I still wish to take a look. Perhaps I could obtain the legacy of the Ziwei Daoist, which would benefit the sect. The protector contemplated for a moment and replied, Very well, but remember, absolutely do not provoke anyone from the Luo family. Han Wenzhou forced a smile. You needn't worry. I am already aware of that. What a joke. Provoking the Luo family? Does he wish for a short life? After the conversation, Han Wenzhou and the others entered the purple micro-secret realm. Before long, only Luo Tian remained outside the secret realm. Just as he was about to step into the purple micro-secret realm, the communication talisman on him suddenly glowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed sect master. Luo Tian activated the talisman and spoke. On the other end, it was none other than Ling Shuzi, the master of the Guiyuan sect. Luo Tian, the matters of the sect have yet to be resolved. I must entrust the affairs of the purple micro-secret realm to you. I appreciate your efforts. By the way, has anything untoward occurred in the secret realm? Ling Shuzi inquired. Luo Tian replied, Sect Master, there has indeed been a slight disturbance. The young master of the Wei family from the Yulong Kingdom, Wei Tian, has arrived. Ling Shuzi was visibly taken aback and asked, the Wei family of the Yulong Kingdom? Why would they come? Luo Tian responded, they are not the only ones. The Tianhe sect has also sent people. From what they imply, someone has predicted that the inheritance of the purple micro-Taoist is set to manifest this year. What? On the other end of the transmission, Ling Shuzi was clearly taken aback. The inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist? Such a revelation was astonishing. Our Guiyuan sect controls the Ziwei secret realm, yet we were completely oblivious to this. It is no wonder that the Yulong Kingdom's divination techniques surpass ours. As they must have known. He paused briefly before continuing. If the Wei family and the Tianhe sect arrive, please remind young Master Luo to avoid any conflict with them. After all, young Master Luo is a benefactor of our Guiyuan sect. Luo Tian awkwardly replied, well, the sect leader, they have already clashed. Ling Shuzi gasped in shock. What? They clashed? Young Master Luo wasn't harmed, was he? Luo Tian replied, no. Ling Shuzi let out a sigh of relief, saying, that is good. However, Luo Tian added, but Wei Tian and his protector were killed by young Master Luo. What? Ling Shuzi exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Tian has been killed? This is a grave matter. I have heard that Wei Baidao is an exceptionally protective individual. If his descendant has been slain, what will he do? If he arrives, won't our Night Wind Kingdom be turned upside down? Ling Shuzi remarked. Luo Tian scratched his head and replied, that Wei Baidao's avatar has already arrived. On the other end of the communication talisman, Ling Shuzi gasped, Wei Baidao's avatar has come? His avatar possesses the strength of the returning ruins realm. Does that mean Luo Tian? Just the thought of a formidable returning ruins expert descending sent a chill down Ling Shuzi's spine. Yet, he heard Luo Tian continue. He had a skirmish with senior Luo Tian, who then dispatched him with a mere grass stick. Ling Shuzi. A prolonged silence ensued. After a considerable time, the astonished voice of Ling Shuzi came through the talisman. What did you just say? You can't be pulling my leg, can you? Wei Baidao's avatar was killed by young Master Luo Tian? With a grass stick, no less? Are you certain it wasn't some top-tier artifact? Ling Shuzi exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Tian picked up the grass stick that Luo Tian had just used, and with a gentle twist of his hand, it snapped in two. Master, I can confirm. It is an ordinary grass stick. I broke it with ease, Luo Tian stated. In truth, he too felt a sense of unreality. How could such a trivial object have slain Wei Baidao's avatar? On the other side of the talisman, Ling Shuzi was left dumbfounded. Although he was aware of young Master Luo Tian's considerable prowess, he never imagined it to be to such an extent. He murmured to himself. It is important to note that Ling Shuzi had not attended the Ziwei secret realm this time precisely to prepare for the impending battle against the divine martial royal mansion. After all, he deemed the strength of the divine martial king nearly insurmountable. He had to exert every effort. To this end, he and the senior members of his sect had labored day and night to refine formation diagrams, hoping to enhance their slim chances of victory. Even the momentous event of the Ziwei secret realm's opening was delegated to Luo Tian, the chief disciple. Yet now, to learn that Luo Tian was capable of slaying an expert of the returning ruins realm? What had been the purpose of his relentless toil over the past several days? His heart felt weary. Master, there is another matter I must report to you, Luo Tian said cautiously. Oh, what is it? Ling Shuzi inquired. Wei Baidao mentioned that his true body intends to come to the Ziwei secret realm to settle accounts with senior Luo Tian. Luo Tian replied. Wei Baidao? His true body. 7th level of the returning ruins realm? Ling Shuzi instantly became alert once more. Indeed, replied Luo Tian. Ling Shuzi inhaled sharply. Fully aware that the true essence of Wei Baidao and his avatars exhibited a stark contrast in power. What did he say about Luo Tian? Ling Shuzi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian responded, Senior Luo Tian did not take it to heart. Ling Shuzi found himself somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Had he not regarded this matter with the seriousness it warranted? Was he unaware of Wei Baidao's formidable power, or had Luo Tian indeed grown to such an extent? No, I must see for myself. Determined, Ling Shuzi addressed Luo Chen. Very well, you should also enter the Ziwei secret realm. If possible, strive for the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist. I shall arrive shortly. Yes, disciple obeys. Luo Chen replied, and with that, he entered the Ziwei secret realm. Meanwhile, in the Yulong Kingdom, at the Wei residence, boom, the secluded area of Wei Baidao suddenly erupted. The members of the Wei family, sensing the disturbance, rushed over. Amidst the rubble, they beheld Wei Baidao, his face ashen, standing at the center with blood at the corner of his lips. The ancestral elder has been wounded? A chill ran through the hearts of the Wei family. At that moment, Wei Baidao's gaze shifted to the current head of the Wei family, Wei Hongtian. Wei Hongtian, gather 6 individuals and summon the 7 Sons Absolute Kill Formation. Come with me, commanded Wei Baidao. The 7 Sons Absolute Kill Formation? Ancestor, what has transpired? Could it be that the Lin family and the Chun family are preparing to strike against us? Wei Hongtian exclaimed in shock. He understood that the 7 Sons Absolute Kill Formation and Wei Baidao were the 2 greatest trump cards of the Wei family. The simultaneous activation of both signified an immense crisis. No, it is to hunt down a single individual. Wei Baidao's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Murder? Wei Hongtian was momentarily taken aback, a sudden chill gripping his heart. To use both trump cards to slay a single individual? Could it be? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he inquired, Ancestor, do you intend to kill a powerful being at the tribulation stage? In Wei Baidao's eyes, the figure of Luo Tian emerged. And through gritted teeth, he declared, No, I seek to eliminate one who has attained the body refinement stage. Huh? Wei Hongtian was taken aback. He wondered if his ears had betrayed him. What realm did you say you wanted to kill? He confirmed once more. A junior from the body refinement realm of Night Wind Nation, Wei Baidao reiterated. This time, everyone comprehended clearly. Consequently, the expressions of all the Wei family members became inscrutable. Their venerable ancestor, a formidable 7th-tier expert of the returning ruins realm, a luminary in the cultivation world of Yulong Nation, a guest elder of the imperial family, a martial arts master, and one of the 10 strongest individuals in Yulong Nation, Wei Baidao, intended to eliminate a mere young practitioner from the body refinement realm of Night Wind Nation. Merely speaking of it was enough to incite embarrassment. Yet, he also required the accompanying presence of other formidable members of the Wei family, even insisting on bringing along the family's greatest trump card, the 7 Sons Absolute Killing Formation. Such a grand endeavor for the sake of a body refinement realm novice. Are you feeling all right, Ancestor? Wei Hongtian inquired. What do you mean? Wei Baidao gazed at him. Have you perhaps cultivated to the point of madness, experiencing hallucinations? Wei Hongtian pressed further. This was the only plausible explanation he could conceive. The other members of the Wei family behind him nodded in agreement. The outcome was, bang, Wei Baidao sent Wei Hongtian flying with a slap. You insolent wretch. Do you think I am in the mood to jest with you? Your son, Wei Tianyi, has been killed in Night Wind Nation. Wei Baidao bellowed fiercely. What? Wei Hongtian, who had fallen to the ground, trembled all over upon hearing the voice. Wei Tianyi, his eldest son whom he had high hopes for, was actually killed? Impossible. I assigned 4 individuals of the Transcendence realm to accompany him, and he also had one of your avatars with him. How could anyone possibly kill him? Wei Hongtian found it hard to believe. Wei Baidao gritted his teeth and replied, All 4 of them are dead. My avatar has also been destroyed. Everyone present was taken aback. Who in the Night Wind Kingdom possessed the power to annihilate the ancestor's avatar? Was it Master Tianin or King Shenwu? No. The ancestor's avatar had already attained the strength of the 1st level of the returning ruins realm. Even if those 2 joined forces, they could not possibly destroy the ancestor's avatar. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet, Wei Baidao, with a grim expression, declared, The one who destroyed my avatar is a mere fledgling in the body refinement realm. He is also the one who killed Tianyi. The crowd was once again bewildered. The body refinement realm? The returning ruins? Is this some sort of joke? Observing the expressions of those around him, Wei Baidao coldly remarked, That young man must have acquired some extraordinary opportunity. Although he is merely at the body refinement level, his strength, by my estimation, should be comparable to the 3rd level of the returning ruins. The crowd shivered at his words. Some began to realize the implications, their eyes widening in shock. Wei Baidao continued, that child, Tian Yi, is still too reckless. He thought to seize the opportunity from the other, yet he underestimated that fellow's power. Thus, whether for avenging Tian Yi or to safeguard the enduring legacy of the Wei clan, we must swiftly deal with that young man and uncover the secrets he possesses. Upon finishing, a member of the Wei family furrowed his brows and said, Ancestor, even so, must we create such a grand spectacle? Even if he possesses the strength of the third level of the returning ruins, you could easily handle him with just 2 others. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Baidao struck him with a palm, sending him flying. Fool, have you forgotten the lessons I've imparted over the years? You know this boy cannot be spared, yet you still hesitate to exert your full strength against him? Are you attempting to aid that lad in honing his skills and growing stronger? Wei Baidao reprimanded furiously. The chastised individual quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed his head, saying, I apologize, Ancestor, I was wrong. Wei Baidao snorted and declared, Bring the 7 sons absolute kill formation and summon all those from the family who are above the profound realm to accompany me. I will not grant that young man even the slightest chance of escape. Indeed, the members of the Wei family responded in unison. On that day, the Wei family was in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the Purple Star secret realm, Luo Tian led the group into a realm that felt entirely distinct from their own. The sky lacked a sun but was adorned with countless stars, illuminating the ground in a dazzling display. The spiritual energy in the air was significantly denser than that of the outside world. Is this the sanctum of the Purple Star Taoist? It is truly extraordinary. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Now that we have entered the Purple Star secret realm, the resources you acquire will depend on your fortune. You may form your own groups, but do prioritize your safety, Luo Tian instructed. Indeed, young master, the crowd was filled with immense excitement, for it was their first visit to this place. Soon, they formed teams and set off to seek their fortunes. Luo Tian also took out the map entrusted to him by Luo Qin and began to study it. There are quite a few locations where innate spiritual crystals have been found. This Yuling Palace seems to be the nearest. Let us head there first. As Luo Tian spoke, he lightly tapped his toes and soared in a particular direction. Behind him, 2 individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom held the map, gazing at Luo Tian's departing figure with astonishment. Why is this esteemed Luo Tian heading in that direction? Isn't that the 100 beasts' nest? It appears so. The map indicates that aside from ferocious beasts, there are no resources there. It is even said that a terrifying great demon resides there, and a powerful being from the Transcendence realm once ventured in, only to meet their demise. Perhaps he intends to hunt some beasts to acquire their intercourse? Likely. Nevertheless, the thoughts of such a person are beyond our conjecture. Let us proceed to the Yuling Palace. Treasures are abundant there every year. Indeed, let us proceed. With that, the 2 disregarded their surroundings and followed the map, heading in a direction entirely opposite to that of Luo Tian. Meanwhile, within the lair of the Beast King, deep inside a cavern strewn with bones, a colossal eye suddenly opened. As this eye blinked to life, the temperature within the cave plummeted drastically. The myriad of beasts that had inhabited this space lowered their heads in reverence, their eyes filled with dread. Oh, is it that time again for the Ziwei secret realm to awaken? Fresh human flesh has arrived. My children, go forth and hunt down the humans. Bring me their tender meat. The owner of it I proclaimed. At the utterance of these words, the surrounding beasts let out howls and scattered in all directions. Humans. Within the cavern, a massive beast claw emerged, seizing a handful of human bones from the ground, which it then devoured voraciously, producing a sound that would set one's teeth on edge. Buzz. Deep within the cave, a blood-red glow abruptly illuminated the darkness. It is nearly complete. Just a bit more potent flesh, and it shall be activated. The voice of the eye's owner grew submissive, as if addressing someone of great significance. It was only at this moment that the blood-red glow began to fade. In a desolate forest, Luo Tian held the map, his expression one of skepticism. Doesn't this map claim that the Yuling Palace is ethereal, teeming with spiritual herbs? Why does this place seem so perilous? Luo Tian raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing before a valley, the ground around him charred black, as though recently scorched by fire, bearing no resemblance to the promised ethereal essence. What a worthless map, filled with nonsense, Luo Tian scoffed. Just then, a rumble erupted beneath his feet, causing the earth to tremble. Following this, a pungent odor wafted through the air. What is happening? Luo Tian was taken aback as he looked up, only to see a horde of beasts charging toward him. A menacing wave of dark figures that included wolves, tigers, and leopards, all with pitch-black bodies and fiery red eyes. At that moment, Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the beast tide had also detected his presence. Ha ha ha. Every time a human enters, we scurry about to capture them, yet this year, a hapless soul has delivered himself right to our doorstep. Heh, this human lad must be a fool, hiding in those places with restrictions where we cannot approach, only to come to our lair. Everyone, stand down. I shall devour him. Devour him? This is a tribute for the great king. Are you not afraid that the king would consume you instead? Bah, if I choose not to eat, that is my prerogative. But this fellow must meet his end by my own hand. It has been years since I last took a life. A black wolf bellowed. Very well. It is entrusted to you. The other beasts retreated, watching as the black wolf advanced toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian, observing the approaching black wolf, regained his composure. Hey, black dog, where is the innate spirit crystal? He inquired. His words rendered the surrounding beasts speechless. Black dog, this human lad is finished. He dares to address the black wolf leader as black dog. The black wolf leader despises being called that. They thought to themselves, certain that this chap would meet a particularly gruesome fate. Indeed, the black wolf leader's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Human, I shall savor every moment of your torment. You will find neither life nor death to be your refuge. With that, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging toward Luo Tian with blinding speed. Mid-air, the black wolf leader's form morphed, revealing a gaping maw, suddenly as large as a city gate, poised to swallow Luo Tian whole. However, get lost. With a swift motion, Luo Tian raised his hand and sent the black wolf flying with a resounding slap. The black wolf leader emitted a mournful howl, struggling for a long while but failing to rise. Meanwhile, Luo Tian clapped his hands, displaying a look of disdain, and remarked, Foolish black dog, what if you bite me? Where would I go for a rabies vaccine? This detestable creature is indeed peculiar. Let us all strike together. The black wolf leader finally managed to rise, his face contorted with rage. Goodness, this fellow seems remarkably powerful. If we hunt him down, his flesh alone would be worth that of hundreds. A nearby wolf exclaimed. Indeed. Let us slay him and take him back. The king shall surely be pleased. A horde of monstrous beasts began to advance towards Luo Tian. At that moment, Luo Tian furrowed his brow. What do you want? I merely wish to ask for directions, he stated. He was not one to revel in bloodshed, even against beasts. A black tiger across from him sneered, Human brat, you are quite extraordinary in your foolishness. Did not your elders inform you of our existence before you entered this secret realm? Your existence? Who are you? Luo Tian inquired, his confusion evident. Heh, we are the rulers of this secret realm, a tribe that hunts your kind. Not just you, but all humans who dare to enter here are our prey. We shall slay every last one of you, offering you to our great king, and you shall be the first unfortunate soul to perish this year, the black tiger declared. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. Kill me? Are you certain? He questioned. What? Are you frightened now? If you kneel before me, I might consider granting you a swift death. The black tiger taunted. The encroaching beast erupted in laughter. Luo Tian regarded the tiger, gradually bending his body down. Oh, you truly are kneeling? No wonder the human race is so weak. Humans have always been such spineless creatures. The jeers of the beasts resounded once more. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Tian picked up a stick from the ground. Eh? You, the black tiger was taken aback. In the next moment, boom. Luo Tian swung his staff, sending the black tiger soaring into the sky. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck today. Even humans are provoking me. And now even dogs? You wish to kill me? Let us see you try. Luo Tian roared, bringing his staff down once more. Clang. Sword energy erupted from the staff. And wherever it struck, hundreds of demon beasts were instantly reduced to mere pulp. What is happening? This human is perilous. Many demon beasts initially contemplated resistance. But as soon as they dared to approach Luo Tian, they were shredded by the terrifying sword energy, leaving not even a trace of their remains. In an instant, all the demon beasts were filled with dread. Flee! A monstrous beast took flight, prompting all the other beasts to frantically escape in the same direction. After putting on such a display, did they think they could simply run away? Such delightful notions were not to be tolerated. Luo Tian roared, brandishing his staff as he pursued them. At that moment, had anyone been watching from the sky, they would have been astounded by the spectacle. In a Grand Canyon, a solitary human male wielding a staff chased after tens of thousands of beasts, with many meeting a tragic end beneath his blows. One could not help but wonder, who truly was the beast? Meanwhile, outside the den of the myriad beasts, dozens of formidable individuals from various factions stood in a line, gazing towards the den with grave expressions. Beside them, Luo Tian bowed respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for coming to assist in fending off the beasts of the myriad den," he stated. "Ah, no need for such formality, my dear nephew Luo Tian. The youth shall focus on gathering resources while we elders take it upon ourselves to confront the beasts. This was an arrangement we had all agreed upon long ago," said an elder, stroking his beard. "Indeed, the beasts of the myriad den are exceedingly ferocious. Should they disrupt our young disciples, the casualties could be catastrophic," another elder added. "Let us not underestimate the beasts of the myriad den. Those of commanding rank possess combat capabilities nearing the transcendence realm. I recall during the last opening of the Ziwei secret realm, 6 beast commanders emerged at once, and we suffered considerable losses," a middle-aged woman remarked. "By the way, Luo Tian, your Guiyuan sect's beast chart should indicate how many beast commanders are present here, correct?" Long Yingqiu inquired, gazing at Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded, saying, "Indeed. I will fetch it for everyone to see." As he spoke, he retrieved the beast chart and infused it with a surge of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Luo Tian's expression changed dramatically. "What? Impossible!" he exclaimed in shock. What is it? Let me see." Long Yingqiu stepped forward for a glance, and her expression morphed in response. 40? 40 beast commanders? What? The others were also taken aback. This implies that there are 40 beasts at the transcendent level? What on earth is happening this year? Why have so many emerged? What has transpired in the beast lair? How infuriating. We only have 12 individuals with transcendent combat capabilities here. Can we withstand this? Luo Tian, we must conclude the Ziwei secret realm immediately. Otherwise, we will face dire consequences. Someone proposed. Indeed, with 40 transcendent beasts, coupled with thousands of lower-tier beasts, this is beyond the capacity of their group to resist. It seems that ending the trial has become imperative. Just as Luo Tian was about to make a decision, the beast chart suddenly underwent a transformation. What is happening? Luo Tian was taken aback. What is going on? Make a decision quickly, this is no joke. Long Yingqiu furrowed his brows. However, in the next moment, he too was stunned. The beast chart revealed that there were still 35 beast leaders remaining. 5 beast leaders have perished? An elder's face was filled with astonishment. It must be noted that the beast leaders possess combat power comparable to the transcendent realm, nearly on par with them. How could 5 have died in the blink of an eye? Just as they were left bewildered, the beast chart changed once more. 2 more beast leaders have died? Long Yingqiu exclaimed. The speed of these occurrences was astonishing. Moreover, look at the numbers of the lower-tier beasts beneath the beast leaders. They are also rapidly dwindling. Someone shouted. The crowd then shifted their focus from the beast leaders to the lower-tier beasts. Originally, when the beast chart was unveiled, it displayed over 60,000 lower-tier beasts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, only slightly over 50,000 remained. Over 10,000 beasts have perished in such a brief span. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting shock. It appears that something monumental has indeed transpired within the beast lair. The monk from the demon-subduing temple remarked, "This cannot continue. It seems we must prematurely shut down the Ziwei secret realm." An elder sighed. Prematurely shutting down? Another elder looked regretful. After all, it was rumored that this year's Ziwei secret realm would unveil the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. However, everyone, I believe we should first ascertain what exactly has transpired within the beast's lair before making any decisions. Long Yingqiu insisted stubbornly. Indeed, I concur. Even if we must close the Ziwei secret realm, we need to understand what has happened. Someone echoed. After a moment of contemplation, the monk from the demon-subduing temple stated, "Very well, we shall split into 2 groups. Let us select 3 individuals to venture into the beast's lair and investigate. The remainder will gather the others within the secret realm. And Luo Tian, do your utmost to locate young Master Luo Tian. With him present, our safety will be greatly enhanced." Beside them, a middle-aged woman remarked with a bitter smile, "Master Yuansheng, there are myriad beasts, including dozens of those at the transcendent level. Even if young Master Luo Tian were here, he would likely be powerless against them." Master Yuansheng of the Demon Suppression Monastery sighed in response. "It is still better than our current predicament." Long Yingqiu nodded and declared, "Very well, it is settled then. Master Yuansheng, Enxia, and I shall venture into the Valley of Beasts for reconnaissance. If we sense any danger, we will retreat immediately. The rest of you will handle the remaining tasks." "Very well," the crowd responded, dispersing, leaving only Long Yingqiu and 2 others behind. Sighing, Longing Xiao gazed at the den of beasts, pondering what might be transpiring within. Meanwhile, inside the beast lair, a cry for help echoed. Save me. There's a monster. A black panther was wailing as it fled. Close behind. A menacing figure wielding a stick was in hot pursuit. It was, of course, Luo Tian. Damn it. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Is this how humans behave on their first outing? You deceived me, claiming humans were our prey. They are utterly terrifying. Some newly emerged were on the verge of tears. Among the panicked herd, a massive black elephant stood out distinctly. It glanced back at the pursuing Luo Tian, then addressed its companions in a cold voice. Friends, I have discerned a peculiar observation. That human relies solely on the stick in his hand for all his attacks. And what of it? A black bear inquired. The elephant revealed a sly grin and continued. What if there exists a possibility that his weapon is his only strength, while his physical resilience is, in fact, quite feeble? Perhaps this is why he refrains from employing any means other than the stick. A nearby black snake flicked its tongue and remarked, You raise a valid point. The physicality of humans is indeed inferior compared to that of our kind. Moreover, our bodies have been enhanced by our elders. But what of it? The elephant's grin deepened as it replied, What of it? I believe I have conceived a strategy to deal with him, if my conjecture holds true. I merely need to evade one of his attacks and then deliver a single punch to his body to eliminate him. The black snake conceded, Your reasoning has merit. Go ahead and test your theory. We shall support you. The elephant declared, Very well. But should I succeed, I shall claim the credit for this battle. No problem. The other beasts echoed in unison. Boom. The colossal elephant abruptly halted its advance. The remaining creatures also came to a standstill, observing from several dozen meters away. Human. Your end is nigh. I have discovered your weakness. Prepare to meet your doom. The giant elephant bellowed, casting a fierce glare at Luo Tian. Simultaneously, its gaze fixated intently on the stick in Luo Tian's grasp. A stick. A stick. If only I can evade that stick, victory shall be mine. The elephant pondered silently. At that moment, Luo Tian had already approached him. I can see. The giant elephant's eyes bulged, nearly bursting with blood. However, do not obstruct my path. Luo Tianfei delivered a powerful kick to the elephant's head. Bang! In an instant, the elephant's skull shattered into a pulp. This was not a mere stick. It was the last thought of the giant elephant before its demise. Oh my heavens! I should never have placed my trust in that foolish elephant. This creature possesses an unnaturally formidable physique. Help! The herd immediately began to stampede once more. Celestial sword technique. On the other side, Luo Tian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy from his staff, which surged into the horde of beasts, mowing them down with unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the canyon, Longing Xiao and his companions held their breath, concealed behind a massive boulder. Before us lies the territory of the beast's nest. We must exercise utmost caution. Longing Xiao cautioned. Ba, should any unforeseen event arise, I will hold the rear. You need not concern yourselves with me. Just flee. Master Yuanqing declared. Master, speaking of such dire matters now is rather ominous. With our combined strength, it is impossible to eradicate the beast's nest. However, the chances of escaping are considerably high, Xiaowei said, gripping the hilt of her sword, visibly anxious. Let us proceed without revealing our presence. Longing Xiao signaled. And the trio stealthily entered the valley. Suddenly, Master Yuanqing sensed something amiss. Not far ahead, a multitude of beast corpses lay strewn about. Ba, such sin, such sin. Master Yuanqing exclaimed, bringing his palms together in prayer. Xiaowei's lips twitched, a hint of nausea crossing her face. Only Longing Xiao approached the carcasses, observing for a moment before inhaling sharply. Lord Dragon Gate, do you discern anything? Xiaowei inquired. Longing Xiao shook his head, replying, there are no clear clues. But it is certain that an unparalleled ferocious beast has dealt with these creatures. An extraordinary beast? Xiaowei felt her legs weaken slightly. The ordinary monsters within the beast's lair had already proven to be quite troublesome. Now, another formidable creature emerges? How powerful could this being possibly be? Xiaowei inquired. It's hard to say. Let us venture deeper, Longing Xiao suggested. Ba, let us proceed. Master Yuanqing concurred. Although Xiaowei was somewhat reluctant, she refrained from voicing her concerns. As the trio ventured further inward, their trepidation grew. The corpses of monsters along the way became increasingly abundant. Moreover, the direction these bodies faced in their final moments clearly pointed towards the interior of the beast's lair. What could possibly explain this? Shouldn't these monsters be fleeing outward? Xiaowei pondered, her brow furrowed as she examined the lifeless forms. Perhaps the extraordinary beast is an outsider? Long Yingqiu hypothesized. That would seem likely, otherwise. A beast of such caliber born within the lair would not have unleashed such carnage upon its fellow creatures. Master Yuansheng added. What then does this imply about the beast's power? Xiaowei queried. Master Yuansheng hesitated, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Long Yingqiu suddenly exclaimed, could it be? He swiftly moved to the side of an enormous headless monster carcass. Long Min, what is it? Xiaowei hurriedly followed, inquiring. Long Yingqiu took a deep breath and pointed at the massive corpse before him, declaring, I recognize this beast. Are you familiar with it? Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback. Long Yingqiu nodded and recounted, a few years ago, when I brought disciples from our sect to the Ziwei secret realm. We encountered this fierce beast emerging from the 100 Beast Valley. This creature was exceptionally ferocious. It was only through the combined efforts of myself and the Thunder Sect's Master Lei that we managed to subdue it, albeit with great difficulty. I still vividly remember its fangs, which were akin to 2 divine blades. I bear the scars from that encounter upon my shoulder to this day. As Long Yingqiu spoke, a look of lingering fear crossed his face. Fangs? Where are they? Xiaowei was taken aback, as she circled to the other side of the corpse. She nearly lost her breath in shock. Oh my goodness! Exclaimed Xiaowei. What is the matter? Master Yuansheng inquired as he circled to the other side. To his astonishment, there was nothing upon the beast's injured limb. Dragon Lord, are you certain this creature possesses great strength? Xiaowei questioned Long Yingqiu. At that moment, Long Yingqiu found himself equally bewildered. The memory of their past battle remained vivid in his mind, and he was well aware of the ferocity of this elephant-like beast. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would not even stand a chance against it. Yet, such a formidable creature lay dead before them. Moreover, the state of the corpse clearly indicated it had been slain in a single blow. The individual capable of vanquishing this beast must indeed be far stronger than I had anticipated. Beads of sweat began to surface on Long Yingqiu's forehead. Dragon Lord, should we proceed further? Xiaowei hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yingqiu responded, I believe we should press on for a while longer. Something feels decidedly amiss. Master Yuansheng nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. This situation could potentially lead to a catastrophe for our Nightwind Kingdom. And I must witness it with my own eyes to feel at ease. Reluctantly, despite her reservations, Xiaowei steeled herself to advance. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the beast's nest, cries for help echoed, My king, save us. There is a monster. Several commanding beasts scrambled back in utter disarray, their bodies covered in dust and debris. One monkey demon had even lost an arm. Just then, a massive white claw suddenly emerged from the depths of the cave, piercing through the body of a beast with ruthless precision. The king of the beast realm remained restless in death. How many times must I remind you that noise is forbidden here? Do you lack common sense? With a swift retraction of its massive claws, a deep voice resonated within the cavern. The other beastly creatures immediately prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. How soon you return? How many human beings have you brought? Inquired a voice from the depths of the cave. My lord, not a single one, replied a beast, quaking with trepidation. Not a single one? How dare you return? Do you wish for your demise? The king's fury echoed from the cavern's depths. In an instant, a palpable aura of death engulfed the entire lair of beasts. A group of creatures swiftly knelt, pleading for mercy. My king, we cannot be held accountable for this matter. We encountered a monster, and most of us were slaughtered. One beast bravely uttered amidst the oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, the murderous intent began to dissipate. A monster? What manner of creature is this? The king's tone shifted to one of curiosity. It is a human. Humans? The voice of the great king was tinged with surprise. You were pursued by a human? What level of cultivation does this individual possess? Is it the Void Realm? Could it be akin to that old wretch from Ziwei? Perhaps a Tribulation Realm cultivator? As he continued, the king's tone grew increasingly anxious. Just as he spoke, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The beasts lying on the ground, upon hearing this sound, were nearly paralyzed with fear. My lord, he has arrived. Several of the creatures hastily sought refuge. A group of useless fools, the voice thundered. Yet it paid no heed. Within the cavern, a colossal eye opened wide, fixating intently on the direction from whence the footsteps approached. Had those creatures scurried in here? Is this indeed the Jadeling Palace? What a foul stench permeates the air. The newcomer was none other than Luo Tian, the human spiritual energy, scattered and not amassed into a sea. Is it merely the body refinement realm? The giant-eyed demon king appeared somewhat astonished. Buzz. At that moment, within the cavern of the giant-eyed demon king, a crimson glow re-emerged. He glanced around, his eyes narrowing slightly. Intriguing, though merely at the body refinement realm. This individual's physique has been honed to such an extent that the power contained within his bloodline stirs even my interest. Fear not. I shall rend this creature's body asunder and offer his flesh and blood as a tribute to you, declared the giant-eyed demon king. Who speaks? Luo Tian inquired, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a white beast claw emerged from the shadows of the cave. Human boy, how dare you intrude upon my domain? It seems your fate has led you to this moment. Perish. The beast claw silently lunged toward Luo Tian. Its nails were razor-sharp, akin to divine weapons. The beast king possessed unwavering confidence that a single strike would pierce Luo Tian's body. However, when the claw struck his back, it produced a shrill sound akin to metal colliding. In the next instant, the claw's nails shattered into fragments. What? The giant-eyed demon king exclaimed in astonishment. He had never failed with this technique before. Yet today, not only did he not pierce Luo Tian, but he even broke a nail? At that moment, Luo Tian also regained his composure and turned to glance at the beast claw that had not been retracted in time, along with the severed nail, instantly comprehending the situation. Do you wish to end my life? Luo Tian's voice turned chillingly cold. Not good. The demon king sensed something amiss and swiftly retracted its claw. However, at that moment, Luo Tian gestured with his left hand, initiating the heavenly Dao palm technique. A golden hand materialized, firmly grasping the beast's claw and then yanking it outward with great force. Boom! The cave collapsed, and the demon king was forcefully pulled out. At this moment, the demon king finally revealed its true form. Yet, this form was rather peculiar, seemingly a massive fleshy orb, adorned with two enormous eyes, surrounded by 7 or 8 beastly claws that lunged toward Luo Tian. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's other hand clenched into a fist, channeling his energy into a dragon-shaped fist, poised to strike. Heavenly Dao Fist technique. Boom. Luo Tian unleashed a punch that struck the demon king squarely. The terrifying force of the punch shattered half of the demon king's body, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. The myriad beastly creatures looked on in shock. They were all too familiar with their demon king's prowess. Reigning supreme in the den of beasts, no creature could withstand him. To the multitude of beasts, their demon king was virtually invincible. Yet, he had been obliterated by a single punch from this human. Indeed, this being was a monster. Luo Tian waved his hand, discarding the fallen beast corpses, ready to forge ahead. But unexpectedly, a strange sound pierced the air. Luo Tian paused, turning back to look, only to discover that the remnants of the shattered beast were rapidly reassembling into a fleshy orb. In just a few breaths, it had returned to its original state. Oh, Luo Tian was taken aback. This fellow, could he truly be resurrected? Meanwhile, within the valley, Long Yingxiu and his companions continued their stealthy approach. As they drew nearer to the den of the 100 beasts, their astonishment only grew. What on earth had transpired here? It was nothing short of a hellish battleground. The three gazed upon the scattered bones, a chill creeping into their hearts. After a considerable time, Xiaowei finally broke the silence, inquiring, "Gentlemen, how much do you know about this den of the 100 beasts?" Master Yuansheng pondered for a moment before responding, "I have heard some accounts from Master Tianin." Oh, what did Master Tianin say? The other two instantly perked up. After all, although they were all at the same level of comprehension, Master Tianin was at the 9th level of comprehension, and his prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary practitioner at this level, bringing him perilously close to the realm of the void. His words undoubtedly carried weight. The master recounted that in his youth, he had been invited by the former leader of the Guiyuan sect to enter the den of the 100 beasts, intending to eradicate the beastly menace once and for all. Upon hearing this, Long Yingxiu and the others nodded in agreement. The Ziwei secret realm, while not considered the pinnacle among the secret realms of the Nightwind Kingdom, was not lacking in rare treasures. The primary concern lay instead with the perilous beasts within the den of the 100 beasts. The risks did not justify the potential rewards. If the beasts could indeed be vanquished, the value of the Ziwei secret realm would increase significantly. Master Yuansheng continued, in that battle of the master, alongside several formidable experts, fought valiantly and eventually reached the innermost depths of the 100 beasts den, where they encountered the lurking beast king. A fierce battle ensued. What has been the outcome? Xiaowei inquired with concern. Master Yuansheng hesitated momentarily before responding. Naturally, the Zen masters have emerged victorious. Victorious? Then why does Long Yingxiu remain unconvinced? If it was indeed the heavenly grace Zen master and his companions who triumphed, why does the 100 beast slayer still exist? Master Yuanxing continued. The Zen master stated that the beast cannot be killed. Cannot be killed? What does that mean? Both were taken aback. Master Yuanxing explained. It means that the beast possesses an immortal body. Even if its physical form is destroyed, it will swiftly regenerate. The Zen master mentioned that they paid an immense price to slay the beast king once. Yet, in an instant, it revived and even retaliated against one of them. With no alternative, the Zen master had no choice but to lead everyone in retreat. Since that day, no one has dared to consider annihilating the 100 Beast Slayer. Fortunately, it appears that the Beast King is constrained in some manner, confined to the depths of the 100 Beast Slayer and unable to venture forth. Upon hearing this, both individuals were visibly shaken. Could it be that the recent turmoil in the 100 Beast Valley is also linked to that beast? Master Yuanxing shook his head, saying, I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. If that beast were to leave the Ziwei secret realm, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for our Nightwind Kingdom. The other two nodded in agreement with Master Yuanxing's assertion. Meanwhile, deep within the 100 Beast Slayer, the loathsome human Beast King, having regained his strength, glared at Luo Tian with malevolent eyes. Luo Tian furrowed his brow at the Beast King's gaze and retorted, What are you staring at? With that, he struck again with his palm. Bang! This blow shattered the Beast King once more. Yet, moments later, the creature's body reconstituted itself anew. Human. My immortal body cannot be slain. The Beast King sneered after his recovery. Luo Tian regarded him with a smirk and replied, Is that so? However, it seems that reviving twice has depleted a considerable amount of your spiritual energy. I'm quite curious. How many more times can you restore yourself? 3, or perhaps just 2. As his secrets were laid bare by Luo Tian, the Demon King found himself ensnared in a web of unease. Indeed, he was not truly immortal. Each resurrection demanded a significant expenditure of spiritual energy, and the greater the injury sustained, the more energy required for recovery. Against typical adversaries, the damage inflicted upon him during combat was limited. He could engage in battle while simultaneously replenishing his energy, effectively creating a cycle that simulated immortality. However, before him stood Luo Tian, whose strikes were lethal and instantaneous. In just 2 exchanges, the Demon King's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Should another 2 strikes land, he might truly face his demise. A cold sweat began to beat upon the brow of the incensed Demon King. Yet, at that moment, allow me. A voice echoed within the ruins of the cave. It is the adult. The Demon King, filled with joy, rushed into the remnants of the ruins. Luo Tian was taken aback, unsure of what this fellow was up to. At that moment, the Demon King tore open a section of ruins and retrieved a fragment of black and white bone. Upon this bone, a faint green flame flickered gently. Human brat, prepare to meet your demise, proclaimed the Demon King as he raised the bone high. In an instant, the green flame manifested into a figure that lunged towards Luo Tian. Observing this, Luo Tian swiftly struck with his palm. However, the force passed through the figure without inflicting any harm. Instead, the figure ensnared Luo Tian, its lower body coiling around him like a serpent, while its upper body bit into his shoulder. Such delectable flesh and blood, such a potent aura. Once I consume you, I shall be reborn, exclaimed the green ghostly flame with delight. Congratulations, my lord, you shall regain your freedom. The Demon King knelt at a distance, his demeanor obsequious. My lord? Freedom? What on earth are you talking about? Luo Tian furrowed his brow in confusion. Seeing Luo Tian ensnared, the Demon King knew the outcome was sealed and chuckled. Brat, this is all of your own making. Very well, since you are about to perish, allow me to enlighten you. This place is the domain of the Ziwei Taoist. A millennium ago, the Ziwei Taoist, in his reckless pursuit of a breakthrough, dared to delve into the dragon's tomb to unearth the essence of the Dragon Tao. However, he barely survived the perilous depths. By sheer luck, he not only escaped but also managed to excavate a piece of dragon bone before his departure. After returning from the dragon's tomb, he recuperated for quite some time, intending to study this dragon bone, hoping to harness the residual true dragon essence within to elevate his own cultivation. Alas, he was unaware that this dragon bone had a master long before him. That master is my master. As the Demon King spoke, he cast his gaze upon the green flame enveloping Luo Tian. My master is an evil spirit born from the dragon's tomb, formed from the resentful remnants of the deceased dragon clan, exponentially more powerful than ordinary malevolent spirits. The old man, Ziwei Taoist, was utterly oblivious to the depths of danger, and as a result, my master almost succeeded in seizing his body. It was a pity that had he succeeded back then, he would not have had to wait for so many years. The strength of that old man was indeed formidable. Under such circumstances, he managed to escape my master's assault. Yet, it is regrettable that my master, being an evil spirit, could not be harmed by conventional means. Thus, despite the deep-seated enmity the Ziwei Taoist harbored against my master, he could only temporarily seal both my master and the dragon bone, summoning countless demon beasts from the outside world to guard the seal. Now, however, that old fellow's lifespan is nearing its limit, forcing him to recklessly attempt to break through in a desperate bid for survival. But alas, his innate talent was already limited, compounded by 2 significant injuries, thus making success utterly impossible, resulting in his demise. However, what he did not anticipate was that the master, possessing unparalleled wisdom and might, could easily break his seal. A year after his demise, the master indeed unraveled the binding. Moreover, the master harnessed his power to extract the essence of the dragon lineage, fortifying our bodies and enabling us, the guardians of the beasts, to grow exponentially in strength. Without the master, we mere beasts would have never attained such power in our lifetimes. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded and remarked, I see. No wonder you possess formidable strength, yet differ from the beasts outside. This was an observation Luo Tian had made long ago. The most evident point was that although these beasts had awakened their intellect, some of the commanding beasts possessed strength and speed comparable to the profound realm, yet they could not fly at all. Now, he understood the reason behind it. The Beast King snorted and continued, however, although the master resides within the dragon bone, he ultimately lacks a physical form, preventing further advancement. Thus, we exploit each time the secret realm opens to hunt humans, using their blood and flesh to extract the essence within the dragon bone. Originally, according to our plan, it would take several centuries to fully refine the power within the dragon bone and find a suitable host to grant the master complete freedom. Yet, your arrival has truly brought us considerable surprise, the Beast King said, unable to restrain his gaze upon Luo Tian. Such a robust physique, such pure energy. I have only sensed this in the old man Ziwei, and your age and vitality far surpass that of the old man Ziwei. With your blood alone, the master can extract the power from the dragon bone. Moreover, your remaining flesh could serve as the vessel for the master. You alone could expedite our plan by several centuries. This is simply marvelous. At this point, the Beast King broke into a hearty laugh. After listening, Luo Tian nodded in understanding, saying, Oh, I see. The Demon King observed Luo Tian's reaction, feeling a sense of awkwardness. This was not right. Logically, one would expect fear or anger upon realizing one's impending demise, especially when one's body was destined to become a vessel for another. At this moment, Luo Tian should have been on his knees begging for mercy or cursing himself. Yet, this fellow displayed such remarkable composure. Luo Tian turned his gaze towards the malevolent spirit gnawing at his shoulder. Futile effort. My master is a being of spirit, even that old coot. Ziwei Dao Round cannot inflict harm upon him. To defeat my master, one would require formidable soul power. Alas, where in this world can one find so many soul cultivators? Even if you risk your life, you cannot even scratch my master. Were you not arrogant a moment ago? Were you not powerful? What now? Dare to act so brazenly again? The Demon King mocked relentlessly. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly reached out and seized the malevolent spirit by its head. Have you not enough? He exclaimed, yanking it down and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the earth trembled around them, and dust was sent swirling into the air. What? The Demon King exclaimed in astonishment. When the dust settled, Luo Tian revealed himself. The malevolent spirit that had been entwined around him had long been torn away. Even the ghostly flames upon the spirit dimmed considerably. You are a soul cultivator? The spirit, grasped firmly by Luo Tian, wore an expression of disbelief. It is known that soul cultivation is far more arduous than physical cultivation, particularly for formidable soul cultivators, who are truly rare. This rarity is precisely why malevolent spirits are regarded with such trepidation. The number of soul cultivators capable of vanquishing them is exceedingly scarce. For ordinary individuals, the most effective method of dealing with them is to seal them away, much like the method employed by the Ziwei Taoist. This malevolent spirit had never anticipated that the vessel it coveted was, in fact, a powerful soul cultivator. You wish to claim my flesh and blood? You desire for me to serve as your vessel? How audacious! Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon the spirit and lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, Dozens of soul-restraining nails materialized behind him. The soul restraint nail? The malevolent spirit trembled in fear upon encountering this object. In the next instant, Luo Tian waved his hand, and the soul restraint nail descended. The malevolent spirit let out a wretched howl that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the soul, rendering the lurking beasts nearby senseless. You wretched boy, your soul-binding nail can wound me, but it cannot kill me. As long as I draw breath, I vow to find you one day, inflicting 1,000 tortures upon you and reducing your bones to ash. The spirit glared fiercely at Luo Tian, cursing him with venomous rage. Luo Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "Is that so? If the soul-binding nail is ineffective, what about this?" As he spoke, he concentrated his soul energy. And with a resounding clang, a curved blade materialized before him. At the sight of the blade, the spirit's ghostly form trembled violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. Is that the soul-cutting blade? Impossible. Release me, and we shall coexist peacefully from this moment forth. The spirit, now genuinely terrified, pleaded. Release you? It is too late. Without further ado, Luo Tian swung down the blade. Boom. The powerful surge of soul energy obliterated the spirit's form in an instant. Cursed fate, I refuse to accept this. After struggling to escape the dragon's grave and breaking the seal, I was so close to success. The spirit lamented, but it was all in vain. Moments later, it completely dissipated into the ether, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed at all. With a wave of his hand, Luo Tian dismissed both the soul-cutting blade and the soul-binding nail. He then turned to face the nearby Demon King. The Demon King, who just a moment ago felt assured of victory, now found himself in despair. His greatest ally, the spirit, was dead, and he was left alone to confront the monstrous Luo Tian. My lord, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. The Demon King forced a sycophantic smile. However, Luo Tian paid him no heed and swiftly struck with his palm. Boom. The Demon King's body shattered, just as he began to regenerate. Luo Tian followed up with a flurry of punches. Boom, boom, boom. After a relentless barrage, not a single piece of intact flesh remained on the ground. The air was devoid of the Demon King's presence, and this seemingly immortal creature had been reduced to mere dust. Trash, Luo Tian exclaimed in disdain, intending to depart. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden flash of white light caught his attention. Luo Tian turned his head, only to discover that the dragon bone, which had previously harbored the malevolent spirit, lay upon the ground. Not long ago, the bone had gleamed with a sanguine light, but now it had transformed into a pristine white. Just as Luo Tian cast his gaze upon it, the dragon bone began to undergo a metamorphosis. In an instant, a faint ethereal figure materialized above it. Luo Tian furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Is it coming again? Will it ever cease?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the soul-cutting blade reappeared. However, the ethereal figure upon the dragon bone immediately called out loudly, "Benefactor, please wait." Benefactor? Luo Tian was taken aback, gazing intently. It was only then that he discerned the ethereal figure upon the dragon bone, which astonishingly resembled a small dragon. "Who are you?" Luo Tian inquired in astonishment. The little dragon promptly replied, "Esteemed benefactor, I am of the dragon clan. This skeletal remains is my own." "Oh, so you are a deceased dragon?" Luo Tian remarked, bewildered. The little dragon smiled wryly. "Indeed, that is the case. I was resting in the heavenly dragon burial grounds, awaiting the opportunity for reincarnation. Unfortunately, many years ago, my remains were usurped by a malevolent spirit, corrupting even my soul. Although I have been resisting the evil entity, it has employed these monstrous beasts to perform rituals using human flesh and blood, attempting to completely taint me. Had it not been for your timely intervention in vanquishing this malevolent spirit, I fear I would soon have become a mindless ethereal being, a mere weapon or sustenance for that wretched spirit." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded slightly and said, "Then you are free now." He turned to depart. "Wait, hold on." The little dragon interjected. "What is it?" Luo Tian furrowed his brows. "Esteemed benefactor, although I have escaped the clutches of the malevolent spirit, if I am not returned to the heavenly dragon burial grounds, I will soon dissipate into nothingness. Therefore, may I beseech you to escort me back?" The little dragon implored. "The heavenly dragon burial grounds? I am unfamiliar with it. Seek assistance from someone else," Luo Tian replied, preparing to leave once more. At this, the little dragon felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, he was of the dragon clan. Why was the other party so brusque? Just outright refusing? As the little dragon brooded, he heard Luo Tian muttering as he walked away, "Who expects to be helped without offering something in return?" And they claim to be of the dragon clan? Quite the lack of understanding. Upon hearing this, the little dragon immediately realized, esteemed benefactor, there are indeed benefits to be had. There are. Luo Tian turned around and inquired, what benefits? The little dragon explained, though my clan has diminished and no longer possesses the glory of ancient times, we remain one of the strongest races in the world. If you return me, my kin shall not treat you poorly. Luo Tian, while picking his nose, nonchalantly asked, are you finished? Ah, the little dragon responded. Luo Tian turned to leave again. Are you trying to paint a grand picture for me? Do you take me for a fool? The little dragon felt embarrassed once more. Esteemed benefactor, please wait. There are further benefits. He called out again. Luo Tian turned back, stating, I will grant you one last opportunity. Do not present me with vague promises. With no other choice, the little dragon sighed and conceded, very well, if you agree to escort me back to the heavenly dragon burial grounds. I shall bestow upon you half of the primordial power contained within my dragon bone. Primordial power? What use is that? Luo Tian asked. The little dragon explained. The primordial power of the dragon clan is the fountainhead of our strength. Although my physical form is deceased, this dragon bone is the essence of my being. And the power it harbors is exceedingly formidable. As he spoke, the little dragon pointed to the nearby corpses of the slain beasts, saying, esteemed benefactor, do you perceive the strength of these beasts? Luo Tian nodded, I see. The little dragon continued, in truth, these beasts were initially mere creatures of the body refinement and chi gathering realms. Even that demon king is merely a beast of the transformation realm. And it seems unlikely that he will ever achieve a breakthrough in this lifetime. However, the malevolent spirit stole my primordial power and attached itself to them, thereby creating these beasts with strength comparable to the skyward and even the mystical realm. Luo Tian's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, is that truly possible? How much primordial power do you have left? The little dragon chuckled. Although that wicked spirit is ruthless, the power of my dragon clan is not so easily seized. Over the millennia, it has only managed to extract about 1 or 2% of my primordial energy, while the vast majority remains intact. With my primordial energy, I can significantly enhance your strength. If you doubt me, just watch. As he spoke, the little dragon's ethereal form waved, and golden energy began to emanate from its dragon bones, flowing forth steadily. Please do not resist. I will infuse this power into your body to elevate your strength. As the little dragon guided the golden energy towards Luo Tian, a rush of golden energy gradually flowed into his being. Esteemed benefactor, this is 1/10 of my primordial energy. If you can refine it, your power will surely ascend to a new level. However, this amount may be substantial, and you might require several years to fully refine it. The little dragon explained with a smile. Yet, Luo Tian paid no heed to him and quietly activated the heavenly Tao breathing technique. As the technique operated, the primordial energy within him began to be refined at a terrifying speed. Within mere seconds, all the golden energy had been completely absorbed. After fully assimilating the dragon's primordial power, Luo Tian casually executed a heavenly Tao palm technique. Boom! A golden palm materialized, radiating an aura of tremendous might. It has indeed increased slightly. Luo Tian noted with a slight nod. Meanwhile, the little dragon stood in utter astonishment at the sight. To have absorbed so much of his dragon clan's primordial energy and only achieve a modest increase? What was even more astonishing was the incredible speed at which Luo Tian refined it. The little dragon had initially thought that as long as Luo Tian had not fully refined his primordial energy, he could keep him under his thumb, making him do his bidding. Yet, who would have anticipated that this fellow would completely assimilate the energy in the blink of an eye? Moreover, the extent of the enhancement seemed rather insignificant. What was going on with this individual's body? How could such speed and strength surpass even that of their dragon clan? Well, while it may not be of much use to me, it should still hold some value for others. Luo Tian remarked, fully aware that with such power, he could significantly enhance the strength of his kin. He understood that to thrive in this world, where might is revered, one must not only possess formidable personal strength but also command a sufficiently powerful faction to act on one's behalf. At present, nurturing his family's influence appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Very well, I accept your proposal. Where is the Tianlong burial ground? Luo Tian inquired. In the realm beyond the skies, replied the young dragon. Pardon? What kind of place is that? Luo Tian furrowed his brow. The young dragon explained. I cannot precisely describe it at this moment. The Tianlong burial ground is, for our dragon clan, a place shrouded in mystery, and it opens only during specific temporal junctures. Luo Tian pressed on. When will it next be accessible? The young dragon sighed. I cannot say for certain. It could be in a few years or perhaps several centuries. Luo Tian scowled. What kind of answer is that? The young dragon quickly added, while the exact time of the Tianlong burial ground's opening is uncertain. All dragons will feel its resonance 3 years prior to its activation. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Very well then. Assist me in nurturing my kin, and I shall ensure your entry when the time comes. Thank you ever so much. The little dragon expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Luo Tian carefully stored the dragon bone, and the little dragon naturally returned to the bone, resuming his slumber. After all, he was merely a soul, and previously, due to the malevolent spirit, he had sustained significant injuries. Thus, he required an extended period of sleep to regain his strength. After completing these tasks, Luo Tian searched the beast's nest thoroughly, yet found no trace of the primordial spirit crystal. Left with no choice, he had to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, in the canyon, Long Yingqiu and his companions crouched behind a massive boulder, suppressing their auras to the barest minimum, scarcely daring to breathe. Just moments ago, they had sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from deep within the beast's nest. The dread emanating from that source instilled fear even in the hearts of these 3 formidable masters of the profound realm. At that instant, they all felt a profound threat to their lives, compelling them to hide, anxious to remain unnoticed by the terrifying entity responsible for that wave of energy. However, after a considerable time had passed following that fluctuation, silence resumed. The 3 gradually regained their composure. What do you think that was? Long Yingqiu inquired, mustering his courage to speak in hushed tones. Uncertain, but one thing is for sure. It was an extraordinarily terrifying presence. Perhaps it was the immortal Demon King. Xie Wei replied. It must be him. Furthermore, the unparalleled beast that hunted the demon beast previously was likely also him. Master Yuanxing asserted. The expressions of the 3 turned grim. What do you think his strength is like? Long Yingqiu asked again. Xie Wei, her hands trembling, replied in a quavering voice. Difficult to gauge, but one thing is certain. If that creature were to attack us 3, we would be annihilated in an instant. The other 2 nodded in agreement. As the 3 whispered among themselves, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed in the silent valley. Instantly, their bodies stiffened, paralyzed with fear. The footsteps were slow, yet each step resonated like the tolling of a death knell in their hearts. In that moment, they felt as if their very blood had turned cold. Undoubtedly, the owner of those footsteps hailed from the depths of the beast's nest. It could only be the unparalleled beast. Yet, why did the footsteps of this extraordinary beast sound so much like those of a human? They exchanged glances, but none dared to utter a word. For the footsteps grew ever closer. Sweat dripped from their foreheads. Among them, Xie Wei, positioned at the edge of the trio, inadvertently nudged a stone with her foot due to overwhelming tension. The stone rolled away with a noticeable clatter. Xie Wei's face paled, and the other 2 shot her fierce glares. However, they refrained from speaking, hoping that the extraordinary beast had not heard the sound. But then whoosh, not far away, the footsteps abruptly ceased. The 3 individuals instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Exposed. We are doomed. Damn it, rather than passively awaiting our fate, we might as well fight with all our might. It's now or never. Long Yingqiu could no longer contain himself and drew his sword with determination. Ba. Let us give it our all. Master Yuanxin also bellowed. Xie Wei let out a piercing wail, turning to confront the unparalleled beast in a desperate battle to the death. However, what are you 3 doing? Playing hide and seek? A voice emerged from beside them, belonging to Luo Tian. Huh? Young Master Luo? The 3 were taken aback. Before them stood none other than Luo Tian himself. Long Yingqiu was the first to regain composure and said, Let's not dwell on that for now, young Master Luo. Your arrival is fortuitous. There is a formidable beast here, and with your strength, combined with ours, we should be able to escape. Luo Tian responded with surprise. A formidable beast? Where is it? Xie Wei pointed towards the direction of the beast's nest and said, It is in that direction. Luo Tian glanced over and remarked, That direction? No, that's impossible. I just came from there. The 3 of them were taken aback. Master Yuanxing contemplated a certain possibility and tentatively inquired, Young Master Luo, how did the beasts in this canyon meet their demise? Luo Tiandao replied, Those creatures? When I just arrived, they attempted to devour me, and in my fury, I unleashed a massacre. Is that not inappropriate? Master, perhaps you could offer them some spiritual liberation? Master Yuanxing was left bewildered. Long Yingqiu then spoke, Young Master Luo, Did you happen to encounter a formidable elephant demon on your journey? Luo pondered for a moment and responded, I did not see any formidable ones, but indeed, there was an elephant demon that obstructed my path, and I ended up kicking it to death. What of it? It wouldn't happen to be your friend, would it? Certainly not. Long Yingqiu quickly shook his head. However, at this moment, a tempest of astonishment surged within him and the other two. The numerous beasts they had encountered along the way, including those of commanding stature, were all vanquished by Luo Tian, particularly the elephant beast, whose formidable strength was well known to the trio. The fact that such a creature was dispatched with a mere kick from Luo Tian was beyond comprehension. While they were already aware of Luo Tian's prowess, this revelation was astonishingly overwhelming. By the way, what are the three of you so nervously hiding from? Luo Tian inquired. Nothing, the trio responded awkwardly. How could they articulate their predicament? To confess that they were evading a peerless monstrosity? And that this very monstrosity was none other than Luo Tian himself? It was an admission they could not utter. Master Yuansheng suddenly interjected, by the way. Young Master Luo Tian, when you ventured in that direction, did you happen to encounter the Beast Kings? Luo Tian nodded affirmatively, I did. Yuansheng hastily inquired. And where is the Beast King now? Although Luo Tian had effectively obliterated the majority of these beasts, the Beast King lurking deep within the den of beasts remained a significant concern. After all, that creature possessed an undying essence. I dispatched it with a mere strike. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. What? The three were astonished. Isn't that Demon King supposed to be immortal? Xiaowei inquired. Luo Tian nodded, saying, indeed. He appears to possess an immortal body, yet he is not truly invulnerable. He has his weaknesses. Weaknesses? Pray, enlighten us, Luo Tian, Long Yingqiu asked. Although this beast has perished, what if he still has kin? Luo Tian explained earnestly, it's quite simple. His immortality has limitations. If you can strike him down 3 times within 10 seconds, he will not be able to recover. The three exchanged incredulous glances. Is this truly so simple? They recalled how, in the past, the Night Wind Kingdom had assembled numerous elite warriors at great expense to barely slay the Demon King once. Yet here was Luo Tian suggesting that his weakness lay in the ability to strike him down 3 times in a mere 10 seconds. Was there a misunderstanding regarding the term weakness? What troubles you? Luo Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed by their expressions. Oh, it's nothing, Long Yingqiu replied, wiping his brow. Xiaowei then smiled, saying, regardless. Luo Tian has made a tremendous contribution by exterminating the beasts in the 100 Beasts Nest on behalf of us cultivators of the Night Wind Kingdom. Indeed, after entering the Ziwei secret realm, instead of seeking other treasures for resources, Luo Tian has tirelessly slain the beasts in the 100 Beasts Nest. Such noble dedication deserves my utmost admiration. Master Yuansheng clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. However, Luo Tian's expression changed as he interjected, wait a moment. Are you saying this is the 100 Beasts Nest? The three looked momentarily stunned before nodding in unison. Yes. Luo Tian continued. So, this is not the Yuling Palace? Xiaowei responded, the Yuling Palace? That S in the opposite direction. At this revelation, Luo Tian was rendered speechless. I was wondering why the Yuling Palace appeared so different from the map. I thought that rascal Luo Chun was deceiving me. What kind of wretched map fails to indicate the directions clearly? Luo Tian turned away, muttering under his breath, inaudible to all but himself. Luo Tian, what is the matter? The three observed him with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Since we've resolved matters here, let us proceed to the Yuling Palace, Luo Tian replied, his tone lacking vigor. Exchanging glances, the three communicated silently. It seems Luo Tian has suffered considerable injuries in his battle against the beasts. Indeed, just look at his expression. It's clearly not right. Alas, that was a legendary Demon King. How could he possibly emerge unscathed? Despite his injuries, Luo Tian feigns nonchalance, evidently not wishing to burden us with worry. With such remarkable prowess, young Master Luo Tian still possesses an astonishing sensitivity, attentively considering our feelings. It is truly moving. To the point of tears. Little do they know, Luo Tian's apparent kindness stems merely from his embarrassment at having taken a wrong turn. Might I trouble you three to escort me to Yuling Palace? Luo Tian inquired. He instructed King Jinping to accompany him in order to safeguard the Luo family disciples, as traveling alone without the ability to fly would prove exceedingly cumbersome. An obligation we cannot shirk. The three individuals exclaimed in unison. Luo Tian was taken aback by the appearance of the three individuals. What had caused these three to become so emotionally charged all of a sudden? Soon, with the assistance of the three experts from the transcendental realm, Luo Tian swiftly departed from the beast nest, heading in the direction of the Jade Ling Palace. Master Luo Tian, just ahead lies the territory of the Jade Ling Palace. Master Yuan Sheng remarked. There is a barrier set by the Ziwei Taoist nearby. Anyone over the age of 30 will be ejected if they attempt to enter. We can only escort you this far. Luo Tian nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your efforts. Master Luo Tian, should you encounter my disciple Wu Yuro within, I kindly ask that you look after her, Long Yingqiu implored. Rest assured, I shall do so. Luo Tian responded, before turning and stepping into the realm of the Jade Ling Palace. Upon arriving, Luo Tian surveyed the surroundings, filled with abundant spiritual energy and flourishing celestial herbs. Glancing at the map's description, he couldn't help but feel a fresh wave of embarrassment. How could I have made such an error? Luo Tian covered his face, feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, not far ahead, a voice boomed, "Haha. Within a radius of 100 miles, this place is suffused with the richest spiritual energy. To cultivate here is to reap rewards with minimal effort. Such a treasure cannot be tainted by mere riffraff. I declare this land belongs to the Fengyu sect. All others, vacate within 10 breaths, or face my wrath." A disciple of the Fengyu sect shouted. Behind him, more than 20 members of the Fengyu sect wore wicked smiles as they regarded the gathered crowd. Hey, you Fengyu sect are being excessively domineering. We were the ones who discovered this place first, protested someone from the crowd. Humph, seeking death. A disciple of the Wind and Rain sect struck out decisively. Boom. Following the forceful palm strike, the previously defiant individual was sent flying, blood spewing forth. This is the 8th level of the Gathering Chi realm? Does the Wind and Rain sect truly possess such prodigies? Witnessing this, the surrounding onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Among the younger generation of the Night Wind Kingdom, those who could attain such a level were indeed few and far between. With top-tier geniuses like Luo Tian refraining from intervening, this individual could be deemed the sovereign of the youth. Despite their reluctance, some of the less powerful youths had no choice but to retreat. Just then, Luo Tian approached, shielding his face. Is there still someone who dares to test their luck? Boy, do you seek a beating? The disciple of the Wind and Rain sect, hands on hips, called down from his elevated position. Are you calling me? Upon hearing the voice, Luo Tian lowered his hand and raised his head to respond. As he did so, the Wind and Rain sect disciple caught sight of Luo Tian's face. In that instant, everyone froze in disbelief. Particularly, the leading disciple of the 8th level of the Gathering Chi realm wore an expression that was nothing short of spectacular. His cultivation already placed him among the elite of the Night Wind Kingdom's youth. Yet, he understood that he fell far short compared to the true geniuses of the realm. Furthermore, with figures such as Han Wenzhou from the Jade Dragon Kingdom arriving, he had no realistic chance at the so-called inheritance of the Purple Micro-Taoist. He lacked the confidence to seize any of the other top-tier treasures as well. Thus, he had brought his fellow disciples to pillage some ordinary resources and to bully the common folk. Who could have anticipated that a mere casual kick would land him squarely against the greatest obstacle in the Night Wind Kingdom? Lord Luo Tian? He forced a smile, attempting to salvage the situation. What did you say just now? That I have no face to show? That you wish to strike me? Luo Tian replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, the disciple became dazed. Who was Luo Tian before him? A formidable figure capable of effortlessly annihilating those in the Profound realm, and even slaying those in the Returning Ruins realm. Had he just threatened such a person? The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him. Under Luo Tian's penetrating stare, he finally broke down completely. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, frothing at the mouth. He has fainted just like that? Luo Tian observed him with an expression of disdain. Hey, you there. He pointed at another disciple of the Wind and Rain sect. Me? The person being pointed at trembled with fear, as if their body were made of chaff, dreading that Luo Tian might strike them at any moment. Indeed. The Yuling Palace is in this direction, correct? Luo Tian, anxious about losing his way once more, sought confirmation. Yes. If one proceeds a bit further, they shall arrive at the Yuling Palace, the disciple affirmed. Thank you kindly, Luo Tian remarked, as he proceeded in that direction. Observing Luo Tian's departing figure, the members of the Wind and Rain Gate finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master brother. They rushed to the fainted disciple, shaking him vigorously. Quickly. Let's take Master brother away from here. Otherwise, if Luo Tian returns and is displeased, it could spell disaster. Indeed, we must leave. The members of the Stormy Rain sect swiftly carry the unconscious master brother away. Meanwhile, in front of the Jade Ling Palace, one could not help but admire the grandeur of the hall belonging to the celestial master Ziwei. The entire Jade Ling Palace was adorned with jade, surpassing even the opulence of our own Jade Dragon Kingdom's royal palace. Tang Dialong, who had already regained consciousness, marveled at the towering edifice before him. Of course, for this is the abode of a transcendent practitioner of the tribulation realm, and they are but a step away from further ascension. Han Wenzhou nodded in agreement. At that moment, a cacophony erupted around them. Wow, is this the Jade Ling Palace? How magnificent! This is my first time here. Where are the opportunities? Where are the treasures? Turning around, they beheld a group of young individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom entering. Tang Dialong furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "A bunch of noisy fools. Let us just expel them." Han Wenzhou immediately raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Are you seeking death? Don't forget, they have Luo Tian with them." Tang Dialong furrowed his brow even tighter. "Old Han, you're not deceiving me, are you? That Luo Tian is truly that formidable?" he inquired. Previously, when Luo Tian displayed his prowess, Tang Dialong had fainted and was unaware of the events that transpired. Han Wenzhou glanced at him, responding coldly, "Is there any need for me to deceive you? I advise you to be straightforward. If he truly intends to kill you, there is no escape. So, lay low and endure." Upon hearing this, Tang Dialong shook his head, storming to the side in frustration, and vented his ire by striking a nearby pillar. However, as his fist struck down, a surge of spiritual light erupted from the stone column. "What is happening?" Tang Dialong turned to Han Wenzhou, who wore a look of astonishment. No one mentioned this in the intel. "Fellow members of the Night Wind Kingdom, what is going on?" A youth from the Night Wind Kingdom furrowed his brow and replied, "I am unsure. There was nothing like this the last time I entered." Just then, the entire Yuling Palace began to tremble violently. In the center of the plaza before the palace, a massive stone tablet emerged from the ground. "What is this?" Han Wenzhou stood in bewilderment. "I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing." Someone shook their head. Han Wenzhou's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I understand now. It must be related to the legacy of the purple weeping Taoist." As soon as he spoke, everyone around became acutely alert. After all, the legacy of the purple weeping Taoist carried immense significance, and everyone was aware of the unimaginable battles that could ensue over such a treasure. Just then, the stone tablet began to inscribe words. The crowd immediately turned their gaze toward the tablet. They beheld a line of text materializing. Purple Weeping List. Those under 30 may channel spiritual energy into the tablet, which will assess the talent of the one who channels it. If the total score exceeds 100,000, the legacy of the poor Taoist can be summoned. Upon witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and delight gleamed in their eyes. "Ha ha, the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. It is indeed the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. The rumors hold truth. My goodness, if I were to obtain the inheritance of a tribulation realm powerhouse, what a marvel that would be." Heh, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. With your meager talents, dreaming of acquiring such a legacy is utterly futile. A dispute erupted among the crowd. "Silence!" Han Wenzhou bellowed with fervor. Possessing formidable strength, his thunderous voice indeed compelled everyone to hush. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Do you not see? The emergence of a legacy comes with prerequisites. With your meager talents, whether you can even gather 1,000 is still debatable. And yet you dare indulge in fantasies? How laughable!" Though discontent brewed within their hearts, the crowd refrained from voicing their grievances. It was true, in comparison to Han Wenzhou, their talents appeared rather lacking. A young man from Yefeng Nation spoke up, "Whether we can gather it or not, we must at least try. I am aware of my limited talents, so I shall serve as a stepping stone." As he spoke, he placed a hand upon the stone tablet, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. Buzz! As the energy flowed in, a line of text emerged upon the tablet. Lu Feng, 21 years old. Qi Gathering Realm Level 3, Talent Value 1. In an instant, the crowd fell into a stupor. Was this a jest? A 21-year-old at the third level of Qi Gathering was undoubtedly above average, yet to possess only a talent value of 1? Did this imply that 100,000 Lu Fengs would be required to summon the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist? Observing this value, Lu Feng wore an awkward expression. Despite his modest words, he held some confidence in his talents and abilities. Yet, the stone tablet delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Ha, Brother Lu. You truly amuse me. You come forth to seize the limelight, and yet your talent value is so meager?" A young man stepped forward, laughing heartily. Lu Feng scowled and retorted, He Wuzhong, do not mock me as if you would perform better. He Wuzhong chuckled, perform better? Shouldn't that be expected? With a talent value of only 1, could I possibly be lower? Never mind. I understand your unwillingness to accept defeat. Today, I shall ensure you concede willingly. As he spoke, He Wuzhong approached the stone tablet, placing a hand on it. Brother Lu, watch closely and behold what true talent is. He too channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the tablet. Buzz. In an instant, another line of text appeared. He Wuzhong, 21 years old. Qi gathering realm level 3, talent value 0, 9. Staring at the words on the tablet, He Wuzhong was left dumbfounded. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Initially believing that one was the lowest possible value, who could have anticipated a value of 0, 9? After a brief silence, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Particularly, Lu Feng, who had previously worn a pained expression, was now laughing so hard he could hardly stand. My heavens, and you dared to ridicule me. Brother He, what remarkable talent you possess. Lu Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The protagonist, He Wuzhong, wished fervently to find a crevice to hide in. How utterly embarrassing. While laughter erupted from the crowd, Han Wenzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. What a bunch of useless fools. Dialong, why don't you give it a try? Han Wenzhou suggested. Tang Dialong nodded in agreement, declaring, all right. With that, he strode confidently toward the stone tablet. Everyone, step aside. Tang Dialong commanded fiercely. At the sight of his approach, the crowd hastily parted. Although Tang Dialong had recently endured a brutal beating from the Luo family, leaving him in a wretched state, his strength remained overwhelmingly dominant against ordinary individuals. Moreover, the crowd was eager to discern the extent of the gap between themselves and this prodigious youth from the Yulong kingdom. Tang Dialong placed a hand upon the stone tablet, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. Immediately, a line of text appeared. Tang Dialong, age 28. First level of spirit transformation, talent value, 128. 128? Upon seeing this figure, the crowd from the Night Wind Kingdom fell into a hush. Even Lu Feng, who had been laughing boisterously, fell silent, though he had long been aware of the vast disparity between himself and Tang Dialong. This number still filled him with a sense of despair. Is this what genius looks like? Lu Feng pondered, glancing at Tang Dialong with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Han Wenzhou, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow even more tightly. Dialong only has a talent value of 128? Does that imply that nearly 1,000 individuals with similar talent are needed to summon the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist? Han Wenzhou mused, sinking deeper into despair. Not only was it impossible to find such a multitude of geniuses in the Night Wind Kingdom, but even the Yulong Kingdom would struggle to muster them. Was the so-called legacy of the Ziwei Taoist merely a fleeting dream? Han Wenzhou sighed inwardly. Everyone, stop merely watching. Quickly channel your spiritual energy. Once our talent values are sufficient, we can summon the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. Someone urged. Indeed, let us not be disheartened, though we may lack strength. It does not imply our talents are inferior. Perhaps we possess extraordinary gifts that simply remain unrecognized. Another added. Yes, at the very least. We can gauge the gap between ourselves and the geniuses. I'll go first. With these words, more individuals approached the stone tablet, channeling their spiritual energy. One by one, their values appeared on the tablet, and the expressions of the onlookers turned to disappointment. Many talented youths hailed from the Night Wind Kingdom. Yet their talents were overwhelmingly overshadowed by those from the Yulong Kingdom. In a blink of an eye, over 100 had taken their turn, and the highest talent value among the Night Wind Kingdom's youth was merely 7. The disparity with Tang Dialong was staggering. Haha, this is hilarious. The Night Wind Kingdom truly deserves its title as the weakest nation. Their youth possess such paltry standards. Someone in the crowd jeered. Who said that? As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld a young man clad in coarse cloth, an unfamiliar visage. He appeared rather unremarkable, had he not spoken. He would have likely gone unnoticed. Hey you, what do you mean by that? A displeased youth from the Night Wind Kingdom retorted. The man remained silent, approaching the stone tablet and channeling a stream of spiritual energy into it. Buzz. The stone tablet revealed a new line of text. Situ Xin, 25 years old. First level of spirit transformation realm. Talent value 206. Boom. The crowd surrounding the stone tablet erupted in astonishment. What is happening? Is there truly such a genius among us? A 25-year-old at the first level of spirit transformation realm? More formidable than those two from the Jade Dragon Kingdom? Who is this individual? Confusion washed over the faces of the onlookers. Old Han? At this moment, Tang Dialong furrowed his brows, gazing at Han Wenzhou. Han Wenzhou's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, I have long stated that the inheritance of the purple micro-Taoist cannot possibly be known solely to our factions. Surely, other forces would also be aware. Is this not the case? As he spoke, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Situ Xian and said, The Situ family of the Black Feather Kingdom truly lives up to its prestigious reputation, boasting such talent. However, I am curious, where do you stand among your kin? Situ Xian responded with a smile, You possess considerable knowledge, esteemed sir. I am Situ Xian, and among the younger generation of my family, I rank 7th. A shadow suddenly enveloped Han Wenzhou's heart as he contemplated the 7th individual. Just the 7th possesses such extraordinary talent. One can only imagine the strength of the first. Old Han, if the 7th of the Situ family is already this formidable, how concerning will the battle for the heavenly martial arts be in 6 months? Tang Jialong's expression turned grim. Han Wenzhou sighed. There is nothing we can do. We must leave it to fate. After Situ Xian, the group continued to absorb spiritual energy. Yet the individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom still exhibited dismal aptitude. The strongest among them barely surpassed a score of 10. Conversely, a few seemingly inconspicuous figures experienced breakthroughs exceeding 100. These individuals hailed from forces outside the Night Wind Kingdom, much like those from the Jade Dragon Kingdom, drawn here by whispers of the ZY Taoist legacy, quietly seeking their fortune. The top spots on the stone tablet were dominated by these few. Yet a vast chasm remained between them and the coveted score of 100,000. It seems this year, the legacy of the ZY Taoist cannot be summoned. One young man from a foreign land chuckled. Situ Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, this year is hopeless. However, despite having long heard of the Night Wind Kingdom's weakness, I did not expect it to be this dire. Aside from the Luo family, are all the youth of the Night Wind Kingdom utterly useless? As his words left his lips, the young people from the Night Wind Kingdom felt their faces flush with anger, yet they could find no retort. The cold, hard numbers inscribed upon the stone tablet were glaringly evident. Just then, a voice rang out from beyond the crowd. Who says all the youth of the Night Wind Kingdom are useless? Turning towards the source, they saw a strikingly beautiful young girl standing solemnly at the back of the crowd. Who is she? From which esteemed family does she hail? Observing her attire, it appeared she belonged to the September sect. The September sect? Is that a second-rate sect? I have heard that this generation boasts a prodigy named Wu Yuru. Could it be her? A prodigy? Can she possibly be as formidable as Luo Tian and his peers? In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Wu Yuru walked slowly towards the stone tablet. Situ Xian observed her, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Oh, it seems that aside from the Luo family, there are indeed other prodigies in the Night Wind Kingdom, he remarked with a smile. Wu Yuru paid him no mind and directly infused a surge of spiritual energy into the stone tablet. With a resonating hum, a line of text materialized upon its surface. As the onlookers comprehended the revelation, a wave of astonishment erupted. Wu Yuru, 17 years old, at the first level of the spirit transformation realm? At such a tender age, she has already reached the spirit transformation realm? How is it possible that our Night Wind Kingdom boasts such a talent? Exclaimed one. Heavens, at 17. I was still in the body refining realm. She has surpassed that. And look, her talent score is an astonishing 583. Such a score is excessively high. The likes of Yulong Kingdom and Heiyu Kingdom cannot contend with us. Haha. With such a genius in our Night Wind Kingdom, who would dare to say we are lacking? In an instant, the people of the Night Wind Kingdom stood tall with pride, as if they were the ones receiving accolades. From a distance, Han Wenzhou squinted his eyes. Dear young lady, I am Han Wenzhou from the Yulong Kingdom Tianhe sect. Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining our Tianhe sect? I assure you, entering our sect will provide you with superior cultivation resources. Whether it be martial arts techniques or spiritual stones and medicines, you will face no restrictions. Before Wu Yuru could respond, Situ Xian interjected, Brother Han, are you directly poaching talent? Allow me to partake as well. Young lady, my Situ family can also offer you the finest cultivation resources. Our Situ family possesses greater strength than the Tianhe sect. All you need to do is hold a guest elder title with us and lend a hand when necessary. Situ Xian, what do you mean by this? Tang Jialong seethed. Haha, what does it mean? You are permitted to recruit talents, yet I am not? Situ Xian retorted defiantly. As Tang Jialong prepared to take action, Wu Yuru, shaking her head, interjected, Everyone, there is no need for further contention. I am a member of the September sect and shall never betray the stone sect. Let us not speak of such matters again. Upon hearing her words, Situ Xin furrowed his brow. Very well, since you have stated your position, I shall not press the matter further. However, the doors of the Situ family will always remain open to you, Situ Xin declared. The same goes for the Tianhe sect, added Han Wenzhou. Thank you. Wu Yuru stepped aside, falling silent. Following that, there was a prolonged period of waiting, during which numerous individuals, drawn by inspiration, made their way towards Yuling Palace. Among them were people from the Nightwind Kingdom, as well as some from foreign lands. However, those with a talent score exceeding 100 were exceedingly rare, rendering the atmosphere rather mundane. Only when the members of the Luo family arrived did a stir arise. Luo and his companions, upon their entrance, achieved a talent score surpassing 500, overshadowing C2 Xin and others, though they fell slightly short of Wu Yuru. Yet, the four from the Luo family who had fully comprehended the Taoist techniques were in a league of their own. Each of them garnered a talent score exceeding 1,000, with Luo Rong boasting the highest score of over 1,400. They truly stood out as exceptional. Currently, the stone tablet displayed the four members of the Luo family at the forefront, followed by Wu Yuru, then the remaining members of the Luo family, and finally C2 Xin along with other foreign prodigies. Observing this list, C2 Xin's expression darkened. The Luo family was indeed formidable. I fear that even our strongest member may not surpass them, C2 Xin remarked. Sigh, counting the Luo family members, the total talent score barely exceeds 10,000. It seems that this year, summoning the legacy of the ZY Taoist with a total score of 100,000 is utterly impossible. We must wait for the next opportunity. Han Wenzhou lamented. Next opportunity? Once the news of this year's events spreads, the next time the ZY secret realm opens, it will surely attract countless prodigies. Do you think that with our talents, we will stand a chance against those true geniuses? Someone remarked. Upon hearing this, Han Wenzhou fell silent. Indeed, although he was a remarkable talent in his own right, there were many young individuals in Yulong Kingdom who surpassed him. Moreover, there were top-tier geniuses from other nations. If they were to arrive, they could certainly summon the legacy of the ZY Taoist, but it would have no bearing on him. Such a pity. Han Wenzhou sighed repeatedly. At that moment, a commotion arose among the crowd. The young master has arrived. Upon hearing this remark, the crowd immediately turned their gaze. Indeed, at the rear of the throng, Luo Tian was leisurely making his entrance. Sigh. Hopefully, he had not ventured astray this time. Is this indeed the Yuling Palace? Luo Tian inquired of the Luo family members before him. Yes, young master, this is the Yuling Palace, Luo Rong replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. By the way, have you found the innate spiritual crystal? Luo Tian asked. The crowd shook their heads in response. Just then, C2 Xin from within the assemblage chuckled. You must be young master Luo Tian, am I right? What is an innate spiritual crystal compared to what lies here? For within this place resides the hidden realm of Ziwei. The greatest opportunity awaits. He then turned his attention to the stone tablet, stating, this tablet conceals the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. He proceeded to succinctly explain the stone tablet and the matter of the Ziwei rankings to Luo Tian. In conclusion, he added, young master Luo Tian, your talent far surpasses that of us all. If you were to take action, it might very well shake the foundations of the Ziwei rankings. Currently, the stone tablet required a mere 80,000 more in talent value to reach the threshold of 100,000. Such a vast disparity was clearly insurmountable by a single individual. C2 Xion's encouragement for Luo Tian to demonstrate his prowess stemmed from a desire to gauge the extent of his talent and to ascertain the difference between them. However, Luo Tian replied, I have no interest. Please assist me in locating the innate spiritual crystal. C2 Xion was momentarily taken aback. He initially believed that Lord Luo had come for the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist. However, from the other party's remarks, it became evident that this individual was utterly indifferent. Young Master Luo, the innate spiritual crystal is a treasure unique to the secret realms. Perhaps the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist contains such a crystal. Han Wenzhou added with a smile. He shared C2 Xion's sentiments, merely seeking to seize this opportunity to investigate Luo Tian's true nature. Is that so? Luo Tian questioned with a look of skepticism. The young master, Luo Tian, found some merit in their claims. Even Wu Yuro approached, speaking in a hushed tone. She too was immensely curious about Luo Tian's talent. Luo Tian glanced at the three of them and remarked nonchalantly, You merely wish to witness my abilities, do you not? Upon realizing their intentions had been unveiled by Luo Tian, the trio exchanged awkward smiles. Unfazed, Luo Tian continued, well, it matters little. It is a mere trifling effort to allow you a glimpse. With that, he raised his hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the stone tablet. As Luo Tian lifted his hand, all eyes converged upon him. After all, who would not yearn to know the extent of such a prodigious talent? Old Han, what do you reckon Luo Tian's talent level is? Tang Dialong inquired telepathically. The individuals from the Luo family had already surpassed 1,000. It was only natural that it would exceed that. Exceed? Could it surpass 10,000? Tang Dialong questioned. Han Wenzhou nodded, asserting, I believe it will certainly break 10,000. It may even reach 50,000. 50,000? That seems exaggerated. Tang Dialong remained skeptical, turning his gaze back to the stone tablet. At that moment, Luo Tian's spiritual energy had already merged with the tablet. The tablet's surface shimmered with spiritual light once again. Previously, whenever anyone infused their spiritual energy, the tablet would swiftly display information. However, this occasion was markedly different. The light flickered and intensified, ultimately becoming so blinding that it was nearly impossible to behold. What is happening? What is this situation? The tablet cannot possibly be broken, can it? After all, the Ziwei Taoist has been gone for many years. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Time passed, though it felt uncertain, until the radiance of the tablet finally dissipated, allowing everyone to open their eyes once more. Well, what was his talent level? The crowd immediately turned their gaze towards the tablet, only to be met with astonishment. The tablet now lay devoid of all brilliance, appearing as an utterly ordinary stone slab, stripped of any inscriptions. What? Could it be broken? What is going on? Damn. The Ziwei Taoist is unreliable. The crowd erupted in confusion. Even Luo Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. What had transpired? He had merely infused a single stream of spiritual energy, yet had seemingly rendered it inoperative. Luo Tian scanned the room, noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. It was understandable. This was a tremendous opportunity that had been inadvertently squandered. Their frustration was only natural. Yet, his overwhelming strength left them with little room for open dissent. Just then, a voice resonated, awakening from a great dream. A millennium passes in an instant. I never expected that the restrictions I left behind would be breached so swiftly. A voice suddenly resounded. Who is it? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, turning to the source of the voice, only to discover a Taoist clad in purple, exuding an ethereal presence at the entrance of the main hall of Yuling Palace. Among the throng, Han Wenzhou was the first to react. Promptly kneeling on one knee and declaring loudly, Junior pays respects to Taoist Ziwei. What? Taoist Ziwei? An immediate stir erupted among the crowd, yet they soon grasped the significance. Yuling Palace bore the restrictions set by Taoist Ziwei, preventing anyone over the age of 30 from entering. Thus, the figure before them could only be the Taoist himself. Junior pays respects to the esteemed Taoist Ziwei. The crowd instantly knelt en masse, save for a few, including Luo Tian, who remained standing. Taoist Ziwei smiled and said, Rise. Please. I am merely a remnant soul, not deserving of such formalities. A remnant soul? The crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Clearly, Taoist Ziwei had indeed passed away, leaving behind only his lingering spirit. C2Xin discreetly raised his gaze to observe the figure of Taoist Ziwei and could not help but inquire curiously, May I ask, esteemed one, did you not leave the Ziwei list, stating that one would only appear when the talent value was sufficient? Why are you here now? The crowd, upon hearing this, turned their curious eyes toward him. Indeed, Taoist Ziwei had made a solemn declaration regarding the Ziwei list, and given that the talent value was still lacking, it was puzzling how he had suddenly materialized. However, this question left Taoist Ziwei momentarily speechless. What did this imply? Had not the talent value for the Ziwei list already reached its peak? Otherwise, how could my remnant soul have been awakened? Taoist Ziwei pondered. What? The crowd was thrown into disarray once more. C2Xin spoke. Elder, could it be that your restriction has encountered an error? Just as the last individual crossed into the spiritual energy, the talent value on the Ziwei ranking was still lacking over 80,000. Ziwei Taoist furrowed his brow, gracefully approaching the stone tablet, and observed intently for an extended period before exclaiming, Why could this be? Seeing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Sensing that perhaps there was indeed an issue with the restriction, C2Xion's eyes lit up with hope. If it were true that the Ziwei Taoist restriction had faltered, then he might indeed have a glimmer of opportunity. Elder, what seems to be the matter? He inquired with a smile. The Ziwei Taoist, taken aback, turned back and surveyed the crowd, asking, "May I inquire, who among you is Luo Tian?" The smile on Situ Xian's face froze. Everyone turned their gaze toward Luo Tian. Indeed, it was Luo Tian. The Ziwei Taoist stared at Luo Tian in astonishment, murmuring, "In my day, I established this restriction, deliberately imposing a limitation of 100,000 in talent value to attract more young geniuses, allowing me to select the finest successor. However, I never anticipated that there would truly be someone whose talent value surpasses 100,000. As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. A talent value exceeding 100,000? Surely this must be a jest. The onlookers, particularly those whose talent values were merely single digits, gazed at him as if he were a monster. Though they were all human, it felt as if they belonged to entirely different species. The Ziwei Taoist, visibly excited, circled around Luo Tian, nodding repeatedly. "What a heroic youth! Might I inquire if you would accept my legacy and become my disciple? Should you agree, from this moment forth, you shall solely cultivate my teachings, and I guarantee that within a century you shall ascend to the realm of tribulation. In a millennium, you shall reach even greater heights." Upon his declaration, it seemed as if countless hearts shattered within the Yuling Palace. Especially for Situ Xian and others, their eyes were reddened. After journeying thousands of miles to the Nightwind Kingdom, this was the outcome they faced. Yet, despite their envy, there was nothing they could do. After all, their rival was none other than the prodigious Luo Tian. In the end, it was indeed Luo Tian who became the disciple of the Ziwei Taoist. Although the crowd felt regret, they could only silently accept this outcome. However, "I am not interested," Luo Tian flatly declined. What did he say? It appears he expressed disinterest. This fellow actually rejected the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist? Surely, I did not mishear. Meanwhile, the Ziwei Taoist was also taken aback. "Young brother, what did you say?" The Ziwei Taoist thought he had misheard. "I said I am not interested. You may seek another," Luo Tian stated. What a ridiculous proposition. To forsake the teachings of the heavenly way in favor of the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist? Luo Tian is not insane. The onlookers now comprehended the situation. Luo Tian, indeed, had turned down the Ziwei Taoist. What could this fellow possibly be thinking? This is somewhat understandable. It seems that the cultivation method Luo Tian practices is significantly more formidable than that of the Ziwei Taoist. His refusal is, therefore, quite reasonable. As the crowd murmured, their hearts began to race. If Luo Tian has declined, does that not imply an opportunity for themselves? The Ziwei Taoist, clearly astonished, gazed intently at Luo Tian for a long while before nodding and saying, "So, you possess another legacy. In that case, I shall not press you." Afterward, he shook his head, casting a reluctant glance at Luo Tian, ultimately sighing in regret. "My weary soul has awakened and cannot linger in the mortal realm for long today. I must select a true successor," the Ziwei Taoist proclaimed. With that declaration, the crowd straightened their posture. For them, this was an unexpected boon. Their most formidable rival, Luo Tian, had indeed rejected the legacy. This meant they still had a chance. The Ziwei Taoist surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Who among you is Luo Rong?" As the words escaped his lips, a sense of deflation swept through the crowd. The Ziwei Taoist had surprisingly chosen Luo Rong. Yet, upon reflection, it was not unexpected. Luo Rong had previously exhibited remarkably high innate talent. "Esteemed senior, I am Luo Rong," he proclaimed. The Ziwei Taoist studied Luo Rong for a moment, his eyes lighting up with approval. "Excellent. Truly commendable. Though not as dazzling as Luo Tian, at such a tender age and with this level of cultivation, you are indeed a dragon among men. Are you willing to forsake all your techniques to solely cultivate my teachings?" The Ziwei Taoist inquired. The crowd turned their gaze toward Luo Rong, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. However, to their astonishment, Luo Rong resolutely shook his head, stating, "I am unwilling." The Ziwei Taoist nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as my disciple." "What did you say?" The Ziwei Taoist fixed his gaze on Luo Rong. Awkwardly, Luo Rong managed a smile and replied, "I apologize, esteemed senior. The techniques I practice were imparted to me by young Master Luo Tian, and I do not wish to forsake the teachings bestowed upon me by him." The corners of the Ziwei Taoist's mouth twitched in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Luo Tian, yet he had no choice but to relent. He had discerned that Luo Tian's techniques were indeed superior to his own. Luo Rong's rejection was, after all, within reason. It seems fate has not favored us. The next is Luo Yu. The Ziwei Taoist continued to search through the ranks of the Ziwei list. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a young man from the crowd stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed senior. But I too am unwilling to abandon young master's teachings. The speaker was none other than Luo Yu. The purple micro-Taoist found himself utterly speechless. Once a prominent figure in his own right, he pondered what had transpired today. All he wished was to find a successor for himself. Yet he was met with repeated refusals from 3 individuals. It was not just him. The others present were equally bewildered. The legacy of the purple micro-Taoist represented an extraordinary opportunity, one that would incite fierce battles in any nation. Yet today, he faced an unprecedented string of rejections. The Ronin Ziwei Taoist, enduring with great restraint, continued his search for a successor. I too must decline, esteemed elder, spoke a young girl from the Luo family. The Ziwei Taoist wore a face of profound displeasure, nearly fainting from indignation. So, the other members of the Luo family are also unwilling to inherit my mantle? He inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance over the assembly. The gathered disciples of the Luo family all nodded in unison. The residual soul of the purple micro-Taoist was nearly driven to ascend in frustration. What kind of situation is this? Very well, I have understood. Now, who is Wu Yuro? The purple micro-Taoist inquired. From the crowd, Wu Yuro timidly stepped forward. With a somber expression, the purple micro-Taoist, wearied, asked, Are you willing to accept my inheritance? Wu Yuro glanced around and nodded. I am willing. At last, someone was willing to accept his legacy. However, the purple micro-Taoist felt no excitement whatsoever. With a look of impatience, he said, All right, it shall be you. As he spoke, he pointed at Wu Yuro. Buzz. A surge of spiritual light entered Wu Yuro's consciousness. From this day forth, you shall be the disciple of the purple micro-Taoist. I have sealed my cultivation methods and various experiences within your consciousness. You may slowly digest them and diligently cultivate, ensuring that my legacy does not come to an end. As for the treasures within this Yuling Palace, I have accumulated them over the years. Besides a few items that must be reserved for my disciple, you may freely take the rest, as a means of fostering goodwill among you all. I only hope that in times of difficulty, you will lend your support to my disciple, so that my lineage does not become extinct. With that, the purple micro-Taoist declared, I have exhausted my soul power. This is where we part ways. Upon finishing his words, that fragment of soul dissipated completely into the vastness of the universe. Thank you, Master. Wu Yuro bowed respectfully to the lingering spirit. However, strangely enough, despite receiving the inheritance of the purple star Taoist, she found herself unable to feel any joy. Rather, a sense of grievance enveloped her. Meanwhile, the grand entrance of the long-locked Yuling Palace slowly creaked open, releasing an immense wave of spiritual energy that flowed outward. It was evident that treasures lay within the palace. What are you waiting for? Hurry and seize the opportunity. The treasures left by the purple star Taoist are available on a first-come, first-served basis. After a moment of hesitation, the crowd surged into the palace in a frenzy. Luo Tian, of course, was not one to lag behind. Primordial spirit crystals. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the grand hall, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, resulting in the formation of numerous primordial spirit crystals. He reached out and plucked one effortlessly. Meanwhile, others were engaged in a frenzied search throughout the hall. The heavenly martial shimming palm? This technique, long thought to be lost to time, has astonishingly been discovered here. A 5th-tier artifact? Good heavens, huh? With this in my possession, who would dare to provoke me? Is this a 6th-tier elixir? The concentration of spiritual energy is terrifying. If the ancestor were to consume it, it might very well assist him in breaking through to the Guishu realm. In the Yuling Palace, everyone was reaping their rewards, filled with unmatched joy. Clearly, the opening of the Ziwei secret realm this time offered opportunities far surpassing those of any previous year. Young Master Luo Tian. At this moment, behind Luo Tian, Wu Yuro cautiously spoke up. Is something the matter? Luo Tian turned to look at Wu Yuro, who was holding a long sword with a troubled expression. This sword is the inherited weapon of my master, the purple star Taoist. I wish to bestow it upon you, Wu Yuro declared. Why? Luo Tian inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his question, Wu Yuro responded, though I have received my master's legacy, both my family and our Jiuyue sect are far too weak. If outsiders seek to seize it, I would be unable to protect the inheritance, and I might ultimately find myself in a dire situation, unable to survive or die. As she spoke, she cradled the sword in her hands and continued. I wish to offer this to you in hopes of securing your protection. In an instant, Luo Tian understood. She seeks a protector. He couldn't help but admire Wu Yuro's clarity of thought. Indeed, while he had little interest in the Purple Star Taoist legacy, that did not mean others would feel the same. Just considering the Wei family of Yulong Kingdom and the Tianhe sect revealed the potential danger. A second-rate force from Yefeng Kingdom obtaining the inheritance of the Purple Star secret realm would not be seen as an opportunity, but rather as a calamity if word spread. Very well, I shall protect you and your Zhou sect, Luo Tian assured her. Wu Yuro's heart soared with joy at his words. From the moment she received the inheritance, she had been plagued by worry. Now, with Luo Tian's promise, her anxious heart finally found solace. Thank you, young Master Luo. Please accept this sword, Wu Yuro implored. Luo Tian glanced at the sword, but shook his head. Having taken a piece of the Purple Star Taoist's innate spirit crystal, I owe him a debt of gratitude and am obliged to protect his disciple. As for the sword, whether it be a divine weapon or mere stick, it makes little difference to me. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuro felt a warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, Luo Tian began to retrieve the breakthrough materials he had meticulously prepared. Young Master Luo, what are you doing? Wu Yuro inquired. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. I am about to make a breakthrough. Wu Yuro expressed her astonishment. I have read in ancient texts that certain unique techniques or physiques require special materials or opportunities to transcend significant realms. However, this is the first time I have witnessed such a thing in reality. Young Master, which realm do you intend to break through? Gathering Qi realm. Luo Tian casually responded. Gathering Qi realm? Is it true that you are currently only at the body refining realm, young Master Luo Tian? Wu Yuro gazed at Luo Tian in astonishment. Although she had previously heard the Luo family speak of Luo Tian's cultivation level, she had always found it hard to believe, suspecting that they were merely indulging in exaggeration. However, hearing Luo Tian admitted himself changed everything. She was convinced that he had no reason to deceive her. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly recalled something and looked up at Wu Yuro, asking, By the way, you are at the spirit transformation realm, correct? Wu Yuro hastily nodded. Yes. Luo Tian inquired. Is there anything I should be mindful of when breaking through to the Gathering Qi realm? He felt a twinge of nervousness, as this was his first attempt at transcending a major realm. Upon hearing Luo Tian's question, Wu Yuro promptly explained, to gather Qi, one must first open the Dantian Qi Sea. Generally speaking, the larger the Qi Sea is, the more abundant the spiritual energy will be, allowing for prolonged combat effectiveness. Furthermore, the sturdier the Qi Sea, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy it can accommodate, thus enhancing the power of the martial techniques employed. Luo Tian nodded. So, it is essential for the Qi Sea to be both expansive and robust. Wu Yuro affirmed. Precisely. However, it is generally the case that a larger Qi Sea will also be more resilient. Therefore, one can gauge a person's talent based solely on the size of their Qi Sea. For instance, ordinary individuals typically have a Qi Sea that resembles upon measuring about 3 zhang in size after breaking through to the Gathering Qi realm, which is the most common scenario. Meanwhile, disciples from formidable sects usually possess a Qi Sea comparable to upon measuring 10 zhang. Furthermore, the true disciples of various sects and the martial geniuses from prestigious families can manifest a Qi Sea akin to a lake of 100 zhang. As for prodigies like Luo Chun and Ruo Ming, their Qi Seas could extend to 1,000 zhang. After listening to this, Luo Tian nodded and asked, And what about you? Wu Yuro blushed slightly and replied, When I first gathered Qi, my spiritual energy sea was approximately 3,000 zhang. Now, after breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, my Qi Sea has expanded to 8,000 zhang. Luo Tian nodded continuously. Realizing why Wu Yuro had attained such a high cultivation level at her age, her innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Wu Yuro continued, Moreover, beyond size, there are also some unique types of Qi Seas. Special Qi Sea? Luo Tian exclaimed in surprise. Wu Yuro replied, Indeed, the texts indicate that certain individuals, upon gathering Qi, may manifest extraordinary phenomena. For instance, a bright moon rising over the sea, chaotic transformations into azure lotuses, or the sun illuminating the azure sky, among others. Those Qi Seas that exhibit such phenomena possess formidable strength. They are the true prodigies of this world. Provided they mature successfully, they are destined to become titans in their realms. Moreover, upon breaking through to the spirit transformation stage, they can materialize the manifestations of their Qi Sea in reality. unleashing uniquely powerful attacks, rendering them nearly invincible within their realm. As she spoke, she gazed at Luo Tian and remarked, "I believe that with your exceptional talent, it is not beyond possibility for you to forge such a special qi si." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian remained noncommittal. "Thank you for the information. I now have a better understanding of qi gathering," he said, arranging all the materials for his breakthrough. "Now, I shall commence my qi gathering. Please step aside," Luo Tian declared. Indeed, Wu Yuro immediately stepped aside, her gaze fixed intently upon Luo Tian. She was equally curious about the nature of the energy qi that Luo Tian would cultivate. At that moment, following the descriptions of the heavenly Tao technique, Luo Tian prepared all the materials, enveloped them in spiritual energy, and then crushed them directly. With a rush, all the materials transformed into countless white powders that dispersed around him. Subsequently, Luo Tian activated the heavenly Tao breathing technique and began to absorb these powders. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him as if the very skies were collapsing. What is happening? The treasure seekers, sensing the anomaly, all came out to observe. They beheld Luo Tian outside the grand hall, resembling a black hole, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. What is going on? The spiritual energy within me is leaking out. This is not good. I must distance myself from him, or I will be drained. Initially, the onlookers were merely spectators, but in the next instant, they frantically fled from Luo Tian. What is this fellow doing? Is he attempting a breakthrough? A breakthrough? Who undertakes such a grand display for a mere advancement? Has the concentration of spiritual energy around us decreased? It seems so. This is the Ziwei secret realm, where the spiritual energy should flow abundantly. How could it? Look, the heavens seem to be collapsing. The heavens are collapsing? No. It is the Ziwei secret realm that is crumbling. What? Surely not. Is he really draining an entire secret realm merely to elevate his cultivation? Monster. The crowd was utterly astonished. Yet, amidst the swirling chaos, Luo Tian remained blissfully unaware. Delving into his consciousness, he pondered the potential expanse of his energy sea. With a thought, he directed his awareness into this energy sea. However, in the next moment, he was left utterly bewildered. Wu Yuru had mentioned that the energy sea could be likened to ponds of 3 or 10 zhang, or perhaps lakes of 100 or 1,000 zhang, or even expanses exceeding 3,000 zhang. Regardless of the classification, it seemed as though there ought to be an element of water within. Yet, as Luo Tian raised his gaze, he beheld a colossal star slowly drifting above the shadow of his consciousness. Surrounding the star were countless twinkling celestial bodies. Upon further observation, he noticed that this star was in orbit around an even larger one, forming a magnificent nebula. Numerous nebulae converged to create an entire galaxy, within which an incalculable number of stars shimmered. A sea of stars, surely that qualifies as a sea? Luo Tian mused, stroking his chin. Yet, why is there no extraordinary phenomenon in my energy sea? Where is the bright moon upon the sea? Where is the chaotic seed of the blue lotus? He shook his head and summoned a star into his palm. It was immense, blazing with energy. He could sense the terrifying power it contained. Yet it seemed to merge seamlessly with him, causing no harm. Why is there no anomaly? Luo Tian lamented, dismissing the star back to its original orbit. If the star possessed consciousness, it would surely feel aggrieved, questioning why a mere moon could be deemed an anomaly while it could not. However, Luo Tian paid little heed to such thoughts. His consciousness swiftly traversed into the sea of knowledge, where his true interest lay, the 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures, previously inaccessible. They should now be within reach following his breakthrough. With a flicker of intent, he summoned the heavenly Tao scripture. Upon opening it, he found the text readily available, Heavenly Tao Breathing Technique, Gathering Qi Chapter. Subsequently, the contents transformed into countless luminous points, cascading into Luo Tian's sea of knowledge, which he instantly comprehended. Following this, he replicated the process, turning the remaining 8 scrolls one by one to absorb their wisdom. Luo Tian aspired to delve deeper into the subsequent chapters, yet, as before, the text following the Gathering Qi chapter remained immovable, clearly indicating that he needed to achieve spiritual transformation before he could access them. Well, it seems I'll have to take my time, he sighed, allowing his consciousness to retreat back into his corporeal form. However, upon returning to his body, he discovered a significant transformation in his surroundings. The once majestic Jade Ling Palace now appeared on the brink of collapse, with debris strewn about. What has transpired here? Could it be an enemy attack? Luo Tian suddenly became alert. At that moment, A figure emerged with great difficulty from a pile of rubble in the distance. Is it over? Damn. I thought I was done for. He murmured to himself. Beside him, another person struggled to rise. I merely intended to observe his breakthrough up close, and nearly succumbed to the aftermath of his surge. Who would believe such a tale? The two individuals were Tang Jialong and Han Wenzhou. They were confident in their formidable strength, remaining close by as others fled when Luo Tian initiated his breakthrough, only to pay a heavy price, nearly losing their lives in the process. Who is responsible for this? Luo Tian inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded the two men. At that moment, both men's lips twitched. Who is responsible? Why, it is you. The sheer force of your absorption of spiritual energy has left the very dome of the Ziwei secret realm riddled with cracks. It was but a hair's breadth from total collapse. Of course, they dared not be impertinent with Luo Tian and could only respond with forced smiles, saying, Indeed. Master Luo Tian is truly gifted. A mere breakthrough from you has resulted in this situation. Huh? I did this? Luo Tian was taken aback. What are the others? He asked. Rest assured, Master Luo, Han Wenzhou replied. You have been in the midst of your breakthrough for half an hour. During that time, nearly everyone was escorted out of the Ziwei secret realm by the Guyuan sect. A few sustained injuries, but none have perished. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no calamity had occurred. However, this was fortuitous. With so few people around now, I shall continue my cultivation here. If I were to unleash another display of power, it would not endanger anyone else, Luo Tian thought to himself. Is there still a need for further cultivation? Upon hearing this, Han Wenzhou and Tang Jialong felt a chill run down their spines. What is the matter? Luo Tian inquired, gazing at the two individuals. It's nothing. Lord Luo Tian, please continue your cultivation. We shall take our leave now. In truth, both individuals were eager to witness Luo Tian's cultivation techniques. However, they were acutely aware that peering into another's practice was a grave taboo. Should Luo Tian take offense, they would be unable to bear the consequences. The most pressing concern, however, was the inherent danger of observing Luo Tian's training. Their continued existence was merely a testament to their fortunate circumstances. This time, they dared not risk it again. After exchanging a few final words, the two hurriedly departed, clutching the insignia of the Guyuan sect as they exited the Ziwei secret realm. Now, I can focus entirely on my cultivation. Luo Tian smiled and commenced his practice of the gathering qi technique. The initial focus of his training was the body refinement art. The heavenly Tao body refinement art from the gathering qi section was considerably more intricate than that of the body refinement section. Yet, Luo Tian experienced no hindrance in his practice. Upon completing a sequence of movements, he distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. Indeed, the techniques of the gathering qi section proved to be far superior to those of the body refinement stage. Luo Tian chuckled and continued his training. With each successive session, he felt himself grow increasingly powerful. It was not until the 9th session that his progress began to plateau. Realizing he had reached a pinnacle, he pondered, what is happening? It was only then that he noticed a transformation within his body. A faint golden light emanated from him, unlike any he had encountered before. This golden glow was almost corporeal, exuding an unyielding solidity. Furthermore, the crimson hue of his blood had transformed into a radiant gold. Luo Tian pricked a vein and extracted a droplet of blood. The terrifying vitality contained within this golden blood surpassed that of the divine beast's blood by unfathomable multiples. It seems quite formidable, Luo Tian murmured to himself. But for now, I shall continue my cultivation of other techniques. He then proceeded to practice the heavenly Tao sword technique, blade technique, and the heavenly Tao body technique. After completing his training, the enhancement in his martial skills was self-evident, but the most striking improvement was in his agility. The heavenly Tao body technique from the gathering qi section had significantly increased his teleportation range, expanding from the original 10 meters to an unrestricted 1,000 meters. Excellent. Now to elevate my realm further, Luo Tian declared as he began to practice the heavenly Tao breathing technique. Meanwhile, outside the Ziwei secret realm, the Guiyuan sect master, Ling Shuzi, had arrived in haste from the sect. After hearing Luo Qin's report, a twitch formed at the corner of Ling Shuzi's mouth. He had anticipated that the secret realm would merely open as in previous years, but he was taken aback by the tremendous commotion that had ensued, including the emergence of the Ziwei Taoist legacy. Casting a glance at the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm, which was marred by fissures, he expressed a twinge of regret. Fortunately, although the Ziwei secret realm has sustained cracks, it remains intact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a crack resounded. The fissure at the entrance of the purple vein secret realm instantly shattered. What? Ling Shuzi gazed at the shattered entrance, suddenly struck by a realization. Retreat. Everyone. Fall back at once. He bellowed. Beside him, the powerful cultivators swiftly shielded the disciples, retreating hastily. Before the crowd could stabilize, a thunderous explosion erupted at the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm. Immediately, the surrounding space warped, and countless mountains, trees, and remnants of walls were violently expelled from the distorted void. Master, what is happening? Luo Tian, witnessing the scene, was utterly astonished. Ling Shuzi's lips twitched as he replied. The Ziwei secret realm has been utterly destroyed. What? How is that possible? Luo Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Ling Shuzi sighed, explaining. The Ziwei secret realm was a small space created by the Ziwei Taoist in the grand world. To establish a stable small world within the grand world, it is essential to maintain a sufficient concentration of spiritual energy to withstand the pressures of the grand world's laws, preventing annihilation. Now that the Ziwei secret realm is destroyed, there is only one explanation. Its spiritual energy has been completely drained. Luo Tian's expression darkened. Is it true that young master Luo Tian drained an entire secret realm single-handedly? Ling Shuzi wiped the sweat from his brow. Were it anyone else, I would surely doubt it. But given his prowess, they both fell silent, contemplating Luo Tian's formidable achievements. A full half-hour passed before calmness returned to the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm. However, the area within a radius of several miles had been reduced to chaos. At the heart of the debris stood a somewhat awkward figure, Luo Tian himself. At that moment, he appeared bewildered. What on earth happened? I was just before the Yuling Palace, merely cultivating the heavenly Tao Sutra and breaking through a few minor realms. How has everything turned to this? Looking up, he noticed the starry dome had vanished, replaced by a clear blue sky. It was evident he had exited the Ziwei secret realm. Congratulations, young master Luo Tian, on your breakthrough. Ling Shuzi floated over from a distance, surveying the surrounding rubble, and spoke with a pained expression. You are the sect master of Guiyuan's sect, correct? Did you pull me out of the Ziwei secret realm? Luo Tian regarded him with dissatisfaction. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the Ziwei secret realm was far superior to the outside. I had just absorbed a bit of that energy. And you yanked me out? How stingy. Ling Shuzi's heart trembled as he gazed at Luo Tian. The Ziwei secret realm no longer exists, he stated solemnly. What? Why? Luo Tian inquired. Astonished, Ling Shuzi sighed and recounted the events leading up to this moment. After grasping the situation, Luo Tian felt a renewed sense of awkwardness. Sect master. I'm truly sorry. It wasn't intentional. I merely wanted to break through a realm. Who knew the secret realm was so fragile? Luo Tian chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Not sturdy enough. Ling Shuzi felt a surge of blood rise in his chest. You have ruined our secret realm. Logically, compensation is due. However, I do not possess such wealth. Perhaps we could strike a deal. In the future, should your Guiyuan sect encounter any troubles, I shall assist you free of charge once. Luo Tian said. Ling Shuzi's expression darkened as he replied, Young Master Luo, that is a secret realm of great significance. You must understand the extent of our profits each time it opens. Want assistance? That is insufficient. It must be 9 times. 9 times? That is excessive. How about 3? Luo Tian countered. I will concede a step back. Let it be 7 times. Ling Shuzi insisted. 5 times. No more. Luo Tian declared. Transaction complete, exclaimed Ling Shuzi. With the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist taken away, the value of the Ziwei secret realm had diminished significantly. In exchange for 5 strikes from Luo Tian, it was not too great a loss. After all, according to Luo Tian, Luo Tian possessed the strength of the returning ruins realm. Engaging someone of such caliber for 5 actions was not an unfavorable deal. As the two negotiated, the sky suddenly dimmed. The onlookers looked up to see that dark clouds had enveloped the heavens, forming a massive vortex that continuously swirled and expanded. In the heart of this storm, flashes of lightning flickered ominously, exuding a terrifying pressure. Is it going to rain? Luo Tian murmured, gazing at the sky. However, Ling Shuzi's face turned ashen, his legs trembling in fear. He stared at the heavens and stammered, Heavenly tribulation? How could this be? Luo Tian, astonished, responded, Heavenly tribulation? Is this truly the heavenly tribulation? Ling Shuzi swallowed hard and said, It shouldn't be, typically. The heavenly tribulation only occurs when a practitioner in the tribulation realm is breaking through or when something that defies the laws of heaven and earth appears. But now, at that moment, an elusive aura had locked onto Luo Tian, emanating from the storm clouds above. In that moment, Ling Shuzi comprehended the situation. This calamity was indeed summoned by the heavens due to Luo Tian's existence. Evidently, Luo Tian had not yet reached the realm of transcending tribulations. It seemed that his extraordinary talents had incited the heavens' jealousy, prompting them to seek his annihilation. Contemplating this, Ling Shuzi succinctly conveyed his speculation to Luo Tian. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's excitement began to swell. "Oh, is there such a phenomenon? How intriguing," he remarked with a smile. Ling Shuzi, his expression grave, cautioned, "Young Master Luo Tian, you must not be careless. Although I have never witnessed it myself, I have heard numerous tales regarding tribulation. The might of heavenly tribulation is exceedingly terrifying. Even powerful beings in the realm of transcending tribulations have met their demise beneath its onslaught. A single heavenly tribulation possesses a force that surpasses the full might of a transcending tribulation expert." Luo Tian, however, became even more exhilarated upon hearing this. "Does it rival the full force strike of a transcending tribulation expert? How splendid! It presents a perfect opportunity to assess my current strength." The atmosphere grew tense as Ling Shuzi fell silent, clearly indicating that Luo Tian did not regard the impending tribulation with the gravity it deserved. At that moment, ominous clouds began to coalesce in the heavens, brimming with latent power. Sensing the unease, Ling Shuzi clasped his hands and addressed Luo Tian. "Young Master Luo, may you seek your own fortune." With that, he turned away without a backward glance, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. "Master, what is happening?" Luo Chun was equally bewildered. "The tribulation, it is indeed the tribulation." Ling Shuzi gasped, his voice laden with urgency. "What? The tribulation? The one for those at the crossing tribulation stage?" someone inquired. Upon receiving Ling Shuzi's affirmative reply, chaos erupted among the crowd. "Is this for real? Isn't it only the powerful at the crossing tribulation stage who encounter such a fate?" exclaimed another. "In my lifetime, this is the first time I've witnessed someone facing a tribulation." A chuckle echoed through the throng. "This Luo Tian is truly extraordinary. Even heaven cannot bear to watch him and has come to collect him prematurely, regardless of his identity. This could very well be the end for him at this stage when confronted with the tribulation. Who dares to slander my family's young master? Do you wish to perish?" roared Luo Rong from within the crowd, seething with indignation. The individual who had spoken earlier retorted with a cold laugh. "I have spoken no falsehood. Luo Tian is indeed a prodigy, possessing strength comparable to those of the Guishu stage at such a young age. Yet, this is the tribulation, one that even the most formidable crossing tribulation experts can meet their demise in. You must understand, the chasm between the Guishu and crossing tribulation stages is unfathomably vast." Others chimed in. "Indeed, even if Luo Tian possesses exceptional talent, this may be where it ends. Alas, throughout history, how many brilliant geniuses have been thwarted by the heavens, meeting untimely ends. Yet, in the grand tapestry of eternity, Luo Tian may indeed be among the most astonishing of them all. What a pity." Sighs of lament filled the air as the crowd continued to murmur. "Your presence." Luo Rong's face turned pale with anger. "Never mind, Brother Rong, trust the young master." Someone behind Luo Rong consoled him. Reluctantly, Luo Rong turned to look. Meanwhile, Luo Chun stood behind Ling Shuzi, whispering, "Master, do you believe that Luo Tian can truly endure this?" Ling Shuzi's complexion was slightly ashen as he replied, "It is difficult." His heart bled at this moment. Just moments ago, Luo Tian had agreed to assist their Guiyuan sect 5 times, and now he was confronting the heavenly tribulation. This deal had turned out to be a significant loss. On the other side, beneath the heavenly tribulation, Luo Tian gazed at the gathering thunderclouds above, gradually becoming serious. The text spoke of the dangers of the heavenly tribulation. One cannot afford to be careless. He resolved to give it his all. With this thought, golden light emanated from his body, pushing him to the pinnacle of his capabilities. At that moment, the thunderclouds completed their accumulation. The first bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Boom! The lightning tore through the heavens, descending towards Luo Tian. In an instant, the earth trembled, and those in the distance were even knocked to the ground. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Surviving such an onslaught seems impossible. A tremulous voice from a transcendent realm expert remarked. I believe it is better not to pursue a breakthrough. Living is sufficient. Another voice quivered. These two individuals, having merely glanced at the heavenly tribulation, were already shaken in their resolve. Ling Shuzi was equally astonished. The might of this heavenly tribulation exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a group of several dozen individuals hovered in midair. It was the Wei family from the Yulong kingdom. After his clone was destroyed, Wei Baidao immediately led his companions to the Night Wind Kingdom. With his return to nothingness cultivation, even accompanied by numerous powerful allies, they reached the vicinity of the Ziwei secret realm in just half a day. Tribulation? Wei Baidao gazed at the ominous clouds from a distance, his heart filled with profound astonishment. What? Is someone from the Night Wind Kingdom undergoing a tribulation? The faces of the Wei family members changed drastically upon hearing this. However, Wei Baidao shot him a disdainful glance and said, "Use your brain. Is it conceivable that such a formidable expert exists in the Night Wind Kingdom? Then what is this?" The Wei family members were perplexed. Wei Baidao's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Without a doubt, it is the manifestation of the inheritance of the purple micro-Taoist. Only treasures left by such formidable figures possess the potential to attract heavenly tribulations." Upon hearing this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. The inheritance of the purple micro-Taoist? Could it be that someone has thought of something? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wei Baidao laughed heartily towards the sky, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly splendid. Initially, I only sought vengeance for that child Tian, but unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon this opportunity. Fortunately, I came personally. In this moment, who in the Night Wind Kingdom can stand in my way? Whether it be the Luo family's inheritance or the purple micro-Taoist legacy, they shall all be mine. It seems that destiny favors the Wei family. Our clan shall surely prosper." The members of the Wei family chorused, "Congratulations, ancestor. We celebrate your fortune." Wei Baidao waved his hand, saying, "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. We must keep our distance to avoid being caught in the heavenly tribulation's backlash. The power of this tribulation should not be trifled with. Once the tribulation concludes, we will strike immediately." Indeed, the members of the Wei family responded in unison, then proceeded towards the direction of the purple micro-secret realm. At that moment, under the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation, Luo Tian wore an expression of utter astonishment. Is this a joke? Is this truly a heavenly tribulation? He gazed upward at the gathering tribulation clouds, incredulous. Goodness, I expected to be severely injured. Yet this feels merely like a tickle. Luo Tian expressed his dissatisfaction. The recent bolt of tribulation had struck him directly. He prepared to withstand it with all his might. But to his surprise, the tribulation failed to even penetrate his protective golden light. It simply dissipated. Is this the might of a peak tribulation realm expert? Perhaps I should lessen my protective golden light to gauge its strength? Luo Tian contemplated, retracting half of his protective barrier. At that moment, a second bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Boom. Following a resounding crash, Luo Tian remained unscathed in his spot. It couldn't he even breach half of my defenses? This is utterly ineffectual. Maybe I should completely remove my protective barrier? Luo Tian pondered, then retracted all of his protective golden light. Simultaneously, a third bolt of heavenly tribulation struck. Boom. This time, the third bolt of tribulation landed squarely on Luo Tian. He gazed at the spot where the tribulation had struck. Speechless. Is this it? Is this truly it? Not even a mark left behind. How dare you call yourself a heavenly tribulation? Luo Tian placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head to confront the tribulation. It seemed that the heavens sensed Luo Tian's disdain as the tribulation clouds began to rapidly contract. Concurrently, the oppressive force at the center of the clouds intensified. In the distance, Ling Shuzi and others watched in astonishment. What is happening? Are the tribulation clouds changing again? Could this be a variant tribulation? What is a variant tribulation? It is unlike the ordinary tribulations. For instance, it seems that this heavenly trial intends to unleash all subsequent lightning strikes at once. What? All at once? Wouldn't that double the power? According to texts, few survive beneath a variant tribulation. Thus, Luo Tian is surely doomed. Alas, the heavens are envious of exceptional talent. The crowd sighed in unison. At this moment, the members of the Luo family, once steadfast in their loyalty to their young master, found themselves devoid of conviction. It was evident that even they were shaken. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as the storm clouds above coalesced, uniting all the celestial lightning into a singular force. Unlike any thunderbolt that had preceded it, this one took on the indistinct form of a figure as it descended from the heavens, aiming to strike Luo Tian with an overwhelming palm. Luo Tian gazed at the figure before him, his expression one of astonishment. What was happening? Could it be that the heavenly tribulation was being manipulated by someone? Doubt swirled within him, yet there was no time for contemplation. The thunderous tribulation had descended, and he retaliated with a powerful strike of his palm. Boom! In an instant, a formidable force surged skyward. The heavenly tribulation above merely brushed against Luo Tian's palm strength before crumbling into oblivion. Moreover, after shattering the lightning, his power continued unabated, ascending defiantly to pierce through the storm clouds. Was the heavenly tribulation truly so feeble? Luo Tian dusted off his hands, a look of disdain crossing his face. Is it over? In the distance, a figure emerged from the rubble, panic etched across their features. Is this the legendary heavenly tribulation? Its might is utterly terrifying. Another voice quivered in response. Indeed, especially that final strike. Was that truly a manifestation of human strength? Goodness, I can hardly believe I have witnessed such overwhelming power. In the past, I would never have believed that such formidable forces existed in this world. But what of Luo Tian? Did he succeed? Are you out of your mind? Under such overwhelming force, how could anyone possibly survive? It is indeed a pity. Our Night Wind Kingdom has finally produced a genius. Only for him to meet such a tragic fate. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the members of the Luo family wore expressions of profound despair. Even though they had faith in Luo Tian, the sheer force of that final blow had left them feeling hopeless. Young master. Luo Rong knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The other members of the Luo family also wiped away their tears incessantly. Meanwhile, the various factions observing the Luo family displayed a multitude of expressions. In the shadows, a few individuals were even preparing to take action, intending to abduct several members of the Luo family in an attempt to uncover the secrets of the Luo clan. Just then, a voice resonated nearby. What are you crying about? I am not dead yet. Luo Rong and the others lifted their heads to see Luo Tian slowly emerging from the ruins. What? Is that Luo Tian? This must be a joke. He survived such an attack? This fellow must be a monster. The onlookers gazed at Luo Tian in utter astonishment. Young master, you are still alive? Luo Rong exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Luo Tian slapped him on the head and retorted, nonsense. Otherwise, would you be seeing a ghost? Though he had been struck. Luo Rong wore a silly grin. Hee, I told you. With the young master's strength, how could he possibly perish? Luo Rong declared. Nearby, someone scoffed, TCH. You were the first to wail. Luo Rong, flustered and indignant, shot back. You're talking nonsense. I did not. You were the one. A few individuals began to argue. However, Luo Tian raised a hand, silencing them, and turned his gaze towards the crowd, which suddenly grew cold and foreboding. Among the throng, several individuals met Luo Tian's piercing stare and instantly paled, attempting to flee. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a powerful aura surged forth, extracting 5 individuals from the masses. Ah! Young Master Luo Tian, what are you doing? One of them exclaimed, terror etched across his face. Luo Tian regarded the group with a frigid demeanor, stating, What do you think I am doing? Are you not aware of your own intentions? Just moments ago, when you believed me to be dead, you contemplated making a move against my kin, did you not? Indeed, at that very instant, many harbored ulterior motives, believing Luo Tian had perished. Among them, these 5 were the most audacious, their energy swirling as if they were about to strike. However, upon Luo Tian's appearance, they hastily retracted their spiritual power, hoping to evade detection, unaware that Luo Tian had already sensed their deceit. Young Master Luo Tian, I apologize. My mind was clouded by foolishness. Please spare me. And I assure you I shall not dare to repeat this. Luo Tian cast a cold smile at him, retorting, Do you still wish for a second chance? With that, he clenched his left hand. In an instant, the 5 individuals' bodies disintegrated into a crimson mist, irrevocably slain. As the crowd witnessed the scene, they collectively inhaled sharply. Luo Tian's decisive action was astonishing. After eliminating these few individuals, Luo Tian's gaze swept across the assembly, and he coldly declared, I am unaware of which faction these 5 belong to, but the one who has slain them is I, Luo Tian. Should anyone desire vengeance, I welcome you at any time. Furthermore, let me make it abundantly clear, those who dare to strike against the Luo family, regardless of who you are, shall face no mercy. His proclamation reverberated throughout the venue, leaving no one daring to meet Luo Tian's gaze. The reality was that Luo Tian's strength was simply too formidable. Amidst the crowd, Ling Shuzi trembled incessantly. "Sectmaster, what is the matter?" Luo Tian inquired, mistaking his agitation for physical discomfort. However, he soon realized that Ling Shuzi was overwhelmingly excited. "We've struck gold. A tremendous fortune." "Huh? What do you mean?" Luo Tian asked, perplexed. Ling Shuzi gazed at him, barely able to contain his exhilaration, and replied, "Initially, I believed that trading a Ziwei secret realm for a Guishu realm powerhouse who had acted 5 times was not a bad deal at all. But to my astonishment, his combat prowess is comparable to that of a tribulation realm expert. No, perhaps even stronger." Luo Tian was taken aback. "Stronger? Is that truly possible?" Ling Shuzi cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Did you not see that last strike?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment and remarked, "That final bolt of heavenly lightning? Its power was indeed terrifying. For Luo Tian to withstand it is truly impressive." Yet, Ling Shuzi shook his head and countered, "That is incorrect." "Incorrect? In what way?" Luo Tian was confused. Ling Shuzi took a deep breath and explained, "The last bolt of heavenly lightning was undoubtedly powerful, but it was not as formidable as you perceive." Luo Tian furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "What? That can't be. I distinctly felt that overwhelming pressure. I thought I was on the verge of being crushed. And yet, that is not strong." Ling Shuzi clarified, "That pressure was indeed strong. However, it did not emanate from the heavenly lightning." "What does it mean?" Luo Tian was utterly bewildered. Ling Shuzi reminisced about the recent events, exclaiming in astonishment at that moment. When the heavenly thunder had barely descended, Luo Tian struck with a single palm. "I witnessed a shadow seemingly manifesting behind him. And then the thunder and calamity clouds were utterly shattered." Finally, understanding dawned upon Luo Tian, and he gazed at Ling Shuzi in shock, asking, "Master, do you mean to say that the oppressive force did not emanate from the thunder, but from Luo Tian himself?" Ling Shuzi nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, though hard to fathom. That is the undeniable truth." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian abruptly turned his gaze toward Luo Tian. He had believed he held a sufficiently high regard for Luo Tian, yet now realized that his imagination had severely underestimated him. Luo Tian was far more formidable than he had ever conceived. As Luo Tian contemplated this revelation, a series of thunderous booms erupted from various directions. The crowd turned to find 7 massive black stone pillars enveloping them. Dark mist swirled around the pillars, creating a complete division between the inside and outside. "Ha! Esteemed members of the Nightwind Kingdom, have you perhaps forgotten something?" A figure slowly emerged, floating atop one of the stone pillars. The figure exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. It was none other than Wei Baidao. Clearly, this individual had come seeking vengeance for Wei Tianyi and his doppelganger. Wei Baidao's gaze swept over the crowd before he casually extended his hand, seizing a person from the ground and drawing him before him. "Tell me, who was the cause of the recent tribulation?" Wei Baidao demanded. The individual hurriedly pointed at Luo Tian, exclaiming, "It was young Master Luo Tian." Wei Baidao smirked. "As I suspected, he has indeed acquired the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist." With that, he carelessly dropped the man from midair and turned his attention to Luo Tian, saying, "Year after year, one endures hardship, only to weave garments for others. Luo Tian, are you not filled with rage and frustration? After enduring countless trials to obtain the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist, only to realize it was all in vain." He continued, "As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You, the mantis, have obtained the legacy, yet remain oblivious to my presence. The oriole." At this moment, Wei Baidao was brimming with confidence, exuding an air of assured victory. He lowered his gaze, surveying the remaining individuals, and continued, "A bunch of insignificant wretches from the Night Wind Kingdom. Once I have slain Luo Tian, I shall eliminate you all to accompany my grandson in death. Fear not, I shall leave a few alive. I intend to use your voices to disseminate today as events. An imbecile named Luo Tian, whose foolishness led him to offend the Wei family of the Yulong Kingdom. Ultimately, his fate will be not only death, but a complete ruination of his lineage. And as for you, harbor no hatred toward me. Direct your animosity toward Luo Tian. If it were not for his lack of foresight in attacking my kin, you would not be facing death." Ha! Wei Baidao laughed heartily in the air. However, after a prolonged bout of laughter, he awkwardly ceased, for the astonishment, fear, anger, and despair he had anticipated from the crowd were conspicuously absent. Everyone merely raised their heads, gazing at him with an unsettling calmness, their expressions akin to those of spectators observing a fool. "Ancestor, Why does it feel as though something is amiss? A member of the Wei family whispered to Wei Baidao, who also wore a perplexed expression. He was equally uncertain about the unfolding events. At that moment, he redirected his gaze towards Luo Tian amidst the crowd. Fixating on Luo Tian, Wei Baidao instinctively sensed something was off. Though his previous avatar had been utterly defeated in combat against Luo Tian, it had merely been an incarnation. By his earlier assessment, he had been able to discern Luo Tian's strength clearly. He had been confident that his true self could easily eliminate Luo Tian. Yet now, upon observing Luo Tian, everything appeared drastically different. Wei Baidao realized he could not fathom Luo Tian's true capabilities. Conversely, he felt an inexplicable, profound sense of fear emanating from the other. This sensation was one he had not encountered in others for an extended period. What could possibly be the reason for this? Suddenly, Wei Baidao spotted Han Wenzhou and Tang Jiaolong within the throng. The younger generation of Tian's sect? I have ties to your ancestor, so I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave shortly. Wei Baidao paused before adding, moreover, what is the meaning of this gathering? He was genuinely perplexed. Despite the certainty of his impending demise, why did these individuals remain so composed? Han Wenzhou and Tang Jiaolong exchanged glances, both sharing a wry smile. Then, Han Wenzhou clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. Regarding your inquiry about this assembly, have you considered that perhaps you are indeed the yellow bird in the back, but there might also be a dragon in front? A dragon in front. A yellow bird in the back? What use is a yellow bird then? Wei Baidao discerned the implication in Han Wenzhou's words, his brows furrowing in an instant. A dragon in front? Who are you referring to? Is it possible that other powerful beings are present here? Wei Baidao's vigilance heightened. If indeed there were formidable figures in attendance, it could spell significant trouble. For Wei Baidao had yet to detect any particularly potent aura. Such a scenario could only imply one possibility: the opponent's cultivation level vastly exceeded his own. Realizing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Wei Baidao's forehead. To whoever possesses great power here, I apologize if my earlier words have caused any offense. However, I have my grievances, my descendants have been harmed by treachery. And my desire for vengeance has compelled me to take this desperate course. I implore you to reveal yourself. Wei Baidao clasped his hands and spoke. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent. As he surveyed the area, a frown creased his brow. Your stinginess is rather unbecoming. Allow me to forewarn you. You currently find yourself ensnared within my 7 luminaries' absolute kill formation. I am the one orchestrating this array. And any formidable being from the Void Return realm is destined to meet their demise. Even those at the Tribulation Crossing stage face a perilous fate. Should you dare to show yourself, and I inadvertently harm you, do not hold me accountable. However, after uttering these words, Wei Baidao still awaited the appearance of the esteemed figure. It was only then that Luo Tian, from within the crowd, slowly stepped forward. Wei Baidao, cease your search. There are no exalted beings here. The colossal dragon he spoke of is none other than myself, declared Luo Tian. And Wei Baidao was taken aback, then turned to gaze at Han Wenzhou. The latter offered a bitter smile and nodded slightly. With narrowed eyes, Wei Baidao glared at Han Wenzhou, coldly declaring, You dare to deceive me, young one. Very well, I had intended to spare your life, but since you have provoked me, after I eliminate Luo Tian, you shall be next. Upon finishing his words, he abruptly turned his attention to Luo Tian. You think you can toy with me? My avatar may have been defeated by you previously, but now I will demonstrate my true power. As Wei Baidao spoke, his aura surged dramatically. True power? Very well. I shall remain here without moving, allowing you to strike me 3 times. If you can inflict even the slightest injury upon me, I shall concede defeat. Luo Tian responded. What did you say? Wei Baidao's brows furrowed in disbelief. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. I am a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the Returning Ruins realm. Even in the kingdom of Yulong, no one would dare to assert they could defeat me in 3 moves. Yet here stands Luo Tian, openly uttering such words before the crowd. Clearly, this individual seeks to humiliate me. Very well. Since you court death, I shall oblige. As he spoke, an immense aura erupted from his being, his hair whipping about chaotically. Boom. He clasped his palms together, and a dark tempest surged behind him. The ancestor is serious. The members of the Wei family gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Wei Baidao would unleash his full power from the outset. Prepare to perish, Wei Baidao declared, launching a palm strike. Boom. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in dark energy. morphing into a colossal black serpent that lunged towards Luo Tian with its gaping maw. Yet, Luo Tian remained unfazed, standing resolute with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing the assault to unfold. However, just as the serpent was about to make contact with him, a flash of golden light emanated from Luo Tian. Buzz! In that moment, the black serpent disintegrated like summer snowflakes, shattering into countless fragments. With a single strike, Luo Tian stood unwavering in his position. The members of the Wei family were left utterly bewildered. What just transpired? He actually withstood the ancestor's full-force attack. Is this possible? Who exactly is this young man? It was only then that they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Wei Baidao's eyes twitched in realization. He too recognized that something was amiss. Luo Tian's strength was entirely different from his previous assessment. How could such a transformation occur in less than a day's time? What had transpired within Luo Tian? Everyone, return to the formation, Wei Baidao suddenly commanded. Huh? The ancestor's words incited astonishment among the Wei family. Wei Baidao's voice turned icy. By harnessing the power of the Seven Suns Annihilation Formation, today I shall surely vanquish him. Indeed, the gravity of the situation was recognized by all, and in an instant, everyone returned to their respective positions within the formation. A resonant hum filled the air as dark winds howled around the entire array. Above, 7 black suns emerged ominously in the sky. Wei Baidao squinted, gazing at Luo Tian, and declared, Luo Tian, you are indeed formidable, but alas, it is all coming to an end. He continued, the 7 Celestial Slaughter Formation is a treasured inheritance of the Wei family. When fully activated, no one below the returning ruins realm can withstand it. Even those at the transcendent stage will taste despair. This is the first time I have unleashed this formation against an enemy since it came into my possession. To perish beneath this power is a mark of pride for you. With a sweeping gesture, Wei Baidao shouted, 7 Celestial Slaughter. In an instant, the 7 black suns unleashed beams of darkness, aimed directly at Luo Tian. The ground shook as the dark rays struck, raising a cloud of dust. Humph, it is over. Not even you can survive this strike, Wei Baidao proclaimed. He then turned to the others from the Night Wind Kingdom, expecting them to be thrown into disarray after witnessing his attack on Luo Tian. To his surprise, they maintained a demeanor of indifference. A few individuals stood with hands on hips, engaged in casual banter. Brother, what do you think of this move? What significance does it hold? Such feeble power. I wonder what the Wei family is trying to portray. Indeed, even that first heavenly tribulation was far more devastating than this attack. How can this be deemed a signature technique of the Wei family? I had thought the Wei family of Yulong Kingdom was impressive, but it seems they are rather naive. Another chimed in. With such paltry might, it hardly merits notice. Hey, let us not be too harsh. What you witnessed was merely the recent heavenly tribulation and Luo Tian's strength, which overshadowed the Wei family's technique. However, the Wei family's move does have its merits. Just remember, the true power lies with Luo Tian, not with you. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Naturally, these murmurs reached Wei Baidao's ears, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were the people of the Night Wind Kingdom mad? Judging by the strength of those speaking, they were hardly remarkable. How dare they mock the Wei family's 7 Celestial Slaughter Formation? What did they mean by hardly worth a dog? What was truly going on? At that moment, Ancestor, a member of the Wei family uttered, his voice trembling. Wei Baidao followed the direction indicated by the person's finger. There, on the ground, Luo Tian remained standing still, unperturbed. A faint golden light emanated from his figure, and not a single thread of his attire bore any signs of damage. What? At that moment, Wei Baidao was utterly flustered. In the instant he struck, he was certain he had hit Luo Tian. This move had harnessed the formidable power of the 7 Stars Annihilation Array. Even if he were in Luo Tian's position, he would have faced certain death. Yet, Luo Tian appeared completely unscathed. What on earth was happening? It's your second move, Wei Baidao. You have one last chance. After this next strike, your fate is sealed, Luo Tian said calmly from the ground. The corners of Wei Baidao's eyes twitched incessantly. At this moment, fear began to take root within him. The dragon that Han Wenzhou spoke of was indeed Luo Tian. How could he, a mere yellow sparrow, hope to shake a dragon? If he failed to secure victory with his next move, the Wei family would face dire consequences. Wei Baidao was engulfed in profound regret. Though Wei Tianyi was his most cherished descendant, what was one individual compared to the entire Wei family? The elder of the Wei family, referred to as old ancestor. sensed that the situation was amiss and cast a nervous glance at him. It was only then that Wei Baidao regained his composure. His gaze flickered momentarily before solidifying with determination. "Esteemed relatives, please do not blame me," Wei Baidao proclaimed. "What do you mean, old ancestor?" The members of the Wei family inquired, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Wei Baidao continued, "I act solely for the welfare of the Wei family. If we cannot surmount this crisis, our family will face annihilation." His eyes swept over the gathering. At that moment, the members of the Wei family began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Old ancestor, please reconsider. My son is still young. I cannot perish here. Old ancestor, I implore you to think again. Perhaps we still have alternative solutions." The elders of the Wei family were engulfed in a state of panic. Wei Baidao sighed, stating, "My dear companions, if it were not absolutely necessary, I would not wish for this. However, there is no alternative. Once this crisis has passed, I shall erect a memorial for each of you within the family shrine." As he spoke, he pressed his palms together. Suddenly, the 7 stone pillars surrounding them began to tremble violently. From the dark celestial orbs above, numerous chains descended, ensnaring the Wei family members directly. "Ancestor, no! Ancestor, cease this!" They cried out, but Wei Baidao paid them no heed. The energy emanating from the Wei clan members continued to wane. "Wei Baidao?" one of them exclaimed, filled with resentment, now addressing him by name. "What is happening?" Below, some were perplexed. Ling Shuzi squinted at Wei Baidao above, finally grasping the situation. "This man is exceedingly malevolent," he murmured. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Luo Tian inquired, confused. Ling Shuzi replied, "Wei Baidao is employing a particularly sinister dark art. He has implanted soul seeds into the bodies of those related to him by blood. At a designated moment, he will detonate these seeds to absorb the vital essence and life force of his kin, thus elevating his own power." Luo Tian gasped, "How ruthless!" Ling Shuzi nodded gravely. "Indeed, such methods are deemed intolerable by society. It is said that a millennium ago, several individuals practiced this dark art and were ultimately exterminated by various factions. Subsequently, this malevolent technique faded into obscurity. I believed no one would dare to use it again. It seems I was naive." Luo Tian glanced at Wei Baidao, remarking, "He regards his own kin as mere lambs for slaughter." Ling Shuzi sighed. Wei Baidao has lived far too long without breaking through to the tribulation realm. It appears his lifespan is nearing its end, prompting him to resort to such dark methods. In another context, he might have succeeded, but alas, fortune is not on his side. As the two conversed, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" The crowd swiftly turned their gaze upward, witnessing Wei Baidao now ensnared by chains himself. Through these bindings, he relentlessly drew in the life force of his kin. A faint crimson aura enveloped him, and his vitality surged. In that moment, a radiant light erupted from his being. 8th level of the Return to Origin realm. He had broken through a barrier. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, another surge of light burst forth. 9th level of the Return to Origin realm. Realizing the transformation within him, a frenzied joy ignited in Wei Baidao's eyes. It truly works. I have broken through. But this is merely the beginning. I shall advance even further. Wei Baidao has completely lost his sanity. At the moment he descended into madness, within the secluded training chamber of the Divine Martial King's residence in the capital of the Nightwind Kingdom. A figure cloaked in ebony robes suddenly lifted his head. The soul seed? Has Wei Baidao finally taken the step? Excellent. We have gained another piece on the chessboard. He murmured softly to himself. Master, what is it? Before the cloaked figure stood the Divine Martial King's heir. Unlike before, the heir's face now bore no trace of arrogance or resentment. Instead, it was marked by submission. It is nothing, merely a happy thought, the figure replied, picking up a black piece from the chessboard and raising it to his eyes, merging it with the silhouette of the Divine Martial King's son. On the other side, Wei Baidao roared, "Come forth, my final strength, unleash." With that cry, the vitality and life force of all the Wei clan members were drawn into his being. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from his form. Has he broken through the shackles of the Void Realm? Has he truly succeeded? An elder exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. No, it should not be considered so. To reach the Calamity Crossing realm, one must endure the tribulation's test. He is still one step away. However, in terms of sheer power, he should already be at the Calamity Crossing realm. Another individual remarked. At this moment, Wei Baidao hovered in midair. His white hair now turned black. Having absorbed a vast amount of his kin's life force, His body had rejuvenated to its prime state. He gazed down at his hands, feeling an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. That cloaked fellow truly did not deceive me. This move has indeed allowed me to break through. Alas, I was too soft-hearted, hesitating for so long before taking action. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the desiccated remains of his kin and then turned to Luo Tian. Do not blame me. Had it not been for Luo Tian, I would not have arrived at this juncture. Thus, it is Luo Tian who has brought about your demise, and I shall avenge you. With that, he floated before Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I must truly thank you. Without your influence, I might never have broken through this realm. The power of the calamity-crossing realm is formidable. At this moment, I feel invincible. Luo Tian looked at Wei Baidao, his brow furrowed. Hey, stop admiring your own body like a lunatic. You still have one final move, and once you execute it, you shall perish, he stated. Do you wish for my demise? Wei Baidao gazed at Luo Tian and then burst into hearty laughter. Luo Tian, I concede that you possess formidable strength and remarkable talent throughout my life. And even in the legends I have heard, there is no existence as extraordinary as yours. However, your saga ends here. Rest assured, I shall disseminate the news of your death today, along with your past, so that the world may know. The prodigy Luo Tian fell at the hands of Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao declared from his elevated position. Luo Tian, growing impatient at the side, retorted, Are you going to fight or not? If not, I shall take action. Wei Baidao chuckled and casually swatted Luo Tian. Slap. A light tap, devoid of any harm. Luo Tian was taken aback. Wei Baidao chuckled, You need not persuade me. I am now stronger than ever before. I shall confront you head-on. Feel free to make your move. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes at him, wearing an expression of disdain. This fellow is truly insufferable. Are you certain? Luo Tian gazed at him. Certainly. Wei Baidao chuckled. Luo Tian took a deep breath and launched a powerful punch. Observing Luo Tian strike, Wei Baidao remarked with a smile, In the past, I could not even comprehend your boxing technique. However, with the elevation of my own realm, I can now effortlessly discern your every movement. Indeed, the trajectory of your punches is entirely within my grasp. As he spoke, he reached out to seize Luo Tian's fist. In his mind, he was certain that his grasp would capture Luo Tian's blow. Yet crack. The moment his hand made contact with Luo Tian's fist, an incomprehensibly formidable force twisted his hand asunder. Wei Baidao stared in disbelief as his fingers twisted and shattered before his eyes. He had no time to react. In the next instant, an immense force propelled him away, his body soaring like a meteor before crashing into the distant mountains, creating a billowing mushroom cloud. Damn it! How dare he flaunt his power in front of me? Luo Tian clenched his fists, a fierce expression on his face. Despite possessing unparalleled martial skills, he felt overshadowed by Wei Baidao's arrogance. From amidst the rubble, Wei Baidao staggered out, one arm mangled and bloodied, nearly rendered useless. Impossible. How could this happen? I have reached the tribulation stage. Why can I not vanquish you? He could hardly believe his eyes, his earlier confidence inflated by his newfound strength. Yet, reality was cruel. Old fool still pretending? At that moment, Luo Tian executed a sudden teleportation, appearing before him and delivering a flying kick. With a sickening thud, Wei Baidao was once again sent flying, spewing blood as he soared through the air, only coming to a halt after crashing into two mountain peaks. Damn it. Seven Suns Annihilation Formation. With his remaining hand, Wei Baidao activated the formation. A hum resonated as seven suns in the sky unleashed beams of light towards Luo Tian. However, with another teleportation, Luo Tian vanished from his original position, reappearing beside one of the black suns. Get lost, he exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the black sun. Boom. In the next instant, the black sun was sent flying, crashing heavily into the foundation pillar, shattering it to pieces. No, Wei Baidao exclaimed in sheer terror. Bang. In the next instant, the formation space shattered, and the seven luminaries killing array was breached. Why did this happen? The seven luminaries killing array, and I could not vanquish this creature. Is he a monster? Despair engulfed Wei Baidao's expression. Rumble. At that moment, the sky became overcast, and the calamity clouds reappeared. A heavenly tribulation? Yet another heavenly tribulation. This was Wei Baidao's tribulation, as he had transcended to the tribulation stage. Upon emerging from the formation space, he was sensed by the rules of the great world, summoning the heavenly tribulation. However, the range and pressure of this tribulation were less than 1/10 of that faced by Luo Tian. After all, who could compare to that monster? The crowd buzzed with speculation. At this juncture, Wei Baidao gazed at the heavenly tribulation above, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. With a rush, he soared directly before Luo Tian, seizing his ankle with one hand. Luo Tian, I concede my defeat, but if I must die, I shall take you with me, perishing together beneath the heavenly tribulation. Wei Baidao raved. To perish beneath the heavenly tribulation? Everyone in the mountains was momentarily speechless upon hearing this proclamation. Could the meager power of this tribulation truly slay Luo Tian? What a jest! Faced with Wei Baidao's grasp, Luo Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Before you meet your end, allow me to broaden your horizons, Luo Tian declared, lifting his gaze skyward. As he spoke, he raised his hand, striking toward the heavens. In an instant, a colossal silhouette subtly emerged behind Luo Tian, mirroring his posture as it ascended toward the sky. The shadow's palm forcefully struck the calamity clouds. Boom! With one decisive blow, the calamity clouds were pierced and shattered. Moments later, the clouds parted, and the oppressive might within them was obliterated. What? Wei Baidao gazed at the scene before him, scarcely able to comprehend the reality of his own eyes. That was his heavenly tribulation. A means he intended to employ for a mutual demise, yet it proved so woefully inadequate? Suddenly, he recalled the previous sensation of the heavenly tribulation, coupled with Han Wenzhou's mention of a so-called dragon ahead. A convergence of thoughts surged through his mind, leading him to an epiphany. The earlier heavenly tribulation was not a consequence of the emergence of the ZY Taoist legacy, but rather because of you? He stared at Luo Tian. Disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, soon, you may meet your end. With that, Luo Tian struck down with a single palm. Boom! Wei Baidao's chest was pierced, blood gushing forth. In his final moments, he looked up at Luo Tian, blood spilling from his lips as he proclaimed, Luo Tian, to perish at your hands. I am willing to concede, however, should you take my life, your own days will be numbered. Luo Tian regarded him with a furrowed brow, questioning, Are you still defiant even now? Wei Baidao shook his head and replied, No, you do not comprehend. By killing me, you will undoubtedly attract their attention. You have no idea how formidable they are. As he uttered these words, Wei Baidao's gaze dulled, his body swaying to the side, lifeless in an instant. Luo Tian stood in place, momentarily stunned. Damn it, Riddler, could you not finish your words before departing? Grasping Wei Baidao, he found no further response from him. This fellow had to vex me even in death? Luo Tian gritted his teeth and muttered, to leave one in suspense, how torturous. Yet, such thoughts were now moot. He cast the corpse aside and strode towards the crowd. Whoosh! As Luo Tian approached, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they regarded him. Young master, exclaimed Luo Rong and the others, their faces alight with excitement upon seeing Luo Tian. Their young master had reached such heights, and they felt a sense of pride. Luo Tian nodded, then noticed Ling Shuzi in the distance. Ling Shuzi. Once we conclude our matters, we shall take our leave. In a few days, we will meet again in the capital, said Luo Tian. Ling Shuzi immediately bowed and replied, Very well, I shall await your arrival in the capital, young master Luo. Luo Tian nodded again and, with the aid of King Jinping, took to the skies with his companions. Once Luo Tian departed, the crowd erupted in fervent chatter. Our Night Wind Kingdom is on the verge of a transformation. Meanwhile, within the Divine Martial King's residence, a black-clad figure, poised to make a move in their game, suddenly shattered the piece in hand with a resounding crack. The figure abruptly looked up, revealing a pair of chilling eyes beneath the dark hood, filled with disbelief. The soul seed has shattered? How is that possible? He exclaimed in shock. Master, what troubles you? Inquired the Divine Martial King's heir, observing the black-clad figure. The figure's cloak shuddered, and he stood up abruptly. Who dares to meddle with our pieces? Seeking death? He seethed through clenched teeth. Master? Inquired the heir of the Divine Martial King, his expression one of perplexity. The figure cloaked in black took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and then addressed the heir, saying, Disciple, I must make a journey to the kingdom of Yulong. The heir gasped in astonishment. But master, the ceremony is set to commence in just a few days. The cloaked figure replied coolly, I have already made all the necessary arrangements. With your capabilities, my presence or absence here makes no difference. I shall return once I have concluded my affairs. The heir nodded. Very well, I wish you safe travels, master. With a subtle nod, the cloaked figure transformed into a swirl of black mist and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the northern border city, the Golden Rock King returned with the members of the Luo family, arriving at their ancestral residence. This expedition proved to be immensely fruitful for the Luo clan. Aside from Luo Tian's breakthrough in cultivation, Luo Rong and others also amassed a wealth of resources from the Yuling Palace and various other locations. When tallied, their gains surpassed the entirety of the Luo family's previous assets. With this newfound wealth, the clan's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the most significant aspect of their harvest was not just Luo Tian's advancement in rank, but rather the dragon bones they collected. Luo Tian ordered the gathering of all Luo family members, intending to extract the primordial essence of the dragon clan to refine their very being. This source of power was of little consequence to Luo Tian himself, yet for the others, it proved transformative. After undergoing this profound refinement, each member of the Luo family experienced remarkable enhancements. For instance, Luo Feng, who had already reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, directly broke through to the skyward realm, ascending all the way to the 9th level of that stage. Moreover, he had yet to fully absorb this newfound power. Once he did, transcending to the profound realm would be effortless. The rest of the Luo family also saw significant elevation, with most nearing a full realm advancement. Particularly among the younger generation, nearly half achieved breakthroughs into the spirit transformation realm. Although they practiced the heavenly Tao techniques, their training had barely scratched the surface. The conditions for a breakthrough are not as stringent as those imposed by Luo Tian, nor does one possess comparable strength. However, when juxtaposed with others of the same realm, they undoubtedly excel. It can be stated with certainty that every young individual from the Luo family in this generation could sweep away their peers from the Night Wind Kingdom. Nevertheless, if one were to identify those who have reaped the greatest benefits, it would undeniably be Niu Wufang and King Jinping. As members of the demon race, their yearning for the primordial power of the dragon clan surpasses that of the human race. Upon harnessing this power, these two individuals astonishingly broke through to the Return to Ruins realm merely days later. This event caused quite a stir in Bianbei City, for the Night Wind Kingdom had not witnessed a strong individual breaking through to the Return to Ruins realm for nearly 5 centuries. Although the breakthrough was achieved by 2 demons, its significance is nonetheless remarkable. At this very moment, the Luo family of Bianbei City has seemingly ascended to the pinnacle of power within the Night Wind Kingdom. On this particular day, 2 unexpected visitors approached the Luo family. Outside Bianbei City, one tall and one short figure gazed intently towards the city gates. "Mr. Chu, please refrain from intervening for a moment. My hands are itching to take Luo Tian's head myself." The tall man grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Mr. Chu glanced at him with a cold smile, saying, "Nialong, are you intent on monopolizing the bounty?" Nialong raised an eyebrow and replied, "Mr. Chu, do you take me for someone of such petty nature? While I may be in need of money, I am not so desperate as to hoard the reward. I simply revel in the thrill of hunting talented youths. Just imagine, a future unparalleled master, crushed before they even grow, their cries and struggles in your grasp. What an exhilarating feeling." As he spoke, Nialong could not help but tremble with excitement. Mr. Chu shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You truly are a peculiar individual, possessing such formidable strength yet taking pleasure in bullying the younger generation. No wonder your reputation is so tarnished, even earning you the enmity of the entire Xuelan kingdom. It is only because of our ghost-killing hall that you have found refuge." Nialong laughed maniacally, declaring, "What use is reputation? My own happiness is what matters most. My only concern at present is whether this so-called Luo Tian is indeed as extraordinary as they say. If he falls short of being a prodigy, I shall find the act of slaying him rather unsatisfactory." Mr. Chu pondered for a moment and stated, "The Night Wind Kingdom's branch office reports that Luo Tian possesses combat power equivalent to the transcendent realm, which I find to be an exaggeration. I suspect he has protectors by his side. However, the protectors in the Night Wind Kingdom are likely only at the transcendent realm, far too weak for us, who are both at the first level of the Return to Ruins realm." Nialong nodded, asserting, "We have traveled thousands of miles to the Night Wind Kingdom. We certainly cannot return empty-handed." He then glanced at the city wall of Bianbei City and proposed, "Shall we launch a direct assault and destroy the city to draw him out?" Mr. Chu shook his head, replying, "Such an approach would be overly conspicuous. Remember, we are assassins. We must act with caution. Let us first enter the city, gather intelligence, and then decide our course of action." Nialong expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Mr. Chu, have you perhaps become overly cautious? It's merely a small town in the Night Wind Kingdom. What is there to investigate?" Mr. Chu retorted, "Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. My habit is that I never act without concrete intelligence, and once I do, it must be infallible. It is precisely this principle that has rendered my assassinations unfailingly successful. If you disagree, we shall cancel this operation. Upon hearing this, Nia Long hastily waved his hand. No. I will follow your lead, but I must personally eliminate Luo Tian. Mr. Chu, unperturbed, replied, It matters not to me. I simply wish to complete the task. Whether it is you or I who takes his life is of no concern. With that, he proceeded towards the city of Bianbei. Upon entering the city, the two men arrived at the largest tavern, where they sat by the window and ordered a feast. Waiter, come here. I have an inquiry, Mr. Chu said, handing over a few spirit stones. The waiter's eyes brightened upon receiving the stones, and he replied with a smile, Dear guest, feel free to ask whatever you wish. In Bianbei City, I am well versed in all matters. There is nothing I do not know. Mr. Chu nodded. I would like to inquire about the Luo family. At this, the waiter became even more animated, exclaiming, Ah, you have come to the right person. I have a relative who is part of the Luo family. Currently, the Luo family is the foremost clan in Bianbei City, nay, the entire Night Wind Kingdom. Nielong scoffed. Is it truly that remarkable? The waiter responded confidently, Indeed. You cannot fathom how powerful the Luo family is, especially the legendary heir of the Luo family, who is extraordinarily formidable. Nielong remained non-committal, choosing silence. At that moment, several young men entered the tavern, each wielding swords and daggers, exuding an air of vigor. Nielong turned to glance at them, and his eyes instantly transformed into a striking emerald hue. Observing this, Mr. Chu curiously inquired, What do you see? Nielong's eyes returned to normal, and he scoffed. For their age, they are remarkably weak. One can discern the season by observing a single leaf. If the youth of Bianbei City are of such caliber, I shall be thoroughly disappointed. Mr. Chu nodded slightly, aware that Nielong possessed the Baiyu Tong, a gaze that could decipher an individual's essence and physique to gauge their combat prowess and innate talent. It was with this very ability that he sought out geniuses to vanquish. Given Nielong's assessment, it was evident that the talents in Bianbei City were indeed lacking. But just then, Nielong suddenly sensed a surge of energy that ignited a spark of excitement within him. He promptly opened his azure eyes and gazed in the direction of that energy. At the end of the group of young individuals stood another boy. Compared to the others, the aura surrounding this youth was extraordinarily powerful. In Nielong's perception, the presence of the other youths resembled that of mere mice, while this boy exuded an essence akin to a ferocious tiger. A rarity indeed. Such exceptional talent had been scarce in recent years. Could he possibly be Luo Tian? If so, he truly deserved the title of genius. Nielong's body trembled with exhilaration. The prospect of vanquishing such a prodigy would undoubtedly bring him immense pleasure. Hey, innkeeper. That lad over there, he is the legendary Luo Tian, isn't he? Nielong inquired, licking his lips in anticipation. He awaited only a confirmation before charging forth to claim his prize. However, the response was, certainly not. Just look at his attire. He is merely an ordinary disciple of the Luo family, the innkeeper remarked with a glance. What? Nielong was taken aback. An ordinary disciple, so formidable? This individual would be considered a prodigy in any faction. Just as he pondered this, an instinctive sense arose within him. He abruptly turned, peering through the window into the outside world. Utilizing his keen ghostly eyes, he beheld 4 even larger ferocious tigers approaching from the far end of the street. 4 prodigies at once? Nielong felt his breath quicken. In his eyes, these figures were nothing short of exquisite prey. Typically, he would search for years without encountering even one, yet today, 4 appeared all at once. Was this place, North City, a paradise? At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed. His ghostly eyes trembled, and as Nielong shifted his gaze, he spotted a colossal Tyrannosaurus slowly making its way down another long street. At that moment, Nielong felt utterly frozen. He rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, he realized that the aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex emanated from a young boy. Are you joking? Nielong murmured to himself. What is the matter? Mr. Chu inquired. Nielong trembled uncontrollably, his expression contorted in excitement. Mr. Chu, I must express my gratitude for bringing me here. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would encounter such a level of genius. If this fellow were to be mine, my life would be deemed worthwhile. Truly, he is Luo Tian, the foremost genius of the Nightwind Nation. Nielong exclaimed fervently. Mr. Chu looked at him, shaking his head in exasperation. This fellow is truly extraordinary. At that moment, the waiter glanced outside and remarked, young Master Luo Tian? No, You must be mistaken. That young man is Luo-Da. What makes him the best? He has even made it into the top 10 of the younger generation in the Luo family. Nialong looked at Luo-Da, then at the waiter, incredulously asking, "Are you certain?" The waiter responded confidently, "Of course. I'm not boasting. I know nearly all of the younger generation of the Luo family, though they may not recognize me. This is Luo-Da, a top-tier talent in the northern border city, but within the Luo family. He cannot even break into the previous generation's top 10. Upon hearing this, Nialong swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intensely on Luo-Da as he stammered. "Is this what it means to be out of the top 10? Then what about Luo Tian? He must be truly exceptional." "Mr. Chu observed Nialong's demeanor and communicated telepathically. "Nialong, what is going on?" Nialong replied in kind, "A genius, a true genius. Not to mention Luo Tian. Even this Luo-Da is already astonishingly remarkable. This young man's realm is likely no more than the 5th level of gathering qi. Yet his strength undoubtedly surpasses that of a typical transformation spirit, and even some weaker individuals in the void control realm would likely find him a formidable opponent." "Mr. Chu was taken aback, asking, "Are you certain?" Nialong, growing annoyed, responded, "Do you doubt my eyes? My azure ghost eyes have never led me astray." Mr. Chu found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, while Nialong may be somewhat peculiar, his azure ghost eyes were remarkably accurate in discerning talent. If he asserted this, it must hold truth. However, if what he said was accurate, it would be truly extraordinary. How could such a family emerge in the Night Wind Nation, giving rise to so many prodigies? Just as he pondered this, chaos erupted in the streets. What is happening?" Both men exclaimed in unison. The waiter peered outside, his excitement palpable. "You two are incredibly fortunate. On your first visit to our northern border city, you get to witness these two," the waiter proclaimed. "These two? Who?" Mr. Chu asked, puzzled. The waiter pointed outside, saying, "Those two, the great guardians of the Luo family, King Jinping and Niu Wufang. They were once legendary beasts in their own right, and later aligned themselves with the Luo family. Just recently, they broke through to the Returning Ruins realm. Our Night Wind Nation has not seen a strong figure of the Returning Ruins realm in many years. The appearance of these two is not something one encounters lightly." "What?" Mr. Chu was momentarily taken aback. It should be noted that the intelligence report made no mention of the Luo family possessing any formidable beings of the Return to Ruins realm, let alone two, and especially not divine beasts. Had he known, he would not have come. After all, in terms of power, divine beasts were the paragon among demonic creatures. Even among beings of the same realm, humans found it exceedingly challenging to contend with demonic beasts, let alone divine ones. As they gazed outside, they indeed beheld two towering figures slowly approaching along the lengthy street. Following their breakthrough to the Return to Ruins realm, both had significantly enhanced their transformation, now resembling humans to a greater extent. However, they still loomed nearly twice the height of an ordinary human, with the bull Wufang retaining his horns, and the Golden Rock King sprouting magnificent wings. The citizens of the city regarded these two with profound reverence, instinctively stepping aside. "How formidable are these two beings, Nialong?" Mr. Chu inquired. Nialong's eyes narrowed, revealing his azure mystic eyes once more. Yet, in the next instant, he staggered backward 2 steps, exclaiming, "How is this possible? What is going on?" Mr. Chu pressed. Nialong took a deep breath, pointing towards the window. He had merely cast a glance at the two with his azure mystic eyes, seeking to gauge their strength. However, upon activating his powers, he beheld a colossal bull bathed in a spectrum of radiant hues, alongside a gigantic rock that seemed to blot out the sky as it walked down the street. These two beings were immense and exuded an awe-inspiring presence, akin to ancient ferocious beasts. "So powerful, overwhelmingly powerful," Nialong stammered. "How formidable are they?" Mr. Chu inquired with keen interest. Nialong's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "In terms of cultivation, it seems they have just recently transcended the primordial realm. However, the aura emanating from these two individuals is exceedingly peculiar. Even divine beasts should not possess such strength. I surmise that their power is at least capable of contending with the 9th level of the primordial realm without issue." "What? So powerful?" This time Mr. Chu was visibly shaken. "This is utterly preposterous. The Luo family has such formidable figures? This mission is, without a doubt, impossible to accomplish." "Very well, let us depart, Mr. Chu decided resolutely. "Now that we are aware of the might of our adversaries, remaining here would be sheer folly." Nevertheless, Nialong gritted his teeth fiercely. "Leave? That is far too